A people's teacher, a vocation of immense significance. In the realm of beast masters, the newly established class 11 daunts all, as no one dares to assume the responsibility, fearing the colossal troubles it might entail. Yet, a young man's unexpected appointment has drawn the attention of numerous educators and astonished students, igniting a web of intrigue and rivalry. Chen Chen steps into Class 11, imbued with the noble ideals of a people's teacher, determined to guide the wayward children mired in adversity toward the zenith of the beast. Masterworld. On that fateful day, when monstrous beasts assail, all are struck with horror as they realize that the leaders of the present are none other than the helpless youths from Class 11 of your. Chapter 1. Let me lead these lost children to the pinnacle. Teacher Chen Chen, on behalf of Jinling No. 1 High School, I hereby officially appoint you as the head teacher of Class 11 for the first year. The rotund Principal Zhang Yukai beams with delight, firmly grasping Chen Chen's hand, as if fearing he might flee. At that moment, Chen Chen finds himself somewhat bewildered. Lacking in credentials, official status, and experience, he had relied solely on his audacity to apply for the position. Having braced himself for rejection, he is taken aback by his unexpected success. The greasy sensation of the principal's grip jolts him back to reality, prompting him to hastily withdraw his hand, discreetly wiping it against his attire. Principal, when do I commence my duties? Right now. Stepping out of the principal's office, a smile graces Chen Chen's face. He had not anticipated such a seemingly arduous task would be accomplished with such ease. This is a parallel world, brimming with enchantment and myth, where certain humans awaken the innate talent to forge bonds with spirit beasts, their loyal companions. Empowered by their spirit beasts, humans can transcend the skies and earth, achieving the extraordinary formidable beast masters can even wield the forces of nature, akin to sovereigns of the cosmos. Chen Chen exhales a deep breath. Ever since he vowed to embrace death by lightning on that fateful day, he had found himself in this world. After languishing in confusion for days, finally, a turning point has emerged. Beep! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The teaching return system has been successfully activated. A melodious voice resonates in Chen Chen's mind, enveloping him in a wave of euphoria. Becoming a people's teacher is the task that activates the system for Chen Chen. This seemingly insurmountable mission has been effortlessly fulfilled. One must admit, it is indeed divine favor. System successfully activated. Beginner's gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it? Before Chen Chen appears a panel with a mere thought. He opts to open the beginner's gift package. Beginner's gift package has been opened. Rewards. Teaching positions X3. Rewards. Teacher's authority. Rewards. King's experience card X3. Having received the beginner's gift package, Chen Chen nods in satisfaction and subsequently opens the information panel. Name, Chen Chen. Talent, none. Cultivation, none. Spirit beast, none. Skill, teacher's authority instills respect in others, no cooldown. Items, King's experience card X3. Teaching positions X3, vacant X3. Breakthrough points, 0. System all, activated. Aside from the beginner's gift package bestowed by the system, Chen Chen finds himself virtually bereft of possessions. Nevertheless, he is quite content from this day forth. His extraordinary journey is set to commence in earnest. After tidying his appearance, as per the principal's instructions, Chen Chen locates his office and pushes the door open, drawing the gaze of all the teachers within. Maintaining his smile, he slightly bows. Esteemed colleagues, I am Chen Chen, the head teacher Class 11 for the first year. I humbly seek your guidance. As his words resonate, a peculiar expression crosses the faces of the gathered teachers. However, it is not long before radiant smiles break forth, and they greet Chen Chen warmly. Ah, it's young Chen. The principal has already briefed us. Come over here. We've prepared your seat. Please, take a seat. Teacher Chen, let us know if you need anything, and we shall assist you. Have you eaten yet, Teacher Chen? I've ordered lunch. Would you care to join? Do you fancy milk tea, Teacher Chen? The enthusiasm of the office staff leaves Chen Chen somewhat flustered. He almost feels as though he has arrived as the scion of a prominent figure, merely seeking a taste of life. After a while, as Chen Chen settles in, he gazes at the assembled teachers and inquires with a smile. Dear colleagues, could you inform me who oversees the teaching responsibilities for Class 11? We ought to keep in touch to collectively enhance the class's performance. As his words fade, an unsettling silence envelopes the room, with glances exchanged among the teachers. One elderly educator clears his throat awkwardly. Ah, Young Chen, currently, you are the sole head teacher for Class 11. At this revelation, Chen Chen blinks, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Teacher Chen, the principal did not brief you on the circumstances surrounding Class 11. Did he? What circumstances? Chen Chen inquires hastily. The elderly teacher chuckles ruefully. No wonder you dare to take on Class 11. He regards Chen Chen, hesitating momentarily before patting him on the shoulder. Ah, young Chen, you are still quite young that if possible, it would be wise to decline this troublesome assignment. At the very least, you could live a stable life. Chen Chen's lips twitch. Is being a teacher truly fraught with peril? The elderly educator continues. This year, the first-year cohort consists of only 10 classes, 3 of which are Beast Master classes, populated by students who have awakened their Beast Taming talents, taught by Beast Masters themselves. The remaining 7 classes are ordinary, where students either lack awakened talents or possess such meager abilities that they struggle to achieve anything noteworthy. However, then there is the rather peculiar Class 11. What makes Class 11 so special? The students of Class 11 hail from Beast Taming families, either cast aside for their insufficient talents, ostracized and unable to find their footing, or regarded as illegitimate children, unaccepted by their kin. These students comprise a motley mix of commoners and aspiring Beast Masters, making them quite challenging to manage. Most importantly, each of them has adversaries within their families. Do you comprehend, Teacher Chen? The elderly educator's words hang in the air, and Chen Chen understands all too well why no one wishes to take on Class 11. For engaging with these students could easily offend many influential figures, leaving one to wonder how one might meet their end. Understanding these matters, Chen Chen also realized that he had been ensnared by the corpulent Zhang Yukai. However, had it not been for the peculiar circumstances surrounding Class 11, Zhang Yukai would never have engaged him as a teacher, such as the notion that one must inevitably sacrifice something to gain another. Young Teacher Chen, ponder this for yourself, the elder educator remarked. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Chen Chen's face, the old teacher gently patted his shoulder, his countenance imbued with sympathy. After a considerable pause, Chen Chen lifted his gaze and solemnly declared, "As a teacher of the people, I cannot falter. It is my duty to guide these wayward children onto the righteous path." As he spoke, numerous teachers turned their attention to Chen Chen, their eyes dazzled by the brilliance of his resolve. Yet, contemplating the repercussions, a shiver ran through the assembly, and the fervor that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished. Chen Chen rose, embodying a spirit unafraid of death, and exited the office, leaving behind a singular proclamation. "I shall go and see the class." His resolve evoked profound admiration among his colleagues, who raised their thumbs in respect, silently mourning for Chen Chen. Chapter 2. The Authority of a Teacher. In the corridor, the sounds of various teachers delivering lectures drifted through the air, but as one approached classroom 11, the atmosphere grew markedly quieter, quite tranquil. Indeed, Chen Chen mused with a faint smile. Realizing that classroom 11 did not fit the description provided by the veteran instructors, lacking oversight yet maintaining such serenity, it was evident that these were well-mannered children. After all, they hailed from prominent families. Nodding to himself, he ambled towards classroom 11, hands clasped behind his back and a contented smile gracing his features. However, upon stepping into the classroom, his smile froze instantly. Where were all the students? During class hours, where could they have disappeared to? Chen Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he ascended the podium and patiently awaited the arrival of the students from Class 11. Given their familial backgrounds, it was unlikely they had gone home. They should still be returning to the classroom at this hour. On the podium lay the student roster, which Chen Chen began to peruse. Class 11 comprised 36 students, 20 boys and 16 girls. These pupils had entered Jinling First High School through extraordinary means, ultimately placed in this distinctive class. Glancing at the list, Chen Chen began to form a preliminary understanding of these 36 children, discovering that several possessed commendable talents as beast tamers. Regrettably, due to familial ostracism, they had been relegated to Class 11, where their gifts were lamentably squandered. With a sigh, Chen Chen reflected on the plight of these unfortunate children. However, with his guidance, they could anticipate a turn of fate. After a prolonged wait in the classroom, as the end of the school day approached, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a stream of figures entering the room. These were the students of Class 11. Upon spotting Chen Chen, their brows furrowed in discontent, and they coldly returned to their seats, hastily packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to depart. Chen Chen scanned the room, observing that many bore fresh wounds, clearly indicative of recent altercations. Had they been fighting? His expression darkened. Such young ones engaging in brawls, and from the looks of it, they had come off worse for wear. Just then, as the students finished gathering their things, ignoring Chen Chen entirely, they attempted to leave. "Stop right there," Chen Chen barked, commanding their attention. The students turned to him, their expressions indifferent, until one handsome youth spoke up. "You must be our homeroom teacher. Seeing how young you are, perhaps you should consider resigning. Class 11 is not a class that just anyone can manage." With that, he attempted to turn away. "Hold it." Chen Chen's face remained stern as he surveyed the room. His voice cold and authoritative. "Class is not over yet. Return to your seats." At his command, the students nearly scoffed, but an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over them, instinctively causing them to shrink back, a rare feeling of fear and respect stirring within them. "Return to your seats," he reiterated softly. Most hesitated briefly before complying, resuming their seats, while the remaining few, under Chen Chen's piercing gaze, also obediently settled down. Pleased by the sudden compliance of these wayward youths, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the authority of a teacher was not to be taken lightly. His gaze swept over the assembly until it settled on the handsome youth once more, and a smile crept onto his face. "You stand up." Though reluctant, the youth complied, for he was but a child under the weight of the teacher's authority. "What is your name?" "Lindsay," he replied. "Lindsay." Chen Chen glanced at the roster, noting that while it lacked extensive details, it did indicate that Lindsay was a beast tamer with a level 6 beast pulse, a commendable talent indeed. Chen Chen nodded slightly, regarding Lindsay with a questioning gaze. "Tell me, why were you all absent from the classroom just now?" "We went to the restroom." "Be truthful." Chen Chen's voice intensified, the authority weighing heavily on Lindsay, who paled at the reprimand, realizing that his homeroom teacher was no ordinary figure. After a moment's hesitation, Lindsay capitulated. "We want to fight." All the students cast their eyes downward, avoiding Chen Chen's gaze. Looking at Lindsay, Chen Chen gradually relaxed his authoritative demeanor, though he felt it draining his energy. In that brief encounter, he had felt as though he had engaged in an intense battle. "You lost, didn't you?" he inquired, observing Lindsay's downcast expression along with the others. A loud bang echoed as Chen Chen slammed his palm down on the podium, his frustration palpable. "A bunch of useless fools. You let yourselves be bullied in a mere skirmish. In my day, your teacher was unbeatable across the school, and now I find myself in charge of you pitiful lot. Tell me, who were your opponents? How many were they, and what was their strength? By all that is holy, my students shall not be bullied." As his words fell, the students raised their heads, astonished, wondering if this was a teacher speaking or a rogue thug. "Are they beast tamers?" someone murmured. "Beast tamers?" Chen Chen scoffed. "They are beast tamers. Do you not consider yourselves as such?" Lindsay, level 7 beast tamer. Wang Lei, level 7 beast tamer. Su Jiajia, level 7 beast tamer. Lu Hong, level 6 beast tamer. Chen Chen recited a series of names, all belonging to the beast tamers of class 11, their ranks commendable for their age. "Are you not beast tamers?" he prodded, staring at the students. Heads hung low until Lindsay finally muttered, "Their strength exceeds ours." Due to their suppression, their talents had not fully manifested. Their abilities were notable, but paled in comparison to those of the true prodigies. "What strength do they possess?" Chen Chen inquired, his tone softening slightly. Lindsay replied, "They have level 8, and even level 9. We are no match for them." He hesitated for a moment before looking at Chen Chen. "We have scheduled a rematch after school at the Beast Tamer Pavilion. I, Su Jiajia, and Wang Lei will compete, best 2 out of 3, with a wager of 100 star core crystals." At this, all the students turned their gazes toward Chen Chen, their eyes filled with anticipation. With Lindsay and his companions, their chances of victory were slim. Yet, Chen Chen seemed to possess an extraordinary aura. Feeling their hopeful gazes upon him, Chen Chen nodded slightly and waved his hand. "Follow me to the Beast Tamer Pavilion." Chapter 3, The Bond. The Beast Tamer Pavilion. Within it lay several distinct areas for talent assessment, realm testing, training, and combat, among others. At this moment, as it was still class time, the pavilion was relatively quiet. Leading the students of class 11, Chen Chen entered the pavilion, only to find Lindsay and his companions. The moment they saw them, disdain washed over their faces, and they steered clear, unwilling to engage. Lindsay and his friends were already accustomed to such treatment. Throughout their lives, most individuals had avoided them like the plague, fearing that their association might attract trouble. Chen Chen halted, turning to address the group. "Lindsay, Wang Lei, Su Jiajia, you 3, come with me." As Chen Chen led the trio into the room designated for talent assessment, they found themselves in solitude, the 4 of them being the only occupants. "Teacher, we have all undergone our talent evaluations. The 3 of us possess a level 6 Beastmaster Pulse," Lindsay informed him. The Beastmaster Pulse is categorized into 9 tiers, ranging from 1 to 9, with higher levels signifying stronger innate abilities. A level 6 Beastmaster pulse is indeed commendable. However, within the context of powerful Beastmaster families, it fails to stand out, which explains why Lin Zhe and his companions do not garner significant attention within their clan. Instead, they often become targets for their peers due to existing rivalries. Let us conduct the assessment once more, Chen Chen suggested with a slight smile. At present, he had 3 available teaching positions, and Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiejia were the most gifted students in Class 11. Binding them would undoubtedly be advantageous for the future. Moreover, the teaching positions could enhance the students' talents, thereby elevating their Beastmaster pulse levels. Given their circumstances, an increase in their pulse levels would likely lead to a corresponding rise in their cultivation. If they were to engage in combat, they might achieve remarkable feats. However, Chen Chen was acutely aware that he might face some peril. Though Lin Zhe and the others were somewhat puzzled, they complied with Chen Chen's instructions and began to fiddle with the testing apparatus, as Chen Chen himself was unfamiliar with its operation. Once prepared, Lin Zhe turned to Chen Chen and asked, "Shall we begin the assessment now?" Chen Chen nodded in affirmation. The testing device was highly advanced, resembling a technological stone platform adorned with a palm imprint. By placing one's hand upon it, the device could activate and assess their innate talents. Lin Zhe was the first to be tested, with Wang Lei and Su Jiejia assisting in activating the apparatus. A radiant white light enveloped Lin Zhe, and a spectral white tiger materialized behind him. Simultaneously, 6 beams of light illuminated the device, indicating a level 6 Beastmaster pulse. Standing beside Lin Zhe, Chen Chen suddenly delivered a swift slap to the back of his head, an invisible force surging into Lin Zhe's being. To the astonishment of Lin Zhe and his companions, the device gradually lit up with a 7th beam of light. In that moment, Lin Zhe's aura also began to rise steadily. After a brief interval, the 7th beam of light shone brightly, and a soft chime resonated from within Lin Zhe, signifying his successful breakthrough to the 8th star realm. With a level 7 Beastmaster pulse, the trio stared in disbelief at the level displayed on the device, before abruptly turning to Chen Chen, their eyes filled with awe. The ability to elevate a Beastmaster's talent was unprecedented throughout history, and here was their homeroom teacher accomplishing just that. "Teacher." Lin Zhe opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Although it was merely an increase of 1 level, that single level represented an astronomical difference. At that instant, Chen Chen realized that upon binding Lin Zhe, he could now access Lin Zhe's Beastmaster information. Name, Lin Zhe. Talent, level 7 Beastmaster pulse. Cultivation, 8th star realm. Spirit Beast, White Tiger. Skills, White Tiger Paw, a lethal skill. The greater the master's killing intent, the more formidable the power. White Tiger Evasion grants the White Tiger exceptional speed, enabling it to evade attacks and assist in counterattacks. Upon reviewing Lin Zhe's information, Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel at the prodigious template. Especially noteworthy was the fact that his first spirit beast was a white tiger. Furthermore, possessing merely an 8th star realm cultivation, he already commanded 2 skills. Additionally, Chen Chen observed that he too had acquired Beastmaster powers within himself, reaching the 8th star realm. Just like Lin Zhe, glancing at his own panel, he felt a flicker of joy. Not only had his Beastmaster level ascended to the 8th star realm, but he also found that he had similarly acquired Lin Zhe's spirit beast, the white tiger. It was as if everything Lin Zhe possessed had been replicated within Chen Chen. Turning his gaze to Wang Lei and Su Jiejia, he noted their eager expressions, brimming with excitement. "Teacher, is it our turn now?" Su Jiejia inquired fervently. Chen Chen nodded and replied with a smile, "You two may begin." As Lin Zhe withdrew his hand, Su Jiejia eagerly placed hers upon the device. Like Lin Zhe, she too possessed a level 6 Beastmaster pulse, and a spectral butterfly appeared behind her, signifying her spirit beast. Following the same procedure, Chen Chen bound Su Jiejia to the teaching position, elevating her Beastmaster pulse to level 7, along with her cultivation to the 8th star realm. Name, Su Jiejia. Talent, level 7 Beastmaster pulse. Cultivation, 8th star realm. Spirit beast, sky-covering pink butterfly. Skills, windstorm, unleashes a tempest to assault enemies, carrying toxic dust that can poison, incapacitate, or even kill foes. Su Jiejia's template was quite similar to Lin Zhe's. Though she possessed only 1 skill, its effectiveness was remarkable, likely rendering her a formidable opponent within her tier due to the butterfly's potent toxins. Chen Chen was particularly delighted to find that he had also duplicated all of Su Jiejia's attributes, including her spirit beast, the sky-covering pink butterfly, and its associated skills. Wang Lei, it is your turn now, Chen Chen directed. As a scion of a Beastmaster family, Wang Lei's spirit beast was undoubtedly exceptional, a paragon among spirit beasts. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang Lei could hardly contain his anticipation and promptly placed his hand on the testing device. With a swift slap from Chen Chen, Wang Lei's Beastmaster Pulse level was elevated by 1 tier. Name: Wang Lei. Talent: Level 7 Beastmaster Pulse. Cultivation: 8-star Realm. Spirit Beast, Iron-Armed Ape. Skills: Meteor Fist, utilizing his powerful arms for successive strikes, capable of dealing significant damage to enemies. Copper Wall and Iron Shield creates a barrier lasting 10 seconds that can block enemy attacks. Once again, 2 skills emerged, one offensive and one defensive, providing a well-rounded capability. With all 3 bound, Chen Chen had effectively utilized his teaching positions. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had grown exceedingly close to Chen Chen, thanks to the benefits conferred by the teaching positions. Observing his 3 students, Chen Chen beamed with satisfaction, while they had all gained in prowess. He had emerged as the greatest beneficiary. He patted their shoulders and declared, "Now, it is time for you to showcase your abilities." Chapter 4. Taking action. The Beastmaster Pavilion was already teeming with spectators, nearly all eyes directed towards Class 11. Before them stood a group of over a dozen young men and women, all students from Jinling No. 1 High School, specifically from the Beastmaster class, each possessing top-tier talent. They were the challengers to Lin Zhe and his friends. Where are Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jejia? Have they turned into turtles after boasting? The speaker was Mo Huan, the class leader of Class 1, who had tested with a Level 7 Beastmaster Pulse and had reached the 9-star realm, making him the strongest presence in the first year. However, he did not intend to participate in this battle. His talents and strength were too significant to waste on bullying Lin Zhe and the others. Ha ha ha, brother Mo. The strongest in Class 11 is merely Lin Zhe and his companions, who are only at the 7-star realm. I could easily subdue them with one hand. Without Lin Zhe and the others, Class 11 is nothing but a collection of useless fish and rotten shrimp. It seems we needn't even lift a finger. They will likely concede on their own, another taunted. Still not convinced. Who among you wishes to step forward? You can team up 2 against 1. Or even 3 if you prefer. Just a bunch of cowards. Listening to the words of the crowd, the students of Class 11 wore expressions of deep distress. Their identities were, in fact, of considerable nobility. However, this very nobility did not afford them any advantages, but rather rendered their path exceedingly arduous. At that moment, a palpable pressure descended upon the scene, causing the faces of Mo Huan and his companions to shift slightly, while the members of Class 11 felt a surge of joy. As they recognized this familiar aura, Chen Chen emerged from the room where talents were assessed, accompanied by Lin Zhe and 2 others. All eyes turned toward them, with Mo Huan fixating intently on the leading figure, Chen Chen. "Who are you?" Mo Huan inquired, as Chen Chen stepped forward to stand before Class 11. He turned to Lin Zhe and the others, admonishing, "Do not bring shame upon Class 11. "Yes, teacher," Lin Zhe and the others replied. Their gazes filled with a fierce determination as they looked at Mo Huan and his group. "Teacher, you are the homeroom teacher of Class 11? Mo Huan asked, somewhat astonished. While they were aware that Class 11 had a homeroom teacher, they had not anticipated that it would be such a young individual, who appeared to have only recently graduated from university. To have such a youth take charge of Class 11 seemed akin to courting disaster. Stepping forward, Lin Zhe sought to draw Mo Huan's attention. "Enough with the idle chatter. Who among you wishes to fight?" Shifting his gaze away from Chen Chen, Mo Huan looked at Lin Zhe and his companions. In response, 3 young boys stepped out from behind him, regarding Lin Zhe and the others with disdain. The trio crossed their arms and posed the question, "Who wishes to go first?" All 3 possessed the formidable strength of the 8th tier of the Celestial Star rank, making them among the elite of the Beast Tamer class. They had faced off against Lin Zhe and his companions on multiple occasions, and thus were well acquainted with one another. Lin Zhe snorted derisively, leaping onto the nearby arena and challenging one of the boys. Zhang Yu stepped forward. The boy named Zhang Yu shrugged, also jumping onto the arena. With his 8th tier Celestial Star cultivation, he felt no trepidation. "A defeated opponent dares to face me again?" Zhang Yu laughed mockingly, attempting to undermine Lin Zhe's spirit. However, Lin Zhe's upbringing had forged an unyielding resilience within him, rendering any attempts at psychological warfare nearly futile. With a cold gaze fixed upon Zhang Yu, Lin Zhe opened the beast space, summoning forth a massive white tiger that leaped out, its pristine fur faintly veiled in a crimson hue, exuding a formidable presence. The white tiger, the king of beasts, although still in its juvenile stage, was already beginning to reveal its prowess. Zhang Yu, not to be outdone, summoned his own spirit beast, a large scorpion with a dark purple tail, laden with potent toxins, a rare match for most spirit beasts of the same tier. Upon seeing the scorpion, the white tiger let out a roar, its large eyes filled with fury, clearly indicating that it had suffered at the claws of this very creature in the past. Yet now, standing on equal ground as 8th tier celestial stars, the white tiger showed no fear of the diminutive scorpion. The scorpion, familiar with its adversary, waved its tail menacingly, its sharp stinger glimmering, causing the white tiger to narrow its eyes. Lindsay gently patted the white tiger's paw, murmuring, "Little bye, it's time for us to take our revenge." With a low growl, the white tiger's gaze sharpened, its massive paw scraping against the arena floor as it locked onto Zhang Yu's scorpion. At that moment, Mo Huan turned to Chen Chen, a slight smile gracing his lips. "How about we serve as judges together, teacher?" As a prodigy of the Beast Tamer class, he had little regard for ordinary teachers. However, Chen Chen was an exception. Otherwise, given his status, he would not have invited a mere teacher to co-judge. Chen Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, responding coolly, "You are but a student and lack the qualifications to act as a judge." With that, Chen Chen strode towards the judge's stand, surveying the surroundings. The aura of authority emanating from him caused all the onlooking students to instinctively retract their necks, a flicker of reverence igniting within their hearts. "I am Chen Chen, the homeroom teacher of Class 11. Today, I shall preside as the judge for the 3 battles involving my students." Chen Chen unilaterally decided the judging position. Mo Huan's expression darkened, yet under the weight of the teacher's authority, he found himself unable to voice any dissent. Moreover, among those present were teachers from the Beast Tamer class, who similarly felt the pressure of Chen Chen's authoritative presence, silencing any objections. The reaction of the crowd satisfied Chen Chen greatly. To this day, his authoritative presence had never faltered. Gradually, he tempered his aura, casting his gaze upon the arena, and spoke in a measured tone, "Let the battles commence." With a resounding boom, as soon as the words left his lips, the spirits of both beasts erupted with formidable energy. The white tiger roared, its 8th tier power momentarily stunning both Zhang Yu and the scorpion. Has it broken through? 8th tier celestial star? Zhang Yu's expression shifted to one of shock. At that moment, Lindsay leapt onto the back of the white tiger, which lunged forward with ferocity toward the scorpion. The scorpion raised its pincers and poised its stinger, attempting to intimidate the white tiger. Yet, undeterred, the white tiger maintained its speed, its body emanating a faint blood glow, its eyes fixated on the stinger. As was Lindsay, this battle could not afford any miscalculations. On the other side, the scorpion's stinger was already brimming with venom. Should it pierce the white tiger's body, the toxins would unleash in an instant. However, Zhang Yu understood that the white tiger's agility was too great. Previously, he had managed to narrowly defeat it through sheer cultivation superiority, but now, without that advantage, victory would be elusive, especially since the venom's effect required time to manifest. If the white tiger could withstand for 10 seconds, the scorpion would likely meet its demise beneath the white tiger's might. Chapter 5, Victory. In an instant, the 2 spirit beasts collided in a fierce battle, the white tiger's overwhelming strength forcing the scorpion to retreat repeatedly, its raised stinger unable to keep pace with the white tiger's swiftness. Zhang Yu, drenched in sweat, focused intently on controlling the scorpion. He realized that at this level, he was no match for Lindsay. Lindsay and the white tiger moved in perfect harmony, their teamwork exquisite as they deftly outmaneuvered the scorpion, gaining the upper hand for the first time, much to the white tiger's exhilaration. "Little bye, let's end this. Unleash the ultimate move," Lindsay urged, patting the white tiger. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger's claws glimmered ominously, its murderous intent palpable against its former foe. In that moment, the white tiger paw seemed to manifest with extraordinary power. Just then, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity. His eyes brightened as he saw the white tiger momentarily halt, and the stinger lunged forth. However, the white tiger dodge was activated, enveloping Lindsay and the white tiger in a crimson glow, allowing them to evade the attack in the blink of an eye, as if they had teleported. Simultaneously, the white tiger paw erupted, delivering a colossal blood-red paw that crashed down upon the scorpion, sending it hurtling through the air. "My 100-venom scorpion!" Zhang Yu screamed in anguish, his face contorted with pain. To beast tamers, their spirit beasts were their most loyal companions, akin to their very lives. A grievously injured spirit beast would significantly diminish a beast tamer's combat capabilities. Lindsay disregarded Zhang Yu's cries, commanding the white tiger to continue its assault on the 100-venom scorpion. "No." Zhang Yu's pupils constricted. "I concede," he shouted desperately. Lindsay momentarily hesitated, glancing at the judge's stand where Chen Chen remained unresponsive, and thus pressed on with his charge. "No, I concede," Zhang Yu shouted again. Chen Chen and Lindsay appeared oblivious to their surroundings as the white tiger's paw descended upon the 100-poison scorpion, pinning it down with one claw while the other restrained its venomous stinger. The remaining pair of claws relentlessly battered the scorpion, methodically dismembering its legs before delivering a final, forceful strike that sent the creature crashing at Zhang Yu's feet. Zhang Yu's eyes turned crimson as he beheld the pitiful state of the scorpion, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was uncertain how long it would take for the 100-poison scorpion to return to its former glory. At that moment, Chen Chen spoke up. The first battle is concluded. Lin Zhe is the victor. Wait, Zhang Yu shouted, turning to Chen Chen with resentment. I had already conceded. Yet Lin Zhe insisted on attacking. He has violated the rules and must face consequences. You conceded? Chen Chen replied, a look of astonishment on his face. When did you surrender? I did not hear you. Alas, in the future, do make your surrender more audible. Otherwise, it is inevitable that I might miss it. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Was his declaration not loud enough? Everyone in the Beast Master Pavilion had heard him. Yet only Chen Chen and Lin Zhe had failed to do so. Continuing this dispute is futile. Your spirit beast is on the brink of demise, Chen Chen stated coolly. Simultaneously, Imo Huan interjected. Zhang Yu, step down. Zhang Yu clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. With a swift motion, he recalled the 100-poison scorpion into the Beast Master space and leapt down from the arena. Lin Zhe inclined his head slightly towards Chen Chen, stowing away the white tiger before also descending from the platform. Next came Wang Lei and Su Jiejia, who faced opponents of the same stellar 8th rank. Although they had previously been under pressure, their recent breakthroughs allowed them to mount a successful counterattack. With Su Jiejia's victory, Class 11 achieved a remarkable 3 consecutive wins, leaving everyone in awe. Imo Huan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Lin Zhe and his companions would all experience breakthroughs, especially since, just that afternoon, they had only been at stellar 7th rank. In less than an hour, they had all simultaneously advanced. Something is amiss, Imo Huan murmured, glancing towards Chen Chen at the judges' table, feeling that the trio's breakthroughs were somehow linked to the new class instructor of Class 11. Class 11 has secured 3 victories. I hereby declare that Class 11 is the victor of this wager, Chen Chen proclaimed loudly. As his words echoed, the students of Class 11 erupted in cheers. Chen Chen smiled slightly as he turned to Imo Huan and the others. It is time for you to hand over your wager to Lin Zhe and his team. The stakes had been 100 stellar magic cores, each worth over 10,000, totaling a staggering 1 million. Moreover, the magic cores served to assist beast masters in their training, and the stellar grade cores were perfectly suited for Lin Zhe and his companions. Imo Huan glanced at Zhang Yu and the others. He had no intention of covering their losses. Noticing Imo Huan's gaze, Zhang Yu and the others wore expressions of bitterness as they hesitated, ultimately managing to present 100 stellar magic cores to Lin Zhe. Thank you, Lin Zhe said, accepting the magic cores with a mocking tone. Zhang Yu and the others scoffed. Just wait. We will make you regret this. With that, they departed. And Imo Huan cast one last glance at Chen Chen before leaving as well. He needed to inform others about Chen Chen's actions. Gradually, the crowd in the Beast Master Pavilion dispersed, leaving only Chen Chen and the students of Class 11. Upon seeing Chen Chen approach, Lin Zhe and the others felt a mix of apprehension and respect, akin to ordinary students encountering a teacher, a rare occurrence for them. Stepping forward, Lin Zhe produced the wager's magic cores and presented them to Chen Chen. Teacher, it is thanks to your guidance that we achieved victory. These magic cores, you may keep them. Before Lin Zhe could finish, Chen Chen waved his hand dismissively. Stellar magic cores hold little value for me. At present, his cultivation level was equivalent to the combined strength of Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiejia. The 3 stellar 8th ranks barely elevated him to stellar 9th rank. He was but a step away from breaking into the crescent moon level. Stellar magic cores no longer held significant utility for him, especially considering that their effects would be identical for Lin Zhe and his peers. Moreover, Chen Chen relished the feeling of gaining without effort. Lin Zhe did not question Chen Chen's words. He could not fathom Chen Chen's depth, but he recognized that Chen Chen's ability to elevate the Beast Master lineage was indicative of a formidable powerhouse. Remember to keep today's events confidential, Chen Chen advised. Looking at Lin Zhe and the others, having established their teaching bond, the 3 complied without hesitation. Chen Chen then addressed all the students with a smile. All right, you may return now. From this day forth, I am your class instructor. Should anyone dare to bully you, let me know, and I shall help you reclaim your dignity. His simple words sent shivers of emotion through the students of Class 11. They had seldom experienced warmth throughout their lives. And now someone was willing to stand up for them. Bowing slightly, they responded, "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 6. Assassination. After leaving the school, Chen Chen arrived at an orphanage. Having lost his parents at a young age, he grew up in this institution and returned after graduating high school to lend a helping hand. However, in this parallel world, the orphanage faced dire straits and was on the verge of closure. The staff, aside from the elderly director, consisted solely of Chen Chen, alongside 9 elderly men and 1 irritable old woman. The Wanxiao orphanage had truly become a shadow of its former self. Chen Chen sighed ruefully. He was the only young person left in the entire place, taking on all the heavy and laborious tasks. following the director's retirement. The orphanage was to be passed down to him. Upon entering the orphanage, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. Following the noise, he found an old woman berating 3 elderly men, while 6 others indignantly gestured and pointed. Seeing this, Chen Chen hurried over. Grandma Deng, have they been peeping at you while you bathe again? Little Chen is back. Upon seeing Chen Chen, Grandma Deng's fury subsided somewhat, and she pointed at the 3 old men. These 3 old geezers have no respect for their age. Little Chen, don't stop me. I must teach them a lesson today. Yes, let her vent. The other old men chimed in. Don't hold her back, Little Chen. Let Grandma Deng have her say. At their age, they should be ashamed. They deserve to be beaten. The other old men echoed her sentiments with expressions of outrage, their anger stemming not from the fact that the 3 had been spying on Grandma Deng, but rather that they hadn't called for help while doing so. With one party simmering with anger and the other stoking the flames, Chen Chen felt quite helpless. As for the elderly director, he was in a semi-retired state. Who knew where he had wandered off to enjoy himself? Only Chen Chen bore the burden of this headache. Grandpa Feng, please cease your meddling, he said, exasperated. At that moment, Grandma Deng shot them a glance, scoffing, you lot aren't any better. Hearing this, Grandpa Feng and the others sheepishly scratched their noses, feeling a bit embarrassed, and ceased their provocations. Chen Chen approached Grandma Deng, slightly bending forward, placing his hands on her shoulders, and smiled apologetically. Dear Grandma Deng, please do not be upset. Tonight, I shall prepare my signature dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, just for you. I will ensure that Grandpa Wang and the others receive their share as well. The meals at the welfare home are all organized by Chen Chen, and his specialty is indeed chicken stewed with mushrooms. Though it is merely a homestyle dish, he cooks it to perfection, tantalizing the taste buds of the elderly residents. As expected, upon hearing this, Grandma Deng's anger swiftly dissipated. She cast a glance at Grandpa Wang and the others before saying, not just chicken stewed with mushrooms, they shall eat nothing tonight. Very well, Chen Chen replied soothingly. At this, Grandma Deng nodded, brandishing a broom at Grandpa Wang and the others before storming off in a huff. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief, turning his attention to Grandpa Wang and the others, who were now looking at him with eager expressions, their lips smacking together in anticipation. Chen, about that chicken stewed with mushrooms. Grandpa Wang ventured cautiously. Observing their eager faces, Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. They were all of an age. He couldn't possibly let them go hungry. For who knew what might happen if they missed a meal? Fear not, you shall not be deprived. However, should there be a next time, you will indeed go hungry, Chen Chen declared. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders rejoiced and clustered around Chen Chen, their excitement reminiscent of children. It was not until the deep of night that Chen Chen finally concluded all his tasks and returned to his private courtyard. How wonderful it is to cultivate one's abilities. Despite the long hours of work, I feel no fatigue, he marveled. In the past, such prolonged labor would have left him utterly exhausted, but today, a mere flicker of his beast mastery energy swept away his weariness. After this moment of reflection, he closed the courtyard door, and a small vortex appeared beside him, his beast mastery space. Although he was merely at the 9th tier of the star realm, within his beast mastery space resided 4 spirit beasts. This was a level one could only attain with the prowess of a king. Of course, his 4 spirit beasts were all at the 9th tier of the star realm, and thus could not possess the combat strength of a king. Nevertheless, their combined might should suffice to contend with a crescent moon-level beastmaster. In the night, a shadowy mist, nearly invisible to the naked eye, drifted into the Wanxiao Welfare Institute, eventually settling atop the wall of Chen Chen's courtyard. Brother, is this our target? Just this little fellow requires all 3 of us to take action. How utterly disrespectful. No more chatter. The employer has paid us, and we must fulfill our duty. Though we are assassins, we must adhere to the ethics of our profession. In the swirling black mist, 3 figures murmured, their gazes fixed intently on Chen Chen in the courtyard. Huh? Brother, he's summoning his spirit beasts. Has he noticed us? Impossible. Our brother's smoke creature may lack combat prowess, but its ability to conceal itself in the dark is unparalleled. True, our brother's smoke creature is only capable of that much. If we are discovered, it would be tantamount to calling our brother useless. Silence. The eldest brother's face darkened. He could not fathom how 2 such dim-witted brothers could be his kin. Noticing their elder's anger, the 2nd and 3rd brothers promptly fell silent, yet their eyes exchanged glances, communicating unspoken thoughts, and before long, they could not suppress their laughter. Hearing their foolish chuckles, the eldest brother struggled to calm himself. Brothers, dear brothers, these are indeed my blood relations. That boy has summoned his spirit beasts. A white tiger? Oh, and a second one. He's a crescent moon-level beastmaster. Wait, a 3rd one is emerging. By the heavens, this boy is a solar radiance level expert. These three brothers, all Crescent Moon-level Beastmasters, specialized in assassination. And their most illustrious achievement was the successful assassination of a Solar Radiance-level Beastmaster. However, that success had been purely by chance. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Chen's three spirit beasts, the brothers felt a wave of panic wash over them. Under normal circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, their chances of survival were slim. Wait. It seems, the three brothers fixated on Chen Chen. After the emergence of the three spirit beasts, there was still no indication from the beast mastery space, and it appeared that another spirit beast was about to appear. Their faces turned pale. At long last, Chen Chen's fourth spirit beast emerged from the depths of the beast mastery space, a king-level beast master. The voices of the three brothers trembled. In the entirety of Jinling City, king-level beast masters were exceedingly rare, and today, they had encountered one. They wished to flee, but facing a king-level beast master, escape was impossible, and it was likely that the other party had already sensed their presence. Chapter 7, Yinglong. The fourth spirit beast was a dragon-type creature that Chen Chen had awakened after attaining cultivation. The four spirit beasts surrounded Chen Chen, exhibiting an affectionate demeanor. The white tiger, iron-armed gibbon, and the sky-covering pink butterfly were all formidable fighters that Chen Chen had come to know well. His awakened spirit beast was a dragon-like creature, its body adorned with scales resembling impenetrable armor, sprouting wings from its back, and beneath its claws, clouds swirled. Spirit beast, Yinglong. Skills, cloud and rain summoning, domain skill. Within the domain, Yinglong's combat power increases by 100, can assist allied water attribute spirit beasts, and suppress enemy water attribute spirit beasts. Water dragon attack, molds water vapor into a dragon shape to attack foes. True rain cloud dragon, Yinglong manifests its true form, inflicting real damage upon enemies. Torrential rain, summons water elements from the heavens, transforming into a torrential downpour. Each raindrop weighs 100 pounds, capable of damaging foes. Yinglong. The fourth spirit beast was indeed a Yinglong, a being of godlike prowess among dragons, and it possessed 4 skills even at the 9th tier of the star realm. With these abilities, Chen Chen felt that just this Yinglong alone would be sufficient to contend with a Crescent Moon-level Beastmaster. Just as Chen Chen was marveling at this revelation, he suddenly heard 3 thuds, as if something had fallen. Following the sound, he caught sight of 3 figures clad in black robes. Chen Chen's expression darkened. The attire of these 3 indicated clearly that they were assassins. Moreover, having aided Lin Zhe and the others today, he was unaware of how many enemies he had made. However, Chen Chen did not expect them to act so hastily. Focusing intently on the 3, Chen Chen could sense from their auras that they were 3 Crescent Moon-level Beastmasters. He let out a sigh of relief. He bore no fear of Crescent Moon-level Beastmasters. Even without relying on his spirit beasts, his status as a teacher would be enough to compel them to bow. As for higher-level Beastmasters, he had yet to encounter one and was uncertain of how his teacher's authority would fare against them. As he observed the 3, just as Chen Chen was about to employ his teacher's authority, he was taken aback to see all 3 black-robed figures suddenly kneel before him, prostrating themselves in utter supplication. "My lord, spare us," they cried in unison, leaving Chen Chen momentarily bewildered. Had his authority transformed from an intangible presence into something palpable? Did they bow in submission merely at the sight of him? Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. Although the 3 were kneeling, they occasionally glanced up, their fearful gazes darting toward Yinglong and the other 3 spirit beasts. Realizing their demeanor, Chen Chen quickly understood. These individuals must have mistaken him for a king-level beastmaster due to the presence of his 4 spirit beasts. A smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Since they had misunderstood, he thought it best to let them remain in their folly. Coincidentally, as he took on the role of class teacher, the welfare institution might become quite busy, thus he could recruit a few free laborers. He gazed at the trio, his eyes gradually taking on an air of authority, the gravitas of a teacher emanating from him, pressing down on the 3 with an overwhelming sense of pressure that caused them to tremble. "Big brother." This esteemed adult seems to be enraged. "Big brother, are we in peril?" The second and third brothers whispered nervously. "Silence." The eldest reprimanded in a hushed tone. It was foolish to voice their awareness of the other's fury. It was akin to lighting a lantern in the lavatory, an invitation to disaster. Chen Chen cooperated by intensifying his authoritative demeanor, causing the 3 brothers to bow even lower. "Big brother, this esteemed adult is truly angry. We are doomed. Big brother, if we must die, can I go first? In my next life, I wish to be the eldest." The second and third brothers spoke once more, their voices tinged with a hint of tears. The eldest, meanwhile, was so exasperated with his brothers that he trembled, truly on the verge of tears. He hesitantly lifted his head and stammered, "Esteemed adult, my 2 brothers have never been the sharpest. Please do not hold it against them." A light chuckle escaped Chen Chen as he replied nonchalantly, What they said is precisely what I wish to do. Upon hearing this, the three brothers' expressions fell. But then Chen Chen continued. However, the mere utterance of that word instilled a glimmer of hope in the brothers, and they all raised their heads, gazing at Chen Chen with the most pitiful eyes imaginable. This welfare institution still requires a few volunteers. We're in. The eldest brother interjected before Chen Chen could finish. Esteemed adult, we wish to serve as volunteers. We, the three brothers, can endure hardships, rising earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs. We are absolutely capable of fulfilling the volunteer roles at the welfare institution. The three brothers chimed in unison. Chen Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. But our welfare institution has no funds for salaries. Volunteers do not require salaries, they replied earnestly. Our welfare institution is somewhat dilapidated, and the elderly residents need nutritional support. We are rather short on funds. We will donate all our savings to the welfare institution, only asking for a position, esteemed adult. Chen Chen regarded them in silence. The three brothers' expressions tense, their fates hanging in the balance of his decision. Smack! Chen Chen slapped his thigh. You three are hired. From now on, all matters, great and small, pertaining to the welfare institution will be handled by you. There will be a 3-day probation period, after which I will assess your capabilities. Should you fail to meet the standard, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, the three brothers breathed a sigh of relief, though anxiety quickly returned. A 3-day probation period, failure would likely spell their doom. Rest assured, esteemed adult, we will not disappoint you, they assured him. Chen Chen nodded. What are your names? The three of us, having lost our parents at a young age, have relied on one another and have no names. Our only love is wealth. So we adopted Qian as our surname. You may call us Qian the Elder, Qian the Second, and Qian the Third, the eldest brother replied. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. These brothers were indeed remarkable. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, off you go. Find a place to sleep. Yes. The Qian brothers responded and promptly scaled the wall to leave, accompanied by a few murmurs. Big brother, should we escape? Are you foolish? This esteemed adult is a beast master. Can we truly escape? The second brother finally grasped the situation. Indeed, we cannot flee. Otherwise, we would be courting death. Moreover, being with a beast master of such caliber brings us some prestige. What? We can't escape? I was thinking of finding an opportunity to run. You. The eldest brother scolded, realizing that his sibling's intelligence was rather lackluster. Put the thought of escape out of your minds, or I shall deal with you myself. Chapter 8. The Lin family in a lavish villa. A handsome youth, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Zhe. In his hand, he held a photograph along with a printed document. Chen Chen. The photograph was indeed of Chen Chen. Chen Chen, 23 years of age, had lost his parents at a young age and was adopted by the elderly head of the Wanhua Welfare Institute. He had remained there until graduating high school. But when the institution neared bankruptcy, he had to abandon his university aspirations to return and assist. Just yesterday, he had unexpectedly applied to Jinling No. 1 High School. And under the persuasion of Zhang Yukai, he became the homeroom teacher for Class 11 of the first year. Upon learning the circumstances, he resolutely decided to continue in this role. When Mo Huan and Lin Zhe arranged their duel, he had been waiting in the classroom until school neared its end, at which point he finally encountered Lin Zhe and the others. The events that transpired during that time remained unknown. Later, as Chen Chen took Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiejia to the Beast Master testing room at Jinling No. 1 High School, witnesses noted their inexplicable breakthrough in rank upon exiting. Behind the handsome youth stood an elderly man clad in black, recounting Chen Chen's information. It seems that Chen Chen is indeed rather extraordinary, the handsome youth remarked. The elderly man nodded in agreement. Young Master Lin Chuan is correct. Chen Chen is indeed quite remarkable. However, prior to his employment at Jinling No. 1 High School, we could not uncover any detailed information. We only know he is an orphan adopted by the former head of the Wanhua Welfare Institute. As for his talent, rank, and spirit beasts, we are entirely in the dark. This handsome youth, named Lin Chuan, was the half-brother of Lin Zhe. To put it another way, Lin Zhe was a bastard child, while Lin Chuan was the legitimate young master of the Lin family. Moreover, Lin Chuan possessed a level 7 beast master vein, stronger than Lin Zhe's, having been specially cultivated from a young age and educated in elite beast master schools. Now, having just turned 18, he was already at the 9th tier of the Crescent Moon rank, just a step away from becoming a Radiant Sun Beast Master. More importantly, with his formidable Beast Master talent and the Lin family's extensive resources devoted to his training, Lin Chuan had successfully enrolled in the prestigious Shenlong University, the most powerful Beast Master Academy in Huaxia. In a few days, Lin Chuan would depart from Jinling to attend Shenlong University in the capital of Huaxia. However, at this juncture, an unfortunate incident had arisen. Lin Chuan drummed his fingers on the table, his expression impassive. How long have the Qian brothers been gone? The elderly man glanced at his watch and replied, for hours. For hours? Lin Chuan frowned. Get in touch and inquire about their status. The elderly man nodded and retrieved his phone to contact the Qian brothers. However, each time the call connected, it was promptly disconnected. After several attempts, the elderly man's expression darkened. The Qian brothers seemed to be getting a bit carried away. Just then, his phone rang. It was the Qian brothers calling. The elderly man answered, ready to inquire, but the voice on the other end interrupted him. Do not call me. I fear the esteemed adult may misunderstand. As soon as the words left his lips, the other party abruptly hung up the phone, leaving the old man in black utterly bewildered. What happened? Lin Chuan inquired. There was a bit of an accident, the old man replied, attempting to call again, only to find himself blocked. The old man turned to Lin Chuan, inhaled deeply, and spoke. Young Master Lin, it seems the Qian brothers have met with failure. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded, not particularly surprised. Given such a formidable character, the Lin family had yet to fully comprehend him. If he were easily dealt with, it would indeed be illogical. Should we continue to send assassins? The old man asked. Lin Chuan shook his head. No, for now, let us focus on monitoring the situation, especially regarding my younger brother. We must not allow him any semblance of a resurgence. Understood. Although Lin Zhe's talent was inferior to his, it still posed a certain threat, being a part of the Lin family lineage, and he might not be devoid of opportunities to inherit the family business. Thus, Lin Chuan had always held a disdainful view of Lin Zhe, actively seeking to hinder his development. According to his plan, as long as he graduated smoothly from Shenlong University, he could afford to disregard Lin Zhe. However, now that Lin Zhe appeared to be showing signs of rising, that was something he could not permit. The following day, Chen Chen rose early, and as he pushed open the gate of the courtyard, he encountered the three Qian brothers. Sir, the brothers greeted respectfully. Chen Chen nodded, addressing them. I leave the matters of the orphanage in your capable hands. Yes, they affirmed, nodding in agreement. Chen Chen stretched lazily and made his way to the orphanage entrance. Mounting his bicycle, as he glanced back at the Qian brothers watching him depart, he advised, do well, I'm off to work. We will not disappoint you, sir. They responded. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Qian brothers, Chen Chen pedaled off toward Jinling No. 1 High School. Ah, this is what true strength looks like, so unpretentious, sighed the eldest Qian brother. The second and third brothers exchanged glances, muttering, I feel it's precisely because he is poor. I think so too, the eldest Qian brother said, his expression darkening as he turned away, causing the other two to quickly put on forced smiles. Get to work, he commanded. Right away, they replied, promptly rushing into the orphanage, one grabbing a broom and the other a mop, and beginning their tasks with fervor. Third brother, don't you think elder brother has changed? Yes, he has changed. With a mere feather duster, he thinks he can bully us. What are you mumbling about? Get back to work, the eldest Qian brother barked, his face grim. The two immediately nodded in compliance, realizing they had no choice but to acquiesce to their elder brother's authority. With a sigh, they thought to themselves, in this life, we must suffer. In the next, we shall let you be the younger brother. After a leisurely ride, they finally arrived safely at Jinling No. 1 High School. Leaning his bicycle against the wall and locking it, Chen Chen walked into the school. It had been 4 years since he graduated from high school, and seeing the throngs of students made him feel youthful once more. Ah, how delightful school is, Chen Chen mused. After savoring the moment, he made his way toward the teaching building, wandering around until he reached the area of class 11 in the first year. Glancing through the back door, he noticed that the students were already gathered, and he nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the empty classroom the day before, today felt much more fulfilling. Now, this is what it means to be a teacher, he thought to himself. With hands clasped behind his back, he approached the front door and pushed it open. In an instant, all eyes were upon him. Wearing a smile, he was about to say something when the students of class 11 stood up in unison. Good morning, teacher. After the events of the previous day, the students of class 11 had come to recognize Chen Chen, particularly Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiajia, whose eyes reflected deep respect. This was not merely due to his position as their instructor, but also because they were genuinely moved by him. Chen Chen raised his hand, signaling for silence. He stepped to the front of the classroom, gazing at the students with a smile. Today marks our formal introduction. As your homeroom teacher, I do not concern myself with your backgrounds. From this moment forth, you are simply my students. His concise words, though not particularly eloquent, stirred a sense of bittersweet emotion within the students of class 11, akin to wayward travelers finally discovering their home. Subsequently, Chen Chen did not elaborate further, instructing them to study the knowledge of beast taming on their own before calling Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiajia outside. Once outside the classroom, Chen Chen first opened his panel, which had undergone a remarkable transformation since yesterday. Name, Chen Chen. Talent, none. Cultivation, star level 9. Spirit beasts, Yinglong. Skills, cloud and rain. Domain skill. In the domain, Yinglong's combat power increases by 100, can assist allied water attribute spirit beasts, and suppress enemy water attribute spirit beasts. Water Dragon Strike, condenses water vapor into dragon form to attack enemies. Rain Cloud True Dragon. Yinglong manifests its true form, dealing real damage to enemies. Torrential Rain, summons water elements from the heavens, transforming into a torrential downpour, with raindrops weighing hundreds of pounds, capable of inflicting damage on enemies. White Tiger. Skills, White Tiger Palm, killing skill. The heavier the master's murderous intent, the stronger the power. White Tiger Evasion, grants the White Tiger extreme speed, allowing it to evade attacks and assist in counterattacks. Sky Covering Powder Butterfly. Skills, Windstorm Assault, unleashes a furious wind to attack enemies, carrying toxic powder that can poison, incapacitate, or even kill enemies. Iron-Armed Ape. Skills, Meteor Fist, utilizing its powerful arms for consecutive strikes, able to severely injure enemies. Copper Wall Iron Bastion, forms a protective barrier for 10 seconds, capable of blocking enemy attacks. Skills, Teacher's Authority, instills a sense of awe in others, with no cooldown time. Items, 3 King's Experience Cards. Teaching Positions, Lin Zhe, star level 8, Wang Lei, star level 8, Su Jiajia, star level 8. Breakthrough Points, 168. System Store, opened. Compared to the previous emptiness, the current panel was evidently far more substantial, and in just one night, he had accrued 168 breakthrough points. Chen Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed Lin Zhe and the others had been diligently cultivating. They deserve commendation. However, 168 breakthrough points still felt rather insufficient. The items available for purchase in the system store were limited, and investing in cultivation would not yield significant results. Yet, this was merely the beginning. And Chen Chen was not overly greedy. He turned his gaze toward Lin Zhe and the others. Currently, only 3 teaching positions were occupied by them, and the acquisition of breakthrough points could only rely on their efforts. With just 3 individuals, the efficiency was still too low. Therefore, the immediate priority was to expand the number of teaching positions and also enhance the cultivation speed of Lin Zhe and his companions. Are you 3 encountering any difficulties in your cultivation? Chen Chen inquired. Lin Zhe and the others were taken aback, then shook their heads in unison. Rest assured, teacher. Our cultivation is progressing smoothly. You haven't used the magic cores from yesterday, have you? The 3 nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that magic cores could be utilized not only for cultivation, but also for crafting potions and even serving as currency for beast tamers. Directly utilizing magic cores for cultivation is, in essence, a rather extravagant endeavor. After a brief contemplation, Chen Chen turned to the trio and inquired, "How many magic cores do you possess?" Lin Zhe spoke first, including yesterday's wager. "I have over 200 star magic cores and 1 moonlight magic core." Wang Lei and Su Jiajia echoed similar sentiments. Chen Chen nodded, saying, "Let us utilize all these magic cores to enhance our cultivation." Upon hearing this, although Lin Zhe and the others felt a tinge of confusion, they nonetheless acquiesced. Subsequently, Chen Chen instructed them to proceed directly to the Beast Tamers Pavilion for training. Without attending classes, for the first year Class 11 had no teachers other than him, and as the class supervisor, he could offer little guidance beyond his own extraordinary abilities. "I wonder how many breakthrough points I can gain," Chen Chen mused softly. Expanding a teaching position requires a staggering 1,000 breakthrough points. And that is merely for the first. Thereafter, each additional position demands double the previous amount. Currently, with 36 students in Class 11, the total breakthrough points required for binding them all is an astronomical figure. Moreover, he could not merely expend all his breakthrough points on expanding teaching positions, as the system encompasses other functionalities that also necessitate breakthrough points. In summary, Chen Chen's current status can be encapsulated in a single word: impoverished. Truly impoverished. Gazing at the panel displaying 168 points, he shook his head and sauntered into the classroom. Presently, among the 36 students in Class 11, Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiajia each possessed 7th-level Beast Tamers veins, and were 8th-tier Star Beast Tamers. Beyond them, the most gifted among their peers merely had a 6th-level Beast Tamers vein, with their cultivation only reaching the 6th tier of the star rank. Reviewing the list, aside from Lin Zhe and his companions, there were 2 additional 6th-level Beast Tamers veins, 8 5th level, 10 4th level, while the remaining 13 students were confined to the 1st to 3rd levels of Beast Tamers veins, a status that barely allows for cultivation and is unlikely to yield any significant achievements throughout their lives. What a dire predicament. Chen Chen felt a headache coming on, especially considering that his own cultivation also relied heavily on these students. If all were to advance like Lin Zhe and his companions, their progress would undoubtedly skyrocket. Yet, the majority of students found cultivation to be a formidable challenge, and even if a teaching position were established, it could only enhance their Beast Tamer's veins by a single tier, yielding minimal results. Resorting to the system's marketplace appeared to be the only recourse. Within the system's marketplace, there existed treasures capable of defying fate. Yet their prices were enough to induce dizziness. At least for Chen Chen at present, they were overwhelmingly exorbitant. After staring at the marketplace for a considerable time, he sorrowfully closed it, glancing at the diligent students before him, and sighed, "I remain impoverished." It seems that despite having a system, he is still constrained by his financial limitations. He could only hope that Lin Zhe and the others might contribute some breakthrough points. At this moment, Chen Chen resembled an entrepreneur, while Lin Zhe and his companions were the industrious employees. Of course, compared to contemporary wage slaves, Lin Zhe and his friends were far more fortunate. At the very least, their efforts were rewarded, and their boss, albeit a bit unconventional, could lead them to great heights. Chapter 10. The Peculiar Spirit Beasts. Due to the absence of a competent teacher and the inefficacy of their homeroom supervisor, the students of Class 11 enjoyed a significant degree of freedom. After a brief period of attending classes, they were escorted by Chen Chen to the Beast Tamer's Pavilion, where, irrespective of their innate talents, they were compelled to engage in earnest cultivation. Within the pavilion, there were specialized training rooms, divided into single and multiple occupancy. Chen Chen led the students of Class 11 to an unoccupied multi-person training room. His intention in bringing them here was not merely for the sake of training, but rather to comprehensively assess each individual's circumstances, including the spirit beasts and skills he had yet to familiarize himself with. Lu Hong. Chen Chen began to call the roll, and a youth stepped forward. "Summon your spirit beast and introduce its skills," Chen Chen instructed. "Yes," Lu Hong replied, summoning a wild boar clad in black armor. "Teacher, this is my spirit beast, the Boar King." He then displayed his Beast Tamer panel to Chen Chen. Name, Lu Hong. Talent, 6th level Beast Tamer's Vein. Cultivation, 6th tier star. Spirit Beast, Boar King. Skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Can induce a frenzy in the Boar King, temporarily sacrificing intelligence for a comprehensive enhancement of 300 in all abilities. Aside from Lin Zhe and his companions, Lu Hong was the strongest in Class 11, and the Boar King's combat prowess was formidable. Though it possessed only a single skill, the 300 boost in power was sufficient to rival a 7th tier star Beast Tamer, and previously, even Lin Zhe and his companions dared not be complacent in the face of the Boar King. Once recorded, Lu Hong retracted the Boar King at Chen Chen's signal. Next came the others. Mu Yuding. "Teacher, my spirit beast is a training dog," a girl exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Before Chen Chen could respond, she summoned her spirit beast. A snow-white Samoyed leaped into Mu Yuding's arms, its pink tongue lolling out and its wide, curious eyes gazing at Chen Chen, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Unable to resist, Chen Chen affectionately petted the Samoyed, which seemed to revel in the attention, emitting soft sounds of contentment. "What skills does it possess?" Chen Chen inquired. Mu Yuding scratched her head, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. She promptly opened her panel and stated, "You can take a look for yourself, teacher." Curiosity piqued. Chen Chen glanced at the panel, his expression quickly becoming peculiar. Name, Mu Yuding. Talent, 6th level Beast Tamer's Vein. Cultivation, 6th tier star. Spirit Beast, beautiful girl Samoyed. Skills, cute charm, can activate a charm effect, endearing enemies to the point of reluctance to attack. Pink sweet donut, can release a donut, increasing goodwill towards her after consumption. The 6th level Beast Tamer's Vein boasted commendable talent, and a 6th tier star Beast Tamer was adequate, but these two skills. Chen Chen gazed at the Samoyed, or rather, the beautiful girl Samoyed, with a somewhat speechless expression. Mu Yuding giggled. "Teacher, my little Sa isn't useless." "Indeed, it is completely useless." Mu Yuding pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. Observing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at the adorably appealing Samoyed before him. At the very least, it is undeniably cute, right? "I think so too. Teacher, you have no idea, my little Sa is so well behaved. Whenever I'm feeling down, it always knows how to cheer me up." Upon hearing Chen Chen's compliment, Mu Yuding instantly brightened, her spirits soaring as she lavished praise upon her beautiful girl Samoyed. After a while, at Chen Chen's prompting, Mu Yuding reluctantly returned to her seat, still cradling her Samoyed. Two students with 6th level Beast Tamer's Veins exhibited commendable cultivation talent. Yet it was surprising to encounter such an eccentric spirit beast, whose combat ability could be deemed non-existent. Chen Chen continued his assessment, encountering a myriad of peculiar spirit beasts and bizarre skills, gradually understanding why these students had been forsaken by their families. Next, Jiangli, Chen Chen called out. Having already assessed nearly half the class, the remaining students possessed lackluster talents, and their spirit beasts grew increasingly outlandish. What is your spirit beast? A bashful young man approached Chen Chen, extending his palm, revealing a slender worm wriggling in his hand, its tiny eyes fixated intently on Chen Chen. An earthworm? Although accustomed to such peculiarities, he found himself at a loss for words at the sight of this diminutive creature. Could this truly be considered a spirit beast? Teacher, it is not an ordinary earthworm, the boy asserted. What do you mean? It is a king earthworm. With that, Zhongli promptly opened his panel, and indeed, the creature was officially labeled as a king earthworm. Name, Zhongli. Talent, level 4 beast mastery pulse. Cultivation, star level 3. Spirit beast, king earthworm. Skills, delicious fish bait, can be used as bait, possessing an irresistible allure to fish. Teacher, if you enjoy fishing, just come to me. With my king earthworm, you will never face a day of empty-handedness, Zhongli declared proudly. As bait, gazing at the king earthworm, Chen Chen couldn't help but concede that it was indeed a fisherman's delight. Next were the bizarre spirit beasts with their eclectic skills, which only added to Chen Chen's growing headache. He felt that even with a system in place, rescuing these children from their peculiarities would be a formidable challenge. Thankfully, the children maintained a relatively positive attitude. Otherwise, possessing such spirit beasts would surely have plunged them into despair long ago. After a considerable time, Chen Chen finally concluded his statistics. Upon reviewing the results, his already gloomy demeanor darkened further, especially when he noted that several of the more talented children had awakened spirit beasts that were utterly eccentric. Much like Mu Yuding's beautiful Samoyed. Everyone, do your best in your training. I shall step out for a moment of peace. Weary, he gazed at the group before exiting the training room, pondering how best to cultivate these students. The wild boar king, with its tough skin and thick meat, could indeed become a formidable warrior or meat shield when enraged. Quite normal. Really, Chen Chen murmured to himself. However, that beautiful Samoyed, apart from its cuteness, it was all about charm. None of its skills seemed remotely useful. How on earth could one cultivate such a creature? Would cuteness be of any use? Perhaps, Chen Chen mused, contemplating each spirit beast's characteristics to devise suitable developmental paths for them, though all of this would still require the system's assistance. Before he knew it, the morning had slipped away, and he had nearly finalized his cultivation plan for the group. Now, all that remained was a breakthrough point. Chen Chen opened his panel. After a morning of training, Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiejia had indeed accrued some breakthrough points, their training speed amplified by the use of magic cores. In just one morning, they had generated over 300 breakthrough points, bringing Chen Chen's total to over 500. As the school day drew to a close, Lin Zhe and his companions halted their training, having exhausted their magic cores, yet their cultivation still fell short. Just a little more, Chen Chen observed the panel. Noting that the breakthrough points had swelled to over 900, he was just one step away from expanding a teaching position. Tonight, it should be possible, he thought. His current objective was to bind Lu Hong and Mu Yuding, elevating their talents to level 7 Beast Mastery Pulse. With 5 level 7 Beast Masters contributing to his breakthrough points, progress should accelerate significantly. Once he was financially stable, he could devote his attention to cultivating the other students. Sighing, he reflected on when he might attain a modestly prosperous life. After noting the 900 breakthrough points, Chen Chen sighed once more, then instructed everyone to focus on their training before announcing the end of the school day. Watching as the students of Class 11 were collected by their dedicated drivers, Chen Chen mounted his trusty bicycle, pedaling leisurely toward the Welfare Institute, the sunset casting a warm glow. Suddenly, he slammed to a halt, the bicycle skidding sideways as he frowned at the two figures blocking his path. You must be Teacher Chen. The roadblock consisted of an elder and a youth, the latter grinning at Chen Chen. Chen Chen rolled his eyes, patting his bicycle with a hint of affection. You stopped me, yet you still don't know who I am? Spare me the small talk. What do you want? The youth paused, seemingly taken aback. Is it common for a teacher to speak so bluntly? Very well, I shall not dilly-dally. I am Lin Xuan, Lin Zhe's elder brother, who is currently in your class. Chen Chen regarded Lin Xuan, realization dawning. No wonder the face seemed familiar. He was Lin Zhe's half-brother. I am aware Lin Zhe has a half-brother, he nodded. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Teacher Chen, you should be well aware of the circumstances surrounding our Lin family. Thus, I kindly request that you resign from your position as the homeroom teacher for Class 11. Though phrased as a request, the tone was laced with an unmistakable sense of coercion. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chen noted Lin Xuan's slight smile. If he were an ordinary teacher, Lin Xuan might not have pressed the matter, but there was something peculiar about Chen Chen, prompting the need for a more forceful approach. Resign from my position, you say? Chen Chen murmured. Lin Xuan nodded. Not only the Lin family, but also the Wang and Su families, among others, do not wish for you to continue as this class's homeroom teacher. However, rest assured, once you resign, we will arrange another position for you, one that will surely satisfy you." Hearing this, Chen Chen chuckled lightly. "Sounds appealing. But who do you think you are to arrange a position for me?" The smile on Lin Chuan's face vanished, his gaze turning icy. "Chen Chen, do not provoke forces beyond your measure. The Lin family is not one you can offend." Behind him, the elder cast a penetrating look at Chen Chen, radiating an intense pressure that made Chen Chen frown. This old fellow was no weakling. Unsure if the authority of a teacher would hold sway over him, Chen Chen silently pondered. The pressure emanating from the elder was formidable, at least on par with a radiant beast master, the strongest he had encountered thus far. Taking a deep breath, he began to exude the authority of a teacher, fixing his gaze firmly on the two. "You have 3 seconds to disappear from my sight." The calmness in his voice, coupled with the authority of a teacher, imparted a heavy sense of intimidation. The elder's expression shifted slightly. He felt a profound threat emanating from Chen Chen, who now appeared as a primal beast, instilling a tremor of fear within him. 3. "We're leaving." The elder wasted no time, seizing Lin Chuan and retreating swiftly. "Coward," Chen Chen scoffed derisively. After dissipating his authoritative aura, he leisurely resumed his ride to the Welfare Institute. Once he was out of sight, the elder and Lin Chuan reappeared, the elder gazing gravely at Chen Chen's retreating figure. In that moment, he had nearly knelt before him. As for Lin Chuan, his face had turned pale. "Young master, this person's strength surpasses mine, so," the elder began. Lin Chuan nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, suppressing the fear bubbling within. "Li Lao, can you discern his realm?" After a moment's contemplation, the elder replied, "I am at Radiant Level 3. The pressure he exerted indicates he is at least Radiant Level 7, potentially even nearing the level of a king." As he spoke, he paused momentarily, hesitating before continuing. "Moreover, this Chen Chen, at merely 23 years of age, has attained such a level of prowess. It is inconceivable that he has achieved this without any support. Our previous investigations may have only scratched the surface. What I mean is, we cannot afford to provoke this Chen Chen." The elder spoke earnestly. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's expression twisted slightly, for he had never been threatened in Jinling City, especially after being admitted to the Divine Dragon University, where countless individuals had fawned over him. Today was nothing short of a profound humiliation for him. After a while, Lin Chuan's countenance gradually settled, conceal his strength and communicate his demeanor to the Wang and Su families and other Beast Tamers clans. "Very well," the elder nodded, then inquired. "And what of our Lin family? Let us refrain from provoking him for now. We shall discuss everything after I enroll. Kyoto is the true pinnacle of Beast Tamers, and once I enter the Divine Dragon University, I will have access to even greater powers. At that time, a mere Chen Chen will be inconsequential," Lin Chuan scoffed. "The Divine Dragon University is regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of all Beast Tamers. Those who gain admission are the finest prodigies from every corner of the land, with the faculty comprising renowned masters of Huaxia. Once I forge connections with these individuals, subduing a Chen Chen will be a trivial matter. As for my younger brother, I have no doubt that he cannot possibly match my rapid growth at the Divine Dragon University. Does he truly believe he can achieve extraordinary feats?" On the other side, Chen Chen finally arrived at the Welfare Institute, secured his trusty steed, and strolled leisurely into the establishment. Now, there were 3 workers at the Welfare Institute, allowing him a bit of respite. However, upon entering, familiar shouts of reprimand echoed once more, and from the crude intensity of the insults, Chen Chen could easily envision the scene within. He quickened his pace and soon beheld the unfolding chaos. A group of elderly men and a woman encircled 3 burly men, each delivering taunts that left the trio quaking like quails, their necks drawn in, too terrified to retort. Chapter 12. Spatial Abilities with Chen Chen's Presence. The Welfare Institute finally quieted down. After directing the Qian brothers to tend to various tasks, he retreated to his small courtyard. The Qian brothers, looking rather dejected, trailed behind him until Chen Chen reclined in a lounge chair. It was then that Qian Lao spoke up. "Sir, might we change jobs?" Qian Lao Air and Qian Lao Sen gazed at Chen Chen, their eyes filled with hope. After just a day, the relentless torment from the elderly had drained their spirits. They now understood the terrifying combat prowess of this group of senior citizens. Chen Chen, however, disregarded Qian Lao Da's request. Fixing his gaze upon the trio, "Having mingled for years, you should possess quite a few magic cores, no?" Upon hearing this, the 3 were taken aback, quickly shaking their heads. "Sir, we do not wish to change jobs. By the way, I haven't even cleaned the restroom yet. Sir, please rest well. I shall get to work immediately." Without waiting for further discussion, they turned to leave. "Halt!" Chen Chen commanded, causing them to stop in their tracks and obediently turn back, their faces laden with resentment. Observing them, Chen Chen extended his hand, Seeing this, Qian Lao Da's face fell, and he summoned the smoke monster, which soon emitted a flurry of magic cores. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Your spirit beast can store items? Generally speaking, a beast tamer's spirit beast possesses a spatial ability to store items, but such spaces are limited and cannot accommodate many items. Hence, the creation of spatial treasures, which are notoriously difficult to craft and thus exceedingly expensive, rendering them unattainable for most ordinary beast tamers. Additionally, there are those beast tamers whose awakened spirit beasts possess spatial powers, allowing them to easily store vast quantities of items. This smoke monster seems to exhibit some spatial capabilities. In response to Chen Chen's inquiry, Qian Lao Da beamed with pride. My smoke monster, though lacking in combat prowess, can easily contain an entire welfare institute within its spatial realm when fully exerted. Besides its concealment ability, the smoke monster's greatest talent lies in its internal space. How intriguing. Chen Chen found himself somewhat fascinated by the smoke monster, though regrettably, his teaching position could only bind him to the students of Class 11. While he could bind others, it would require the successful binding of all 36 students in Class 11 first, a goal still far off. Given that your smoke monster has such capacity, you must have quite a few hidden treasures, no? Shifting his gaze back to Qian Lao Da, he noticed the man's face stiffen, as if he wished to slap himself. He forced a smile. Sir, I truly have already. Please, just take it out. Qian Lao Da stammered, glancing helplessly at the smoke monster, which promptly expelled even more magic cores, including several bright moon magic cores. One could not deny that these three brothers were quite affluent. However, he turned to the smoke monster, his smile broadening as he extended his hand. Little creature, do you have any more treasures hidden away? The smoke monster instinctively recoiled. Its face obscured, yet its panic was palpable. A sense of dread warned it that this individual was no benevolent soul. Moreover, its master was internally critiquing the creature. Tell me, if I were to burst you open, would all your stored items explode forth, or would they all be destroyed? Chen Chen mused with a smile, his words sending shivers down the smoke monster's spine. A demon, this is a demon. It trembled. I truly wish to test this theory, Chen Chen murmured, his hands itching with anticipation. Soon enough, the smoke monster trembled once more and began to expel even more magic cores, far exceeding the previous amount, including a few radiant sun magic cores. The faces of Qian Lao Da and his brothers fell. This was all their wealth, now at risk of being lost to the smoke monster's expulsion. Observing the pile of magic cores, Chen Chen collected all the bright moon cores and a majority of the stellar magic cores, returning the rest to Qian Lao Da. Here, take it back. I am no thief, Chen Chen stated. Qian Lao Da was momentarily taken aback, quickly instructing the smoke monster to swallow the magic cores Chen Chen had left behind, ignoring Chen Chen's words. Indeed, you are not a thief, but you are far worse than one. Shall we take our leave then? Qian Lao Da asked cautiously. Chen Chen nodded, then recalled something, saying, by the way, in the future, you may want to consider taking on some part-time work, perhaps similar to your previous jobs. We mustn't forget our roots. Chen Chen chuckled. The three nodded, leaving the small courtyard in a bewildered state. As for Qian Lao Da and his brothers, they were now akin to a piggy bank for Chen Chen. Whenever he needed funds, he would simply summon the smoke monster to expel some items. Unfortunately, Lin Zhe and the others were too weak to utilize the radiant sun magic cores. Chen Chen shook his head. He only took the bright moon and stellar magic cores, leaving the radiant sun cores with Qian Lao Da for the time being. Once Lin Zhe and the others reached the bright moon beast tamer rank, they would surely find them useful. After much effort, he finally organized the magic cores. At this moment, he couldn't help but envy Qian Lao Da, who had the convenience of a spatial spirit beast capable of effortlessly devouring these magic cores. Unlike him, who had to stuff them into fertilizer bags and bear the burden of carrying them to school the next day. Once he finished tidying up, Chen Chen reclined on a lounge chair to rest, reflecting on his encounter with Lin Chuan. He knew this was merely the beginning. It was likely that other beast-taming families would soon emerge. The Lin family, the Wang family, the Su family. These beast-taming clans were renowned in Jinling City, possessing formidable strength, to the extent that even the official enforcers might not surpass them. This was precisely why Jinling No. 1 High School had established such a Class 11. They were all formidable entities. Chen Chen sighed, recalling how, in the past, a mere finger from any of these beast-taming families could have easily crushed him. But now, he thought with a smirk, I am invincible. Without mentioning anything else, just the 3 king-level experience cards were enough to topple these beast-taming families. The power at the peak of the king level was not to be trifled with. At the very least, there should be no such existence throughout Jinling City. He hoped they would recognize their circumstances. Otherwise, they should not blame this humble teacher for teaching them a lesson in humility, he murmured to himself. Chapter 13. Expansion of teaching positions. Upon awakening, the first thing Chen Chen did was check the system panel. As expected, Lin Zhe and the others did not disappoint him. The breakthrough points had finally reached 1,000. He could finally expand the teaching positions. Chen Chen's voice brimmed with excitement as he immediately contacted the system. System. Expand teaching positions. Expanding teaching positions requires 1,000 breakthrough points. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Beep. With a crisp sound. Chen Chen saw that his more than 1,000 breakthrough points had dwindled to just over 10, causing his face to twitch. Losing breakthrough points felt akin to having his blood drawn. No need to dwell on it. This is an investment. There will be more breakthrough points in the future. Invest, invest. It's a guaranteed profit, Chen Chen muttered to himself, comforting his wounded spirit. Teaching position expansion complete. Current teaching positions. 4. Available teaching position. 1. The notification of completion lifted Chen Chen's spirit somewhat. It was time to bind Lu Hong. He had long decided that the 4th teaching position would be allocated to Lu Hong, given that he was a 6th-level beast tamer with a stellar 6th-tier cultivation, which was quite commendable. As for Mu Yuding, although she was on par with him, her spirit beast, well, it could wait. Afterward, he hoisted the fertilizer bag onto his shoulder and rode his old companion, the familiar creaking of the ride accompanying him, until he finally arrived at Jinling No. 1 high school. As he headed towards the Beast Taming Pavilion, he attracted many curious glances along the way. Inside the Beast Taming Pavilion, the students of Class 11 had long awaited him in the training room. Under their watchful eyes, a figure resembling a laborer entered the training room. Thud! The fertilizer bag hit the ground, and only then did the students realize it was their homeroom teacher. Teacher, what is this? They questioned, puzzled. Without hesitation, Chen Chen dumped the magic cores from the fertilizer bag onto the floor. Come up and collect your resources. The magic cores were not large, and a single fertilizer bag contained thousands of them. Naturally, the number allocated to each student varied according to their talent, with the majority going to Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiejia. Following them, Lu Hong and Mu Yuding received the next highest quantities. After distributing the magic cores, just as Chen Chen was about to call Lu Hong, Mu Yuding mysteriously approached him. He. Teacher, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? He looked at Mu Yuding, indifferent to whether it was a joy or a fright, primarily concerned that it wouldn't be something alarming. What surprise? Chen Chen inquired. Mu Yuding grinned and opened her beast taming panel. Upon seeing it, Chen Chen was taken aback. He. Teacher, I've broken through to the 7th tier of the stellar realm. Are you surprised? Mu Yuding declared proudly. Chen Chen blinked. He had just expanded the teaching positions, and now this little girl had advanced to the 7th tier of the stellar realm, potentially eclipsing Lu Hong's chances. However, her cultivation speed was indeed faster than Lu Hong's. And at this moment, Chen Chen's most pressing need was breakthrough points, with cultivation speed being paramount. Considering this, he glanced at Lu Hong, who was still foolishly grinning while holding the magic cores, and sighed inwardly. Oh, child, hold back for now. I will definitely cultivate you next. Then, he turned to Mu Yuding, a smile gracing his face. I have a surprise for you as well. Really? Mu Yuding's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Chen nodded. Of course it's true. Come with me to the talent assessment room. Upon hearing talent assessment room, Mu Yuding's eyes lit up even more. After all, Lin Zhe, Wang Lei, and Su Jiejia had all undergone assessments, and their realms had elevated by 1 tier. Could it be? Teacher, hurry. Mu Yuding urged impatiently. Chen Chen chuckled and instructed the others before leading Mu Yuding to the talent assessment room. The other students, overhearing their conversation, felt a tinge of envy. Lin Zhe and the others understood precisely what Chen Chen was about to do. When Mu Yuding returned, her talent and cultivation would likely be on par with theirs. In the talent assessment room, Mu Yuding watched Chen Chen expectantly and asked, Teacher, what do we do? Hearing her question, Chen Chen felt something was amiss, almost as if. He shook his head, pointing to the assessment device. First, let us assess your talent. In truth, binding teaching positions didn't require such complexity, but how could students truly appreciate their own growth without witnessing their talent enhancement firsthand? Good deeds should be remembered by others. Of course, this referred to positive actions. As for misdeeds, best kept hidden. Following Chen Chen's instructions, Mu Yuding placed her palm on the assessment device, and he activated it. A giant Samoyed apparition appeared behind Mu Yuding, while 6 beams of light flickered on the assessment device. Mu Yuding looked at Chen Chen, awaiting his next command. Chen Chen, gazing at the Samoyed apparition, felt a wave of nostalgia. This spirit beast was utterly useless beyond its adorableness. Teacher? Mu Yuding's voice snapped Chen Chen back to attention. Without hesitation, he playfully tapped her on the back of the head, while simultaneously binding her to the system. Rubbing the back of her head, Mu Yuding wore a look of grievance. However, she soon felt an invisible force surging into her body, seemingly transforming her. She let out a soft hum, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the assessment device. Her 6th-level Beast Taming vein had transformed into a 7th-level one, accompanied by an elevation in her cultivation. In mere moments, while still in a daze, Mu Yuding found her cultivation had reached the 8th tier of the stellar realm. The enhancement of her talent and cultivation felt like a dream, leaving her momentarily speechless. She finally understood why Lin Zhe and the others had experienced sudden increases in their cultivation. It was not just their cultivation that had advanced, but their talents had been augmented, thereby propelling their cultivation growth. All right, from now on, focus on your training and do not slack off. Chen Chen spoke up, rousing Mu Yuding from her reverie. As she regained her senses, Mu Yuding gazed at Chen Chen, her eyes sparkling with delight, and exclaimed, "Teacher, you are simply amazing." As she made to leap towards him, Chen Chen swiftly pushed her away, admonishing her with a tone of seriousness. "Remember, devote yourself to your cultivation. While your innate talent has indeed grown stronger, diligence and perseverance are equally paramount in achieving success. Mere talent is far from sufficient." Mu Yuding nodded enthusiastically, her excitement unabated. "I understand, teacher. I will certainly not become complacent." Observing her demeanor, Chen Chen felt uncertain whether she truly absorbed his words. However, it mattered little. Talent, diligence, and perseverance are all immensely significant, yet the most crucial element remains the ability to transcend limitations. Chapter 14. The Demon Extermination Mission in the afternoon. As school was nearing its conclusion, Chen Chen once again found himself in the principal's office. Upon seeing him, the rotund Principal Zhang Yukai broke into a smile. "Principal, did you need to see me?" Chen Chen inquired. Despite Zhang's somewhat dubious character, Chen Chen harbored no animosity towards him, for he was the one who had facilitated the activation of his system. Zhang Yukai chuckled, "Teacher Chen, how have you found your experience teaching Class 11 these past few days?" "Quite well," Chen Chen replied with a smile. At this, Zhang Youcai's expression grew slightly more serious as he squinted his eyes and continued, "Well, Chen, by now you must have a grasp of the situation in Class 11, correct?" "Indeed," Chen Chen affirmed. "In that case, I shall not keep it from you," Zhang Yukai said, looking directly at Chen Chen. "Just yesterday, several members of the Beastmaster families associated with your class have contacted me, expressing their desire for me to terminate your employment." Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling little concern. If Zhang Yukai truly intended to dismiss him, he would immediately activate his king-level experience card. Delivering a sound thrashing to Zhang Yukai before toppling the Beastmaster families of Jinling City, he was confident that with the strength of a king, he could easily assert his role as a teacher. "What does the principal mean by that?" Chen Chen queried. Observing Chen Chen's reaction, Zhang Yukai suddenly smiled, saying, "I refuse their request." "Huh." Chen Chen was taken aback, astonished at the audacity of the plump principal to reject the Beastmaster families of Jinling City. "Teacher Chen, the instructors at Jinling No. 1 High School fear these Beastmaster families and avoid taking on Class 11. You are the only one who dared to continue teaching after understanding the circumstances. Therefore, as the principal of Jinling No. 1, as long as you wish to remain, I will ensure your safety within our institution," Zhang Yukai declared earnestly. Hearing his words, Chen Chen was genuinely surprised. "Aren't you afraid of their retaliation?" "Ha! If you are not afraid, how could I, the esteemed principal of Jinling No. 1, fear the Beastmaster families?" Zhang Yukai laughed heartily. Chen Chen could not help but give a thumbs up. "Principal, you are quite formidable." Zhang Yukai waved his hand, then gradually allowed his smile to fade. "However, there is another troublesome matter." "What is it?" Chen Chen inquired. "Since they did not receive the results they desired from me, they have escalated the matter to the higher echelons of Jinling City. Are they still intent on having me dismissed?" Chen Chen frowned. Why were the Beastmaster families going to such lengths to target him? After all, the children in Class 11 were, in a sense, their own kin. Upon seeing Chen Chen's expression, Zhang Yukai sighed and explained, "You do not understand the nature of the Beastmaster families. They operate much like ancient royal families, where familial bonds hold little weight. What they prioritize most are heritage and profit. This is why internal strife is rampant within these families, with power struggles occurring frequently. Only those who emerge from such environments can truly control the family. Hence, they are exceedingly cautious, allowing for no unexpected occurrences." He then turned his gaze to Chen Chen. "And to them, you represent an unforeseen variable." Chen Chen shook his head and asked, "So, what is the troublesome matter the principal speaks of?" Hearing Chen Chen's inquiry, Zhang Yukai reluctantly stated, "At the behest of various Beastmaster families, we in Jinling City will be initiating a demon extermination operation, requiring the participation of law enforcers, Beastmaster families, Beastmaster guilds, and the Beastmaster classes within schools." "Demon extermination operation?" Chen Chen echoed, to which Zhang Yukai affirmed, "Indeed. Jinling City is threatened by 4 major demon lairs, and this operation aims to confront these threats. This means you will need to enter the demon lairs. In such locations, anything can happen. Do you comprehend what this implies? Chen Chen, that the Beastmaster families might take action against me within the lairs? Chen Chen surmised. Precisely, Zhang Yukai nodded. However, Class 11 does not seem to belong to the Beastmaster classes, does it? Chen Chen pointed out. Zhang Yukai acknowledged this with a nod. Theoretically, that is correct. However, the official documents include Class 11 of the first year, which means you must partake in this operation. He regarded Chen Chen with a look of sympathy. For a star-level Beastmaster, the lairs are exceedingly perilous, and you will face threats beyond just the demon race. Principal, other Beastmaster classes have the guidance of Crescent Moon Beastmasters, and some even stronger have Radiant Sun Beastmasters leading them. Yet, in Class 11, you are the sole instructor. Zhang Yukai raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He had hoped to find Chen Chen some assistance, but regrettably, upon hearing the request to protect Class 11, every Beastmaster had declined, unwilling to confront the powerful Beastmaster families without cause. So it seems I must protect the students alone. No, Zhang Yukai shook his head. And just as Chen Chen thought someone might assist him, the principal's words darkened his expression further. Your students will be the ones protecting you. Chen Chen's resume had been reviewed by Zhang Yukai, revealing him to be an ordinary individual without an activated Beastmaster lineage. How could an ordinary person possibly safeguard students within a demon lair? Of course, there is some good news, Zhang Yukai continued, observing Chen Chen's dismal countenance. What good news? This demon extermination operation, due to the large number of participating organizations, does not require an excessive number of personnel. For our school, 5 students from each class will suffice. Is that good news? Chen Chen questioned. At the very least, in the event of an unexpected incident in the lair, Class 11 will not face total annihilation. Chen Chen conceded. Well, that does qualify as good news, considering that several students in Class 11 are at the star level 1 or 2. Individuals of that caliber would be more of a burden in the lair. Chen Chen, when the time comes, select the 5 strongest students from your class to ensure your safety, Zhang Yukai advised. Hearing this, Chen Chen rolled his eyes. The strongest among them barely reached star level 8. If they encountered true danger, they would be of little help. Is it possible to request external assistance? Chen Chen inquired. Of course, Zhang Yukai nodded. But I have already sought help, and not a single person is willing to engage with Class 11. As long as I can request help, that's sufficient. Just because the principal cannot find someone does not mean that I cannot. At the very least, there are still 3 Moonlight Beastmasters in the welfare institution, particularly Qian Laoda's smoke monster, which may prove to be quite useful in the magic cave. By the way, Principal, when does the demon eradication operation commence? In 5 days, Zhang Yukai replied. 5 days, huh? Chen Chen murmured, then nodded and softly remarked. 5 days should be sufficient. Chapter 15. 1 billion assets having left the office. Chen Chen noted that it was already past the school dismissal time, and the students of Class 11 had all departed. Upon reaching the school gate, he discovered that Lin Zhe was still waiting there. As soon as Lin Zhe spotted Chen Chen, he immediately approached him. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Chen inquired with a smile. Lin Zhe produced a purple gold card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Chen. Teacher, this is for you. What is this? Chen Chen accepted the purple gold card, studying Lin Zhe with curiosity. Lin Zhe scratched his head nervously. Teacher, there's 10 billion inside. What? Before Lin Zhe could elaborate, Chen Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 billion. He had never encountered such a vast sum of money in his life. And here Lin Zhe was, casually offering it to him. Teacher, please don't misunderstand. This is a collective effort from all the students in our class. It's the utmost we could contribute, meant to pay you for the magic cores, Lin Zhe explained. In truth, as descendants of Beastmasters, their basic needs were well met. However, when it came to training resources, they faced numerous obstacles. Consequently, even Lin Zhe possessed at most a few hundred magic cores at any given time, and acquiring various potions and auxiliary training treasures was exceedingly challenging. Thus, after discussions, Lin Zhe and the others swiftly gathered 10 billion to present to Chen Chen, both to repay him for the magic cores and to request his assistance in procuring training resources. However, having spent this 10 billion, their forthcoming days would likely be quite arduous, for their rivals would not permit them to amass funds so freely again. Magic cores? That amount doesn't even reach 10 billion. Chen Chen shook his head, intending to return the card. He was, after all, a teacher. How could he indulge in corruption? Teacher, please accept it. This isn't solely for the magic cores. We hope you can continue to help us procure training resources, Lin Zhe urged. He then briefly outlined the circumstances of Class 11, adding helplessly, if you refuse to accept, this money will ultimately be squandered. Moreover, we will rely on you for our future training resources. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen chose to accept it. Lin Zhe was right. The procurement of future training resources indeed posed a challenge, and it wouldn't due to continually extract funds from the Qian family brothers. One cannot always shear the same sheep. Very well, I shall accept it for now, Chen Chen nodded. In truth, for a beastmaster, 10 billion was hardly a substantial amount, especially when Chen Chen was tasked with nurturing an entire class. Not to mention, just the use of magic cores alone would exceed 10 billion within a month. Subsequently, the two parted ways, and Chen Chen stashed the purple gold card away, inwardly lamenting that he had seemingly stepped into a veritable gold mine. Whether in terms of finances or breakthrough points, an endless stream of investment was required. Chen Chen found himself pondering just how much he would need to invest to satisfy the insatiable appetites of Class 11's golden gobbling beasts. Of course, the singular advantage was that he too would benefit from this process. Upon returning to the welfare institution, the usual cacophony greeted him. After soothing the elderly residents, Chen Chen summoned the three brothers of the Qian family to the courtyard. Sir, what do you need us for? Qian Laodao inquired with feigned deference. Chen Chen smiled slightly and said, prepare yourselves. In 5 days, accompany me to the magic cave. To the magic cave? The three were taken aback. As Moonlight Beast Masters, they had indeed ventured into magic caves before, but only the lowest tier ones. They wouldn't dare enter a higher level cave. Which magic cave are we going to? Qian Laodao asked. Magic caves were categorized into 4 tiers: ordinary magic caves, annihilation magic caves, disaster magic caves, and world-ending magic caves. In Jinling City, there were 4 magic caves, 3 ordinary ones, and 1 annihilation cave. If it was an ordinary magic cave, they could handle it without much trouble, as the beasts within were at most of the Radiant Sun level and not overly abundant. However, an annihilation magic cave contained beasts of the king level, with Radiant Sun beasts not being uncommon and Moonlight beasts plentiful. Given their capabilities, they would merely be a liability. Rest assured, it's just an ordinary magic cave, Chen Chen assured them. Upon hearing this, the Qian brothers sighed in relief. After all, they had traversed ordinary magic caves more than once, and with Chen Chen, a formidable powerhouse, by their side, they felt emboldened. Entering an ordinary magic cave would be akin to a walk in the park. At that time, I will bring my students along. Your task will be to ensure their safety. As for me, I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary, Chen Chen continued. The Qian brothers nodded in understanding. We comprehend, sir. If you were to intervene, it would be overly burdensome for the beasts. Heh, Cernin T lift a finger. As long as you're nearby, even if we encounter Radiant Sun beasts, the 3 of us would dare to engage, they added eagerly. In truth, with their esteemed teacher accompanying them, they could even hunt Radiant Sun beasts, which were quite valuable. Cough cough. Chen Chen cleared his throat. This mission primarily focuses on ensuring the safety of my students. We must avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Upon hearing this, the brothers felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet acknowledging Chen Chen's status, they nodded in agreement. As a teacher, his foremost responsibility was indeed the safety of his students. After offering a few words of caution, Chen Chen pondered for a moment before producing the purple gold card, handing it to Qian Laodao. This contains 10 billion. Procure training resources for me at the quickest possible pace. All items must be of the stellar level. Magic cores, potions, even magical treasures. Anything useful for training should be acquired, with the intention of exhausting the entire 10 billion within 5 days. He aimed to elevate Lin Zhe and the others to the 9th tier of stellar level through sheer financial means. Receiving the purple gold card and sensing Chen Chen's earnest tone, Qian Laodao nodded resolutely. Sir, rest assured, we will ensure the task is completed. Having navigated the underbelly of resources for many years, the 3 brothers possessed a network that made procuring these resources a trivial matter. After giving their assurance, Qian Laodao cautiously inquired, Sir, the resources you purchase are solely for your students, correct? Indeed, Chen Chen affirmed with a nod. Qian Laodao seemed to ponder this further. In that case, I understand. Chen Chen's request was straightforward, but as considerate subordinates, they could not treat it lightly. Thus, when Qian Laodao procured the resources, he would take into account the needs of Chen Chen's students, selecting the optimal combinations to achieve the highest efficacy at the lowest cost. Chapter 16. Selection. Qian Laodao's efficiency was remarkable. By the next morning, he was waiting at the courtyard gate. As soon as Chen Chen appeared, he swiftly summoned the smoke monster. Shortly thereafter, countless training resources inundated the 2 of them. After a considerable time, Chen Chen finally extricated himself from the deluge of resources, pulling Qian Laodao along with him. Staring at the overflowing training resources, Chen Chen was taken aback. Did we really spend the entire 10 billion? Master Qian nodded with pride, having tirelessly toiled throughout the night to finally expend a staggering 1 billion. My lord, are you satisfied? He inquired. The efficiency was commendable, prompting Chen Chen to nod in approval. Let the mist creature gather the resources, he instructed. Understood, Master Qian replied, promptly directing the mist creature to collect the resources. Soon, A substantial array of resources was amassed. It truly is advantageous to have a spatial spirit beast, Chen Chen mused, gazing at the mist creature with admiration. Observing this, Master Qian cleared his throat to divert Chen Chen's attention and said, "My lord, would you like me to deliver these resources directly to the school?" Transporting such a vast quantity of cultivation resources was indeed a cumbersome task. Chen Chen nodded and responded, "Follow me." Riding a bicycle, he and Master Qian swiftly arrived at Jinling No. 1 High School. The classroom of Class 11 had largely fallen into disuse, while a training room in the Beast Taming Pavilion had been commandeered by Chen Chen, transforming it into the exclusive training space for Class 11. With the principal's backing and the teacher's authoritative presence, no one dared to challenge this arrangement. Upon entering the training room, the students of Class 11 were already engaged in their cultivation. Chen Chen couldn't help but admire their diligent spirit. At the very least, under extraordinary circumstances, their efforts could be seen as a commendable enhancement. The demon extermination mission required 5 students to accompany him, and Chen Chen had already made his selections. As he entered the training room, all eyes turned towards him. Chen Chen clapped his hands to capture their attention. "Fellow students, you are all aware of the demon extermination mission taking place in 5 days, correct?" Despite feeling marginalized as members of the beast taming family, they were well informed about such matters. Nods of acknowledgement echoed around the room, prompting Chen Chen to continue. "This mission will involve the law enforcers, the beast taming family, the Beast Taming Guild, and the school's beast taming class, and our Class 11 must participate as well." The students, though unsurprised, were clearly aware of the situation, but they remained uncertain about Chen Chen's choices for the expedition into the demon cave. The inherent danger of this mission was palpable, especially for them, as the likelihood of encountering mishaps in the demon cave was nearly guaranteed. The school mandated that 5 students be led by me into the cave. As he surveyed the room, he began to call out names. Lin Zhe, present. Wang Lei, here. Su Jejia, Mu Yuding, Lu Hong. Chen Chen's selections comprised the most talented and capable individuals in Class 11. On one hand, their strength was superior. On the other, their exceptional talents warranted focused cultivation, promising to yield greater breakthroughs. With all 5 standing forth, Chen Chen asked, "Is there anyone who does not wish to go?" In truth, except for Lu Hong, Lin Zhe and the other 3 were all bound to teaching positions and would not dare contradict Chen Chen. Lu Hong, too, offered no objection. "In that case, it shall be the 5 of you," declared Chen Chen. He then advised them to cultivate diligently, leading the 5 out of the training room. "In the remaining days, I will concentrate on your training, aiming to elevate all of you to the 9th tier of the Star Realm. Indeed, with 1 billion worth of cultivation resources, elevating Lin Zhe and the others to the 9th tier of the Star Realm was not an insurmountable challenge. Only Lu Hong might face some difficulties. He appeared somewhat troubled, as he was currently at the 6th tier of the Star Realm, nearing the 7th, yet the 9th tier seemed a distant goal within the mere span of 5 days. Chen Chen led the 5 into a smaller training room and hung a do not disturb sign, where Master Qian was already waiting. A glance exchanged between them was all it took for Master Qian to comprehend, and he summoned the mist creature to expel a plethora of cultivation resources, filling half the training room. "For these next few days, focus solely on your cultivation and strive to elevate your levels as swiftly as possible," Chen Chen instructed. The sight of the abundant resources excited the 5, and Chen Chen turned to Lu Hong, saying, "Break through to the 7th tier of the Star Realm as soon as possible, and I shall present you with a surprise." "Yes, teacher," Lu Hong replied, fully aware of the transformations his peers were undergoing and feeling exhilarated by Chen Chen's promise. Under Chen Chen's guidance, the 5 commenced their training, consuming the resources at an impressive rate. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, leaving Master Qian to oversee them as he exited the training room. Approximately 15 minutes later, he found himself in the principal's office. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" Zhang Yukai inquired warmly, gesturing for Chen Chen to take a seat on the sofa. Chen Chen nodded. "Indeed, I have a small matter to discuss. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not decline," Zhang Yukai assured. With a smile, Chen Chen hesitated before speaking. "Principal, since our Class 11 is participating in the demon extermination mission, can we not be considered part of the beast taming class?" "Well, yes, I suppose so," Zhang Yukai acknowledged. Class 11 was not formally a beast taming class, given that nearly half of the students were unsuitable for cultivation, yet they had been designated to partake in the demon extermination mission. Thus, Class 11 could be regarded as a makeshift beast taming class. Upon hearing the principal's response, Chen Chen pressed on. "In that case, shouldn't Class 11 be entitled to the same benefits as the beast taming class?" The privileges afforded to the beast taming class were significantly superior to those of ordinary classes, with monthly allocations of cultivation resources and various rewards for outstanding beast tamers. Collectively, This amounted to at least 10 million in cultivation resources each month, a sum Chen Chen was eager to seize. Ah, so you were waiting for this, Zhang Yukai chuckled, shaking his head. Chen Chen smiled slightly. I believe this is what our class deserves. Zhang Yukai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is well deserved. With that, he retrieved a document from his desk and handed it to Chen Chen. Here, take a look. I had this prepared for you in advance. Present this proof to the resource department, and they will provide you with the cultivation resources. Upon receiving the document and examining it closely, joy illuminated Chen Chen's face. He had not anticipated such a smooth process, which he attributed, of course, to Principal Zhang's assistance. Thank you, Principal, Chen Chen expressed with a smile. Chapter 17. Samoyed's new skill. After acquiring the resources, Chen Chen devoted his attention to cultivating Lin Zhe and the others. With the accumulation of countless resources, their cultivation levels were rapidly ascending. Simultaneously, the number of breakthrough points was increasing at a gratifying pace. In less than 2 days, they would likely reach 2,000 breakthrough points, at which point they could expand their teaching positions. However, Lu Hong's cultivation progress exceeded Chen Chen's expectations, as he broke through to the 7th tier of the Star Realm within just 1 day, although the number of breakthrough points remained insufficient. Fortunately, Lin Zhe and the others also demonstrated a cultivation pace faster than Chen Chen had anticipated. Following Lu Hong's breakthrough half a day later, Chen Chen promptly expanded the breakthrough points. Without delay, he bound Lu Hong, elevating his talent to the 7th level of the Beast Taming Pulse and simultaneously advancing his realm to the 8th tier of the Star Realm. In the ensuing days, the group engaged in relentless training. Their remarkable progression through 5 7th-level Beast Mastery veins, combined with an abundance of training resources, astonished all observers. Naturally, the most elated among them was Chen Chen. With the pace at which the 5 were cultivating, they were generating nearly 1,000 breakthrough points daily. He felt as though the days of hardship were now behind him. However, he had momentarily overlooked the fact that their rapid advancement was fueled by a staggering 10 billion training resources amassed at their disposal. On the 4th day, while immersed in his training, Lin Zhe suddenly emanated a powerful aura that startled the others awake. Chen Chen glanced over, realizing that a breakthrough was imminent. His face lit up with joy as he gestured for Wang Lei and the others not to disturb him. Waves of spiritual energy surged into Lin Zhe's body, and after approximately half an hour, his aura gradually stabilized, the surrounding spiritual energy slowly dissipating. He opened his eyes, his expression brimming with delight. Teacher, I have broken through to the 9th tier of the Stellar Realm. Just days prior, he had been at the 7th tier, and within this brief span, he had ascended 2 tiers to reach the 9th, a feat that would have typically required several months in the past. Chen Chen shared in Lin Zhe's exuberance, for upon his breakthrough, the system generously rewarded him with 500 breakthrough points. It dawned on him that breakthroughs could yield additional points. Chen Chen's eyes sparkled with optimism for the future. He turned to Lin Zhe, advising him, now that you've just broken through, take some time to familiarize yourself with your newfound power. Yes, teacher, Lin Zhe nodded vigorously. Chen Chen then turned his gaze to Wang Lei and the others, his eyes shining even brighter. Their breakthroughs were also imminent, and every breakthrough point was invaluable. Continue your training. Do not become complacent, he urged. The 4 nodded in agreement, casting envious glances at Lin Zhe as they hurriedly seized the opportunity to strive for their own ascensions to the 9th tier of the Stellar Realm. All 5 shared 7th-level Beast Mastery veins, and their training speeds were comparable, particularly Wang Lei and Su Jiejia, who had advanced alongside Lin Zhe. Thus, shortly after Lin Zhe's breakthrough, Su Jiejia and Wang Lei each followed suit, also achieving the 9th tier of the Stellar Realm. As expected, each breakthrough was rewarded with 500 points, significantly enriching Chen Chen and bringing him closer to expanding his teaching capacity. However, with the impending expedition to the Demon Abyss, where unforeseen dangers lurked, Chen Chen decided against expanding his teaching capacity, opting instead to conserve his breakthrough points for potential emergencies. After Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, and Wang Lei achieved their breakthroughs, the trio commenced sparring to acclimate themselves to their enhanced powers. To their astonishment, Su Jiejia awakened an additional skill after her breakthrough. Name, Su Jiejia. Talent, 7th level Beast Mastery Vein. Level, 9th tier of the Stellar Realm. Spirit Beast, Sky-blocking Pink Butterfly. Skills, Whirlwind Fury, can unleash a tempest to assault enemies, carrying toxic dust that may incapacitate or even kill foes. Poison Arrow, can condense internal toxins into poison arrows that, upon locking onto an enemy, guarantee a 100 hit rate. A poison arrow with a guaranteed hit rate. How many at the same level could withstand such an assault? Even those of higher tiers would find their strength gradually diminishing under the effects of her toxins, potentially falling victim to Su Jiejia's counterattack. The prospect of such a guaranteed hit was utterly formidable. Nevertheless, while the arrow could strike true, a sufficiently strong defense could easily nullify its impact. For instance, in their sparring, Wang Lei's iron arm gorilla seemed to be her nemesis, as its impenetrable defenses rendered her poisoned arrows ineffective. Conversely, Lin Zhe's white tiger was specifically targeted by Su Jiejia, but its unmatched speed allowed it to evade her attacks, rendering her guaranteed hit moot. Yet, while Su Jiejia posed challenges for Lin Zhe, he found it effortless to deal with Wang Lei, easily shattering the iron arm gorilla's defenses with a single strike of his white tiger claw. The dynamic among the three seemed to embody a cycle of mutual strengths and weaknesses, leading to a series of engaging battles. Lin Zhe would best Wang Lei, who in turn would challenge Su Jiejia, only for her to retaliate against Lin Zhe, a perfect loop of competition. Meanwhile, Mu Yuding and Lu Hong remained deeply engrossed in their training. Concurrently, the rate of increase in their breakthrough points had slowed considerably. After all, they had previously trained day and night, and it was only reasonable to take a breather now. They were, after all, human. Chen Chen, not being a capitalist, advocated for sustainable development. Most importantly, he was thoroughly satisfied with the breakthrough points he had amassed. A total of 5,000 breakthrough points. When had he ever witnessed such an abundance? In previous instances, he had barely accumulated wealth before it was wiped clean. Now, he had finally started to build a reserve. Upon his return from the demon abyss, he anticipated binding a few lucky individuals, ideally reaching a state of moderate prosperity. As time passed, Mu Yuding achieved her breakthrough in the final half-day. Even more astonishingly, she, who already possessed 2 skills, awakened yet another. Name, Mu Yuding. Talent, 7th level Beast Mastery Vein. Level, 9th tier of the Stellar Realm. Spirit Beast, Beautiful Girl Samiet. Skills, Adorable Charm, can activate a charm effect that melts the hearts of enemies, making them reluctant to strike. Pink Sweet Donut, can release sweet donuts that, when consumed by enemies, increase their fondness for her. Fatal Affinity, can maximize her charm, making enemies feel a kinship towards her, treating her as a sister, providing her with the opportunity to strike. Gazing at Mu Yuding's abilities, Chen Chen fell into contemplation. While he could assert her talent was formidable, the awakened skills seemed rather lackluster. Yet, in the realm of the stellar tier, she had unlocked 3 skills. Hee, teacher, now I have an attack skill. Mu Yuding giggled, her small hands playfully ruffling the fur of her Samiet. Chen Chen observed the adorably clumsy creature, pondering whether it could truly inflict damage even if it attempted to strike. Judging by its appearance, it might struggle to tear a piece of clothing. As the assembly commenced, Lu Hong had yet to break through to the 9th tier of the stellar realm, but he was close, and it would not be long before he achieved it. Among the 5 students, 4 had reached the 9th tier, while 1 remained at the 8th tier, marking them as exceptional among their peers in the senior year. Indeed, only Mo Huan from Class 1 of Beast Mastery had also attained the 9th tier. Each year comprised 3 Beast Mastery classes, along with Class 11, totaling 10 classes. Upon arriving at the square, all Beast Mastery classes had gathered. A glance revealed that nearly every class had at least a dozen students, for unlike Class 11, the lowest talent in a Beast Mastery class was a 4th level Beast Mastery Vein, while the strongest students had, like Lin Zhe and his companions, awakened 7th level veins. Thus, in the Beast Mastery classes, there were no burdens. Each student possessed a measure of combat capability. Furthermore, the teachers of the Beast Mastery classes were all present, with each class staffed by 5 instructors, all at least of the Haoyue level, and particularly in the senior classes, they were guarded by Solar Beast Masters. Xiao Chen, we've been waiting for you. Principal Zhang Yukai, responsible for compiling the attendance list, approached Chen Chen as he arrived. Chen Chen smiled and handed over the prepared list to Zhang Yukai. Only Chen Chen and Lin Zhe, along with 3 others, were present. Moreover, Lin Zhe and the others had concealed their true abilities. Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, and Wang Lei reported themselves as 8th tier star warriors, while Mu Yuding and Lu Hong claimed to be 6th tier. As for himself, he simply reported as an ordinary person. Zhang Yukai took the list, glanced at their abilities, and could not help but shake his head. With such strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to survive even in an ordinary magic cave. Letting out a sigh, he patted Chen Chen on the shoulder and discreetly handed him a stick-like object, whispering, "Little Chen, this is a special signal flare. A dear friend of mine from the Enforcers gave it to me. During this demon extermination mission, he will be entering the same magic cave as you. If you find yourself in peril, release the flare, and he will rush to your aid." Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, but did not refuse Zhang Youcai's kindness. He nodded and accepted the flare, murmuring, "Thank you, Principal. Ensure your safe return," Zhang Yukai replied with a smile. Subsequently, Zhang Yukai ascended the stage and delivered a passionate speech. Before long, a fleet of buses arrived, and Chen Chen and the others boarded. After approximately half an hour, They arrived at a destruction magic cave, where the teachers and students of the senior class would operate. In contrast, the first and second year students would remain in the ordinary magic caves, which were comparatively safer. Once the senior teachers and students disembarked, the bus continued onward, soon arriving at an ordinary magic cave, where Chen Chen and his companions also alighted. The entrance of the magic cave resembled a quaint town, with stalls lining the roads, selling various cultivation resources required by beast tamers. Here, there were hardly any ordinary people. Zhang Yukai expertly led the group through the bustling town until they reached the true entrance of the magic cave. Upon arriving, the lively atmosphere of the town dissipated, replaced by the stern presence of enforcers. As soon as they arrived, someone came to guide them. Ha ha ha, old Zhang, it has been a while. A hearty laugh echoed as they entered the cave under the guidance of the enforcers. The group looked over to see a middle-aged man, likely of similar age to Zhang Yukai. Ah, it is old son, Zhang Yukai said, patting his round belly with a jovial grin. Meanwhile, the other teachers seemed to recognize this man as well, slightly cupping their hands in greeting. Commander Sun waved his hand dismissively and scanned the students, lingering momentarily on Chen Chen before smiling and saying, "Not bad, the talents of Jinling No. 1 High School are increasing." In response, Zhang Yukai could only manage a wry smile. Compared to Jinling Beast Tamer Academy, we are still far behind. Jinling Beast Tamer Academy is a specialized institution solely for beast tamers, and they only accept beast tamers. True talent in beast taming is primarily found there. After saying this, he shook his head, gesturing towards Chen Chen and the others, and inquired, "When do we commence our operations? If all is prepared, we can set off immediately." Many beast tamers have already entered the magic cave. Since that is the case, let us begin, Zhang Yukai declared. He then turned to Chen Chen and the others, instructing, "Once inside the magic cave, make sure to perform well. Classes that excel in this demon extermination mission will receive rewards from above, and our school will also provide incentives." "Rest assured, Principal, we will certainly do our best," the group responded. Soon, an enforcer led them towards the magic cave. Watching the departing figures, Commander Sun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Zhang, why is there an ordinary person in your team?" He referred, of course, to Chen Chen, whose abilities were indiscernible to others due to the system he possessed, making him appear like an ordinary person. Hearing this, Zhang Yukai merely smiled. "An ordinary person? This lad is anything but simple." Commander Sun looked at Zhang Yukai, a hint of confusion in his gaze. However, Zhang Yukai did not elaborate further, instead appraising Commander Sun and expressing a note of nostalgia. "Your strength has certainly improved." Commander Sun chuckled, noticing a trace of melancholy on Zhang Yutsai's face. He swallowed his words and patted Zhang Yukai on the shoulder. As Chen Chen and the others entered the magic cave and ventured beyond the territory, the various classes dispersed. Chen Chen, accompanied by Lin Zhe and the others, chose a random direction to proceed. In the outer region of the cave, magical beasts were scarce, and those they encountered posed little threat. Upon finding a secure spot, Chen Chen signaled for the others to wait briefly before attempting to contact the Qian brothers. Prior to their entrance into the cave, the Qian brothers had already made their way in, having agreed to wait for Chen Chen. After sending the signal, approximately half an hour later, 3 figures riding a fire phoenix appeared, swiftly approaching. It was indeed the Qian brothers. The fire phoenix was the spiritual beast of Qian Laosan. "Sir, we have arrived." Upon spotting Chen Chen and the others, the fire phoenix immediately swooped down, landing beside Chen Chen, as the Qian brothers promptly dismounted. "Impressive speed," Chen Chen praised, glancing at the fire phoenix. The Qian brothers chuckled. They had visited this magic cave more than once and were quite familiar with it, which allowed them to respond to Chen Chen's signal so promptly. After regrouping and taking a moment to rest, the group commenced their demon extermination mission. Chapter 19, The Pack of Demon Wolves. Within the ordinary magic cave, 3 Haiyue beast tamers posed little danger. The group advanced slowly, and aside from Chen Chen, the spiritual beasts of the others had long been summoned. The Qian brothers assumed a protective role, refraining from engaging unless absolutely necessary, which meant that the responsibility for combat rested solely on Lin Zhe and the others. The white tiger and the iron-armed ape led the way, clearing paths and slaying magical beasts, while the sky butterfly hovered above, temporarily undertaking reconnaissance duties, and the wild boar king guarded the rear, vigilant against potential ambushes. Meanwhile, Mu Yuding nestled in the middle, cradling a Samoyed, as Chen Chen and the others followed closely behind. Observing the Samoyed in Mu Yuding's arms, they could not help but feel somewhat speechless. At that moment, a flash of pink light darted across, and Su Jiejia spoke up, "Ahead lies a pack of demon wolves." Upon hearing this, the group immediately became alert, with Chen Chen and the Qian brothers remaining silent, entrusting the course of action entirely to Lin Zhe and the others. "Can you see how many there are?" Lindsay inquired. Su Jejia promptly replied, over 20, it seems to be merely a small pack of demon wolves. However, the Wolf King appears to be of Haoyue rank. Lindsay's expression shifted slightly. Among their group, 4 were 9th tier star warriors while 1 was 8th tier. And with Mu Yuting lacking any combat prowess, they stood little chance against a pack of over 20 demon wolves, especially with a Haoyue ranked Wolf King among them. All eyes turned to Lindsay, the captain of their small team. Do not provoke them. Jejia, guide us to avoid the wolf pack. Su Jejia nodded. But just as she was about to speak, her expression changed. Not good. We have been detected. As soon as the words fell, a chorus of wolf howls rose, echoing from afar and drawing near. In no time, more than 20 demonic wolves surrounded the group. The 3 brothers of the Qian family exchanged glances with Chen Chen. Qian Air's spirit beast, a black bear, and Qian San's fire phoenix both entered combat mode. However, Chen Chen shook his head, indicating he did not intend to strike immediately. With a resounding roar, the white tiger showcased the majesty of the king of beasts. Yet regrettably, the crescent moon-level demonic wolf king displayed no fear of the white tiger. Prepare for battle, Lindsay declared. The pack consists of only 20 or so wolves. Such a scale suggests that the wolf king has only recently broken through. We have the strength to fight. As he spoke, aside from the Samoyed, the iron-armed gibbon and the wild boar king stood beside the white tiger, while the sky-covering powder butterfly circled overhead. 4 spirit beasts were more than capable of dealing with over 20 demonic wolves. Should I go help? Mu Yuting murmured, while the Samoyed in her arms had already begun to tremble. At this moment, it seemed that even placing it on the ground would leave it unable to stand. It really is a bit useless, Mu Yuting lamented, observing the trembling Samoyed. Chen Chen, at a loss for words, suggested, why not have it release a few skills? Will it be effective? Mu Yuting questioned, doubt clouding her mind. After all, since awakening the Samoyed, its sole function had been to bring her joy and companionship. It had never experienced battle. Let's give it a try, Chen Chen replied with a shrug. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yuting stepped forward to stand alongside Lindsay and the others. What are you doing here? Go back. Lindsay frowned. Although Mu Yuting's realm was not weak, the spirit beast, let my little Sa also have a chance to fight, she gently asked while stroking the Samoyed's head. Lindsay gazed at the quivering Samoyed, pondering how it could possibly engage in battle. Just as he was about to refuse, Chen Chen interjected, let her give it a try. With the teacher's words, Lindsay had no choice but to agree, advising Mu Yuting, just stand here. If any danger arises, retreat immediately to the teacher's side. Understood, Mu Yuting nodded. As the pack of demonic wolves drew closer, the Wolf King stood at the rear, directing its minions. Lindsay and the others prepared for combat. Little Sa, throw them a few donuts, Mu Yuting whispered. The Samoyed timidly lifted its head, shaking it to toss out 3 pink donuts. Immediately, one wolf leaped forward, unable to resist the allure of the treat, devouring the donut. Subsequently, the 3 wolves that consumed the treats turned their gaze towards the Samoyed, their lowered tails wagging like those of a dog. Seeing the 3 wolves fixated on it, the Samoyed glanced at Mu Yuting, mustering the courage to let out a soft bark, woof woof. With that, the 3 wolves charged towards the Samoyed. Lindsay and the others prepared to command their spirit beasts to act, but Mu Yuting stopped them. Wait a moment. In that instant, the 3 wolves dashed forward. Chen Chen and the 3 Qian brothers were ready to intervene. However, to their astonishment, the wolves behaved as if they were pet dogs, affectionately rubbing against Mu Yuting. Even the Wolf King's orders were disregarded. Sighing in relief, Mu Yuting patted the Samoyed's head. Little Sa, throw a few more. The Samoyed nodded and tossed out 6 more donuts, before curling up in Mu Yuting's embrace, its breath becoming a bit labored. Given her level, it could only utilize its skills 3 times. Nevertheless, those 3 skills rendered 9 wolves utterly ineffective. Lindsay, finish this quickly. The donuts can only hold them for 10 minutes, Mu Yuting reminded. Hearing this, Lindsay and the others nodded. Yuting, well done. Mu Yuting stood tall with pride, her little Sa proving to be quite capable. Among the remaining pack of demonic wolves, only 14 remained, aside from the crescent moon-level Wolf King. The others were merely at the 8th tier of the star realm. Strike, Lindsay commanded. With a fierce tiger roar, the white tiger lunged forward, followed closely by the iron-armed gibbon and the wild boar king. The sky-covering powder butterfly unleashed its wind wrath, enveloping the pack of wolves. The toxic powder, controlled by Su Jejia, infiltrated the wolves' bodies, diminishing their combat effectiveness significantly, although not enough to pose a lethal threat. In an instant, the white tiger plunged into the throng of wolves, its massive form overwhelming them in a brutal display of ferocity. Unfortunately, the sheer number of wolves made it difficult for the white tiger to gain the upper hand. However, with the assist from the iron-armed gibbon and the wild boar king, the white tiger swiftly tore apart one of the wolves. The Wolf King, observing from a distance, refrained from joining the fray for the moment. In the sky, the powder butterfly kept its gaze fixed on it, ready to unleash a toxic arrow at the slightest sign of movement. Chapter 20. Resolving the battle. Both the white tiger and the iron-armed gibbon were at the 9th tier of the star realm, while the wild boar king, tough-skinned and ferocious with its tusks, matched their strength. For a time, they wreaked havoc among the demonic wolves. The nearby pack howled incessantly, attempting to direct their comrades while summoning those surrounding Mu Yuding. Unfortunately, its commands proved largely ineffective. One by one, the wolves fell to their demise, and at last, the Wolf King could no longer contain itself. With a roar, it charged forward, its crescent moon-level might causing Lin Zhe and the others to tense slightly. Jejia, Lin Zhe called out softly. Simultaneously, a pink arrow streaked through the air, striking the Wolf King with unerring accuracy. The Wolf King let out a pained howl, glaring at the powder butterfly high above with eyes full of hatred. The butterfly, however, quickly ascended, maintaining a safe distance. The Wolf King bared its teeth in frustration, unable to reach the butterfly, and redirected its fury towards the white tiger and the other spirit beasts. The poison arrow has minimal effect on it, Su Jejia remarked. Lin Zhe nodded, directing the white tiger to charge at the oncoming Wolf King. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as dust and debris flew, the two colossal creatures clashing repeatedly. Remarkably, the white tiger did not falter against the crescent moon-level Wolf King. Its strength has been compromised. The poison arrow must be taking effect, Lin Zhe observed. Turning to Su Jejia, can you still unleash your skills? Utilizing skills consumed vast amounts of spirit power, and given their levels, employing them a few times would likely leave them drained. Su Jejia nodded affirmatively. No problem. Then let us hit it with another shot. Understood, Su Jejia agreed. As the powder butterfly concentrated all its spirit power, locking onto the Wolf King before unleashing an even more potent poison arrow. The Wolf King sensed impending danger and attempted to evade, but there was no escape. 100% hit rate was no idle boast. Roaring in agony, the Wolf King's aura diminished significantly after being struck by the poison arrow. The powder butterfly descended, and Su Jejia promptly stored it in the beast space, stating, I can no longer assist you. That's enough, came the response. Lin Zhe fixated intently on the demon Wolf King, struck by two venomous arrows. Even at the level of the bright moon, he felt the sting, his strength nearly plummeting to that of a mere star. At this moment, Mu Yuding suddenly spoke up. 5 more minutes. The demon wolves that have consumed the donuts are temporarily unable to engage in battle. However, as time passes, the effects of the donuts will gradually diminish. Initially, she intended to have the Samoyed attack the demon wolves, but given the Samoyed's feeble bite, it could barely penetrate their fur, forcing her to abandon the idea. We must end this swiftly, Lin Zhe declared. Wang Lei and Lu Hong nodded in agreement. In the next instant, the iron-armed ape abandoned its defense and unleashed the meteor fist, its overwhelming power instantly annihilating 2 demon wolves. Lu Hong, not to be outdone, activated the bloodthirsty frenzy, which boosted his combat strength by 300, and with his formidable physique, he brutally charged, inflicting severe injuries upon the demon wolves. Observing this, Wang Lei quickly directed the iron-armed ape to seize the opportunity. In the ensuing minute, fueled by their ferocity, they dispatched all the demon wolves. Not to mention the contributions of Su Jejia, as these creatures had been significantly weakened by the toxins of the heavenly shield butterfly. Once the demon wolves were dealt with, as the two were about to assist Lin Zhe, they heard him say, First, take care of the demon wolves near Yuding. The white tiger can temporarily withstand the demon wolf king, but if the 9 demon wolves surrounding Mu Yuding are released, the tide of battle will instantly turn. Wang Lei and Lu Hong quickly grasped the situation. Facing the 2 ferocious spirit beasts, even though the donuts had dulled their instincts, the demon wolves still instinctively sought to retaliate. Fortunately, the effects of the donuts proved unexpectedly effective. A few calming words were enough to pacify the demon wolves, who, with their bellies exposed, were swiftly dispatched by the iron-armed ape and the wild boar king. Until their last breath, they remained oblivious to why their dear companions had turned against them. After eliminating them, the 2 controlled their spirit beasts and charged toward the demon wolf king. The trio of spirit beasts coordinated their assault on the demon wolf king, finally gaining the upper hand. 3 minutes later, the wild boar king gradually awakened from its bloodthirsty frenzy, its aura waning, and reluctantly withdrew from the battlefield. However, by then, the demon wolf king had already sustained heavy injuries. 1 strike to finish it, Lin Zhe commanded. Wang Lei acknowledged with a nod, and in unison, they unleashed their most powerful attacks. The white tiger palm and meteor fist collided, delivering a ferocious blow to the demon wolf king, which let out a mournful howl before being incapacitated. The white tiger immediately pounced, sinking its teeth into the demon wolf king's throat, thus sealing its fate. Not a single demon wolf escaped. Lin Zhe and the others fell silent for a moment before a smile crept onto their faces. We have won. From the very beginning. They had never truly believed they could achieve victory, yet triumph arrived in a most unexpected manner. Everyone turned their gaze to Mu Yuding, focusing on the Samoyed in her arms. Her contributions were undeniably pivotal in their success. Seeing the admiration in their eyes, Mu Yuding beamed with pride. Lifting the Samoyed high. I have always said, my little Sam is no waste. The group nodded in earnest. This time, there was no pretense. If utilized effectively, the Samoyed's abilities could indeed prove invaluable. This victory is largely thanks to little Sam, Lin Zhe reflected. Even Chen Chen was somewhat taken aback, as he had merely wanted Mu Yuding to give it a try, never expecting such extraordinary results. A delightful surprise, indeed. Qian Laoda, go collect the spoils, Chen Chen instructed. Qian Laoda chuckled and scurried off, relishing this task, which was his favorite and forte. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and the others seized the moment to recuperate. Although they had emerged victorious, they were utterly exhausted. After slaying the demon wolf king, the white tiger lay sprawled on the ground, completely drained. Qian Lao Air and Qian Lao Sen acted as bodyguards, ensuring the safety of the five. Qian Laodao worked efficiently, dissecting the demon wolves, extracting their cores, and collecting their remains. 4 beast tamers, the bodies of magical beasts were treasures beyond measure. Before long, everything was tidied up, and Qian Laodao joined the ranks of the bodyguards. The 5 rested for an hour before summoning their spirit beasts once more. Although they had not completely regained their strength, they could now advance while recovering. However, just as evening fell, they were compelled to halt as they noticed Lu Hong, who wore a look of astonishment. Surrounding him, the spiritual energy was continuously surging into his being. A breakthrough is imminent, Chen Chen remarked, equally surprised, and immediately sought a secure location. Half an hour later, they discovered a cave. Under the dimming sky, Qian Laoda utilized the smoke monster to conceal the cave. Lu Hong promptly began his breakthrough. Prior to entering the demon cave, he had already brushed against the threshold of the 9th tier of the star rank. Now, after a fierce battle in the cave, having exhausted his spiritual energy, he was primed to unleash his potential. As his spiritual energy replenished, his realm was on the verge of ascending to the 9th tier of the star rank. With the smoke monster's concealment, Lu Hong was able to focus solely on his breakthrough, while Chen Chen felt a sense of anticipation. He sensed that his own cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the star rank, and perhaps after Lu Hong's breakthrough, he too could seamlessly ascend to the bright moon beast tamer level. As Lu Hong commenced his cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed steadily into him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, Chen Chen's own cultivation was also gradually elevating. However, the spiritual energy he required did not stem from the heavens and earth, but was directly granted by the system. So the others remained oblivious to his rising strength. The breakthrough to the 9th tier of the star rank did not take long. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Hong opened his eyes, triumphant in his ascension. I have broken through, he exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Chen Chen also completed his breakthrough, adding another spirit beast to his beast taming space. Before he could even check, Lu Hong approached excitedly and said, Teacher, my wild boar king has awakened a new skill. The wild boar king had previously possessed only the bloodthirsty frenzy skill, which, while formidable, was rather singular in nature and consumed a great deal of energy, lasting at most 5 minutes at Lu Hong's current level. As he spoke, Lu Hong opened his panel. Name, Lu Hong. Talent, level 7 beast taming pulse. Cultivation, 9th tier of the star rank. Spirit beast, wild boar king. Skills, bloodthirsty frenzy, allows the wild boar king to enter a frenzied state, temporarily losing intelligence, with a 300 increase in overall abilities. Lung piercer, activating this skill, the tusks can strike the enemy's lungs, inflicting severe injuries, with a 100 hit rate. Gazing at the newly acquired skill, Chen Chen fell into a brief silence. A 100 hit rate was impressive, yet the fact that it targeted the enemy's lungs felt slightly lackluster. If it could strike at the enemy's vital points. Contemplating this, Chen Chen's face broke into a sly smile, causing Lu Hong, caught up in his excitement, to swallow nervously and timidly ask, Teacher? Hearing Lu Hong's voice snapped Chen Chen back to reality, and his smile softened as he patted Lu Hong's shoulder. Very good, with an additional skill. Your strength will indeed see a significant boost. By now, the darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and nighttime was when magical beasts were most active. Hence, after some discussion, the group decided to venture out to hunt magical beasts. For beastmasters, a few days without rest does not pose a significant impact. Upon exiting the cave, the group maintained their previous formation, as the night was rife with magical beasts. However, most of these creatures were merely ordinary beasts, possessing only the strength of the 1st or 2nd tier of the star realm. They dared not attack the beast masters, who, in turn, deemed them unworthy of attention, as such creatures held little value. Nevertheless, aside from the magical beasts, the cave was replete with numerous rare treasures, which greatly aided the training of beast masters. Alas, the majority of these precious materials were fiercely guarded by formidable magical beasts, thus their worth was exceedingly high. Ahead lay a grove of devouring spirit trees. Su Jiejia's abilities once again came into play. The devouring spirit tree? This type of tree grows in clusters, specifically designed to consume any living beings that pass by. Should we find ourselves ensnared within, we could easily face peril. Lin Zhe and Wang Lei nodded in agreement. A cluster of devouring spirit trees posed an even greater danger than the previous encounter with the pack of magical wolves, and if possible, it would be prudent to steer clear. After some deliberation, the five prepared to avoid the grove. At that moment, Qian Lada spoke up. Typically, in areas where devouring spirit trees thrive, there exists the presence of blue silver grass, which is an exceedingly precious resource, particularly for Star Realm beast masters at the 9th tier. It can assist you in breaking through to the crescent moon level. If fortune smiles upon us and we encounter a blue silver emperor grass, refining it could allow for an immediate ascension to the crescent moon level. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe and the others were momentarily taken aback. They were aware of the benefits of blue silver grass, but were unaware that it could grow in proximity to devouring spirit trees. You can observe the area beneath the devouring spirit trees. If you see a flicker of blue light, that signifies the presence of blue silver grass, Qian Lada added. Su Jiejia commanded the sky-blocking powder butterfly to gradually approach the grove of devouring spirit trees. Indeed, they soon discovered several regions emanating a blue glow, likely indicating the presence of blue silver grass. Su Jiejia nodded at the group. There is blue silver grass, and in considerable quantity. The eyes of the group brightened slightly. Lin Zhe glanced at Chen Chen, then pondered for a moment. A breakthrough of such magnitude would not be as simple as before. However, if they could gather enough blue silver grass, they were confident of achieving a breakthrough to the crescent moon level within 2 months. And if fortune favored them with the discovery of blue silver emperor grass, they could return and refine it to facilitate an immediate ascension. Lin Zhe licked his lips and took a deep breath. Fortune favors the bold. Of course, the most crucial factor was the presence of Chen Chen and the 3 Qian brothers. Even if danger did arise, they would be capable of extricating them from peril. Having made their decision, the group advanced toward the grove of devouring spirit trees. Approximately 5 minutes later, they beheld a cluster of menacing trees. These are the devouring spirit trees, they marveled, as their knowledge of magical beasts had primarily come from textbooks. This was their first foray into a magical cave, and thus they approached many of the beasts with a sense of curiosity. Be cautious, while the devouring spirit trees cannot move. Their power is not inferior to that of a pack of magical wolves, and they may even prove more dangerous, Lin Zhe cautioned. If we do not venture within, we are unlikely to encounter any danger, but our goal is to obtain the blue silver grass beneath the trees, necessitating our entry into the grove. However, as they gazed at the intimidating devouring spirit trees, Lin Zhe and the others found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. I'll give it a try, Su Jiejia offered. The sky-blocking powder butterfly possessed remarkable agility and could retreat at any moment. Su Jiejia directed the butterfly closer to the grove of devouring spirit trees and activated Whirlwind Fury. A gale infused with venom surged into the grove. Yet beyond causing the trees to sway precariously, it yielded no tangible results. In fact, the toxins proved entirely ineffective. Chapter 22. The Samoyed Strikes Again. The sky-blocking powder butterfly found itself unable to penetrate the grove, and reluctantly had to retreat. Su Jiejia chuckled wryly. The devouring spirit trees are completely immune to my poison. Relying solely on the hurricane proves insufficient to topple them. I'll give it a shot. Lu Hong interjected, eager to test the enhancement of his wild boar king after recently achieving the 9th tier of the Star Realm. Lin Zhe nodded in agreement. I'll join you. The sky-blocking powder butterfly could evade the attacks of the devouring spirit trees, while Lu Hong's wild boar king was a close combat creature. Should it become ensnared by the trees, it could be perilous. The white tiger and the wild boar king advanced together. As they approached, the devouring spirit trees began to sway, seemingly anticipating their next meal. Upon nearing the trees, the white tiger halted, while the wild boar king dug its front hooves into the ground and charged forward, its massive form colliding with one of the devouring spirit trees. Boom! The devouring spirit tree tilted violently, but did not topple. Instead, its branches lashed out menacingly towards the wild boar king. Observing this, Lu Hong quickly commanded the wild boar king to retreat, while the white tiger leaped in to assist. Warily eyeing the devouring spirit trees, the white tiger and the wild boar king gradually withdrew. The 5 companions furrowed their brows. with the toxins of the sky-blocking powder butterfly rendered ineffective and the prospect of forcibly destroying the devouring spirit trees seeming unrealistic, they found themselves in a precarious situation. After all, this expansive grove housed at least hundreds of devouring spirit trees, many of which were of the crescent moon level. Even the mere star-level trees posed a significant challenge. Destroying a single devouring spirit tree, which spanned dozens of meters, would unleash a counterattack, leaving them with little chance to acquire the blue-silver grass. Perhaps I should give it a try, Mu Yuding suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, the group turned to her. Had it been earlier, they would have dismissed the idea outright, but now, gazing at the Samoyed, Lin Zhe and the others pondered that it might indeed be worth attempting. Try it. Lin Zhe ventured cautiously. Su Jujia and the others hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Mu Yuding set the Samoyed down and activated Fatal Affinity, which was the Samoyed's third skill. This skill was self-applied, akin to the Wild Boar King's Bloodthirsty Frenzy. As the skill took effect, the group's perception of the Samoyed transformed. It appeared irresistibly adorable, instilling in them a willingness to sacrifice their lives for it. The white tiger and other spirit beasts exhibited similar reactions. Observing their expressions, Mu Yuding blinked. And then the Samoyed barked a few times, prompting the group to regain their composure. Having experienced it firsthand, they held even greater expectations for the Samoyed. Under the protection of the white tiger and others, the Samoyed approached the grove of devouring spirit trees. It stood at the edge of the grove and barked at the white tiger and other spirit beasts. The white tiger and its companions halted, leaving only the Samoyed to advance further into the magical cave, muscles tense and ready to spring into action at the slightest movement from the devouring spirit trees. As the Samoyed drew closer, the devouring spirit trees swayed slightly, yet unlike before, they did not adopt an aggressive stance. The group watched intently as the Samoyed finally arrived beneath one of the devouring spirit trees. The tree wobbled gently, extending a branch to lightly caress the Samoyed, as if regarding it as its own offspring. Upon witnessing this, the group collectively released a sigh of relief. The Samoyed frolicked joyfully within the spirit-eating demon woods, blissfully unrestrained. Fortunately, it had not forgotten the task bestowed upon it by Mu Yuding. Soon enough, it collected a plethora of blue-silver grass and cast it out of the woods for the white tiger and the others to take away, while the Samoyed continued its gathering. After a full 10 minutes, just as the skill's duration was nearing its end, the Samoyed finally emerged. In this manner, leveraging its abilities, it effortlessly amassed a considerable amount of blue-silver grass. Little Sa, you are simply marvelous, Mu Yuding exclaimed, lifting it into her arms. Lin Zhe and the others wore broad smiles, increasingly charmed by the Samoyed. The previous perception of it as a mere burden was entirely erased, albeit lacking in combat prowess. Could its abilities not rival that of sheer fighting strength? As the Samoyed's skill dissipated, the spirit-eating demon trees became aware of the upheaval, erupting into a frenzy, their anguished wails echoing through the woods as they trembled in fury. However, their might was limited to the level of the full moon, rendering them incapable of leaving their spots, a futile rage indeed. There are still plenty of blue-silver grass left inside. Yuding, you and little Sa should take a breather. Tonight, we shall strip it bare, Lin Zhe chuckled. Mu Yuding nodded and began to restore her spiritual power. Approximately an hour later, she repeated her previous strategy. Although the spirit-eating demon trees harbored an intense hatred for the Samoyed, under the influence of deadly affinity, they treated it as their own cherished offspring, eager to offer themselves in sacrifice. Thus, the cycle continued until the dawn's light began to break, and the blue-silver grass within the woods was entirely harvested, leaving hundreds of spirit-eating demon trees on the brink of collapse. Lin Zhe and his companions organized the blue-silver grass, their smiles stretching ear to ear, yet lamenting the absence of the blue-silver emperor grass. After sorting the blue-silver grass by quality, they expressed their regrets. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards the Samoyed, their gazes alight with anticipation. What do you intend to do? Mu Yuding asked warily, cradling the Samoyed in her arms. Lin Zhe and the others chuckled mischievously. With such a treasure at our disposal, there is no need to hunt magical beasts. Instead, we can seek out rare materials, and with Little Sa's abilities, it will be a breeze. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuding shook her head. Little Sa's capabilities are not as formidable as you imagine. They are indeed limited. For instance, against full moon-level magical beasts, the effects of deadly affinity are significantly diminished. Several times within the spirit-eating demon woods, those full moon-level trees nearly attacked Little Sa, and their levels were relatively low. A higher level might render them completely immune. While Lin Zhe and his companions envisioned a grand plan, the Samoyed truly lacked such capabilities. After all, in most instances, they could handle ordinary magical beasts themselves, and when faced with formidable foes, both they and the Samoyed would struggle. The spirit-eating demon trees were merely a unique case. Their average strength coupled with their overwhelming numbers posed a challenge to Lin Zhe and his group, which the Samoyed deftly navigated. Ultimately, the aspirations of Lin Zhe and his companions were unlikely to materialize. Chapter 23. The Tide of Magical Beasts. Within the beast layers, there were numerous beast tamers. Chen Chen and his companions inevitably encountered others, yet most beast tamers maintained a policy of non-interference. Occasionally, they crossed paths with fellow tamers engaged in similar pursuits, each respecting the other's space. For several consecutive days, Chen Chen and his companions reaped substantial rewards, though they encountered little danger, rendering their expedition relatively mundane. Just as Chen Chen contemplated increasing the difficulty for Lin Zhe and his group, trouble arrived unbidden. After slaying several magical beasts, Lin Zhe and his companions had just finished resting and were preparing to continue when the ground began to tremble violently. Instantly, they became alert. Su Jiejia commanded the sky-blocking butterfly to soar into the skies to investigate, but before the butterfly could relay any information, they beheld a massive tide of magical beasts approaching. This is bad. Panic rippled through the group. It's a tide of magical beasts. Quick, flee! Lin Zhe shouted, leaping onto the back of the white tiger. Simultaneously, Su Jiejia and the others followed suit, while Chen Chen and the Qian brothers had already mounted their fire flamingo and took to the skies. These actions unfolded in an instant, and they began their escape. However, their expressions soured as they realized that the tide of magical beasts was now advancing directly toward them. No, someone is drawing the tide of magical beasts toward us, Su Jiejia exclaimed. The sky-blocking butterfly hovered above, revealing several figures racing ahead of the tide, their trajectory consistently following Lin Zhe and his companions. The white tiger's speed was swift, yet the oncoming tide of magical beasts was swifter still, a ferocious aura emanating from it, instilling dread. Should Lin Zhe and his group become ensnared, their fate would be precarious. In the air, the Qian brothers wore grave expressions. Relying solely on the three of them against the tide of magical beasts would likely prove futile in protecting Lin Zhe and the others. Sir, those individuals are wielding potions specifically designed to attract magical beasts. They are coming for us, the eldest Qian brother stated, observing the figures ahead of the tide. Each clutching a small vial, the eyes of the magical beasts were fixated on those bottles. It must be the work of the Lin family, Chen Chen deduced. The Qian brothers nodded in agreement. Their earlier assassination attempt on Chen Chen had indeed been orchestrated at the behest of the Lin family, leading them to become unwilling pawns in the grand scheme. The Lin family is rotten to the core, from the eldest to the youngest. It is undoubtedly their doing. The second and third Qian brothers chimed in. These two may not lack combat strength, but their intellect is somewhat questionable. During their time in the orphanage, they were frequently reprimanded by the elders, the eldest Qian brother remarked, casting a disapproving glance at his siblings. He turned to Chen Chen and inquired, Sir, do you wish to take action? In this predicament, the three brothers could not resolve the situation. It fell to Chen Chen to intervene. Chen Chen nodded but refrained from hasty action. He believed in allowing Lin Zhe and his companions to endure some peril, as one must weather storms to behold rainbows. Therefore, he resolved to let the tempest of danger wash over Lin Zhe's group, as long as it didn't claim their lives. Lin Zhe and his companions fled in a frenzy. Yet the tide of magical beasts drew ever closer, and they discerned the faces of those pursuing them. It's the students from Jinling Beast Taming High School, Lin Zhe remarked. He recognized several of them, fellow first-year students, and Su Jiejia also noted acquaintances among them, her expression darkening. They are associated with my cousin, Su Jiejia revealed. At this, the others' expressions chilled slightly. They are targeting us. Their speed is too great. We may not escape, Lin Zhe warned. Prepare for battle. The white tiger began to slow down, gathering strength, while Wang Lei, Mu Yuding, and Lu Hong summoned their spiritual beasts. In mere moments, the tide of magical beasts caught up to them, and those at the forefront, drawing the tide, exchanged glances filled with grim satisfaction. As they were about to speak, they suddenly spotted Lin Zhe and his companions charging towards them with great force. Caught off guard, the students of Jinling Beast Taming Academy nearly fell into the tide of magical beasts, their expressions a tumult of shock and anger as they glared at Lin Zhe and his group. What are you doing? As fellow humans, are you attempting to betray your own kind? The leader among them was a teacher from Jinling Beast Taming Academy, a Crescent Moon beast tamer, who had attained the formidable 7th tier of the Crescent Moon, making him exceptionally powerful. It was precisely for this reason that the students of Jinling Beast Taming Academy dared to attract such a multitude of magical beasts. However, should they become ensnared in the tide of beasts, even with a 7th tier Crescent Moon beast tamer, their fate would be dire. The attack from Lin Zhe and his companions had indeed sent chills down their spines. Betraying our own kind? Lin Zhe scoffed, about to retort when, at that moment, Chen Chen and his 3 companions leaped down. Observing the students of Jinling Beast Taming Academy, a sinister smile crept across Chen Chen's face as he cackled. Hee hee. I didn't expect my concealment to be so effective, yet still discovered by you all. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the crowd paused momentarily. Chen Chen continued, you are correct. My purpose is to bury all humans who enter this magical abyss, including you. Upon hearing Chen Chen's declaration, the expressions of the Jinling students shifted slightly. You are Chen Chen. Oh, you actually know me? In that case, it is all the more imperative that you do not survive, Chen Chen replied ominously. The 3 brothers from the Qian family behind him also wore treacherous smiles. Lin Zhe and his companions were somewhat perplexed, yet due to their unwavering trust in Chen Chen stemming from their educational background, they exchanged glances and adjusted their expressions, adopting similarly sinister smiles. As they ran, a standoff ensued, and the tide of magical beasts drew ever closer. At that moment, the students of Jinling Beast Taming Academy, who should have employed their skills to escape, found themselves paralyzed by Chen Chen's presence and the eerie demeanor of his group, rendering them hesitant to flee. Hee hee. Chen Chen cackled, simultaneously gauging the distance of the approaching magical tide while keeping a vigilant eye on the students of Jinling Academy. His words had not been mere banter. He genuinely had no intention of allowing these individuals to escape. After all, whether they perished in the tide of beasts was of no concern to him. Naturally, should they perform admirably, Chen Chen would not mind granting them a dignified exit. Over a dozen individuals from Jinling Beast Taming Academy perished in the line of duty while resisting the tide of magical beasts. A moment of silence observed. Chapter 24. By the distance to the tide of magical beasts continued to diminish, and the students of Jinling Beast Taming Academy could no longer restrain themselves. Just as they were about to act, a sudden wave of oppressive force surged forth. Every individual froze in place. Even their spirit beasts trembled violently, rendered paralyzed by fear. At that very moment, the tide of magical beasts surged forth, instantly engulfing the students of Jinling Beast Taming Academy. By the time they regained their wits, it was almost too late. Countless magical beasts charged at them, compelling the students to retaliate with all their might. The sounds of fierce collisions echoed within the tide of beasts, yet the relentless tide continued its pursuit of Chen Chen and his companions. At that juncture, Chen Chen and the 3 brothers from the Qian family soared into the air atop a flaming bird. Only Lin Zhe and his 4 companions remained, gradually being overtaken by the tide of beasts. Sir, will anything happen to us? Qian Laodai uttered, his voice trembling with trepidation. In truth, during the standoff with the students of Jinling Academy, Chen Chen had dispersed a potion that attracted magical beasts upon Lin Zhe and his companions, which was why a multitude of beasts relentlessly surged towards them. It will be fine. Their journey through the magical abyss has been too smooth. They need to face some hardships. After all, every student must endure trials, Chen Chen replied with a slight smile. Additionally, there was another reason. The cultivation speed of the 5 had not met Chen Chen's expectations, and he sought to utilize the magical beasts to push Lin Zhe and his companions to their limits. As the tide of beasts approached, Lin Zhe and his group found themselves pursued by both aerial and terrestrial threats, constantly assailed. Meanwhile, the students of Jinling Beast Taming Academy had already sustained casualties. Yet the 7th-tier Crescent Moon Beast Tamer proved sufficiently formidable, carving out a path through the chaos. However, the sheer number of magical beasts they had attracted made escape nearly impossible once they were engulfed. Both battlefields descended into turmoil, while at that moment, Chen Chen communicated with his 7 spirit beasts. Indeed, Chen Chen had amassed 7 spirit beasts within his beast taming space, 5 of which were replicas of Lin Zhe and his companions, yet their strength surpassed that of Lin Zhe's beasts. Beyond these 5, the remaining 2 were truly his own. One was the previously summoned Long, and the other was a spirit beast he had summoned upon breaking through to the Crescent Moon tier. At this moment, Chen Chen initiated communication with this spirit beast. After their exchange, he opened the beast taming space, and one spirit beast stepped forth, exuding both grace and authority. As soon as this spirit beast appeared, the flaming bird beneath it quivered, and Qian Laosan felt the bird's palpable fear and deep reverence. The source of this awe stemmed from Chen Chen's spirit beast. What emerged was a creature of pure white, adorned with 6 wings, a long tail like silk, hooves akin to a deer, a visage resembling a sheep, and a single horn atop its head, a being of sanctity and inviolability. Upon witnessing this spirit beast, the 3 from the Qian family were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered such a creature before, and it seemed to be Chen Chen's 5th spirit beast. This implied that Chen Chen's realm had transcended that of a king. At that instant, they felt increasingly grateful for their earlier decision. Fortunate were they to have surrendered outright. For otherwise, they might now find themselves bereft of even the chance to be reborn. Sir, this spirit beast. Qian Laodai began to inquire, but was promptly interrupted. I am Bai Zhe, not an ordinary spirit beast. From now on, you shall address me as Master Bai, for I shall protect you, Bai Zhe declared imperiously. Indeed, Chen Chen's seventh spirit beast, or rather divine beast, was none other than Bai Zhe. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's words, the trio from the Qian family gasped in astonishment. A spirit beast that can speak? Good heavens, this is quite an eye-opener. They were aware that upon reaching a certain level, spirit beasts could articulate human speech. Yet such beings were far beyond the reach of mere mortals like themselves. This was their first encounter. Bai Zhe, upon observing the trio, expressed his discontent. I am a divine beast. Should you dare to insult me by calling me a spirit beast, I shall devour you whole. At this, the three of them instinctively recoiled, genuinely fearing that Bai Zhe might feast upon them. Chen Chen gently patted Bai Zhe's head. All right, little Zhe, no need for mischief. Bai Zhe shook his head and retorted, I have told you countless times, call me Master Bai. This spirit beast was indeed Bai Zhe, and its abilities matched the legends. It was a pity that its personality did not align with Chen Chen's envisioned image of the divine beast Bai Zhe. However, the capabilities of the divine beast were undeniably extraordinary. Divine beast, Bai Zhe. Skills: understanding all languages, proficient in the languages of all beings, capable of communicating with all forms of existence, blessing and disaster avoidance, possesses immense fortune, attracting blessings and warding off calamity, transforming misfortune into fortune, and acting as if aided by celestial beings. Sovereign's might, the monarch of all beasts. Any beast tribe before Bai Zhe shall be awed into submission, possessing a degree of control over them. Erudition, supreme wisdom, an all-encompassing understanding of the world, knowledge of the names, advantages, and disadvantages of all beasts. Reversal of life and death, capable of healing all injuries, achieving the ultimate goal of reversing life and death. Bai Zhe's blessing can be applied to humans and spirit beasts, enhancing their talents and bloodlines. A series of skills, although devoid of any offensive capabilities, still evoke a sense of awe. The title of Divine Beast is indeed well-deserved. Xiao Zi's, your moment to act will soon arrive. Can you maintain control of the situation? Chen Chen inquired. Bai Zhe proudly lifted his head and declared, do you truly believe that the title of the leader of all beasts is merely for show? At my command, all these little karami shall kneel before me. These are magical beasts, after all. And what of magical beasts? As long as they belong to the beast clan, they fall under my jurisdiction, Bai Zhe retorted. Amidst the tide of magical beasts, both battlefields were showing signs of weariness. At Jinling Beast Taming High School, Chen Chen did not intervene extensively. He merely kept an eye on them to ensure they did not escape, as there could be no casualties among Lin Zhe and his team. Otherwise, their future path as beast tamers would be utterly severed. The five of them continued to fight fiercely, surrounded by a growing pile of magical beast corpses, with no respite amidst the relentless onslaught. Their injuries were beginning to show, yet they had not reached their limits. Xiao Zi stood ready to spring into action. Address me as Bai Yi. Bai Zhe shook his head, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Zhe and his companions, an almost imperceptible aura of pressure radiating around him, causing the flamingo to nearly falter. Foolish bird, Bai Zhe muttered, tempering his pressure slightly before refocusing on the battle. Lin Zhe and his companions were growing increasingly fatigued. Forced into a defensive stance, the Samoyed and the sky-covering butterfly had already collapsed, leaving only the white tiger, iron-armed monkey, and wild boar king to protect the group. Chapter 25, Bai Yi demonstrates his power. Finally, when Lin Zhe and his companions could no longer hold on, Bai Zhe descended from the heavens. His pure white form accentuated by 6 snowy wings that fluttered gently, exuding both majesty and a touch of ethereal grace. The majesty of the sovereign erupted forth, enveloping the tide of magical beasts, as Bai Zhe proclaimed with pride, cease your actions, all of you. His slightly irreverent tone shattered his noble image. Yet the majesty of the sovereign continued to resonate, causing all magical beasts within 100 meters to prostrate themselves in reverence before Bai Zhe. The white tiger, iron-armed monkey, and wild boar king looked on with expressions of awe. Lin Zhe and the others gazed at Bai Zhe. Is this truly the spirit beast of our teacher? They had never doubted Chen Chen's prowess, having long regarded him as an extraordinary figure. Now, one utterance from his spirit beast had rendered numerous magical beasts submissive. Wait, it can speak? Lin Zhe and his companions exchanged eager glances, realizing once again how exceptional their teacher truly was. With the magical beast subdued, Bai Zhe turned his gaze to Lin Zhe and the others, an air of superiority in his eyes, inquiring, Is everything all right? Oh, it even speaks another language. Lin Zhe and his companions nodded eagerly. Okay. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe shifted his gaze to the throng of magical beasts. You bunch of simpletons. Go and surround those fellows. If you let them escape, you might as well end your own lives. The earth shook with the ferocious roars of the beasts. As they charged towards the students of Jinling Beast Taming High School, their tremendous strength crashing down, in regions untouched by the majesty of the sovereign. The magical beasts remained undeterred, continuing to surge forward. However, once they entered the vicinity of Bai Zhe, they were immediately subdued. From the starry magic beast to the moonlit magic beast, none were exempt. Even after being subdued, as long as they remained within 100 meters of Bai Zhe, they would obey his commands, though the effectiveness would wane over time. The magical beasts relentlessly surged towards the students of Jinling Beast Taming High School. With Bai Zhe directing them, their situation grew increasingly perilous, fraught with danger. The three brothers of the Chen family seized this opportunity to hastily gather their spoils, collecting all the slain magical beasts into the smoke monster. Any rare beasts they encountered were swiftly dispatched and added to their collection. With fervor and tenacity, they reaped significant rewards. Chen Chen, you conspire with magical beasts to betray humanity. The countless beast tamers of Blue Star will not spare you, yelled a teacher from Jinling Beast Taming High School. Having already lost one of his two spirit beasts, his path as a beast tamer severed. To make matters worse, the relentless horde of magical beasts continued to encircle them. It was a dire predicament. As the magical beasts launched their ferocious assault, the students of Jinling Beast Taming High School could no longer hold out, leaving behind a litany of curses and venomous threats before being consumed by the beasts. Chen Chen observed the scene with an indifferent gaze, witnessing death for the first time, and peculiarly, his heart remained undisturbed. The teacher from Jinling Beast Taming High School, leading over 10 students, fell victim to the spring toxin, succumbing to madness as they attempted to copulate with the magical beasts to counteract the poison, only to perish from exhaustion. Chen Chen sighed, and then turned to the Qian brothers and Lin Zhe's group. You have witnessed it with your own eyes. The group blinked in response. The manner of death they had just witnessed felt somewhat socially mortifying. They all nodded, imagining the expressions of others upon hearing this account, and could not help but break into mischievous smiles. Simultaneously, a seed was deeply planted within their hearts, ensuring the demise of the Jinling Beast Taming High School students. With Bai Zhe intimidating the magical beasts, the group promptly departed, stopping only after traveling several dozen miles. Let us take a moment to rest, Lin Zhe. You and your companions should recover your spiritual energy, Chen Chen advised. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Lin Zhe and his companions were on the brink of exhaustion, their spirit beasts having automatically returned to the beast taming space. Beyond the immense energy expenditure, their injuries were also considerable. In a concealed location, after regaining some strength, they summoned their respective spirit beasts, which appeared somewhat listless and fatigued. Xiao Zi's, Chen Chen called out. Bai Zhe rolled his eyes. How many times must I say it? Address me as Bai Yi. Otherwise, I shall go on strike. Oh, Chen Chen grasped Bai Zhe's horn, pulling him towards the white tiger and other spirit beasts. Quick, heal them. Let go of me. Xiao Chenzi, release Bai Yi. If you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one. Bai Zhe protested, shaking his large head and struggling, but with his lifeline gripped, he could not break free. No more nonsense. Heal them first. Let go of Bai Yi first. Heal them first. Release me. After a round of back and forth, Bai Zhe chose to relent, activating Reversal of Life and Death. A beam of white light enveloped the white tiger and other spirit beasts, visibly mending their wounds. In just a moment, they regained their full strength. Chen Chen released Bai Zhe, observing the revitalized white tiger and others with satisfaction, noting that the effects of Reversal of Life and Death were remarkably effective. However, due to limitations in realm, true reversal of life and death was still unattainable. Lin Zhe and the others, witnessing the recovery of the white tiger and other spirit beasts, were filled with delight, looking toward Chen Chen with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Hey. It was Bai Yi who helped you. You are thanking the wrong person. As Bai Zhe was about to confront Chen Chen, he heard the expressions of gratitude from Lin Zhe and the others, prompting him to immediately turn around and approach them. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe and the others promptly expressed their thanks, saying, We also owe our gratitude to Lord Bai. Also, Bai Zhe replied, slightly dissatisfied. However, upon seeing the sincerity in their expressions and the pleasing title they bestowed upon him, he merely flicked his hoof dismissively. Then, he scraped the ground with his hoof and addressed Chen Chen. Little Chen, Lord Bai wishes to duel with you. Seeing Bai Zhe's demeanor, Chen Chen could only shake his head in exasperation. All right, enough with the theatrics. I'll grill you some meat shortly. At this, Bai Zhe's eyes lit up. and with a slight roll of his eyes, he scoffed. Humph, a mere meal of grilled meat cannot compel Lord Bai to bow down. If that is the case, then let us forego it. Wait. Baize immediately leaned closer to Chen Chen, rubbing his large head against him, a pitiful expression on his face. Little Chen, I, Lord Bai, have worked tirelessly, diligently, and with great care to assist you so much. Can I not even savor a meal of grilled meat? Ever since following you, my life has been utterly miserable, so tragic and sorrowful that I would. Stop. I will prepare the grilled meat for you. Chen Chen felt a headache coming on. Baize was not only a bit of a rascal, but also a chatterbox. At least the other spirit beasts in the beast taming space avoided him. My dear little Chen, is the best. Quickly, prepare the grilled meat. Lord Bai can hardly wait, Baize urged, eagerly licking his lips. Chapter 26. The King of Beasts. The demon-slaying campaign in Jinling City swiftly eliminated numerous magical beasts, simultaneously alerting the formidable creatures to the unfolding events. Gradually, the magical beasts began to retaliate. The magical beasts are now gathering in droves. It's no longer about exterminating them. Merely ensuring our own survival is quite commendable, Lindsay gasped, having just escaped the siege of the magical beasts. Not just them, but nearly everyone in the demon lair was evading the magical beasts. This time, the beast's response was far quicker than they had anticipated, resulting in many plans aimed at Chen Chen and his companions failing to materialize. Something seems amiss, my lord, Qian Laoda remarked. Among the trio of brothers, only Qian Laoda appeared normal, his mind working rapidly. What seems off? Chen Chen inquired, seated atop Baize. Qian Laoda surveyed the surroundings and observed numerous magical beasts exhibiting organized and disciplined behavior. In a typical demon lair, the mightiest magical beasts would only reach the radiant sun level, and there were more than one. Due to internal conflicts, it was unlikely that the magical beasts could mount such a disciplined counterattack in a short time. Yet now, the retaliation exceeded everyone's expectations. Indeed, many beast tamers had already perished beneath the iron hooves of the magical beasts. In everyday circumstances, various radiant sun magical beasts are embroiled in open and covert conflicts. While they may be compelled to cooperate under pressure, their efficiency would never be this high, Qian Laoda continued. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen nodded. Before entering the demon lair, he had gathered some information, and the current situation indeed defied expectations. The magical beast's counteroffensive was alarmingly swift, momentarily stunning everyone. There must have been some upheaval within the lair that united the magical beasts. Chen Chen gazed into the depths of the lair, murmuring to himself. At the human base within the lair, Commander Sun rode a large bird, observing the lair with a grave expression. Next to him, Zhang Yukai also wore a furrowed brow. Old Sun, the magical beast's response has exceeded your expectations, Zhang Yukai said, concern evident on his face. Many students from Jinling No. 1 High School were present in the lair, and even with the protection of teachers, it would be difficult to avoid danger amid the magical beast's counterattack. Commander Sun sighed, shaking his head. I have already reported to the headquarters in Jinling. It won't be long before they dispatch enforcers to retrieve the beast tamers from the lair. However, this demon-slaying campaign will likely conclude in failure. Failure is failure. The most crucial thing is the lives of the beast tamers, Zhang Yukai replied. Commander Sun nodded, casting a curious glance at the lair. This time, the magical beast's reaction was indeed too swift, and it's not just this lair. The other 3 lairs are experiencing the same, leading to significant losses for us. This demon-slaying campaign has been devastating. If reported to the capital, the higher-ups at the Jinling headquarters will likely face repercussions. As the magical beast's counterattack grew increasingly fierce, the situation within the lair became more perilous. The 3 brothers of the Qian family dared not slacken their efforts and began to fight with all their might. Nevertheless, even with their efforts, it remained exceedingly challenging, fraught with danger. Fortunately, Chen Chen had left Baize outside, who, while intimidating the magical beasts, was also tending to the injuries of various spirit beasts. Teacher, do we really have to venture deeper? Lindsay asked, a hint of worry on his face. Now, all the beast tamers were retreating towards the human base, but were constantly being intercepted by magical beasts, while they were still determined to penetrate deeper into the lair. Chen Chen nodded. In truth, delving into the depths of the lair was a task assigned by the system, and the rewards were considerable, making it a tempting prospect for Chen Chen. As they pressed deeper, they encountered increasingly powerful magical beasts, and they even began to see those at the radiant sun level. We've reached the depths. Be cautious, Chen Chen advised. In ordinary demon lairs, radiant sun-level magical beasts were scarce, typically numbering fewer than 10. Spotting them indicated they had indeed arrived deep within. Everyone proceeded with utmost caution, closely following Chen Chen. At this moment, if they were discovered by the magical beasts, they would have no means to retaliate and could only rely on Chen Chen. Meanwhile, Chen Chen prepared to use the king experience card. After all, his own level was merely at the first moon stage. While he was confident in his ability to protect himself, completing the system's task seemed a daunting challenge. Those Radiant Sun magical beasts were quite valuable. Chen Chen licked his lips. Radiant Sun-level magical beasts were treasures in themselves. Slaying one could yield a value of tens of millions, with certain special Radiant Sun magical beasts even worth over 100 million. For Chen Chen, who needed to support a class of gold-consuming beasts, these Radiant Sun magical beasts were utterly enticing. However, that was not the foremost concern. He gazed towards the deepest part of the lair, where he could vaguely see a towering mountain that occasionally trembled, releasing a suppressed aura. Is that the king of beasts? From the system task, he had learned that a king of beasts had emerged within the lair, which was precisely why the magical beasts could organize their counterattack so swiftly. Moreover, it was not only this lair. All 4 major lairs in Jinling City likely harbored a king of beasts, or even higher-level emperor beasts. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen felt a surge of excitement. Opening the beast taming space, he summoned the Ying Long, and in the next moment, a smirk appeared on Chen Chen's lips. The hunt begins. Upon activating the king experience card, a powerful force surged into Chen Chen's body, and simultaneously, the powers of Bai Zhe and Ying Long skyrocketed exponentially. Their sizes expanded dramatically as they soared into the air. Little Zhe Zhe is back, Bai Zhe called out. What for? Lord Bai still wishes to slay enemies. Slay enemies? You lack any offensive skills. How do you intend to slay foes? Little Long is more than sufficient, Chen Chen replied. Upon hearing the words, Bai Zhe elegantly nodded. Gracefully descending from his perch and lightly tapping Ying Long with his hoof, he remarked, Little dragon, do not bring shame upon Bai Yi. Ying Long cast a sidelong glance at him, and then let out a resounding dragon roar that reverberated through the realm, startling countless magical beasts. Lin Zhe and the others gazed in awe at Ying Long, whose formidable presence instilled a sense of trepidation within them. So powerful, they murmured in hushed tones. Chen Chen leaped onto Ying Long's back, pointing towards the distant mountains, and declared, Little dragon, let us obliterate it. With a powerful flick of its tail, Ying Long surged forward with astonishing speed, reaching the mountains in an instant. At the same moment, a pair of bright yellow eyes fixed intently upon Ying Long from the mountains. It was then that Chen Chen beheld the true form of the mountain creature, his expression twisting in disdain. So, it is merely a fat toad. How unsightly. Chapter 27. The hunt for the king of beasts. The aura of a king-level beast suddenly enveloped the entire cave, instilling terror in every beast master present. While countless magical creatures trembled in fear, in the human stronghold, Commander Sun and Zhang Yukai abruptly looked up, gazing into the depths of the cave. A king-level beast master. Who could it be? Commander Sun exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Youcai's expression turned grave. And there is another king-level magical beast. Old Sun, let us investigate. Nodding in agreement, Commander Sun mounted a massive bird and soared into the depths of the cave. The enormous, mountain-like fat toad fixed its gaze upon Ying Long. Its kingly aura thick and oppressive, as its croaking call summoned countless magical beasts to its side. With a mighty roar, under Chen Chen's command, Ying Long lunged at the fat toad. The king-level Ying Long, no less imposing than the toad, did not employ any skills. Its sharp claws pierced directly into the toad's flesh. Lonely, solitary, the fat toad cried out in anguish. Chen Chen furrowed his brow. Oh, still daring to curse me with loneliness? Little dragon, tear him apart. Now at the pinnacle of king level, Ying Long could subdue the fat toad effortlessly. And the toad's attacks left it utterly unscathed. Solitary, solitary. The fat toad continued to wail, while the summoned magical beasts hesitated to assist. Their enormous eyes reflecting profound fear. Bloodied and heavy, the toad sought to escape, yet its speed paled in comparison to Ying Long's. Little dragon, enough of the games. This toad's croaking is irritating, Chen Chen commanded. In response, Ying Long let out a low growl, its powerful claws pinning the fat toad firmly in place. With sheer strength, it forcefully tore the creature in two, vanquishing a king-level beast with alarming ease. After discarding the fat toad before Qian Laoda, instructing him to collect the spoils, Ying Long unleashed a skill that decimated all nearby magical beasts. Only 9 more to go, Chen Chen murmured. The system's task required him to slay 10 king-level magical beasts. Providing him with their coordinates, this fat toad was merely the first. Just as Qian Laoda finished collecting the spoils, Ying Long seized the toad once more. You are coming with me, he commanded, before directing the others to gather the remaining loot. Then, mounted on Ying Long, he departed with Qian Laoda and Bai Zhe. As soon as they left, Commander Sun and Zhang Yukai arrived, gazing in astonishment at the multitude of magical beast corpses scattered about, their mouths agape in disbelief. Scanning the scene, Zhang Yukai spotted Lin Zhe and the others, promptly descending to inquire, What transpired here? Lin Zhe and the others, still in shock, responded, it was astonishing. The king-level magical beasts were like mere toys in our teacher's hands. Upon hearing Zhang Yotsai's question, the group finally snapped to attention, looking towards him and Commander Sunday Principal. Commander Sun, what happened here? Where is your teacher? Zhang Yukai pressed further. Hesitating, Lin Zhe refrained from divulging Chen Chen's true prowess, offering vague reassurances instead, prompting Zhang Yukai to drop the subject. However, it was evident that everything here was interconnected with Chen Chen. Riding on Ying Long, they sped through the air unimpeded. Soon, they exited the cave. Beyond this cavern, Jinan City housed 2 ordinary caves and 1 destruction cave, each containing a king-level magical beast, with even more lurking within the destruction cave. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Chen summoned the sky-blocking butterfly and the iron-armored ape, both of which were at the pinnacle of king level, far surpassing Su Jiejia and Wang Lei's spirit beasts. He directed the sky-blocking butterfly and the iron-armored ape towards the 2 ordinary caves, while he made his way to the destruction cave. On this day, countless people in Jinan City witnessed a divine dragon soaring across the sky, its majestic kingly aura inspiring both reverence and longing. The destruction cave, heavily guarded, was teeming with the presence of formidable beast masters. With a thunderous dragon roar, many beast masters were astounded to see a colossal dragon descending, its massive form spanning hundreds of meters, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As it plunged into the cave, a figure suddenly blocked Ying Long's path. I am Lin Yaozong. Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Lin Yaozong, a king-level beast master stationed at the destruction cave, regarded Chen Chen with surprise and envy. Having never encountered such a young king-level beast master before. Lin Yaozong, of the Lin family in Jinan? Chen Chen inquired. Lin Yaozong nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Do you know me? A smile spread across his face as he stepped forward to engage in conversation, but the next moment, he felt a sudden darkness before crashing to the ground. His frail frame nearly shattered upon impact. Alas, why did you ambush this old man? Lin Yaozong grumbled as he stood, only to be struck again by Ying Long's tail, sending him hurtling away as the dragon soared off into the distance. Wincing, Lin Yaozong glared at Ying Long's retreating figure, unable to suppress his exclamations of frustration. Rubbing his aching limbs, Lin Yaozong pondered briefly before summoning a massive pangolin. Climbing onto its back, he pointed in the direction Chen Chen had departed. Follow. Within the destruction cave, the magical beasts were even more formidable and aggressive. Along the path, numerous minor creatures attempted to assail Ying Long, but Chen Chen, irritated, summoned the white tiger and the wild boar king, slaughtering everything in their wake. Where they passed, not even a blade of grass remained. Observing the carnage left in their wake, Lin Yaozong felt a shiver run down his spine. What a harbinger of death, he muttered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed a violent confrontation nearby. Lin Yaozong's expression shifted. Have we encountered a king-level magical beast? Muttering to himself, he urged his pangolin to hasten. Within 5 minutes, upon arriving at the scene, Lin Yaozong could only see the devastation left behind and the blood of magical beasts scattered about. As for Chen Chen, he had already moved on to the location of the next king-level magical beast. Lin Yaozong stood in stunned silence for a moment, instructing the pangolin to track Chen Chen's scent and continue the pursuit. To his astonishment, everywhere Chen Chen had passed, regardless of the strength of the magical beasts, lay in utter ruin. Oh my goodness, it's the 4th head already. This fellow, could he possibly annihilate all the king beasts within the abyss? Lin Yaozong muttered to himself, gazing at the blood-soaked ground, already somewhat desensitized to the carnage. In the distance, fierce clashes continued, but each engagement was fleeting, invariably followed by the anguished cries of the beasts. Chapter 28, The Skill Book. The king beasts, one after another, appeared exceedingly feeble under the hands of Chen Chen. Boss Qian, who had initially trailed Chen Chen in terror, then excitement, and now apathy, directed the smoke monster to collect the recently fallen king beast. Presently, the interior space of the smoke monster had already accommodated 6 king beasts. Fortunately, its capacity was ample enough to house such colossal creatures. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to contain them. Next, Chen Chen's calm voice resonated like a death knell for the king beasts. The task of hunting 10 king beasts had seen 8 completed. Chen Chen had personally taken down 6, while the sky-covering butterfly and iron-armed gorilla had presumably succeeded in vanquishing the remaining 2 from other lairs. Remarkably, only 3 hours had elapsed, and the king experience card's duration spanned a full 24 hours. Guided by the system, Chen Chen's pace in locating the king beasts was extraordinarily swift, and with his pinnacle strength, he stood invincible among the king ranks. Thus, the 10 king beasts were effortlessly dispatched. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, Skill Book 5, to aid spirit beasts in comprehending skills. Bloodthirsty slaughter. When you unleash murderous intent, your combat power will amplify, the heavier the intent. The greater the enhancement, with a minimum boost of 100, suitable for the white tiger. Corrosive poison rain, capable of condensing toxins from the world to form a poisonous rain. Effective for exterminating foes, suitable for the sky-covering butterfly. One punch decisive. Upon activation, punch strength surges by 300, capable of severely injuring enemies, suitable for the iron arm gorilla. Copperhead iron bone, enhances physical attributes by 300, with minimal spirit power consumption, suitable for the wild boar king. Intelligent mind, enhances the intelligence of spirit beasts, suitable for the beautiful Samoyed. 5 skill books, ready for spirit beasts to master skills. And the system had thoughtfully customized them according to the spirit beasts of Lin Zhe and his companions. It can be asserted that these 5 skill books alone surpass the value of the King Experience card, as skills are permanent and will progress with the enhancement of realms. Beyond this, there were additional rewards, including various cultivation resources, a rank elevation, and 500 breakthrough points, among others. Examining the myriad rewards, Chen Chen felt immense satisfaction. However, 20 hours remained before the King Experience card expired, and he was determined not to squander this precious time. At that moment, Lin Yaozong finally caught up, his eyes widening at the scene of devastation before him. This territory was the domain of a king-level beast of the 7th rank. Yet, in the span of mere minutes, a 7th-rank king beast had been dispatched. He stared at Chen Chen in disbelief, questioning if this person was even human. Simultaneously, Chen Chen turned to Lin Yaozong, and upon meeting his gaze, Lin Yaozong instinctively became wary, recalling the 2 severe blows he had received earlier from this individual. "You've arrived?" Chen Chen inquired with a slight smile. "Do you possess a spatial treasure?" The bodies of the king beasts were immensely large, and even the ample space within the smoke monster was becoming insufficient, as it was merely at the level of a full moon. If they continued this way, they would soon be unable to contain any more. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Yaozong queried, recognizing Lin Yaozong's reticence. Chen Chen understood he must possess a spatial artifact and extended his hand. "Hand it over, or I shall make you regret it." At his words, Lin Yaozong's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of the cold gaze of the Yinglong, with the white tiger and the wild boar king also glaring at him with icy intent. The only seemingly amicable presence was the Bai Zhe lounging on the back of the Yinglong. With a wry smile, Lin Yaozong reluctantly produced a jade bracelet and tossed it to Chen Chen. Upon receiving the jade bracelet, Chen Chen adorned it on his wrist, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a vial of potion from the system space. "This healing potion will eliminate your hidden injuries," he said, tossing it directly to Lin Yaozong. Lin Yaozong, who had long guarded the abyss and frequently battled king beasts, had accumulated numerous hidden injuries that hindered his cultivation progress. Despite consulting numerous healing beast masters, the results had been mediocre. Instinctively, he caught the potion from Chen Chen, but before he could utter a word, Chen Chen had already turned to leave. Gazing at the potion in his hand, Lin Yaozong chuckled mirthlessly. He held no high hopes for such a small vial, having used countless healing potions over the years. He casually opened the vial and swallowed its contents, contemplating whether to continue following Chen Chen when suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Lin Yaozong distinctly felt the potion taking effect, the accumulated hidden injuries within him gradually dissipating. "It's really effective." He stood momentarily in shock before immediately releasing all his spirit beasts to guard him, while he sat cross-legged on the back of a pangolin, earnestly digesting the potion. Meanwhile, Chen Chen continued his slaughter. Due to a lack of space, he meticulously selected his targets, ensuring they were all of the highest quality. Additionally, with Bai Zhe accompanying him, luck was on his side, effortlessly allowing him to gather rare treasures. The entire abyss had nearly transformed into Chen Chen's private garden, and his actions naturally attracted the attention of many beast masters. Some fortunate ones even managed to scavenge the remnants that Chen Chen had discarded. What should have been a failed extermination mission was dramatically reversed due to Chen Chen's presence, leaving the beast masters at the Jinling headquarters somewhat bewildered. Simultaneously, they breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Chen Chen's intervention, they would inevitably face repercussions. Now, with a resounding victory, not only were they free from punishment, but would also receive accolades. As a result, many beast masters from the Jinling headquarters ventured into the abyss to meet this formidable individual, both to express their gratitude and to cultivate an alliance with Chen Chen. After all, such a powerhouse was a rare phenomenon throughout China, let alone in a small city like Jinling. Retaining such a figure would elevate the city's status and enhance its safety. At this juncture, Chen Chen had become enraptured in his rampage. The king beasts within the abyss, sensing the impending doom, began to unite in a desperate effort to resist him. The overwhelming waves of combat energy swept across a significant portion of the abyss. The powerful beast masters of the Jinling headquarters watched from afar, marveling at Chen Chen as he single-handedly decimated the king beasts, occasionally expressing their awe, while internally resolving to ensure that Chen Chen remained in Jinling. Chapter 29, Jinling Beastmaster Headquarters. The battle raged on for several hours, turning the entire abyss upside down. Countless beasts trembled in fear as all of the over a dozen king beasts within the abyss were completely eradicated. The abyss of annihilation was now rendered a misnomer. Having collected the bodies of the beasts, Chen Chen settled atop the Yinglong to rest, while Bai Zhe employed reversal of life and death to heal the Yinglong, White Tiger, and Wild Boar King. Little Chen, it seems there are still beasts ahead. Bai Zhe gazed into the abyss of the darkest depths of the demon lair, an expanse of impenetrable blackness that connected all the demon layers across the blue star. Fortunately, this profound darkness severed all perception, rendering the demon layers unable to unite. Otherwise, the entire blue star would undoubtedly face a dire crisis. Chen Chen opened his eyes, also peering into the deepest recesses of the demon lair, where the obscurity was referred to by humans as the Devil's Barrier, signifying a blockade against demonic beasts. However, despite the barrier isolating the lair, the demonic beasts could still traverse within, albeit without a sense of direction. He sensed something lurking within the barrier, seemingly fixated on him, its gaze laden with murderous intent. How are Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Fei Zhu resting? Chen Chen inquired. Presently, he was accompanied only by Bai Zhe, Yinglong, Bai Hu, and the Wild Boar King, while the Zhetian Fun Dai and the Iron Arm Ape remained undisclosed as his spirit beasts. Furthermore, a Samoyed had not yet been released. Given his current level, which was at the king tier, it was customary to possess only 4 spirit beasts. Summoning all his spirit beasts could indeed pose a significant risk. Yinglong and the other spirit beasts nodded slightly. Bai Zhe's reversal of life and death not only facilitated healing, but also enabled them to recover swiftly. In light of this, Chen Chen remarked, casting his gaze toward the Devil's Barrier, "Let us unveil what lurks in the shadows, watching us." With that, Yinglong soared into the air, closely followed by Bai Hu and the Wild Boar King, while Chen Chen and Bai Zhe stood atop Yinglong's head. In the blink of an eye, they reached the Devil's Barrier. The many beast tamers awaiting Chen Chen nearby shifted uneasily. The barrier was more perilous than the lair itself, and none could ascertain what kind of demonic beast awaited them within. Moreover, once lost within, it was exceedingly difficult to find one's way back. If fortune smiled upon them, and they encountered no formidable beasts, they might find a path back through an ordinary lair. However, should misfortune strike, even without encountering a powerful beast, they could unwittingly stumble into an apocalyptic lair, which would spell disaster. Before the Devil's Barrier, Yinglong halted. In the dense darkness, 2 enormous, frigid eyes glinted ominously, fixating on them. Despite being cloistered within the barrier, Chen Chen felt a palpable threat. His expression grew solemn. The beast within the barrier was likely beyond mere kingly status, perhaps even surpassing that tier. "Xiao Long, let us venture inside and investigate," he commanded. With a resounding roar, Yinglong, undeterred by fear, charged forward into the barrier with Chen Chen and Bai Zhe in tow. Simultaneously, the beast tamers from the Jinling headquarters rushed over, their eyes widening in shock at the sight. Yet, before they could ponder further, the barrier surged violently, emitting a muffled thud, and soon after, Yinglong, along with Chen Chen and Bai Zhe, was hurled back out. With a thunderous crash, Yinglong's massive form landed heavily, stirring a cloud of dust that left the onlookers astonished. After a moment, as the dust began to settle, a pained groan drew their attention. Chen Chen emerged from the muck, his face smeared with dirt. Beneath him lay Bai Zhe, disheveled and muddied, while Yinglong lay sprawled on the ground, his dragon body heaving slightly, numerous scales shattered, blood seeping from his wounds. Rubbing his waist, Chen Chen's heart ached at the sight of Yinglong's injuries. He swiftly yanked Bai Zhe to his feet. "Stop dawdling, hurry and heal Xiao Long." Bai Zhe, slightly dazed from the fall, observed Yinglong's wounds and, not daring to delay, immediately employed reversal of life and death. The dragon's injuries began to mend at an observable pace. Before long, Yinglong lifted his head, baring his teeth in a grimace. He had not anticipated being struck so fiercely upon entering the Devil's Barrier. What a disgrace! Chen Chen consoled Yinglong, then glanced back at the barrier, where the cold gaze had vanished. Feeling Chen Chen's comforting touch, Yinglong leaned his large head closer, emitting a low, plaintive growl filled with grievance, to which Chen Chen quickly reassured him. Bai Zhe, having cleaned himself, turned his gaze toward the barrier. I didn't expect it to be an imperial-level demonic beast. Thankfully, that creature was momentarily stunned by Bai Ye's majesty of the monarch. Otherwise, Xiao Long would have been utterly incapacitated. Roar? Baizé interjected. Stop complaining and be grateful that I saved you. Baizé boasted. His contributions were indeed significant. He had swiftly sensed the opponent's tear and unleashed majesty of the monarch, momentarily stunning it. This hesitation allowed Yinglong to evade a fatal blow, though the impact had still been considerable, resulting in serious injury. At that moment, the beast tamers from the Jinling headquarters approached, their faces revealing astonishment upon seeing Chen Chen's youthful countenance. Their demeanor grew increasingly warm. Observing the group, Chen Chen furrowed his brow slightly. All 5 were king-tier beast tamers. And you are? Chen Chen inquired, puzzled. The group, adorned with smiles, closed in around him. Young friend, we are beast tamers from the Jinling headquarters, tasked with safeguarding the safety of Jinling City. May we inquire about your origins? I am from Jinling, Chen Chen replied. At this revelation, their eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. We never anticipated such a remarkable individual residing in Jinling City. It truly is our oversight. Chen Chen waved his hand dismissively, aware of their intentions. If you have something to convey, please do so directly. The 5 king-tier beast tamers exchanged glances, then turned to Chen Chen with eager expressions. Might we inquire if you would be interested in joining the Jinling beast tamer headquarters? Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Recognizing Chen Chen's formidable prowess, such a powerful ally was one they must secure. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chen Chen's face. Joining the Jinling beast tamer headquarters might be an option. However, what benefits would it entail? Upon this query, the 5 king-tier beast tamers beamed broadly. Certainly, there are numerous benefits. By joining the Jinling beast tamer headquarters, given your strength, you would be on equal footing with us. Becoming one of the highest authorities in Jinling City, you would have priority access to various training resources. And any official procurement of beast materials would be available at a 20% discount, with a monthly allocation of resources. Furthermore, should you encounter the bottleneck of the imperial level, the headquarters will mobilize extensive resources to assist you, ensuring your successful breakthrough. Additionally, there are various privileges, both large and small. In short, joining the Jinling beast tamer headquarters would undoubtedly be advantageous. The 5 beamed at Chen Chen, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chen posed another question. Can the Jinling beast tamer headquarters manage beast families? Absolutely. The Jinling beast tamer headquarters is the official authority of Jinling City, and both the Beast Tamer Association and beast families must adhere to our governance. Certainly, these 3 esteemed organizations are the very backbone of Jinling City. Under normal circumstances, we would seldom interfere with their development, and moreover, individuals from these 3 organizations are also present at our Jinling Beastmaster headquarters. The 5 responded. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen pondered for a moment and then inquired of the 5, "May I ask your honorable names?" At this, the 5 beamed with joy. This statement signified that Chen Chen was willing to engage with them. They promptly introduced themselves: Gongsun Yuan, Rin Xiu, Peng He, Duan Yuan, and Tian Yunqi. 5 esteemed beast masters, 3 men and 2 women, though their ages exceeded Chen Chen's by considerable margins, regarded him as their peer due to his formidable prowess. After their introductions, Chen Chen returned the gesture with a slight bow, stating, "I am Chen Chen, and I hope to collaborate with you all in safeguarding the stability of Jinling City." With this declaration, Chen Chen had effectively agreed to join the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters. The 5 responded with evident delight. "Welcome to the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters, young Chen." Chen Chen smiled in reply, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he continued, "However, while I shall join the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters, I cannot remain stationed at the headquarters." Haha, that is not an issue. We seldom stay at the headquarters ourselves. As long as we can contact you in times of urgency, that suffices, Gongsun Yuan laughed. He then produced a token and handed it to Chen Chen, saying, "This is the token of the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters, equivalent to our rank, all being of the Grand Commander level. With this token, wherever you go, you shall enjoy the privileges of an official." Upon receiving the token and examining it, Chen Chen noted that one side bore the characters for Beastmaster, while the other displayed Jinling, with golden threads encircling it, symbolizing the status of a Grand Commander. Chen Chen stowed the token away. Noticing that the 5 exchanged glances with the magical barrier, seemingly with inquiries on their minds. "Do you have any further questions?" he asked. Gongsun Yuan chuckled and turned his gaze toward the barrier, asking, "Young Chen, did you discover anything upon entering the magical barrier?" They had witnessed Chen Chen's previous predicament, and given his strength, it was alarming that he had been so severely injured in an instant. What manner of being dwelled within that magical barrier? Chen Chen's expression grew grave as he slightly nodded. Within the magical barrier lies a magical beast, and moreover, it is an emperor-level beast. Upon hearing this, the 5's expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately summoned their spirit beasts in preparation. Seeing their reaction, Chen Chen raised his hand in reassurance. There is no need for concern. It has already departed. Departed? Chen Chen affirmed, explaining that the beast had intentionally drawn him in, seemingly attempting to eliminate him, but had underestimated his capabilities. Despite its initial strike, it had not achieved its desired result and had chosen to retreat. Observing the easing of tension among the five, Chen Chen furrowed his brow. The 4 major magical caves of Jinling City have all manifested high-level magical beasts, with 3 ordinary caves housing king-level beasts, and the Destruction Cave also revealing an emperor-level beast. This is likely not merely a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yuan and the others adopted serious expressions. The simultaneous emergence of high-level magical beasts across the 4 caves could not simply be attributed to chance. What are your thoughts, young Chen? Gongsun Yuan inquired. Chen Chen regarded them thoughtfully before responding earnestly. If I am not mistaken, the original plan of the magical beasts was to launch an assault on Jinling City. Furthermore, it may not be limited to Jinling City. Similar occurrences could be transpiring in other regions as well. The faces of Gongsun Yuan and the others paled at this revelation. Should the magical caves erupt, it could indeed pose a grave threat to Huaxia, potentially inflicting severe losses. This matter must be reported to the Huaxia headquarters, Gongsun Yuan declared. He then turned to Chen Chen, saying, Young Chen, will you accompany me to report the situation? Do we need to go to Kyoto? Not at all. We can connect directly to the Huaxia headquarters from our Jinling headquarters, Gongsun Yuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen nodded, very well. The beast masters at the Huaxia headquarters are the strongest in all of Huaxia, indeed throughout the entire Blue Star. Chen Chen would not wish to miss the opportunity to engage with such formidable individuals. If he could forge connections with a few, it would be most advantageous. Just as they were preparing to depart, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. Ha ha ha, my realm has finally ascended. Accompanying the laughter was an overwhelming aura of a king-level presence. The group exchanged glances, and Gongsun Yuan's brows arched. It is that old rascal Lin Yaozong. He has ascended in realm? Has he healed from his internal injuries? The aura was unmistakably that of a 5th-level king. He truly managed to break through. Shall we go take a look? Young Chen, would you like to join us? Upon hearing Lin Yaozong's exuberant laughter, Chen Chen felt no surprise. After all, he was the one who had treated Lin Yaozong's internal injuries. Chen Chen nodded. Let us go have a look. Following the aura, they soon spotted Lin Yaozong, a sprightly old man, bouncing about, causing his spirit beasts to appear somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, Gongsun Yuan cleared his throat, prompting Lin Yaozong to startle. Straightening his posture immediately, he glanced at Gongsun Yuan and the others, about to speak, when he caught sight of Chen Chen. In an instant, Gongsun Yuan and the others were disregarded as Lin Yaozong hurried over, clasping Chen Chen's hand in gratitude. My good sir, thank you. I have never owed anyone in my life, and this time, I owe you an immense favor. In the astonished gazes of Gongsun Yuan and the others, Lin Yaozong continued to express his gratitude towards Chen Chen, his demeanor akin to that of a person who had just encountered their rebirth parents. Ahem, young Chen, do you two know each other? Gongsun Yuan asked in astonishment. Chen Chen gently extricated his hand from Lin Yaozong's grasp and smiled slightly. We crossed paths upon my arrival. Lin Yaozong too seemed surprised, glancing at Gongsun Yuan and the others. You all know such a young powerhouse, and I had no reason not to recognize him. Hearing this, Gongsun Yuan chuckled and proceeded to introduce Chen Chen. Young Chen, this is our Jinling Beastmaster Headquarters 6th Grand Commander. Grand Commander? Lin Yaozong's eyes widened in astonishment. The Jinling Beastmaster Headquarters has gained yet another Grand Commander? More importantly, if my unseeing offspring were to provoke him, it would surely lead to great calamity. So you are the Grand Commander. My apologies. He quickly shifted to a more respectful demeanor, his attitude towards Chen Chen now markedly warmer. By the way, what you mentioned earlier, Gongsun Yuan inquired, recalling Lin Yaozong's earlier words. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaozong's smile grew even more radiant. The internal injuries I had have been completely eradicated, all thanks to Grand Commander Chen's assistance. It was merely a bottle of healing elixir. Chen Chen waved his hand dismissively. Gongsun Yuan and the others looked on in astonishment. Young Chen is also an apothecary? They were aware of Lin Yaozong's hidden injuries and had assisted him in seeking numerous healing beast masters, as well as procuring various potions. Yet the results had been rather meager. However, Chen Chen, with merely a single vial of healing potion, successfully eradicated Lin Yaozong's hidden injuries, and judging by his calm demeanor, he appeared to be rather unconcerned. Such extravagant generosity could likely only be exhibited by those affluent alchemists. Chen Chen offered a modest smile and humbly remarked, I possess a smattering of knowledge. The rewards from a previous mission included an alchemist's bounty, comprising 4 potion schematics, all of which Chen Chen was capable of concocting, thus qualifying him as an alchemist in his own right. The 5 members of Gong Sun Yuan expressed their admiration, recognizing that the Jinling Beast Master headquarters had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. Subsequently, the group did not linger any longer, advising Lin Yaozong to guard the demon lair while Chen Chen and Gong Sun Yuan departed to report Chen Chen's suspicions to the Huaxia Beast Master headquarters. As they were all elite Beast Masters, their speed was remarkable, and within half an hour, they arrived at the Jinling Beast Master headquarters. The Jinling Beast Master headquarters is centrally located in Jinling City, in close proximity to the 4 major demon lairs. Thus, should any disturbance occur, they could promptly dispatch assistance. Previously, Chen Chen had visited this place, but in his former capacity as an ordinary person, he could only gaze from afar, unable to approach, let alone enter. Yet now, he had transformed into the commanding leader of the Jinling Beast Master headquarters. Such a transformation was indeed extraordinary, Chen Chen mused to himself. Upon entering the headquarters, numerous Beast Masters greeted them with respect, and the glances directed at Chen Chen were tinged with surprise. Ascending to the top floor, Gong Sun Yuan produced his token, which he used to open the grand door. Turning to Chen Chen, he smiled and said, "Little Chen, your token also grants you access to the top floor. And in all of Jinling City, only the 6 of us possess this privilege. Is it that confidential?" Chen Chen inquired, astonished. Gong Sun Yuan shook his head, "Not particularly confidential. But as the Grand Commander, if there are no special circumstances, it may diminish the awe held by our subordinates, thus complicating management. Moreover, the secrets contained here could lead to incessant speculation among them, should the day come when the demon beasts emerge from the lairs. This top floor could serve as a facade, instilling confidence in the beast masters and perhaps offering a glimmer of hope." Nodding in understanding, Chen Chen recognized that as a manager responsible for the safety of an entire city, certain distinctions were indeed necessary. "Let us proceed and take a look," Gong Sun Yuan suggested with a smile. As the 6 of them entered the top floor, the door thunderously closed behind them. The spacious area was replete with everything one could desire: training facilities, recreational areas, dining halls, and more, clearly indicating that these 5 Grand Commanders were individuals who appreciated the finer things in life. Upon reaching the main hall, a large screen materialized before Chen Chen. Gong Sun Yuan approached, fiddling with it for a while before abruptly turning his head, scratching it awkwardly. What was the password to contact Kyoto again? At this, Chen Chen's expression turned peculiar. This was the Grand Commander? If they were faced with an emergency and could not establish contact with Kyoto, Jinling City would certainly suffer. This Grand Commander was truly derelict in his duties. "One moment, let me check," Tian Yunshi interjected, retrieving a small booklet filled with dense numbers. As Chen Chen glanced at it, he recognized the numbers as the specific codes for contacting various regions. Quickly, Tian Yunshi located the password, and after Gong Sun Yuan entered it, the screen illuminated. Shortly thereafter, a large feline face appeared on the screen, revealing a cat. "What business do you have with this Meow King?" The cat spoke, astonishingly articulating human speech. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, while Bai Zhe could speak due to its uniqueness. Only beasts that had reached the royal level were capable of human speech. This little cat was, indeed, a royal spirit beast? Is Bai the Commander not present? Gong Sun Yuan inquired, somewhat taken aback by the feline visage. The cat licked its paw and replied, "Old Bai has an upset stomach and is currently indisposed. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to speak with this Meow King." This little cat was Bai the Commander's spirit beast. Exchanging glances with Chen Chen, Gong Sun Yuan directly stated, "Meow King, a royal beast has appeared in the annihilation lair of Jinling City." Upon hearing this, the leisurely cat paused, its expression visibly contorting with concern. "A royal beast has emerged in the annihilation lair?" "Indeed, and in addition, royal beasts have also appeared in the 3 ordinary demon lairs within Jinling City. We suspect they are acting with intent to invade Jinling City. Stabilize the situation for now. I will instruct Old Bai to send reinforcements immediately." "Wait," Chen Chen interjected. "We do not require reinforcements at this time." "Not needed? Can you withstand a royal beast?" The Meow King's eyes widened in disbelief. Exchanging a proud glance with Chen Chen, Gong Sun Yuan proclaimed, "We in Jinling City have already resolved this crisis. Our report aims to urge Commander Bai to conduct a thorough investigation of the Huaxia demon lairs, as we suspect the demon's ambitions extend beyond Jinling City." Chapter 32. Commander Bai. As Gong Sun Yuan conversed with the Meow King, a middle-aged man with a gaunt appearance suddenly appeared on the screen. He grasped the Meow King by the scruff and flung it aside. "Gong Sun Yuan, what is it you require?" the middle-aged man asked, his voice somewhat weak. Seeing the man's condition, Gong Sun Yuan's lips twitched. "Commander Bai, what happened to you?" "Nothing serious, just a bit drained." Commander Bai waved his hand dismissively, casting a fierce glare at the Meow King, which wore an innocent expression. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention back to the screen. "Speak." Nodding in compliance, Gong Sun Yuan wasted no time and reiterated their previous conversation. Commander Bai maintained a stoic expression, his gaze shifting slightly towards Chen Chen. Who is he? While he recognized the 5 members of Gong Sun Yuan, he had never encountered Chen Chen before. The presence of a stranger among them undoubtedly held significance. Commander Bai, this is our 6th Grand Commander at the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters, Chen Chen. It is thanks to his swift identification and resolution of the crisis that we stand here today. Gong Sun Yuan introduced him with a smile. Is that so? Commander Bai expressed surprise, appraising Chen Chen closely. Chen Chen returned the gesture with a respectful nod. Commander Bai. Noticing Chen Chen's youthful visage, Commander Bai curiously inquired. How old are you? I just turned 23. And what is your strength? Momentarily pondering, Chen Chen recognized that revealing his true level would jeopardize his newly acquired position. So he replied, I am currently at the 9th tier of the king level. Commander Bai's expression flickered with astonishment as he praised, at 23. Achieving the 9th tier of the king level is a rare feat across the entire Blue Star. As he spoke, a thoughtful look crossed his face, and he continued. With your talents, remaining in Jinling City seems a waste. Why not come to Kyoto? I can personally mentor you, and within 5 years, I assure you will ascend to the royal level. As soon as the words left his mouth, before Chen Chen could respond, Gong Sun Yuan could no longer contain himself. Commander Bai, this is where you err. It is not easy for us in Jinling to produce a talent. Yet you wish to hoard him for your own benefit. Such behavior is rather unbecoming. In the past, Gong Sun Yuan would never have dared to speak so boldly to Commander Bai, but now that he has found a prized gem, he is unwilling to allow Commander Bai to take him away so soon. His impatience was palpable. The 4 of Tian Yunxi also regarded Commander Bai with a silent but fervent support for Gong Sun Yuan. A genius like Chen Chen was of utmost importance to Jinling. Otherwise, they would not have sought him out with the commander's token. Commander Bai chuckled, displaying no sign of anger. He turned his gaze to Chen Chen. Let young Chen make his own decision. If you choose to come to Kyoto, I will arrange for you to be the commander at the Huaxia headquarters, along with benefits and privileges far superior to those in Jinling. Furthermore, with my personal guidance, it is conceivable that within 3 years, you could successfully break through to the emperor level. Additionally, Kyoto boasts many emperor-level beast tamers who could mentor you. And if fortune favors you, you might even receive insights from a saint-level beast tamer. Young Chen, Kyoto is truly the stage befitting a talent of your caliber. The expressions of Gong Sun Yuan and the others darkened. Such treatment was something even they found difficult to bear, let alone Chen Chen. Gong Sun Yuan's eyes eagerly sought Chen Chen's response, mentally preparing himself for the possibility of Chen Chen's departure. Chen Chen stared at the screen, and he had to admit that Commander Bai's offer was indeed enticing. Unfortunately, the reality of the situation simply did not permit it. Setting aside the system, the sheer number of powerful individuals in Kyoto was not suitable for Chen Chen at this moment. In his plans, unless he reached the king level, he would never step foot in Kyoto. Moreover, the advantages he possessed could only be utilized by remaining in Jinling as the headmaster of the 11th class. Leaving would render them ineffective. Thus, going to Kyoto would be a loss rather than a gain. Thank you for the invitation, Commander Bai, but I was born and raised in Jinling. Now that I have gained strength, I wish to contribute to Jinling. Chen Chen spoke. His calm tone left Commander Bai and Gong Sun Yuan momentarily astonished. He actually declined? After a brief pause, Commander Bai shook his head with a smile, saying, very well. You demonstrate both character and conscience. You are commendable. I will not force you to leave Jinling, but my previous offer remains open. Whenever you decide to come to Kyoto, the same conditions will apply. Thank you, Commander Bai, Chen Chen replied with a slight bow. Commander Bai waved his hand dismissively and turned to Gong Sun Yuan and the others. You and Jinling are fortunate. With young Chen here, your strength will see a significant enhancement. Gong Sun Yuan sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, while we may not offer the same treatment as Kyoto, young Chen will find no lack of support at the Jinling Beast Taming headquarters. At this, Commander Bai nodded, casting a somewhat regretful glance at Chen Chen before returning to the matter at hand. This time, your report of merit from Jinling will be recognized. Should similar situations arise in other demon lairs across Huaxia, I will personally advocate for you, and the rewards will not disappoint. Thank you, Commander Bai, Gong Sun Yuan said with a smile. Noticing his demeanor, Commander Bai huffed. You certainly did not exhibit this attitude a moment ago. Gong Sun Yuan understood that Commander Bai was still holding a grudge over their earlier disagreement regarding Chen Chen, and he smiled apologetically, showering praise upon Commander Bai until the latter was thoroughly pleased. Finally, Commander Bai waved his hand with satisfaction. All right, I will not hold it against you. Haha, Commander Bai. You are magnanimous, Gong Sun Yuan chuckled. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Commander Bai ended the call. Gong Sun Yuan let out a long breath, and the 4 of Tian Yunxi also felt a measure of relief. Gong Sun Yuan turned to Chen Chen. patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Well done, young Chen. It is only right. Being born and raised in Jinling, I should contribute to our city, Chen Chen replied with a smile. Hearing this, Gong Sun Yuan and the others could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. They had indeed found true gold in Chen Chen. Not only was he exceptionally powerful and gifted, but his character was also admirable. Even the five of them felt a twinge of shame, realizing they paled in comparison to Chen Chen. Jinling is my roots. No matter how strong I become or where I go, Jinling will always be my eternal hometown. I will always be a Jinling person, Chen Chen declared, his words growing increasingly profound. Gong Sun Yuan and the others seemed to see a golden aura enveloping Chen Chen, a testament to his greatness. Chapter 33. New skills. An hour later, Chen Chen departed from the Jinling Beast Taming headquarters, joined by Qian Laoda, who had been waiting outside. First, they met up with the sky-shrouded butterfly and iron arm ape to store them, along with the slain king-level magical beasts, before returning to the ordinary demon lair to reunite with Lin Zhe and the others. Teacher. Upon seeing Chen Chen return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, while nearby, Zhang Yukai and Commander Sun gaped at Chen Chen in astonishment. Although Zhang Yukai had long suspected Chen Chen was extraordinary, he had never imagined that Chen Chen possessed king-level strength. As for Commander Sun, he had lived most of his life without reaching that level, while Chen Chen young Chen. I never expected you to be a king-level beast tamer, Zhang Yukai said with a bitter smile. A dignified king-level beast tamer, serving as the headmaster at Jinling No. 1 high school is indeed a bit of a waste of talent. As the principal, I fear I do not deserve your stature. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen chuckled. Then you should hand over the position of principal to me. A Zhang Youtsai's expression froze. He had merely been making a polite suggestion. Yet Chen Chen took it seriously. Haha, just kidding. I recognize you as my principal, and there is no need for any changes. Chen Chen laughed. Zhang Yukai also shook his head with a smile, jesting. I rely on this position to support my family. If you truly take it from me, don't blame me for crashing at your place for meals. As the two exchanged banter, the notification of the end of the demon-slaying operation was relayed. Many beast tamers who participated began to return. Although there were notable losses, the gains were far more substantial, marking the endeavor as a resounding success. With the conclusion of the demon-slaying operation, rewards were subsequently distributed based on everyone's performance, with Chen Chen naturally receiving the greatest recognition. However, due to his identity, the rewards were allocated to Lin Zhe and the others. The total value of the rewards from the Jinling Beast Taming headquarters and Jinling No. 1 high school amounted to several hundred million. Of course, for Chen Chen, a mere several hundred million in cultivation resources was no longer of any concern. He had single-handedly eradicated all the king-level magical beasts within the 4 major demon lairs of Jinling. A total of 18 king-level magical beasts, each worth over 100 million, resulted in a cumulative value of 2 billion. Moreover, given Chen Chen's current status, he could maximize the potential of these 18 king-level magical beasts. 3 days hence, the tumult surrounding the demon-slaying operation gradually subsided. However, Chen Chen's prowess remained largely unknown to the public, with the residents of Jinling City merely aware of a formidable beast master residing within their midst. This, of course, was a deliberate choice by Chen Chen, as his true rank was merely that of a crescent moon beast master, and he deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. On this particular day, Chen Chen convened Lin Zhe and his 4 companions privately. The rewards bestowed by the system comprised 5 skill books, tailored specifically for Lin Zhe and his team. Moreover, due to the nature of the teaching position, any skills learned by the 5 would also enable Chen Chen to comprehend them as well. Finding a secluded training room, Chen Chen observed that while Lin Zhe and his companions had indeed grown stronger, they still fell short of reaching the level of crescent moon beast masters. Upon inspecting his system inventory, Chen Chen discovered an impressive accumulation of items, with the 5 skill books being the most prized possessions. The skill books included Bloody Slaughter, enhances combat power upon the eruption of killing intent, with a minimum boost of 100, suitable for the White Tiger. Corrosive Poison Rain, can condense toxins from the environment to form poisonous rain, effectively poisoning enemies, suitable for the Sky-Blocking Powder Butterfly. 1 Punch Finale, upon activation, increases punch power by 300, capable of severely injuring foes, suitable for the Iron Arm Gorilla. Copperhead Iron Bones, enhances physical attributes by 300 with minimal spirit energy consumption, suitable for the Wild Boar King. And Intelligent Mind, enhances the intelligence of spirit beasts, suitable for the beautiful Samiyed. Gazing at the 5 skill books, an intriguing thought struck Chen Chen. What if he deviated from the system's recommendations and devised his own combinations for Lin Zhe and the others? After careful contemplation, he nodded to himself, pondering the possibilities. Turning to Lin Zhe and his companions, he instructed, summon your spirit beasts. Yes, Teacher, they replied in unison, promptly summoning their respective spirit beasts. The once spacious room quickly became cramped with the presence of 5 spirit beasts. Analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, Chen Chen first approached the white tiger, stroking its robust form as it affectionately nudged him with its large head, reminiscent of a playful kitten. The white tiger's offensive capabilities were already formidable, and adding bloody slaughter would merely serve to enhance its prowess further. Murmuring to himself, he pondered, I wonder if infusing the white tiger with poison will yield unexpected results. As he spoke, Chen Chen swiftly brought forth the skill book, Corrosive Poison Rain, and pressed it into the white tiger's body. In that instant, the white tiger radiated a brilliant light, its eyes glimmering with delight as it let out a low growl, playfully licking Chen Chen's head. Lindsay, taken aback, glanced at his Beastmaster panel, astonished to find that a new skill, Corrosive Poison Rain, had manifested. Teacher, is this skill meant for the right spirit beast? He questioned, a perplexed expression crossing his face. The sky-blocking powder butterfly is the true master of poison, while the white tiger is known for its strength. This seems rather incongruous. Indeed, it is intended for you. Let us see how effective it can be, Chen Chen replied with a smile, intrigued to witness the synergy of the white tiger and this new toxic ability. Shall we test it here? Lindsay inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chen decided, let us proceed to the monster zone, where we can select a few magical beasts to test against. Beyond the monster layers, human territory housed tamed magical beasts specifically for beast masters to assess their strength, often serving as a means of evaluation. For instance, during their academic advancement, students were required to undergo assessments in the monster zone to determine their proficiency. Naturally, Jinling First High also possessed a monster zone, and soon, Chen Chen, accompanied by Lin Zhe and his companions, arrived at their destination. Within the monster zone, a designated arena awaited them, where selected magical beasts could be summoned for the Beastmaster's use. With considerable authority granted to him by Zhang Yukai, it wasn't long before Chen Chen chose a flying magical beast, equal in rank to the white tiger. However, given its aerial nature, if the beast did not initiate an attack, the white tiger would find it nearly impossible to engage. Chen Chen, nonetheless, sought to ascertain whether the white tiger's newfound skill could yield remarkable results. Ah, a flying magical beast, Lindsay muttered, observing Chen Chen's selection. He then commanded the white tiger to leap onto the arena, unleashing a resounding roar that echoed the majesty of a king. Above them soared a magical eagle, its wings fully extended, its size comparable to that of the white tiger, its sharp eyes fixated upon the white tiger, viewing it as prey. The white tiger tilted its head, tracking the eagle's movements, yet the eagle's altitude far exceeded the white tiger's jumping capabilities, making it nearly impossible to pose a threat. The eagle darted around, occasionally swooping low to taunt the white tiger, even attempting to strike with a dive, which resulted in the white tiger sustaining minor injuries. Lindsay, why not try Corrosive Poison Rain? Chen Chen suggested, keen to witness the effectiveness of the new skill. Nodding in agreement, Lindsay commanded the white tiger to roar towards the heavens. An abundance of toxic energy coalesced, transforming into a dense, shadowy cloud that hovered above the magical eagle. With drops of poison rain cascading down, the eagle quickly evaded, but the toxic cloud relentlessly pursued, and as the poison rain struck the eagle, the corrosive effect caused it to screech in agony. Countless feathers were eroded by the toxic rain, and the eagle's flight became increasingly unsteady. Ultimately, succumbing to the effects of the poison rain, the magical eagle plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the white tiger pounced, unleashing its pent-up frustration through a barrage of powerful strikes, ultimately vanquishing the eagle. Witnessing this outcome, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. The Corrosive Poison Rain skill had effectively compensated for one of the white tiger's weaknesses. As Lin Zhe and the white tiger descended from the arena, Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill appeared to be quite promising, and who would have imagined that a white tiger could wield a toxic ability? The success of the white tiger's trial bolstered Chen Chen's confidence, and he turned his attention to the remaining 4 skill books, contemplating how to pair them effectively. After a moment's thought, he beckoned to the sky-blocking powder butterfly, saying, "Come here, little butterfly." The sky-blocking powder butterfly obediently fluttered over to Chen Chen's side upon hearing his call. While its poison was potent, its frail physique rendered it vulnerable. A single swipe from a powerful spirit beast like the white tiger could incapacitate it. Furthermore, as a flying spirit beast, its fragility was a point of embarrassment, as it struggled even with basic transportation capabilities. Chen Chen retrieved a skill book, and with a flash of light, it was imparted to the sky-blocking powder butterfly. In the next instant, the butterfly shimmered with radiant light, its form noticeably enlarging. Su Jiejia quickly checked her Beastmaster panel and was astonished to discover an unfamiliar skill appearing in her skill slot. Copperhead Iron Bones. A skill. yet to be unleashed, has already transformed the sky-blocking butterfly. Should it be truly executed, perhaps the sky-blocking butterfly shall no longer be merely a fragile creature. Let us give it a try, Chen Chen suggested. Su Jia nodded in agreement, commanding the sky-blocking butterfly to perform, copper-headed iron-scaled. In an instant, the creature's size remarkably increased, now comparable to that of a magical eagle. Let us see if it can carry a person, Chen Chen added. Eagerly, Su Jia leaped onto the back of the sky-blocking butterfly. Unlike before, the butterfly actually took flight, and its speed was impressively swift. I can fly? Su Jia exclaimed with elation. As a fellow flying spirit beast, she had long envied those capable of carrying their masters aloft. Regrettably, the sky-blocking butterfly, with its ordinary size and inherent fragility, had previously been unable to bear her weight. Now, however, it could easily accommodate not just her, but even 2 additional people. Moreover, this skill demanded minimal spiritual energy. At Su Jia's current cultivation, she could sustain it effortlessly for an hour, and as her prowess grew, so too would the duration of its efficacy. Next, Chen Chen turned his gaze to the other 3 spirit beasts. The Iron Arm ape's offensive capabilities were rather average. While its Iron Arm fist could decimate low-level magical beasts, it appeared somewhat lacking against opponents of equal rank. With a decisive clap, Chen Chen infused the Bloody Slaughter into the Iron Arm ape, an attack originally belonging to the White Tiger, ensuring it would substantially enhance its combat power by at least 100. Following that, he bestowed one punch to settle upon the Samoyed, which had been deficient in offensive measures. This skill would serve to remedy that deficiency. Other skills would foster goodwill with magical beasts, leading to a bewildering assault from the Samoyed, which might even allow it to single-handedly vanquish a foe. The final skill, Wise Mind, was granted to the Wild Boar King. Technically, this was not a combat skill, but one designed to enhance the beast's intellect. While the Wild Boar King's intelligence was commendable, it tended to lose all rationality when executing Bloodthirsty Frenzy, which could affect its offensive capabilities. Perhaps, Wise Mind could mitigate this flaw. With all 5 skills allocated, Chen Chen proceeded to select magical beasts for the 5 individuals to practice their newly acquired abilities. Observing their battles, he noted that, although the skill effects were commendable, their execution was somewhat clumsy, as these techniques were not entirely suited to them. However, with practice, they would likely become accustomed to them, enabling the 5 to fully harness the potential of these skills. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and opened the system panel. Noting that his breakthrough points had reached an unprecedented total of over 7,000, a remarkable wealth. Yet, expanding the teaching positions required 4,000 breakthrough points. It is time to expand another teaching position, Chen Chen mused. Casting a glance at the arena, he felt a pang of regret and muttered through gritted teeth, System. Expand the teaching position. Expanding the teaching position requires 4,000 breakthrough points. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed, he affirmed. As soon as the words left his lips, his breakthrough points dwindled significantly, causing a twitch in his expression, especially when he recalled that the next expansion would require double the points, making his heart race. Teaching position expansion complete. Current teaching positions, 6. Remaining positions, 1. The system's voice resonated in Chen Chen's mind, confirming the successful expansion of the 6th teaching position. Next, he had to choose the next fortunate individual. Chapter 35, Chueying. After instructing Lin Zhe and the others to continue their training, Chen Chen returned to the Beastmaster Academy, locating the dedicated training room for Class 11. With Chen Chen's resource support, the students of Class 11 were highly motivated, and their training pace accelerated. Of course, those with lesser talents still struggled with their progress, spending most of their time studying beast mastery. This atmosphere of learning pleased Chen Chen immensely. Standing at the forefront, he surveyed the group, ultimately focusing on a chubby little girl. Name, Chueying. Talent, Level 5 Beast Mastery. Cultivation, Star Level 5. Spirit Beast, Earth Giant Crocodile. Skill, Death Roll. Upon biting an enemy, can shred them to pieces through rapid spinning. According to Chen Chen's records, Chueying's Level 5 Beast Mastery was among the best in Class 11, aside from Lin Zhe and a few others. And her Spirit Beast was of commendable quality. She is the one, Chen Chen concluded, calling her forth. The plump little girl, full of energy, hopped alongside Chen Chen out of the training room, her chubby hands nervously rubbing together. Teacher, is it my turn? The changes in Lin Zhe and the other strengths had been witnessed by the entire Class 11, filling them with hope. Whether in training or study, they exhibited newfound motivation. Observing the beaming face of the little girl, Chen Chen couldn't help but pinch her cheek, grinning. It is time to enhance your abilities. Wow, really? Her delighted exclamation echoed into the training room, prompting envy among her classmates, all yearning for the day they too would be called out by Chen Chen. As before, Chen Chen led Chueying to the talent testing room. Just like the previous instances, there were no changes to Cui Ying's Beast Mastery panel. Chen Chen mentally issued the binding command while playfully pinching her cheek. Her soft, plump skin was undeniably appealing. In an instant, the teaching position was successfully bound, elevating Cui Ying's talent to level 6 Beast Mastery and propelling her cultivation to star level 6. Name: Cui Ying. Talent: level 6 Beast Mastery. Cultivation: star level 6. Spirit Beast, Earth Giant Crocodile. Skill: Death Roll. Upon biting an enemy, can shred them to pieces through rapid spinning. Upon seeing her updated panel, Cui Ying joyously leaped from the testing apparatus and into Chen Chen's embrace, the force of her impact making him wince. Her weight was more substantial than it appeared. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Cui Ying exclaimed, bouncing around excitedly like an exuberant child. Struggling to extricate himself from her grip, Chen Chen cautioned. Do not celebrate too soon. Huh? Cui Ying's expression froze. Was there a catch? Surely, this enhancement did not come at the cost of her chubby form? She looked up at Chen Chen, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Noticing her eager demeanor, Chen Chen resisted the urge to pinch her cheek again, waving his hand to summon Bai Zai. Why did you call for me, little Chen? Bai Zai responded nonchalantly as he appeared. Cui Ying's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the majestic and dignified Bai Zai. Wow, is this the teacher's spirit beast? It's so beautiful. Bai Zai, with his immaculate white fur, regal stature, and elegant demeanor, complemented by 6 magnificent wings, was indeed a stunning sight. Cui Ying couldn't help but compare him to her Earth Giant Crocodile, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the stark contrast. Upon hearing the exclamations, Bai Zai turned to look at Cui Ying. Wow, how adorable. The plump Cui Ying, with her skin as smooth as water, exuded a charm that was anything but greasy. Rather, she appeared endearingly cute, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Upon hearing Bai Zai's remarks, Chen Chen's expression darkened. Who taught you such words? He retorted. Humph. I, Bai Yi, am innately knowledgeable. There is nothing under heaven that I do not know, Bai Zai declared proudly. Indeed, this was a testament to Bai Zai's innate abilities. A gift that could not be envied. Chen Chen patted Bai Zai on the shoulder. Enough with the banter. Bestow her with a blessing. Among Bai Zai's many abilities, Bai Zai's blessing, was particularly notable for its capacity to enhance human talents and even elevate the bloodlines of spirit beasts. However, it could only be invoked once a month, and each individual, as well as each spirit beast, had but a single opportunity to receive this blessing. Chen Chen had contemplated elevating Lin Zai and others to an 8th level Beast Master lineage, but the transformation from 6th to 7th level represented a qualitative leap. In contrast, enhancing Cui Ying seemed a more cost-effective choice. Bai Zai approached Cui Ying, raised his large hoof, and gently tapped her little belly. The bouncy sensation compelled him to touch her a few more times. Stop playing around, Chen Chen said, a frown adorning his forehead. In response, Bai Zai chuckled mischievously and said to Cui Ying, little cutie, accept Bai Ye's blessing. As he spoke, his hoof tapped her belly once more, and instantly, Cui Ying was enveloped in a radiant white light. Chen Chen watched with curiosity as strands of white light continuously flowed into Cui Ying, and simultaneously, her aura began to rise once again. Bai Zai's blessing lasted a full 15 minutes before the white light gradually dissipated. Cui Ying opened her eyes, feeling as though she had merely awakened from a refreshing slumber. Approaching her, Chen Chen instructed her to open her Beast Master panel. Name: Cui Ying. Talent: 7th level Beast Master lineage. Cultivation: star level 7. Spirit Beast, Earth Giant Crocodile. Skills: Death Roll. Once it bites an enemy, it can rapidly spin to shred them apart. Tail Strike. The tail of the Earth Giant Crocodile can transform into a long whip to strike fiercely at enemies. Gazing at her Beast Master panel, Cui Ying's mouth fell agape, unable to suppress the urge to rub her eyes. In less than an hour, her talent had surged from a 5th level Beast Master lineage to a 7th level, her cultivation from star level 5 to star level 7. And she had even acquired an additional skill. It all felt like a wondrous dream. Teacher, am I truly not dreaming? Cui Ying murmured. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile, gently pinching her cheek, the slight sting prompting Cui Ying to grin widely. She rubbed her hands together, eagerly summoning the Earth Giant Crocodile. Observing her spirit beast, she noticed it had grown even larger than before, its power evidently increased. However, Cui Ying's brows furrowed slightly as she muttered. Why does it seem to have become uglier? Chapter 36. The commander. The teaching position had already been assigned to 6 individuals, all of whom were 7th level Beast Master prodigies. Lin Zai, Su Jiajia, Wang Lei, Lu Hong, and Mu Yuting. Each of them had reached star level 9 and were on the verge of breaking through to the Moonlight Realm. At the current pace, they would likely succeed within a month. Meanwhile, Cui Ying, who had just been assigned, had leapt from star level 5 directly to star level 7, her strength significantly enhanced. However, such rapid elevation in rank made it challenging for her to control her newfound power. Thus, Chen Chen had tasked Lin Zhe and the others to spar with Cui Ying in turns, effectively allowing them to take turns administering a thorough beating to her, enabling her to grasp her strength more quickly. With 6 individuals bound, there was no rush to expand the teaching position further. For the time being, Chen Chen leisurely sipped tea, occasionally offering guidance to Lin Zhe and the others. Additionally, he took immense joy in observing the increase in breakthrough points. And during moments of elation, he treated himself to various items. Consequently, his system backpack brimmed with an eclectic assortment of goods, all purchased with breakthrough points, leading him to feel he had taken a preliminary step into a modest affluence. While Chen Chen was enjoying his leisurely time, news arrived from the headquarters of the Jinling Beastmaster Association, summoning him to pay a visit. Riding his trusty bicycle, he made his way to the headquarters, where he presented the Commander's token, instantly attracting numerous respectful gazes. Even his somewhat dilapidated bicycle was promptly guarded by personnel, wary of any potential damage. With an unobstructed passage, he reached the top floor, where he found Gongsun Yuan and his companions already awaiting him. Little Chen has arrived, they greeted warmly as they stood. Chen Chen reciprocated their greetings and inquired, "Did you summon me for something important?" "Hee, nothing urgent, but rather some delightful news," Gongsun Yuan replied with a smile. Chen Chen regarded him with curiosity, prompting Gongsun Yuan to continue. "Our Jinling has achieved a significant accomplishment this time." "Oh, is it regarding the demon extermination operation?" Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, swiftly connecting the dots. "Has there been unusual activity in other demon dens across Huaxia?" "Indeed," Gongsun Yuan confirmed, relief evident in his expression. "In Huaxia, 70% of the demon dens have exhibited the emergence of high-level demon beasts. They have been consolidating their forces, and had we discovered this any later, they might have launched a direct assault on Huaxia, resulting in untold losses among beast masters. Fortunately, we detected it in a timely manner and struck preemptively, incurring minimal losses while achieving a resounding victory and reaping substantial rewards. Jinling City has garnered the lion's share of the credit." Gongsun Yuan's companions beamed with joy. Chen Chen nodded slightly, finding the developments unsurprising. He looked at them with a smile and asked, "Are there any rewards?" "Certainly. Not only are there rewards, but they are also quite substantial, amounting to 100 billion in cultivation resources. Furthermore, Commander Bai has specifically issued rewards for the 6 of us, aimed at helping us elevate our realms. As for you, Little Chen, your reward is a treasure that can assist you in pushing towards the imperial level." Gongsun Yuan stated contentedly, a hint of envy flashing across his face at the mention of the imperial level treasure. Unfortunately, their realms were not yet sufficient. The most powerful among them, Gongsun Yuan, had merely reached the 7th stage of the king level. This reward might facilitate a breakthrough for him, but the distance to the imperial level remained substantial. A treasure capable of assisting one in reaching the imperial level? Chen Chen expressed surprise, realizing just how generous Commander Bai was. However, considering his actual level was merely that of a moonlight beastmaster, he was still light years away from the imperial level. This treasure would serve him little purpose. After deliberating, Chen Chen spoke, "Brother Gongsun, you all know that I am currently teaching at Jinling No. 1 High School, where I need to nurture numerous students, and the most scarce resource is cultivation resources. How about exchanging my reward for cultivation resources?" Though their ages varied greatly, their strengths were comparable, allowing them to bond as peers. Upon hearing Chen Chen's proposal, Gongsun Yuan and the others were momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, "Little Chen, that is an opportunity to reach the imperial level." Chen Chen shrugged, a calm smile gracing his lips. "You have mentioned that this is merely an opportunity, and it does not guarantee a breakthrough to the royal level. Moreover, my individual strength is limited, and it is the next generation of beast tamers who hold the promise of the future. Therefore, I aspire to nurture them, hoping that one day they may become the pillars of our human race and contribute significantly to our kind." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yuan and his 4 companions were deeply impressed by Chen Chen, embodying the essence of righteousness, profound love, and selflessness, qualities that Chen Chen represented so eloquently. "Ah, Little Chen," Gongsun Yuan remarked, gazing at Chen Chen, "your words truly leave us feeling inadequate." Chen Chen merely smiled faintly, "Brother Gongsun, please convert the rewards from Commander Bai into training resources for me." The 5 exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent consensus. Gongsun Yuan declared, "Little Chen, the precious rewards from Commander Bai still belong to you. Additionally, we will procure a batch of training resources from the Beast Tamer headquarters in Jinling for the cultivation of your students. How does that sound?" "That." Chen Chen pondered for a moment, then replied with a wry smile, "Isn't that somewhat against the rules?" "What rules?" Gongsun Yuan countered. "In Jinling City, As long as we six are united in our opinions, we can decide anything. A mere allocation of training resources is hardly a significant matter. Besides, the training resources from the Jinling headquarters are intended for nurturing beast tamers, and by entrusting them to you, we are still fulfilling that purpose, he explained. Before Chen Chen could respond further, Gongsun Yuan waved his hand. All right, it's settled then. Well, okay, Chen Chen conceded with a resigned smile. Feeling as though he had struck a considerable fortune with this unexpected boon of training resources. Seeing Chen Chen's agreement, Gongsun Yuan's face lit up with a smile. Feeling that he had contributed to Chen Chen's cause, which rendered him equally noble. By the way, little Chen, I heard that apart from yourself, there are no other teachers in your class. What if our 5 were to step in? Huh, you all want to teach at Jinling No. 1 High School? Chen Chen was taken aback. This proposition had not crossed his mind. Gongsun Yuan shook his head, not at Jinling No. 1 High School, but rather in your class. With our collective strength, guiding those young ones should pose no significant challenge. Observing the sincerity in their expressions, Chen Chen realized that the 5 were genuinely moved by his words and wished to engage in something meaningful. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, no problem. If you have the time, you are welcome to teach my students at any moment. Chapter 37. Admission test upon returning to Jinling No. 1 High School. Chen Chen made his way to the principal's office. Principal, you called for me? He inquired, stepping through the door with a smile. Zhang Yukai looked up. A smile gracing his features. Little Chen, please take a seat. What is the matter, Principal? Chen Chen asked as he settled onto the sofa and accepted the teacup offered by Zhang Yukai. It's nothing too pressing, Zhang Yukai replied after taking a sip of tea. In 3 days, the first-year students will undergo an admission test. The testing methods for the Beast Tamer class differ from those of the regular classes. And Class 11 has its peculiarities. Therefore, I would like to know which type of test you prefer for your students. The admission test? In truth, the start of high school usually occurs quite early, and now that we have just reached the normal start time, it is indeed the season for admission tests. Chen Chen contemplated for a moment before asking, is it possible to administer separate tests? Separate? Zhang Yukai inquired. I wish to select a portion of students for the Beast Tamer class test, while the remainder can participate in the regular class test. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yukai nodded without hesitation, no problem. Just provide me with the list of students participating in both tests. Given Chen Chen's prowess, Zhang Yukai afforded him the utmost privileges. As long as his requests were reasonable, he was inclined to agree. Chen Chen nodded, all right. After a brief conversation, he prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. By the way, Principal, you needn't search for teachers for Class 11 anymore. I have already found them. Zhang Yukai smiled and nodded. You may handle the matters of Class 11 as you see fit. Upon returning to the training room, Chen Chen informed all the students about the upcoming admission tests, encouraging them to prepare diligently. Except for the 6 students bound to the teaching positions, the remaining 30 students would all participate in the regular class examination, as their abilities were indeed somewhat lacking. 3 days swiftly passed, and the day of the admission test arrived. The regular class test was straightforward, consisting of a conventional written exam assessing various knowledge areas. In this aspect, Class 11 had an advantage, as they were all scions of prominent families. Despite facing exclusion, their starting point was inherently higher than that of others. As for the Beast Tamer class, it was a test of strength. The testing venue was located within the Beast Zone of Jinling No. 1 High School. And rather than the typical arena battles, students would enter the Beast Zone, where their performances would be monitored by special equipment, ultimately evaluated by judges. This format was akin to that of entrance examinations, but considerably simpler, with more lenient assessment criteria. As the tests commenced, each class's homeroom teacher escorted their students to the Beast Zone. Chen Chen accompanied Lin Zhe and the other 6. Although their numbers were few compared to the other classes, each was a formidable talent. Class 11, the homeroom teacher of the Beast Tamer class, was taken aback upon seeing Chen Chen leading Lin Zhe and his companions. Unaware that Class 11 was receiving the privileges of the Beast Tamer class, along with unique advantages. A few of my students possess exceptional talent. Let them experience the Beast Tamer class test, Chen Chen chuckled. The other teachers nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. They were merely educators, with no grievances against Chen Chen, and preferred not to engage with Class 11, as it would be pointless to provoke unnecessary conflict. However, the students from other classes harbored different sentiments. Many regarded Lin Zhe and his companions with derision, whispering among themselves about teaching them a lesson. Sensing the scrutiny, Chen Chen quietly advised, once you enter the Beast Zone, do not hold back, showcase your full strength. If any students from other classes attempt to make things difficult for you, teach them a lesson. Just one directive, go for it. Understood, Lin Zhe and his companions nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the Beast Zone was activated. At Zhang Youcai's call, A throng of students surged into the area, quickly filling it to capacity. Meanwhile, the homeroom teachers entered the monitoring room to closely observe the students' performances. Accompanied by 5 judges, 3 were permanent judges from Jinling No. 1 High School, and 2 were Beast Tamers from the Jinling headquarters, invited by Zhang Yukai. Screens were set up to monitor the entire Beast Zone, allowing the movements of the students to be closely monitored by all present. Meanwhile, the monitoring system possesses a recording function, capturing every aspect of this test in its entirety. Ultimately, the footage will be submitted to the judges for thorough review, who will meticulously assess it and render their scores. This entire process closely mirrors the standards of entrance examinations. Upon entering the Beast Zone, through peculiar means, numerous students were dispersed, with the possibility of encounters among them. They could form teams, and combat was not prohibited. In fact, defeating an opponent could yield additional points, while the vanquished would incur penalties. Such testing operates with virtually no regulations, save for the imperative that no one's life may be endangered. It is governed entirely by the survival principle of the strong prevailing over the weak. Chen Chen observed the screen and quickly located Lin Zhe and his group of 6, who had been thoroughly scattered, their distances considerable, making swift reunification somewhat challenging. Fortunately, prior to the examination, Chen Chen had exchanged for a set of devices within the system. Upon binding to the teaching position, he could communicate, locate, and send messages through the Beastmaster panel. Moreover, even upon entering the magical cavern, these devices remained unaffected. Utilizing this equipment, the time required for the 6 to regroup could be somewhat expedited. Of course, even if they did not reunite, Chen Chen harbored no concerns, as each member of the group possessed formidable capabilities. Even Samayed had developed a certain degree of offensive strength, rendering them unlikely to face genuine danger. Nonetheless, Chen Chen favored employing superior numbers to overpower the weak, and his teachings emphasized the principle of attacking in groups rather than engaging in one-on-one confrontations, targeting the weak rather than the strong, and favoring ambushes over direct confrontations. Under such guidance, Lin Zhe and the others had undoubtedly been influenced. After all, this approach is the safest. In this world, life is paramount, and one must understand how to safeguard oneself. Aside from Chen Chen, the homeroom teachers of various classes were also monitoring their students, either nodding in quiet approval or furrowing their brows in concern. Their expressions revealed the students' performance. In contrast, Chen Chen appeared rather placid. After a brief observation, he retreated to a nearby sofa, curling up to rest. Chapter 38, The Unveiling of Strength. In the Beast Zone. Upon entry, Lin Zhe immediately sensed a spatial force that separated everyone. Before he could stabilize his form, the White Tiger was summoned forth to avert any unforeseen incidents. Once he regained his footing, Lin Zhe discovered himself amidst a mountain range, the distant roars of beasts echoing around him. After carefully surveying his surroundings and confirming his safety, he initiated contact with Su Jiejia and the others. Shortly, each responded in turn, clearly unharmed. I should seek out Yuting first. Locating the position of Mu Yuting, he realized they were in close proximity, and given her relatively weaker prowess, he decided to prioritize her safety. Additionally, there was the 7th-tier Star Master, Cui Ying, whom Su Jiejia would find first before they regrouped. With plans set, Lin Zhe commenced his journey. The White Tiger, a 9th-tier Star Beast, was nearly invincible within the Star Realm. Regardless of whether the adversaries were terrestrial, aerial, or aquatic, they would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the White Tiger's assault. However, Lin Zhe remained cautious, aware of the presence of the moonlit beasts in the area. Half a day later, with a thunderous roar, a massive bear collapsed, prompting Lin Zhe to exhale in relief. The bear's tough hide had proven resilient, consuming a fair amount of his energy. He patted the White Tiger's head, intending to rest briefly when suddenly, a giant scorpion emerged from the underbrush. Simultaneously, a familiar voice rang out. Well, if it isn't Lin Zhe, the young master. Lin Zhe frowned, turning towards the sound. Zhang Yu? Previously, when Chen Chen had taken over Class 11, Lin Zhe had faced Zhang Yu in a challenge at the Beast Master Pavilion, having recently ascended to the 8th tier of the Star Realm, where he successfully defeated Zhang Yu. It was evident that Zhang Yu had been harboring a grudge since then. What? Do you wish to fight me again? Lin Zhe smirked, unperturbed, for he had surpassed the 8th tier and was nearing the realm of the moonlit Beast Master. Thus, he felt no trepidation. Should Zhang Yu wish to engage, he would teach him a lesson in humility. Observing Lin Zhe's dismissive demeanor, Zhang Yu couldn't help but snort derisively. Then, with a clap of his hands, 2 figures emerged, fellow Beast Masters from Zhang Yu's class, both at the 7th tier of the Star Realm. Humph, during the demon-slaying operation, you were fortunate to escape. This time, I shall see how you contend with the 3 of us, Zhang Yu sneered. Outnumbering the few? Lin Zhe chuckled and shook his head. Chen Chen had instilled in him the principle of never engaging in one-on-one battles. Yet here he was, about to be outnumbered. However, facing one 8th tier and two 7th tier opponents posed little difficulty. Standing atop the white tiger, Lin Zhe pointed. You are surrounded. Zhang Yu and his companions exchanged glances. Bewildered by Lin Zhe's transformation, it seemed as though he had become an entirely different person, almost comical in nature. Zhang Yu scoffed and commanded the giant scorpion, while the other two directed their spirit beasts to encircle Lin Zhe. The white tiger regarded the trio with a glimmer of disdain. Let us finish this quickly. Yu Ting is waiting for us, Lin Zhe stated. With a resounding roar, the white tiger unleashed its 9th tier might, casting an imposing presence over the battlefield. Zhang Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and the faces of the other two hardened as well. 9th tier? Are you kidding me? Zhang Yu shouted incredulously. Just a month prior, Lin Zhe had been beneath him in tier, yet now, he had surged ahead to the 9th tier, while Zhang Yu remained stagnant at the 8th. Lin Zhe chuckled. I'm on a roll. Before his words had fully settled, he commanded the white tiger, which charged forth in an instant. Appearing before the giant scorpion and swiftly pinning its tail down with a powerful paw, followed by another strike that nearly flattened the creature. Without even deploying skills, he effortlessly incapacitated one opponent. The remaining two, merely 7th tier, fell before the white tiger's assault like crops before a scythe. In mere moments, the three spirit beasts lay utterly defeated. Lin Zhe, with a teasing smirk, addressed Zhang Yu. Care to try your hand at this? At his words, Zhang Yu's lips twitched. While beast masters were indeed stronger than ordinary individuals, they paled in comparison to spirit beasts. Should the white tiger's massive paw descend upon him, he would surely meet his end. The three of them wore grim expressions, realizing that they were doomed to fail this test, undoubtedly landing at the bottom of the rankings. Outnumbered and then thoroughly defeated, how many points would they lose as a result? Seeing their despondent state, Lin Zhe smiled lightly, extracting the magic core from the giant bear before riding off on the white tiger, leaving Zhang Yu and his companions to lament the state of their battered spirit beasts, contemplating whether to submit their results early. In the monitoring room, spectators witnessed this unfolding scene, their astonished gazes turning to the seemingly unperturbed Chen Chen. Zhang Yu's homeroom teacher wore a somewhat grim expression. Mr. Chen, is your student truly at the 9th tier? Indeed, Chen Chen affirmed with a nod. The list I submitted to the principal clearly states this. Did you not take notice? At this, the various homeroom teachers exchanged looks of disbelief. They had focused solely on the 3 beast master classes, neglecting class 11. They had not anticipated that Lin Zhe, who had only recently been at the 7th tier, would ascend to the 9th tier in less than a month. Such rapid advancement seemed almost unnatural. 3 homeroom teachers turned their attention to the principal, requesting another copy of the list. Upon glimpsing the roster for class 11, their pupils dilated in disbelief. Could it be that they were seeing things? The trio rubbed their eyes and stared intently for a moment before looking up at Chen Chen. Teacher Chen, are you certain there are no discrepancies in this list? Teacher Wang, what are you implying? I assure you, I would never falsify such information. Rest easy. They remain at the Stellar 9 level and have not yet ascended to the Moonlit Beastmaster. Chen Chen reassured them. However, the 3 were at a loss for words. What they meant by discrepancies was the possibility that the students' levels were reported too high, not a misunderstanding of the term itself. They scrutinized the list, a total of 6 students, 5 at Stellar 9 and 1 at Stellar 7. This achievement left the 3 Beastmaster class teachers feeling bitterly aware of their own shortcomings. It was worth noting that their 3 classes combined only had 3 students at Stellar 9, while Class 11 boasted 5, more than the sum of their own. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Zhang Yukai observed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head, recognizing that the expressions on the 3 teachers' faces mirrored his own when he first received the list. No one had anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant Class 11 would be teeming with talent, capable of supporting half of Jinling High School. Yet, Zhang Yukai knew that all of this was due to Chen Chen's efforts. Chapter 39. The Wild Boar Herd in less than half a day. Lin Zhe reunited with Mu Yuding. However, prior to this, Su Jiejia had already brought Shui Ying to Mu Yuding's side. Lin Zhe, you're too slow, Su Jiejia remarked with a hint of pride as she rode in on her sky-mantling butterfly. Now that her butterfly could carry passengers, her movements had become much more efficient. As Lin Zhe dismounted from his white tiger, he cast an envious glance at the sky-mantling butterfly before responding. I ran into that Zhang Yu fellow and wasted some time. Oh, Su Jiejia and the others nodded. In the past, they would have been curious about the outcome, but now they knew without asking. Lin Zhe blinked, anticipating questions from the trio, hoping to put on a show, yet their indifference extinguished his enthusiasm. Let us head to meet Wang Lei and Lu Hong, Lin Zhe suggested. Wang Lei and Lu Hong were quite far away, and neither was particularly fast. Moreover, the obstacles posed by magical beasts had delayed them significantly. Su Jejia and the others nodded and set off in the direction of Wang Lei and Lu Hong. Within half an hour, they encountered Wang Lei. Approximately an hour later, the ground began to tremble, and soon they spotted a wild boar charging towards them, with a pig-riding warrior atop it. It was Lu Hong. Just as Lin Zhe and the others were about to approach, they noticed a cloud of smoke rising behind Lu Hong, from which massive wild boars were surging after him. What the? Lin Zhe and the others immediately halted and turned to flee. Lu Hong, spotting Lin Zhe and the others, exclaimed in delight, "Lin Zhe, Su Jejia, help me." The wild boar king also bellowed, glancing back with a look of sheer panic. Ignoring Lu Hong's pleas for help, Lin Zhe and his companions quickly counted. There were dozens of wild boars charging at them. They knew they wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught. "Lu Hong, Su Jejia, Wang Lei," Lu Hong shouted, his voice echoing in desperation. He had been running for so long that even the wild boar king was panting heavily, and if not for the overwhelming fear, he would have succumbed to exhaustion. After all, being cornered was no trivial matter. "Jejia, can your little butterfly carry us all?" Lin Zhe inquired. Su Jejia glanced back and replied, "If we return the white tigers to the Beastmaster space, it should be able to carry us." Without hesitation, Lin Zhe and the others quickly returned their spirit beasts and all jumped onto the back of the sky-mantling butterfly. Though it swayed momentarily, it stabilized almost instantly. Then, flying above Lu Hong, Lin Zhe shouted, "Store the wild boar king, and we'll pull you up." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong eagerly nodded, swiftly stowing the wild boar king away before being hoisted onto the sky-mantling butterfly, which then soared into the sky with a powerful flap of its wings. The herd of wild boars continued to grunt in frustration, but was utterly powerless. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lu Hong. "How did you end up attracting a whole herd of wild boars?" "That's not my fault." Lu Hong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It was my little pig that attracted them. You wouldn't believe it. All those wild boars are females. And they must have been trapped in the magical beast area for ages. The moment they saw my little pig, their eyes lit up with desire. If they had caught him, my little pig would have been in real trouble. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, my little pig would have faced a terrible fate." Hearing Lu Hong's words, Lin Zhe and the others felt their faces twitch. Was this story really so absurd? Sigh, my little pig isn't even an adult yet. Those female boars have no sense of shame. Lu Hong grumbled, adding, "Moreover, I haven't even done anything. So how could my little pig outpace me, its owner?" Upon hearing his muttering, the others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, and Su Jejia and the other girls regarded Lu Hong with increasingly dubious expressions. "Ahem. Let us not forget we're still in an exam," Lin Zhe coughed, reminding them. Only then did everyone snap back to reality. Lu Hong frowned and asked, "After being chased by wild boars for so long, will I lose points?" "Escaping from a herd of wild boars counts as extra credit," Lin Zhe assured him. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong relaxed, grinning from ear to ear. "These wild boars are actually quite generous, allowing me to earn extra points." Within the magical beast area, every action impacted their scores. To achieve a high score, they needed to perform exceptionally well. Given their current performance, they could only expect average results. Therefore, "We must change our strategy moving forward," Lin Zhe declared, looking at the 5 others. Su Jejia and the others nodded in agreement. After a brief discussion, they resolved to adopt a more aggressive approach. "Let us charge forward." Having shaken off the wild boar herd, the 6 of them returned to solid ground, summoning all their spirit beasts. Unconcerned about the caution exercised by other students, they boldly traversed the most perilous areas. In just half an hour, they encountered 3 groups of magical beasts, and with their overwhelming strength, they dispatched them all, extracting magic cores as future training resources, thereby alleviating some of Chen Chen's expenses. Their brazen display not only attracted magical beasts, but also caught the attention of students from other classes, who had long viewed the Beastmaster class with disdain and were now eager to retaliate. Students from various classes began to gather stealthily, following Lin Zhe and his group, oblivious to the fact that they had already been detected by the sky-mantling butterfly's watchful eye. "Lin Zhe, there are over a dozen of them. It's time to strike," Su Jejia alerted. Lin Zhe nodded, feeling that taking on individuals one by one would be insufficient. Thus, the 6 pretended not to notice their pursuers, waiting for them to gather. With a dozen of them now assembled, it was nearly time to engage. "Let us go all out," Lin Zhe declared. And as soon as he finished speaking, the white tiger, iron arm ape, wild boar king, and other spirit beasts surged forward, swiftly appearing before the bewildered beastmasters. Gazing at the astonished faces around him, the white tiger and other spirit beasts launched their attack, before their opponents could even react. Their spirit beasts had already collapsed to the ground. The battle was over. It was finished. They had hit rock bottom. In the hearts of the crowd, this phrase echoed. As they stared at their severely injured spirit beasts, their faces etched with despair. "Haha, Thank you, my friends, for the points, Lindsay chuckled, expressing genuine gratitude. The onlookers raised their heads, their anger surging, yet regrettably, the white tiger and other spirit beasts remained before them, ready to retaliate at the slightest provocation. Taking a deep breath, they retracted their spirit beasts, scoffed softly, and turned away, realizing it was time to submit their papers early. Take care, echoed the voice filled with malice, causing the crowd to stiffen, their hearts boiling with unexpressed fury. Chapter 40. Mo Huan the Fool. Teacher Chen, don't you think your students have gone a bit too far? In the monitoring room, Wang and the other two teachers felt a tremor of unease at this scene, unable to restrain themselves from confronting Chen Chen. Every test would allocate resources based on results. Similarly, as teachers, they too would be affected. If a student performed poorly, the class teacher would face losses of at least tens of millions in resources. For an ordinary beast master, such resources were incredibly precious. Even the three class teachers felt a deep pang of sympathy. Too far. Chen Chen languidly reclined on the sofa, observing the three grim-faced individuals with a faint smile. Let us not forget, it was your students who instigated the trouble first. I have yet to hold the three of you accountable. He continued, I know my students well. Their gathering was merely coincidental, and they had no intention of harming yours. Wang retorted, furthermore, how could classmates resort to such severity? With such a temperament, even if they grow stronger in the future, they will only be a calamity. Unfazed by Wang's words, Chen Chen took a sip of tea, glancing at Wang before shifting his gaze to the other two class teachers. Do you share the same sentiment? Most of those wishing to target Lin Zhe belonged to Wang's class, while the other two classes had only 1 or 2 students involved. Thus, they remained relatively calm. After pondering for a moment, the two responded, Teacher Chen, your students indeed need to temper their dispositions. Otherwise, once they leave school, they are likely to offend others. Moreover, their status does not suit such arrogance. Many are observing them. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen nodded, a smile gracing his face. In that case, let your students fend for themselves. What do you mean? The three were taken aback. Nearby, Zhang Yukai shook his head, refraining from intervening. Throughout Jinling High School, apart from the students of Class 11, he alone was aware of Chen Chen's formidable strength. To the trio of teachers, confronting Chen Chen was akin to striking a rock with an egg. As for himself, it was best not to provoke Chen Chen. Of course, the most significant point was that with Chen Chen present, the students of Class 11 were advancing rapidly in strength, perhaps single-handedly capable of supporting the entire Jinling High School. There could even be greater surprises ahead. Zhang Yukai trusted his judgment, so as long as it did not endanger the school, he would not interfere with Chen Chen. Meanwhile, in the monster zone, after dispatching a few magical beasts, Lin Zhe and his companions suddenly paused, simultaneously opening their beast mastery panels, and smiles spread across their faces. The 6 exchanged glances, murmuring, it's time for some fun. Initially, his plan was merely to defeat the beast masters they encountered, but now, it seemed they could not overlook all the beast masters in the monster zone. With only a day left, time was indeed of the essence. Lindsay murmured. After a brief discussion, they decided that the shrouded sky butterfly would scout ahead, aiming to incapacitate every encountered beast master, thus facilitating their early submission. Moreover, many beast masters had already formed teams, ensuring that each encounter yielded more than one participant, enhancing their efficiency. They abandoned the pursuit of magical beasts, focusing all their energy on locating other beast masters, a strategy that left Wang and the other teachers' faces ashen. However, Chen Chen remained unfazed by their expressions. Even Zhang Yukai acknowledged that Lin Zhe and his group had not violated any examination rules. The 5 judges, observing this peculiar examination, wore expressions of bewilderment. Yet as Zhang Yukai had pointed out, Lin Zhe and his companions had indeed not breached any regulations. Furthermore, 2 of the judges hailed from the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters and had been invited to serve as judges. Their gazes towards Chen Chen were tinged with respect. As Beastmasters faced severe injuries, reluctantly choosing to submit their papers, they were escorted out of the monster zone. Upon seeing their fellow classmates who had also submitted early, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. So many have submitted early? You? Oh, you thought you performed well, so you left early? Me too. Ha ha ha. Their conversations maintained the remnants of their dignity. In the final half-day, Lin Zhe and his companions halted, having not found anyone for an entire hour. If this continued, the remaining beast masters would not be able to leave early for rest. Eager to assist, the 6 of them were determined to prevent such an occurrence. This won't do. We must think of a way to make them seek us out, Lin Zhe stated. Hearing this, everyone pondered, and after a moment, Su Jejia spoke up. At this time, the beast masters from each class should be aware of our actions. Given their nature, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. They might have already gathered. Are you suggesting they are also looking for us? It's quite possible, Su Jeje replied. Lin Zhe and the others nodded slightly. If that were the case, it would simplify matters. By the way, how many people remain in the monster zone? Lin Zhe suddenly inquired. If their numbers were too great and they all congregated, they might indeed struggle, as 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. Upon hearing this, the group silently counted, with Mu Yuding speaking the fastest. There should still be over 20. Over 20? The group frowned. That is a bit much. Can we handle them? It might be a bit challenging. After calculating their opponents' numbers, Lin Zhe and his companions began assessing their own strength. After a considerable time, Lin Zhe took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. We can do it. Let us go. The group exchanged glances, then resolved to attract their opponent's attention, employing the most primal method to do so. Mo Huan, you big fool. Mo Huan, get out here and see how I'll beat you up. Mo Huan, fool, coward, trash. Mo Huan, the strongest among the beast masters, had reached the 9th tier of the stars a month ago. Although he had yet to break through to the Crescent Moon Beast Master, his strength remained formidable. Simultaneously, he was the leader of the Beast Master class. If they could provoke him, the students of the Beast Master class would likely follow suit. Thus, a chorus of scathing rebukes echoed throughout the Beast Zone, and this scene even rendered Chen Chen, who was observing from the monitoring room, with a rather peculiar expression. Wang Laoshe and his companions wore dark expressions, all casting glances toward Chen Chen, noticing the collective gaze upon him. Chen Chen cleared his throat and spoke. This is a personal matter. Do not elevate it to the level of the class supervisor. Chapter 41, Total Annihilation. One cannot deny that although the method employed was rather primitive and somewhat crude, its effectiveness was surprisingly remarkable. Shortly thereafter, Mo Huan appeared before the 6 individuals with a sullen countenance, flanked by more than 20 individuals, presumably the entirety of his gathered force. His eyes were ablaze with fury as he regarded Lin Zhe and his companions. These rascals had made such a commotion in the Beast Zone that even the creatures had come to know Mo Huan as a fool. Here comes the fool, Lin Zhe remarked instinctively upon seeing Mo Huan and his entourage, which caused Mo Huan's complexion to darken further. Even his subordinates struggled to stifle their laughter. Mo Huan took a deep breath and coldly declared, Lin Zhe, since you have summoned me, spare us the pleasantries. I am eager to witness how you 6 intend to contend against our Beast Master class. He was well aware that the students of the Beast Master class had been compelled to submit their papers, which led him to gather the remaining students. Upon discovering that only 20 or so remained, he was filled with confusion and astonishment. Mo Huan had not anticipated that out of the over 100 students from the 3 Beast Master classes, only a mere 5th remained. What astonished him further was the strength of Lin Zhe and his companions. However, with their mere 20 individuals against 6, victory seemed assured. Lin Zhe and his companions wore expressions of delight, meticulously counting their adversaries, their eyes glimmering with excitement at the prospect of points. Simultaneously, in the monitoring room, everyone was riveted by the impending clash. Indeed, Lin Zhe and his companions were formidable. However, the sheer number on Mo Huan's side was a daunting factor. Chen Chen observed the screen with an unperturbed demeanor, calculating Lin Zhe's 6 against more than 20, an imbalance that was not insurmountable, especially since among the 20, there was only one at the 9th tier, and the 8th and 7th tiers were few. Most were of the 5th or 6th tier. In such circumstances, Lin Zhe and his companions could easily dominate. A multitude of spirit beasts, exuding fierce might, were summoned by Mo Huan and positioned before Lin Zhe and his companions. It must be said that being watched by over 20 spirit beasts was indeed a significant pressure. Using numbers to overwhelm is the way of battle, Mo Huan sneered. In true combat, fairness is a myth. Do not expect us to engage in one-on-one duels. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe and the others turned to Mu Yuding. Yuding, it's your turn. Not a problem, Mu Yuding said, cradling her samyet, stepping forward with a radiant smile that endeared her to onlookers. Mo Huan's brow furrowed. He knew Mu Yuding possessed decent talent, yet her spirit beast was lacking in strength and offensive capability, rendering it ineffective in battle. After scanning the scene, Mu Yuding nodded slightly, patting her samyet on the head, then directing her gaze toward the most formidable spirit beasts in the group. All right, my little darlings. It's time to feast. As she spoke, she flung a series of donuts into the air, which landed enticingly before the chosen spirit beasts. The irresistible allure of the donuts proved too great, and before Mo Huan could intervene, the spirit beasts devoured them eagerly. In an instant, the spirit beasts that had consumed the donuts turned their gaze toward the samyet, their eyes filled with affection. With a mere wave of Mu Yuding's hand, these beasts, previously bound by their master's command, abandoned their loyalties and rushed toward her. Mo Huan and his companions stood dumbfounded, astonished at the sight of the spirit beasts acting in rebellion. While they were momentarily stunned, Lin Zhe and his companions exchanged satisfied smiles and, with a commanding shout, directed the white tiger and other spirit beasts to attack. The stronger spirit beasts clustered around Mu Yuding, behaving like enthusiastic pets, while the remaining ones were merely of the 5th or 6th tier. Faced with the white tiger and its comrades, they were akin to lambs, easily dispatched. Mo Huan's expression darkened as he frantically attempted to communicate with his spirit beasts, striving to regain control over them. Alas, after numerous attempts, he could at most coax his beasts to glance back. Engaging in combat was entirely out of the question. Mu Yuding blinked innocently at Mo Huan, a sweet smile gracing her lips, as her Samoyed strutted elegantly to the forefront. With one paw raised high, it executed the one punch to settle technique, amplifying its power exponentially before crashing it down onto the head of Mo Huan's spirit beast. The creature rolled its eyes and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Mo Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this little creature truly possess such strength? The other beast masters were equally astonished. This was not the Samoyed they were familiar with. Their intelligence had been erroneous. Meanwhile, the white tiger and other spirit beasts wreaked havoc, dispatching their opponents with little more than sheer force, scarcely needing to unleash any skills. Subsequently, the spirit beasts that had consumed the donuts found themselves surrounded, and without their master's guidance, compounded by the donut's influence, their combat prowess plummeted. Within 10 minutes, Mo Huan's spirit beasts had all succumbed to defeat, while the white tiger and its companions remained formidable. This outcome was something Mo Huan and his cohort struggled to accept. It cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Lin Zhe and his companions cannot be this strong. They had lost, utterly lost. All students from the 3 Beast Master classes were summarily dismissed from the examination, a situation that reverberated throughout the entire examination community, especially after eliminating the 3 classes. With time still remaining, Lin Zhe and his companions seized the opportunity to hunt down a moonlight beast. Under the numb gaze of onlookers, the 6 worked in unison, astonishingly managing to slay it. As the examination concluded, Lin Zhe and his companions exited the beast zone, still filled with a sense of unfulfilled desire, while the students from the 3 Beast Master classes appeared utterly dispirited. Outside the beast zone, Chen Chen and others escorted their students out, and Lin Zhe, grinning, turned to Chen Chen and said, "Teacher, we didn't disgrace you, did we? You still have a way to go." In the beast zone, there were over a dozen moonlight beasts. If you could have dispatched them all, it would have been considered a passing grade, Chen Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe and his companions exchanged thoughtful glances and nodded earnestly, exclaiming, "Rest assured, teacher, in the next examination, we will ensure your satisfaction." Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Yukai, overhearing their conversation, felt his expression stiffen. Those beasts had been acquired at great expense by the school, especially the moonlight beasts. If they were all slain, the school would incur significant losses. Moreover, with many examinations still to come, if the students of Class 11 continued to slay beasts at this rate, Jinling No. 1 High School might very well face bankruptcy before their graduation. Chapter 42, The Malevolent Potion. With the examination concluded, Class 11 achieved outstanding results in both the regular and Beast Master examinations, prompting Jinling No. 1 High School to distribute the corresponding rewards. However, the prowess of Lin Zhe and his companions had reached the ears of their families, and many elder Beast Masters within those families began to take notice of them, with some even expressing intentions to cultivate their talents. This situation naturally instilled a sense of trepidation among the younger generation of the family, even igniting genuine murderous intent. However, due to the attention of the family elders on Lin Zhe and his companions, they found it difficult to take action. As a result, the younger members of various families began to conspire in secret. Lin Chuan from the Lin family had already enrolled at Shenlong University, and upon hearing of Lin Zhe's circumstances in Kyoto, his expression darkened. "Lin Zhe, it seems you truly wish to turn the tables," Lin Chuan muttered to himself. He felt a twinge of headache, not only from the scrutiny of the elders at home, but also due to Lin Zhe's homeroom teacher, Chen Chen. While others may have been oblivious, he could sense the depth of Chen Chen's capabilities. To eliminate Lin Zhe, it was essential to first deal with Chen Chen. Yet, with his current strength and connections, it seemed nearly impossible. Just then, Lin Chuan's roommate exclaimed, capturing his attention. "Guys, a nefarious alchemist has concocted a potion capable of crippling beast masters. Just a sprinkle on a beast master can render them powerless. How terrifying." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's heart raced, and he leaned closer to his roommate to view the news on his phone. The formula has been destroyed? Of course. Keeping such a formula around would spell disaster for us beast masters. Not only was the formula destroyed, but the alchemist was also apprehended by the enforcers. His roommate rolled his eyes. Lin Chuan frowned, feeling a pang of disappointment. If only he could acquire a vial of that potion and discreetly apply it to Lin Zhe. Nevertheless, we must remain cautious. Although the alchemist has been captured and the formula destroyed, many potions have already been sold to the outside, his roommate continued. To us beast masters, this potion is akin to annihilation. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. There are still some in circulation? Indeed. That despicable scoundrel concocted such a vile potion and has managed to sell it. I'm starting to feel a bit frightened, his roommate cursed. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry. Even if it is circulating, it won't be in large quantities. We are unlikely to encounter it. Let us hope so, Lin Chuan replied. A glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. If it had spread, acquiring it might not be entirely out of reach. At Jinling No. 1 High School. Following the conclusion of the exams, the students from the 3 Beastmaster classes seemed to have lost their spirits, going about their activities listlessly. In stark contrast, Class 11 was brimming with vigor. At the beginning of the school year, the Beastmaster classes had been exceedingly arrogant, constantly suppressing them, but now the tables had turned. With just the 6 from Lin Zhe's group, they were sufficient to dominate the 3 Beastmaster classes. They firmly believed that with Chen Chen's presence, they too would one day rise to prominence, just like Lin Zhe and his companions. On this day, the students of Class 11 were practicing, as usual, when Chen Chen, accompanied by 5 individuals, entered the training room. 3 men and 2 women, though smiling, exuded an air of authority. Heh, Xiao Chen, are these your students? Gong Sun Yuan surveyed the room and inquired with a smile. The 5 individuals were the 5 great leaders of Jinling City, who had long since agreed with Chen Chen to guide the students of Class 11. Now, whenever they had time, they would come directly. Chen Chen nodded, addressing the group. Their innate talents may be lacking, but they are diligent and hardworking. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for deficiencies. I believe they can compensate for their shortcomings in talent. Lacking talent? The 5 of Gong Sun Yuan chuckled. Due to Chen Chen's influence, they had been closely monitoring Jinling No. 1 High School. They were well aware that Lin Zhe and his group had defeated all students from the Beastmaster classes during the last exam, even watching the recordings of that event. With the prowess of Lin Zhe and his companions, how could their talents possibly be lacking? Without elaborating further, Chen Chen handed the materials of the students over to the 5. Upon reviewing them, the 5 were taken aback, aside from Lin Zhe and his group. The conditions of the other students aligned with their investigations. Previously, the situation of Lin Zhe's group had led them to believe their investigations were flawed. It now appeared that only the data concerning Lin Zhe and his companions had been erroneous. Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, Wang Lei, Mu Yuding, Lu Hong, and Shui Ying. These 6 young individuals possessed commendable talent and strength, but the others were vastly inferior. Gong Sun Yuan remarked, then turned to Chen Chen, Xiao Chen. Should we consider swapping out some students? It would be easier to educate those with better innate talents. While it is true that diligence can make up for deficiencies, it remains challenging to bridge the gap between first and second-tier beast masters, no matter how hard one works, right? Chen Chen shook his head. No need. I have faith in them. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that Chen Chen had faith in the system. If one has access to extraordinary advantages, it would be unwise not to engage in some challenging endeavors. Seeing Chen Chen's determination, Gong Sun Yuan chose not to press the matter further. Chen Chen then clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, his face beaming with a smile as he began. Students, I am here to introduce you. For the next 3 years, they will be your teachers. Should you have any questions regarding training, feel free to ask them. If you encounter any troubles in life, you can also seek assistance from your teachers. As Chen Chen introduced them, the 5 of Gong Sun Yuan responded with smiles, nodding at the students. After Chen Chen concluded, they proceeded with their self-introductions, though they refrained from disclosing their identities, merely stating their names. Chen Chen was surprised to find that, as the great leaders of Jinling City, none of the descendants from the Beastmaster families were recognized by the students. The explanation from Gong Sun Yuan was that they had always maintained a low profile. Furthermore, Jinling City had been stable, leaving them with few opportunities to reveal themselves, so not many were aware of them. Perhaps their names were familiar, but at that moment, no one could possibly guess that 5 great leaders had come to a school as teachers. After the introductions, the 5 began their teaching. It must be noted that their method of relying on their own cultivation was indeed more effective than the typical approach. Chen Chen observed for a while, noting that the 5 integrated seamlessly, and the students were quite engaged. Although the impact was modest, Chen Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, aside from providing the children with extraordinary advantages, he no longer needed to worry about other matters. Entrusting everything to Gong Sun Yuan and his companions would yield better results than if he were to handle it himself. Chapter 43. Challenge. In the midst of these ordinary days, everyone was diligently cultivating. With the talents of Lin Zhe and his companions, their cultivation speed was naturally the fastest. particularly for Cui Ying, who had achieved yet another breakthrough, reaching the 8th starry stage. As for Lin Zhe and the other 5, they were drawing ever closer to becoming full moon beast masters. With the increasing number of breakthroughs, not only did they need to expand their teaching positions, but they also had to purchase items from the system's marketplace to assist the children in their advancements. Although the majority of resources were allocated to Lin Zhe and his companions, Chen Chen did not neglect the other students. With his assistance, the students of Class 11, regardless of their innate talents, had made some breakthroughs. While these students might not currently bring him breakthrough points, his meticulous care led to a greater recognition from all the students towards Chen Chen. More importantly, as long as there were improvements, they would always maintain hope. Otherwise, by the time Chen Chen turned his attention to them, these students might have already succumbed to despair. At that point, even if they had extraordinary advantages, the effectiveness would diminish. As the number of breakthroughs continued to rise, Chen Chen began to contemplate binding the next student. On this day, Chen Chen led the students of Class 11 in training within the Beast Arena. Every student possessing even a modicum of combat ability was summoned to the arena, while those unable to fight observed from the sidelines, absorbing battle techniques that might prove useful in the future. Amidst the fervent training, the head teacher of the Beast Tamer class, Mr. Wang, unexpectedly arrived at the Beast Arena. He regarded Chen Chen with a somewhat troubled expression, hesitating as if debating whether to speak. Noticing Wang's uncertainty, Chen Chen greeted him with a warm smile and inquired, "Are you here to see me, Mr. Wang?" Wang took a couple of steps forward, glanced at the arena, and finally spoke. "Chen, may I borrow a few of your students?" Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Before he could ask for clarification, Wang continued, "Students from Jinling Beast Tamer School have come to challenge our Jinling No. 1 High School, and several have already faced defeat. Just now, Mo Huan took the stage but is also struggling, so I was hoping you wish for Lin Zhe and the others to participate?" Chen Chen asked with a smile. Wang nodded eagerly, his face illuminated with hope. "Chen, what do you think?" "Certainly," Chen Chen replied without allowing him to finish. "As fellow educators of Jinling No. 1, we cannot remain passive while facing challenges from other schools. After all, it reflects upon our institution's dignity." As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered the students, including Gong Sun Yuan and 4 others, who looked curiously at Mr. Wang before asking, "Xiao Chun, are we not practicing anymore?" "We are, but we will take a break from training with beasts for now. Some students from Jinling Beast Tamer School have arrived to challenge us, and it would be fitting for them to serve as our sparring partners," Chen Chen explained. While training with beasts was indeed effective, the costs were exorbitant. Each beast represented a significant financial investment. Zhang Yukai had lamented to him on several occasions. So when an opportunity arose to engage in combat with challengers, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Intrigued, Gongsun Yuan and the others responded, "Jinling Beast Tamer School. You say? I've heard they have some promising talents, but I wonder how they measure up." However, Lin Zhe and his companions stood out as exceptional among their peers. Even the promising talents from Jinling Beast Tamer School might not surpass them in strength. "Let us go and see," they declared, making their way to the Beast Pavilion. In the arena, 2 young combatants commanded their spirit beasts in a fierce confrontation. One of the beasts, a colossal python, belonged to Mo Huan, who, alongside Lin Zhe and others, was one of the strongest at Jinling No. 1 High School. However, the python was now on the defensive. Opposite them stood a student from Jinling Beast Tamer School, wielding a spirit beast of the same rank, a hawk, its sharp talons and fierce beak relentlessly tearing at the python. Mo Huan, still unwilling to concede? Scoffed the student from Jinling Beast Tamer School. Mo Huan remained silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he directed the python, clearly struggling to maintain control. He had already fought 2 rounds against opponents of the 8th star rank. Although victorious, the toll had been significant. Now facing an equal-ranked beast tamer, his fatigue was unmistakable. Clenching his teeth, he felt a surge of discontent. Had he been at his peak, even if the hawk had the advantage over the python, he would ensure his own survival. Regrettably, as Mo Huan persisted, his opponent let out a chilling laugh. The hawk screeched and dove down, generating a fierce wind that sliced into the python, drawing blood. With its powerful talons, it sank deep into the python's flesh, and with a mighty flap of its wings, it lifted the python into the air. Mo Huan's expression shifted in alarm as he attempted to command the python to entangle the hawk. But the beast was immobilized and could not respond. The hawk ascended higher, and should the python fall, it would either be gravely wounded or face certain death. "I concede." Mo Huan ground out through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed anxiously on the python. Upon hearing this, the students from Jinling Beast Tamer School displayed expressions of derision. The youth who battled Mo Huan smirked and slightly lowered his altitude, unceremoniously dropping the python to the ground. "Damn it!" Mo Huan seethed, rushing to the python's side to assess its condition. He sighed in relief but was visibly pained, recalling the python into its spirit space to rest and recuperate. Zhao Feng, I will repay this debt, he vowed, glaring at his opponent with icy resolve. Zhao Feng, unfazed, merely replied, just leave the arena if you've lost. With a sweeping gaze, he smirked derisively. Is there no one left at Jinling No. 1? His words ignited fury among the Jinling No. 1 students. And the teachers wore grim expressions. After all, their top first-year student had already been defeated. Although there were formidable second- and third-year students, it would seem unfair to pit them against the challengers. Seeing no response, Zhao Feng grew even more arrogant, exclaiming, I heard that your school has a class 11. Home to your most talented students. What's the matter? Are you all too frightened to show yourselves today? Meanwhile, other students from Jinling Beast Tamer School joined in the taunting, while their teacher watched on, seemingly amused rather than intervening. Outside the Beast Pavilion, Chen Chen and his students arrived, drawn in by the commotion. Chen Chen furrowed his brow, pausing momentarily before turning to Lin Zhe and the others. When we go in, make sure to strike hard, do not hold back. Yes, teacher, Lin Zhe and the others nodded, their faces alight with excitement. They were finally going to have the opportunity to fight again, and their anticipation was palpable. Chapter 44, Charge. Just as the students from Jinling Beast Tamer School continued their raucous taunts, Chen Chen and his group entered the Beast Pavilion, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On the arena, Zhao Feng, upon noticing their arrival, narrowed his eyes. Their objective was clear, to confront Lin Zhe and his classmates from Class 11. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, You all charge. Before his words could fully settle, the students of Class 11 erupted with fierce cries, surging toward the students of Jinling Beast Tamer School. Before they could react, they were overwhelmed. Amidst the chaos of shouts, countless fists and feet rained down upon the students from Jinling Beast Tamer School, eliciting cries of pain and shock, rendering everyone speechless. Stop! Stop! They shouted, flabbergasted. We are noble beast tamers. How can we engage in brawls like common thugs? It hurts. Stop hitting my face. Who the hell stole my peach? The students from Jinling Beast Tamer School found themselves encircled and mercilessly beaten by the 30 or so students of Class 11, fulfilling Chen Chen's instructions to strike hard and not hold back. On the arena, Zhao Feng watched in shock, momentarily frozen before quickly regaining his composure to command the hawk to dive into the fray. However, as the hawk swooped down, it was intercepted by a white tiger. Roar! With a thunderous roar, feathers from the hawk scattered across the ground, and Zhao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to shout for them to stop, two students from Class 11 approached him from behind. Bang! A fist struck the back of his head, leaving Zhao Feng dazed as he turned around. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on his nose, blood gushing forth, causing his vision to blur and his body to sway. Seeing this, the two students exchanged glances before simultaneously delivering blows to his eyes. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhao Feng collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Boom! At last, the teachers of Jinling Beast Taming High School emanated a formidable aura that left everyone awestruck. Though it was swiftly subdued, everyone returned. Chen Chen's voice, though belated, effectively halted the actions of Class 11 students. Observing them as they hastily fell back behind him, Chen Chen discreetly gave them a thumbs up as a gesture of encouragement. It was only then that the teachers and students of Jinling No. 1 High School began to comprehend the situation, looking at the bruised faces of their own, then at the unconscious Zhao Feng sprawled on the stage, and the plucked eagle. The expressions of the crowd morphed into a peculiar blend of amusement and restraint. One could not deny that this battle had been delightfully exhilarating. Even Mo Huan found himself harboring a newfound fondness for Lin Zhe and the others, while the students of the beast taming class regarded Lin Zhe with altered glances. Ouch! My face. It hurts so badly. My kidneys, woe is me. They were already in poor condition, and you kicked them mercilessly. How excessive. Damn it. Which scoundrel nearly plucked my peach? The students of Jinling Beast Taming High School grimaced, having never before experienced such a skirmish. Even the teachers were seen rubbing their darkened eye sockets, bewildered by the identity of the one who had landed a punch on them, leaving them momentarily dazed. Glaring fiercely at Chen Chen and the others, one teacher exclaimed, You lot are so uncouth. Just as he uttered this, the teacher from Jinling Beast Taming High School turned as though he had seen a ghost, his expression turning pale with shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips trembled, rendering him speechless. He fixated on the 5 individuals, his anger dissipating in an instant as he recalled the overwhelming pressure that had suppressed him moments ago. Heavens, how did these 5 esteemed figures end up here? The 5, aware that he had recognized their identities, were not surprised. After all, they were the ones discreetly supporting Jinling Beast Taming High School. Realizing this, the teacher rushed over, eager to show respect, but before he could speak, Gongsun Yuan interjected. Are you here to challenge Jinling number 1? The teacher hesitated, uncertain of the stance of Gongsun Yuan and his companions. Fearing a misstep could jeopardize his position given their status, he stammered, You've come at just the right time. My students are in need of sparring partners. Let them participate, Gongsun Yuan continued without waiting for him to finish. Upon hearing this, the teacher's face registered shock and astonishment. Students? Why are these 5 distinguished individuals not at their own institution, but here at Jinling number 1 as teachers? Enough of the chatter, make arrangements swiftly. Why yes, of course. He dared not linger, retreating respectfully with a conflicted expression. But, teacher, Silence, he retorted. A hint of frustration evident as he stole a glance at Gongsun Yuan and his companions. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his students. You will be battling the students of Class 11 shortly. Rest assured, teacher, we will teach them a lesson and show them who the true prodigies are. The students exclaimed excitedly, their eyes filled with challenge as they glanced at Lin Zhe and the others. They had not summoned their spirit beasts and had been ambushed. Now, it would be their turn to take the stage. Unbeknownst to them, their teacher's expression darkened. While they remained exuberant, his voice caused their expressions to stiffen. Remember, even if you endure another beating, you must not harm your opponents. Understood. What did you say, teacher? Mark my words, or you will all be expelled from Jinling Beast Taming High School, he declared sternly. The students stood in bewilderment. Wait, has our teacher defected? As they contemplated further, the severity on their teacher's face stifled their words, forcing them to swallow their protests and nod in resignation. Observing their compliance, the teacher's demeanor softened. And after reiterating his instructions several times, he turned to Gongsun Yuan and his companions with a sycophantic smile. You may commence. Many were left puzzled by his sudden transformation. Moments ago, he had been haughty, yet now he appeared utterly compliant. Was he feeling mischievous, or was he simply seeking a reprimand? Gongsun Yuan turned to Chen Chen and inquired, who do you intend to send into the fray first? Chen Chen scanned the group, noting that the number of capable fighters was limited. Aside from the 6 bound to Lin Zhe, the others lacked the prowess to rival the beast taming class. Ultimately, Lin Zhe's gaze settled on Cui Ying. Cui Ying, you shall take the lead. Though the weakest among Lin Zhe's group at the 8th star level, her earth giant crocodile possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, making her a worthy contender even against 9th star opponents. Cui Ying nodded and, with surprising agility for her plump form, leaped onto the stage, unceremoniously tossing the unconscious Zhao Feng aside before addressing the students of Jinling Beast Taming High School. Who will dare to face me? Chapter 45, The Absolute Pulse Elixir. With a resounding crash, the earth giant crocodile materialized on the stage, its massive form and thick scales rendering it as though forged from steel. Standing atop the earth giant crocodile, Cui Ying appeared diminutive. Recognizing her rank, the teacher from Jinling Beast Taming High School summoned another 8th star Beastmaster to confront Cui Ying. The opponent approached the stage with a morose expression, calling forth his spirit beast and patting it gently, murmuring, hang in there, pal. Just endure a beating, and it will be over. No sooner had he finished speaking than the stage erupted with a thunderous roar as the earth giant crocodile charged forward. Its 4 heavy paws and colossal body caused the platform to tremble. The opponent's spirit beast regarded its master with skepticism, questioning whether it was truly wise to simply endure a beating. It sensed that this behemoth could easily crush it with a single swipe. At that moment, the students of Jinling Beast Taming High School also grasped the gravity of the situation. Watching the earth giant crocodile barreling towards them like a freight truck, their faces paled. Good grief, it seems I might not stand a chance. Block it, partner, he hastily commanded, directing his spirit beast to shield itself against the earth giant crocodile. Without a moment's hesitation, the beast activated its skill, only to be met with a tail that struck with the force of iron. The crocodile tail strike was unleashed. The earth giant crocodile's tail whipped out with lightning speed, shattering the opponent's skill and sending the spirit beast flying. What on earth? The students of Jinling Beast Taming High School were left perplexed by their teacher's earlier admonition. With such overwhelming strength, did they really need to be cautioned against harming their opponent? Perhaps they should have been warned to exercise caution instead. I concede. As the earth giant crocodile continued its advance, the student from Jinling Beast Taming High School shouted in haste, leaping off the stage and retracting his spirit beast. Cui Ying proudly lifted her chin. While the earth giant crocodile may have been unappealing, its strength was undeniable. Next, she declared haughtily. Following this, the teacher from Jinling Beast Taming High School dispatched another student, also at the 8th star level. Although he was not weak, he ultimately fell to Cui Ying's prowess. Having defeated 2 opponents, Cui Ying remained unsatisfied, but Chen Chen decided it was time for her to step down. Subsequently, Lu Hong, Wang Lei, Su Jiajia, and Mu Yuting sequentially took action, each emerging victorious without exception. Their unified prowess at the 9th tier of starry cultivation left the instructors from Jinling Beast Master School astounded. Such formidable strength positions them as the elite within the institution. Ultimately, it was Lin Zhe's turn. As he leaped onto the stage, Zhao Feng, who had already regained consciousness, struggled to rise to his feet. Directing his gaze towards the teachers of Jinling Beast Master School and imploring, "Teacher, allow me to fight." "You?" The teacher furrowed his brow, not out of concern for Zhao Feng's well-being, but rather apprehensive that Zhao Feng might seek retribution and inadvertently harm Lin Zhe. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lin Zhe and his companions were far superior in strength, and considering Zhao Feng had already fought several matches, his spirit beast, the Tsongying, had been thoroughly subdued by the White Tiger. Given his current state, it was nearly impossible for him to inflict injury upon Lin Zhe. He nodded, "Very well. But exercise caution." "I will," Zhao Feng replied, taking a deep breath, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. As he ascended the stage, Lin Zhe's expression shifted to one of surprise. Did this fellow, whose spirit beast he had rendered incapacitated, come forth seeking punishment? "Are you feeling reckless?" Lin Zhe taunted. Zhao Feng's expression twitched before he coldly retorted, "Lin Zhe, I must concede that your talent and prowess are indeed formidable, yet possessing talent does not guarantee growth. Countless prodigies in this world have met untimely ends." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "At the very least, you lack the ability to ensure my demise." Zhao Feng snorted disdainfully, summoning his featherless eagle. Observing the dismal state of his Tsongying, his gaze turned even more chilling. Lin Zhe could not help but chuckle, while those spectating from the Beast Master Pavilion engaged in hushed whispers, causing Zhao Feng's expression to darken considerably. Chen Chen and Gongsun Yuan, along with 3 others, exchanged glances as they surveyed the situation on the stage. Chen Chen remarked, "This little fellow is acting rather unusually, Gongsun. Keep a close eye on him." Gongsun Yuan and his companions nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, no one can pull any tricks in our presence." Hearing this, Chen Chen smiled faintly and returned to watching the match. On the stage, the featherless eagle struggled to take flight, while Zhao Feng smirked. With his spirit beast in the air, he was confident that Lin Zhe could not pose a threat. In a life-or-death battle, Lin Zhe would undoubtedly disregard spirit beasts and command the White Tiger to pounce on Zhao Feng. Should Zhao Feng perish, the spirit beast would follow suit. However, the rules of the match stipulated that one could not attack the Beast Master. Lin Zhe glanced at the Tsongying. Were this in the past, he would have found himself at a loss, but now he smiled slightly, aware that his White Tiger was no ordinary beast. The Tsongying circled above the White Tiger, seemingly mocking it, while the White Tiger tilted its head, icy determination gleaming in its eyes. Zhao Feng focused intently on Lin Zhe, oblivious to the gathering storm cloud above the Tsongying, a dark green mass that sent chills down one's spine. Finally, droplets of rain began to fall from the cloud, the potent corrosive nature causing the Tsongying to screech in agony. Zhao Feng finally sensed something amiss and hastily commanded the Tsongying to evade. Yet, the storm cloud relentlessly pursued, each drop of rain landing on the Tsongying, exacerbating its injuries. The corrosive rain had nearly crippled the Tsongying's wings, causing it to wobble precariously in midair, on the verge of plummeting. Zhao Feng's face contorted in rage as he muttered, "You forced my hand." As the toxic rain subsided, the Tsongying was left gravely wounded. Yet under Zhao Feng's control, it continued to struggle to fly, gradually approaching Lin Zhe. With a sinister grin, Zhao Feng declared, "Let us put an end to this." From the beak of the Tsongying, a small gray vial materialized, aimed squarely at Lin Zhe, and was hurled with force. Lin Zhe frowned, preparing to dodge, only to see a figure appear above him, catching the gray vial unscathed. "Gongsun, is that you?" Lin Zhe exclaimed, astonished that Gongsun Yuan had intervened. Gongsun Yuan landed on the stage, gazing at the gray vial in his hand with a grim expression, his icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Feng as he coldly inquired. "The Absolute Meridian's potion, upon contact with a beast master, can obliterate their connection to their spirit beasts. The recipe has been destroyed, and most of the potion has been annihilated. Only a little over 100 vials remain, most scattered throughout Kyoto. How did you come into possession of this?" Chapter 46. My teacher is a big shot. Upon hearing Gongsun Yuan's words, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically, the teachers from Jinling Beast Master School paling instantly, nearly collapsing under the weight of the revelation. Such a potion had been announced by the headquarters of the Beast Masters in Huaxia, but they never expected that the dwindling supply of the Absolute Meridian's potion would surface in Jinling City. All eyes turned towards Zhao Feng, the formidable aura emanating from Gongsun Yuan instilling fear within him, prompting him to involuntarily retreat until he ultimately collapsed to the ground. Observing his state, Gongsun Yuan frowned. Were the students of Jinling Beastmaster School so cowardly? He shook his head, addressing the teachers and other students. Come here. The teachers of Jinling Beastmaster School, trembling with trepidation, rushed to Gongsun Yuan's side, with the other students following suit and dragging Zhao Feng along. Gongsun Yuan held the Absolute Meridian's potion aloft before the crowd, coldly demanding, "Do you understand what this is?" Hearing this, the group quickly shook their heads, their speech faltering, further deepening Gongsun Yuan's frown. From top to bottom, not one displayed any spirit. Ultimately, he shifted his gaze back to Zhao Feng. "Tell me, where did you acquire this Absolute Meridian's potion?" Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, lowering his head in silence, earning a measure of respect from Gongsun Yuan. Just as he was about to continue, Zhao Feng suddenly raised his head, declaring, "My uncle is the captain of the enforcement team. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you off easily." "Oh." Gongsun Yuan's interest piqued. He inquired, "Which captain? Perhaps I know him." "Humph, my uncle is Zhao Gang. His status among the enforcers is esteemed, and you, as merely a teacher, cannot afford to offend him," Zhao Feng proclaimed proudly, lifting his chin to look at Gongsun Yuan. Beside them, the teachers from Jinling Beastmaster School winced at his audacity. Not only had this fellow sealed his own fate, but he also sought to drag his uncle into the fray, implicating even his own teacher in the potential fallout. What a calamity! Ha! This is the Absolute Meridian's potion. A mere captain of the enforcement team may not be able to suppress this matter, Gongsun Yuan replied with a faint smile. "My uncle also has a friend who is the captain of the enforcement brigade. Should I face any trouble, he will certainly come to my aid. Even a captain cannot suppress the Absolute Meridian's potion. Moreover, as Zhao Feng continued to list names, Gongsun Yuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster headquarters began to mobilize, determined to apprehend every individual mentioned by Zhao Feng without exception. Just as Zhao Feng spoke with growing confidence, his phone vibrated, startling him. He frowned, feeling that this was not the appropriate moment to take a call. However, he reconsidered. Given his status, where could he not answer a phone call? Zhao Feng let out a cold snort and directly answered the call. Before he could utter a word, the other party bellowed, "Wretched son, what have you been up to outside? Our entire family has been thoroughly ruined because of you, you ungrateful wretch. This is sheer insubordination." The torrent of curses left Zhao Feng utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to respond, he heard a loud bang as the call was abruptly terminated. Stunned, he remained frozen in place, only to suddenly realize something and turn to Gongsun Yuan, his face drained of color. "You. Who are you?" "Supreme Commander. I have no relation to Zhao Feng. He is not even a student in my class. I am merely a supervising teacher, please understand." The teacher from Jinling Beast Taming High School hastily explained, fearing that he would be dragged down by Zhao Feng's predicament. "Supreme Commander?" Upon hearing this title, Zhao Feng's body stiffened, his complexion turned ashen, and he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The other students quickly distanced themselves, all realizing the gravity of the situation with Gongsun Yuan. "Supreme Commander, I do not know him. I have no ties to him. Supreme Commander, this is our first meeting. I haven't even spoken to him before. I am innocent." The fervent explanations echoed around, while Zhao Feng appeared to be a pariah, avoided by everyone. The teachers and students of Jinling No. 1 High School were equally astonished upon learning Gongsun Yuan's identity, their faces etched with disbelief. The 5 members of Gongsun Yuan's group had been at Jinling No. 1 High School for several days, and many teachers and students had seen them. However, they had all been evading contact due to their association with Class 11. Yet, who could have anticipated that the very person they were avoiding was the Supreme Commander of Jinling City? The Supreme Commander, the highest authority in Jinling City, controlling the entire region. Surely, forging a good relationship with him would allow for unbridled freedom within the city. However, this golden opportunity slipped through their fingers. After all, who would have imagined that the esteemed Supreme Commander would come to Jinling No. 1 High School as a teacher? This was utterly absurd. At that moment, many wanted to approach and make a good impression, but seeing Gongsun Yuan's countenance, they wisely abandoned the thought. The students of Class 11, including Lin Zhe and others, were equally dumbfounded. Was their teacher truly the Supreme Commander of Jinling City? "Is this for real?" Lin Zhe asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Gongsun Yuan turned his gaze to the astonished Lin Zhe, a smile gracing his lips. "What? Does it not seem so?" Upon hearing Gongsun Yuan's admission, Lin Zhe gulped, excitement lighting up his face. "So, does this mean we can do as we please in Jinling City? Wow, my teacher is the Supreme Commander. Who would dare to cross me?" Gongsun Yuan's expression darkened at Lin Zhe's words, while Su Jiejia and the others looked towards Tian Yunxi. "Teachers, you are." Tian Yunxi smiled slightly and nodded, confirming their suspicions, which instantly sparked a wave of astonishment. I have 5 teachers who are all Supreme Commanders. My goodness. We are invincible. Wow, I am so thrilled. My teachers are all Supreme Commanders. The chorus of exclamations drew the attention of the crowd. And as they listened to the students of Class 11, they turned their gaze towards Tian Yunxi and the others, wondering if they too were Supreme Commanders of Jinling City. The simultaneous appearance of 5 Supreme Commanders, all serving as teachers at Jinling No. 1 High School, was a fantastical notion. Could it be that the Supreme Commanders had so much free time? As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Tian Yunxi and her companions glanced at Chen Chen, smiles gracing their faces. The teachers of Class 11 were not merely 5 Supreme Commanders after all. However, Chen Chen had no intention of revealing this just yet. So they refrained from saying more, leaving the students of Class 11 to speculate. After all, Gongsun Yuan and his companions had been recruited by Chen Chen. And as for Chen Chen himself, this homeroom teacher was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 47, Lin Zhe's Breakthrough. The challenges at Jinling Beast Taming High School concluded with all participants successfully obtaining their positions, and in doing so, they inadvertently affected even more beast tamers. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and the students of Class 11 returned to their previous training. Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, Wang Lei, Mu Yuding, and Lu Hong had all touched upon the barrier of the full moon beast tamer and were now preparing to break through to that level. Naturally, Chen Chen fully supported them, providing ample resources for their seclusion. A breakthrough to a major realm was no longer as simple as before. Moreover, upon breaking through to full moon beast tamer, each of them would gain an additional spirit beast, significantly enhancing their strength. During their retreat, Gongsun Yuan discovered the source of the absolute pulse potion and relayed this information to Chen Chen. Lin Chuan. Indeed, Chen Chen was not particularly surprised by this revelation. He had long held his suspicions. After all, Lin Zhe and Lin Chuan were competitors, and Lin Zhe's rise would surely unsettle Lin Chuan. Furthermore, Lin Chuan was currently at Shenlong University, the heart of the capital, where acquiring a vial of absolute pulse potion was not a formidable challenge. Xiao Chen, how do you wish to handle this? Gongsun Yuan inquired. Given the Lin family's significant influence in Jinling City, especially with Lin Yaozong safeguarding the destruction abyss, taking action against the entire Lin family would be somewhat challenging. However, dealing with Lin Chuan and having Shenlong University expel him was a relatively simple task, particularly since Commander Bai held Chen Chen in high regard. With a mere word from Chen Chen, Lin Chuan could be dismissed from the ranks. After contemplating, Chen Chen replied, "Let Lin Zhe decide once he emerges from seclusion." 3 days later, Chen Chen received a system notification indicating that Lin Zhe had successfully broken through to Full Moon Beast Tamer, bringing Chen Chen a reward of 1,000 breakthrough points. Glancing at the reward, Chen Chen dismissed it from his mind. After all, he was quite affluent now, and a mere 1,000 points seemed trivial. However, upon further reflection, it didn't seem insignificant. After scrutinizing it a bit more, Chen Chen shifted his focus to Lin Zhe's name, and shortly thereafter, Lin Zhe's information emerged. Name, Lin Zhe. Talent, Level 7 Beast Tamer Pulse. Cultivation, Full Moon Level 1. Spirit Beasts, White Tiger. Skills, White Tiger Paw, Killing Skill. The more murderous intent the master harbors, the more formidable the power. White Tiger Evasion grants the White Tiger extreme speed, allowing it to evade attacks and assist in offense. Corrosive Poison Rain can condense toxins from the heavens and earth to form poison rain, effectively poisoning enemies. Frenzy Claws can transform into blades, enabling area of effect attacks. Nine-Headed Lion King. Skills, Lion's Roar emits a powerful sound wave that can impact the enemy's psyche, causing dizziness or even fainting. Lion King Annihilation. Frenzied Lion. Body size increases by 300, enhancing all skills power by 100. This was Lin Zhe's profile, showcasing an additional spirit beast, the Nine-Headed Lion King, and 3 combat-oriented skills. His first spirit beast, the White Tiger, had also gained a new skill, which, predictably, was battle-related. It was undeniable that Lin Zhe appeared to be a veritable combat machine, born for the art of warfare. At that very moment, Lin Zhe emerged from the training room, his face alight with joy as he sought out Chen Chen. "Teacher, I have succeeded. I have broken through," he exclaimed, his voice resonating and capturing the attention of those around him. All the students turned their gaze toward him, their eyes brimming with envy. Having just entered the first year of high school, and within merely a month, he had remarkably ascended to the rank of Crescent Moon Beastmaster, a rare feat even within the entirety of Jinling City. "Well done," Chen Chen praised, then added, "Let us summon your spirit beast to take a look." "Certainly," Lin Zhe nodded, seeking a spacious area where he summoned forth the White Tiger and the Nine-Headed Lion King. The appearance of these 2 magnificent creatures instantly captivated the crowd. Compared to before, the White Tiger had grown significantly in stature. while the nine-headed Lion King stood proudly beside it, exuding an imposing aura with its 9 regal heads. Together, they emanated an overwhelming presence. Hee, my new spirit beast. The nine-headed Lion King. Isn't it impressive, teacher? Lindsay chuckled, proudly displaying his Beastmaster panel for Chen Chen to see. Look, teacher, the white tiger has gained a new skill, and the nine-headed Lion King possesses 3 skills, all of which are offensive. In my current realm, I am undoubtedly invincible. Chen Chen glanced at the panel before turning his attention back to Lindsay, noting that this young lad, having just attained the status of Crescent Moon Beastmaster, seemed to be getting a bit carried away, indeed, rather arrogant. Invincible, you say? Chen Chen chuckled lightly. How about we have a sparring match? Lindsay's smile faltered momentarily as he sheepishly replied, Teacher, you are a sovereign Beastmaster. Our realms differ too greatly. I can suppress my realm, Chen Chen suggested. Hearing this, Lindsay appeared momentarily tempted, as if he truly considered battling Chen Chen. However, that thought quickly dissipated upon encountering Chen Chen's knowing smile, prompting him to hastily shake his head. No, as your student, how could I possibly fight my teacher? We must uphold respect for our mentors, as you have taught us. Pleased by Lindsay's response, Chen Chen nodded in approval. This young man had indeed absorbed much wisdom, particularly in his commendable attitude of humility. Once Su Jejia and the others emerge, you can practice with each other, Chen Chen remarked. Lindsay nodded enthusiastically, absolutely. While I may hesitate to challenge you, engaging in battle with Su Jejia and the others will be no issue. Especially now that I have the nine-headed Lion King as my ally. I am brimming with confidence. Observing Lindsay's smug demeanor, Chen Chen shook his head in amusement, eagerly anticipating the emergence of Su Jejia and the others, confident that their talents would undoubtedly provide him with a pleasant surprise. By the way, I have investigated the matter of the absolute vein potion, Chen Chen stated. Lindsay turned his attention to Chen Chen, curiosity dancing in his eyes. What did you find? It is Lin Chuan, Chen Chen replied, fixing his gaze on Lindsay as he shared the findings of his investigation. Lin Chuan procured a vial of absolute vein potion in Kyoto, which he sent back to Jinling, instructing Zhao Feng to find an opportunity to sprinkle it on you, thereby rendering you utterly incapacitated. Lindsay narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this was his half-brother's doing. As a Bast RD child, he had long endured exclusion, and now he discovered that Lin Chuan sought to eliminate him entirely. Seeing Lindsay's reaction, Chen Chen inquired, how shall this matter be handled? The decision rests with you. I can ensure his expulsion from the Divine Dragon University and imprisonment. Naturally, you may also choose to handle it yourself. Once your strength surpasses Lin Chuan's, you can take your revenge at any time. Chapter 48. The Nightmare Toxin. Chen Chen regarded Lindsay, awaiting his decision. Lindsay furrowed his brows, blinking as he turned to Chen Chen and asked, Teacher, could we first imprison him, and once I surpass him, release him? Taken aback at first, Chen Chen's face broke into a smile as he patted Lindsay's shoulder. That is certainly feasible. Then it's settled. We shall first incarcerate Lin Chuan to prevent him from increasing his strength. Once I surpass him, we will release him. At that time, Lindsay's laughter was delightfully sinister. Observing Lindsay's expression, Chen Chen found himself speechless when he had first encountered this young lad. He had been brimming with pride and straightforwardness, yet within just over a month, he had transformed into this cunning character. Who was responsible for this change? Stop smiling so deviously, Chen Chen admonished, giving Lindsay a light pat on the back of his head. Even if his thoughts were shrouded in cunning, he should at least not display it outwardly. He ought to maintain a more cheerful demeanor and a brighter smile. Lindsay rubbed his forehead, his expression shifting from sinister to a simple, endearing grin, one that radiated innocence and charm. Having made his decision, Lindsay promptly relayed the news to Gongsun Yuan, instructing him to handle the matter, while he remained at Jinling No. 1 High School, awaiting Su Jejia and the others. At Divine Dragon University, a contingent of enforcers suddenly invaded, brandishing a badge that left everyone too intimidated to intervene. Even the professors merely glanced at them, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. They made their way to a dormitory, and with a resounding crash, they kicked open the door, storming in and pinning 4 students to the ground, leaving them utterly bewildered. Enforcers, do not move. A sharp command silenced the struggling students, compelling them to halt and obediently lay on the ground, clutching their heads. They understood that, given the enforcers' reputation, any resistance could result in serious injury. Enforcers, we have committed no crime. You must have the wrong people, one of them timidly protested. The enforcers appraised the 4 students before one of them inquired, who among you is Lin Chuan? Almost immediately, 3 of them pointed decisively at Lin Chuan. The enforcer holding Lin Chuan's hair examined him against a wanted poster before nodding in confirmation. Captain, this is indeed the one. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, The enforcer captain disregarded Lin Chuan's struggles and took him into custody, leaving the other 3 students, law-abiding citizens, dumbfounded. Watching Lin Chuan being led away, they exchanged bewildered glances. Our roommate is a wanted criminal? What did he do? I don't know. But if they're dispatching an enforcer squad and entering Divine Dragon University to apprehend him, it must be serious. We may never see him again. What? Never see him again? Why? Are you missing him? Be careful, or you might get caught too. No, he still owes me money. If you want your money, you'll have to go in and keep him company. Thus, shortly after entering Divine Dragon University, Lin Chuan found himself behind bars. When he might emerge was contingent upon Lin Zai's cultivation speed. By that time, everything would have changed irrevocably. Lin Chuan's predicament did not impact Jinling No. 1 High School. During this period, Su Jiejia and the others successively broke through to become Crescent Moon Beastmasters. Alongside the arena of the Beastmaster Pavilion, a considerable crowd gathered to observe. As Lin Zai and Su Jiejia, both wielding their Crescent Moon level strength, astonished teachers and students alike at Jinling No. 1 High School. Lin Zai was the first to summon his spirit beasts, the White Tiger and the 9-headed Lion King, who stood proudly upon the arena, their commanding presence igniting envy among all who beheld them. On the other side, Su Jiejia exhibited no signs of weakness, summoning 2 spirit beasts. One was an old companion, the sky-blocking pink butterfly, now larger and more formidable than ever, resembling not merely a butterfly, but a majestic giant eagle. The other was Su Jiejia's new spirit beast, the nightmarish poison vine. Yet another poison-type spirit beast, it was a rare botanical entity. Upon its emergence, the nightmarish poison vine took root on the arena, its robust tendrils swaying like a colossal serpent, adorned with menacing barbs that sent shivers down one's spine. Observing the nightmarish poison vine, Lin Zai furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a reluctance to engage. This creature appeared to be quite a formidable adversary. Su Jiejia smiled slightly. Lin Zai, let us begin. Although the White Tiger and the 9-headed Lion King exuded an imposing aura, they may not necessarily hold the upper hand against her nightmarish poison vine. Furthermore, the sky-blocking pink butterfly, soaring overhead, possessed a formidable resistance to the White Tiger's corrosive poison rain, placing it in an inherently advantageous position. Thus, although Lin Zai's combat prowess was considerable, overcoming Su Jiejia proved to be a daunting challenge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zai commanded the White Tiger and the 9-headed Lion King to charge forward, both beasts lunging at the nightmarish poison vine. While he temporarily disregarded the aerial sky-blocking pink butterfly, he was well aware that the White Tiger and the 9-headed Lion King could withstand a period of the butterfly's toxins. And during that time, he aimed to subdue the nightmarish poison vine, believing the butterfly would struggle to retaliate effectively. As the White Tiger and the 9-headed Lion King attacked, Su Jiejia refrained from ordering the sky-blocking pink butterfly to intervene. The nightmarish poison vine swayed, its length nearing 100 meters, with branches of considerable girth. As the 2 colossal beasts struck, their claws sank deeply into the nightmarish poison vine, causing dark green liquid to ooze forth from its body. The vine retaliated with relentless whips, but the White Tiger and the 9-headed Lion King, with their resilient hides, paid no heed, continuing to rend the nightmarish poison vine apart. Su Jiejia maintained her composure, her gaze fixed on the battlefield, until finally seizing an opportunity to unleash vine entanglement. The nightmarish poison vine sprang into action, extending countless tendrils that instantly enveloped the White Tiger and the 9-headed Lion King. Once constricted, they would be ensnared, allowing the barbs to penetrate their bodies. Coupled with the vine's resilience, escape would be nearly impossible. However, Lin Zai was not to be underestimated. He swiftly employed White Tiger evasion, evading the entrapment of the nightmarish poison vine. In the next moment, he unleashed frenzied slaughter, sending forth a barrage of blades that severed the poison-laden tendrils, ensnaring the 9-headed Lion King. Seizing the moment, the 9-headed Lion King managed to extricate itself. Yet, before Lin Zai could breathe a sigh of relief, the barbs from the nightmarish poison vine detached and rained down upon the White Tiger and 9-headed Lion King. Damn it, Lin Zai exclaimed, unable to summon any defensive skills. It seemed he could only brace himself for the impending strike. Chapter 49, Rare Spirit Beasts. A glint of determination flickered in Lin Zai's eyes as he commanded the 9-headed Lion King to unleash frenzied lion's rage, causing its form to swell by 300%, shielding the White Tiger behind it. The barrage of barbs descended, all thwarted by the 9-headed Lion King, though the toxins infiltrated its body, causing it to sway unsteadily. Meanwhile, the White Tiger lunged forward once more, invoking frenzied slaughter again, enveloping itself in a whirlwind of blades, targeting the nightmarish poison vine with fierce intimidation. At that moment, the sky-blocking pink butterfly finally stirred, launching poison arrow, a shot that would find its mark directly at the white tiger. However, Lindsay had anticipated this, and the nine-headed Lion King intercepted the blow. The toxins took their toll, and the nine-headed Lion King grew increasingly feeble, struggling to maintain its stance. Its 9 heads held aloft. With a sudden roar, its voice reverberated throughout the arena. This was Lion's roar, and under the influence of frenzied Lion's rage. Despite its weakened state, the attack's impact remained formidable. The sky-blocking pink butterfly faltered, momentarily dazed and plummeting to the ground, while the swaying nightmarish poison vine was also slightly affected. This assault primarily targeted the sky-blocking pink butterfly. The dizziness was brief, but it was sufficient for the white tiger to seize the opportunity, lunging ferociously to bring down the descending sky-blocking pink butterfly. At that moment, the nightmarish poison vine recovered, and under Su Jiejia's command, a thick green mist enveloped both the white tiger and the sky-blocking pink butterfly. Simultaneously, the power of frenzied slaughter erupted, blades striking the nightmarish poison vine, nearly severing it. The tide of battle shifted rapidly. Although the 9-headed Lion King had fallen, the timely lion's roar had completely turned the battle, leaving both the sky-blocking pink butterfly and the nightmarish poison vine incapacitated. The white tiger emerged from the toxic mist, poised to revel in victory, when it suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness, swaying precariously as if on the brink of collapse. Lindsay's smile vanished in an instant. As the toxic mist dissipated, the sky-blocking pink butterfly and the nightmarish poison vine reemerged, both equally battered and devoid of combat capability. They had mutually exhausted one another. With the battle concluded, a beam of white light enveloped the arena, healing the spirit beast's wounds. Subsequently, Chen Chen announced a draw, retrieving their spirit beasts. The two descended from the arena, where Lindsay approached Su Jiejia. What was that toxic mist skill of yours? The white tiger has a strong resistance to toxins, yet it was incapacitated by your ability. In response, Su Jiejia rolled her eyes, revealing, in truth, from the very beginning, both the white tiger and the 9-headed Lion King were already poisoned by the sky-blocking pink butterfly's new skill, toxic dust diffusion, which is colorless, odorless, and intangible, allowing you to be poisoned without realizing it. Additionally, the blood of the nightmarish poison vine is toxic, compounded by the final mist. Your white tiger was poisoned at least 3 times during this battle. Naturally, it couldn't withstand it. Lindsay stared, dumbfounded, at Su Jiejia's revelation, and after a moment, he managed a bitter smile, realizing he had unknowingly been poisoned thrice. He smacked his lips, regarding Su Jiejia with a peculiar gaze. This girl was a veritable embodiment of poison. She might have trouble finding a suitor in the future. Chen Chen, too, was quite satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Not only did Lindsay's white tiger and 9-headed Lion King boast formidable offensive skills, but Su Jiejia's sky-blocking pink butterfly and nightmarish poison vine were equally troublesome, characterized entirely by toxic abilities. A single lapse in vigilance could lead to poisoning, rendering them nearly indefensible. Next up were Wang Lei, Mu Yuding, and Lu Hong. But due to the peculiar nature of Mu Yuding's new spirit beast, Chen Chen opted not to have her compete just yet. Wang Lei and Lu Hong took to the arena, summoning their respective spirit beasts. At a glance, aside from Wang Lei's iron arm ape, he possessed no other spirit beasts. However, resting upon the ape's shoulder was a sturdy staff. Spirit beast, Steelwood Tree. Skill, impenetrable, self-hardened to unmatched levels. Critical hit, 50 chance to trigger a critical hit with each attack, increasing power by 500. Indeed, this staff was Wang Lei's second spirit beast. Renowned for its exceptional hardness, beyond its robust nature, it boasted a fearsome critical hit capability, which, once triggered, would escalate its power dramatically. Moreover, the Steelwood Tree and Iron Arm Ape constituted a flawless pairing. Their combined efforts would undoubtedly yield results greater than the sum of their parts. On the other side, the Wild Boar King underwent a transformation, and in a rather incongruous manner, a petite doll was perched atop its head. With a round face adorned with a pair of skyward pigtails, short arms, and stubby legs, and a red pouch hanging from its belly. It presented an endearing contrast to the imposing figure of the Wild Boar King. Spirit Beast, Flower Fairy. Skills, Acceleration, can assist spirit beasts in increasing speed by 300. Strength Enhancement, can assist spirit beasts in augmenting strength by 300. Defense Boost, can assist spirit beasts in enhancing defense by 300. The Flower Fairy possessed 3 auxiliary skills that could significantly enhance the spirit beast's speed, strength, and defense, effectively tripling its power. The second spirit beasts of both individuals were somewhat peculiar compared to Lindsay and Su Jiejia. Yet they provided a substantial boost to the battle prowess of the first spirit beast, which was commendable. At Chen Chen's command, the two erupted into a fierce battle. The Iron Arm Ape and Wild Boar King, both close combat spirit beasts, lacked visual spectacle but ignited a fervent excitement within the spectators. The relentless clashes and ensuing injuries were enough to send shivers down one's spine. After half an hour of intense combat, neither side could emerge victorious as they both exhausted their spirit energy, resulting in a stalemate. The two matches concluded in draws, leaving everyone astonished by the prowess displayed by the four participants. In this exhibition, the teachers and students of Jinling No. 1 High School recognized that the era of Class 11 had indeed arrived. The breakthroughs achieved by the four significantly enhanced their abilities, and in addition, Mu Yuding's new spirit beast was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Yuding's luck was truly extraordinary, having awakened such a rare spirit beast. Alas, I lament my own lack of such fortune. I too wish to possess one, hoping that I may have the opportunity to awaken one in the future. The likelihood of awakening such a rare spirit beast is exceedingly low. In the training room, Lin Zhe and the others gazed enviously at the spirit beast cradled in Mu Yuding's arms. Mu Yuding giggled while her Samoyed lay at her feet, unchanged. While nestled within her arms was a tiny kitten, adorable and curious with its big, glistening eyes, gazing intently at the crowd. It was indeed this little kitten that elicited immense envy from all. Chapter 50, Establishing a Guild. Spirit Beast, Spatial Spirit Cat. Skills. Personal space, can expand with increased power. Spatial Blade, can distort space to form blade-like attacks against foes. Spatial Distortion, can warp space to achieve concealment. This little kitten was a Spatial Spirit Cat, an exceedingly rare spatial-type spirit beast, one that is sought after yet rarely found. In contrast, Qian Laoda's smoke creature merely possessed a modicum of spatial power, at most qualifying as a pseudo-spatial-type spirit beast, far inferior to the Spatial Spirit Cat. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Mu Yuding showcased her Spatial Spirit Cat before summoning it back, relishing in the admiration of those around her. At this moment, Chen Chen, having witnessed the breakthroughs of the five, experienced a surge of inspiration and promptly expanded a teaching position. Moreover, it had been a month since the invocation of Bai Zhe's blessing, making it the opportune time to select the next fortunate individual. His gaze scanned all the students, ultimately resting upon a tall girl. After a brief contemplation, he called out, "Lu Xueqing, please step forward." Upon hearing her name, Lu Xueqing's expression brightened, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes as she quickly rose to follow Chen Chen out of the training room. Xueqing is about to embark on a fortunate journey, Cui Ying murmured, observing Xueqing's departing figure. Lin Zhe and the others exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that another talent was about to emerge from Class 11. Lu Xueqing's aptitude and strength, akin to that of Cui Ying, was a level 5 Beastmaster Pulse, with a star-level cultivation of the 5th tier. And her spirit beast was a healing type. Name, Lu Xueqing. Talent, level 5 Beastmaster Pulse. Cultivation, star level 5. Spirit beast, Sunflower. Skills, Sunlight Radiance, a healing skill with certain efficacy against various injuries. Detoxifying Sunflower Seed. Although it was the most basic healing skill, as Lu Xueqing's strength increased, so too would the skill's effectiveness. Additionally, she possessed a detoxification ability that could be preserved like an antidote after daily use. However, given Lu Xueqing's current strength, the detoxification effect was moderate. Chen Chen had previously tested it, and found it capable of suppressing the toxins of the shrouded sky butterfly, but unable to completely eliminate them. As before, Lu Xueqing was tested for her talent, subsequently binding her to the teaching position. Following that, through Bai Zhe, he invoked Bai Zhe's blessing to further enhance Lu Xueqing's talents. Upon enhancement, her talent escalated to a level 7 Beastmaster Pulse, and her cultivation reached star level 7, drawing ever closer to star level 8. Regrettably, Lu Xueqing's heightened talent and strength did not grant her any new skills. However, the effectiveness of her existing skills had likely improved significantly. Overwhelmed with joy at her advancement, Lu Xueqing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Chen Chen waved his hand, smiling as he advised, "Diligent practice henceforth would be the greatest gratitude you could offer me. Rest assured, I will certainly put in the effort." Lu Xueqing responded resolutely. Chen Chen nodded, imparted a few more words of encouragement, and then led Lu Xueqing out of the talent assessment room, where Lin Zhe and the other 6 were waiting. Upon seeing Chen Chen emerge, the 6 promptly greeted him. Chen Chen looked at them in confusion and inquired, "What brings you here?" The 6 exchanged glances, and Lin Zhe chuckled before speaking. "Teacher, our strength has improved considerably. We can protect ourselves in ordinary magic caves now, so we wish to establish a guild." Establish a guild? Indeed. After forming the guild, we can undertake tasks at the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters to earn resources, thereby alleviating some burdens from you. Moreover, the beasts at our school have become considerably weaker, and battling them yields poor results, so we wish to enter the magic caves to hone our skills, Lin Zhe explained. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Chen found this proposition feasible and nodded. Then proceed as you wish. Yes. The six responded with excitement. Chen Chen suddenly turned his gaze to Lu Xueqing and added, be sure to include Xueqing. As a healing-type beastmaster, she will be invaluable in times of crisis. Haha, don't worry. Teacher, we won't forget Xueqing, the six chuckled. With Chen Chen's endorsement, they believed in Lu Xueqing's strength. Their ambitions were grand. First, they would establish a guild, then keep a close watch on Chen Chen. Whenever he transformed someone, they would recruit that individual. In no time, their guild would be filled with talented beastmasters, undoubtedly becoming the premier guild in Jinling. With Chen Chen's consent, the seven departed from Jinling No. 1 High School, heading toward the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters. An hour later, upon entering the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters and presenting Gongsun Yuan's token, they were warmly greeted. Are you here to register a guild? The staff at the headquarters of Jinling Beast Tamers led the seven individuals onward, inquiring about their purpose. Lindsay nodded affirmatively. The staff scrutinized the group. According to regulations, any individual who attained the rank of Full Moon Beast Tamer could register a guild. However, such a guild was considered nothing more than cannon fodder by the Jinling Beast Tamer headquarters. Countless Full Moon guilds had perished at the hands of magical beasts over the years, rendering this path perilous. Consequently, many Full Moon Beast Tamers preferred to join established guilds rather than form their own. Given your capabilities, you are indeed qualified to register a guild. However, a Full Moon guild is situated at the very bottom of the hierarchy, and without the protection of formidable allies, you may easily encounter peril. Thus, I advise you to consider joining a larger guild. With your status and talents, I am certain any guild would welcome you, the staff member suggested. Under normal circumstances, the staff would not have dissuaded them, but with Lin Zhe and his companions possessing the token of Gongsun Yuan, he felt compelled to treat them with utmost seriousness. In response, Lin Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Just register a new guild for us. The staff member intended to offer further counsel, but upon noticing the frown on Lin Zhe's brow, he merely shook his head and ultimately opted for silence, guiding the seven towards the guild registration. Registering a guild was a straightforward process, requiring only the selection of a name, submission of a roster, designation of the Beast Tamer's ranks, and a verification process to achieve successful registration. Due to their unique status, the registration process for Lin Zhe and his companions was expedited. What name would you like for your guild? The staff inquired. Lin Zhe had already contemplated the name and without hesitation replied, let it be called 11. Thus, the 11 Guild was established, with Lin Zhe as the guild leader, Su Jiejia as the vice leader, and Wang Lei and the others as members, totaling 7 individuals. Although their numbers were few, each possessed considerable strength. Nonetheless, the 11 Guild ranked among the weakest in terms of power among all guilds. Upon completing the registration, the staff provided them with a guild token, advising. This token not only certifies your identities, but also grants you access to the task listings at the Jinling Beast Tamer headquarters, enabling you to accept quests and earn guild points. Accumulating guild points can enhance your guild's ranking, and the top 10 guilds in each phase will enjoy benefits from the Jinling Beast Tamer headquarters. Furthermore, guild points can be exchanged for training resources and various items. The staff patiently elaborated on the token's functionalities, noting that it was crafted from a special material, allowing for its use even within magical caverns. As they listened, Lin Zhe and his companions experimented with the token, discovering information regarding the 11 Guild, which recorded their details. 11 Guild, Full Moon rank, 0 guild points, and a ranking of 1078. Observing the information, Lin Zhe's lips twitched involuntarily. Their ranking was appallingly low. The guild's ranking is determined by points. Since you have just registered, your ranking is understandably low. To elevate your standing, you must undertake quests. By completing them, you will earn points and rewards, the staff explained. With guidance from the staff, the 7 gradually familiarized themselves with the guild system. Lin Zhe turned to Su Jiejia and the others, smiling. Shall we attempt a quest? They nodded, intrigued. Thus, they navigated to the task area. Star level quest. Locate the lost dog. Dog appearance. Dog age, 10 years. Quest duration, 1 month. Quest reward, 1,000 renminbi. Quest points, 3. Star level quest. Catch a snake. Location. Quest reward, 1,500 renminbi. Quest points, 5. Star level quest. Quest points, 5. As they perused the various tasks, Lin Zhe and his companions were at a loss for words. It seemed absurd that such trivial matters warranted the involvement of beast tamers from the Jinling headquarters. Yet, there were also legitimate tasks. Star level quest. Slay a level 9 star beast. Quest area, ordinary magical cavern. Quest duration, 1 day. Quest reward, 10,000 RMB. Quest points, 50. Star level quest. Obtain ice crystal fruit. Quest area, Ice Wolf Domain in the Magical Cavern. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest reward, 30,000 RMB. Quest points, 80. As tasks continued to scroll past, Lin Zhe and his companions found the difficulty and rewards to be rather meager, leading to a lack of interest. Observing their expressions, the staff member cautioned, since you have just registered your guild and are embarking on your first tasks, it is advisable to choose simpler ones for safety's sake. Once you are more accustomed, you can tackle higher difficulty quests. Just as the staff finished speaking, Lin Zhe's eyes brightened at a task that flashed across the token, and he promptly accepted it. Full Moon level quest. Slay 5 identical full moon beasts and submit their magic cores. Quest area, any magical cavern. Quest duration, 15 days. Quest reward, 50-star magic cores. Quest points, 300. After accepting the quest, Lin Zhe turned to Su Jiejia and the others, grinning. Since we are heading to the magical cavern anyway, let us also take on some star-level tasks to rack up points. Su Jiejia and the others nodded in agreement and began accepting tasks. They took on any quest in the magical cavern that they could reasonably accomplish. After connecting with dozens of tasks, they finally felt satisfied. The staff watched in disbelief. Typically, newly registered beast tamers approached task selection with caution, starting with simpler quests. Yet Lin Zhe and his group had taken on multiple tasks in one go. Cough, cough, just a word of caution. Your guild also needs to maintain a completion rate for tasks. If the rate is too low, the guild will be dissolved, the staff member reminded carefully. Moreover, once dissolved, members are prohibited from rejoining a guild for 10 years. With concern, the staff observed Lin Zhe and his companions' actions, fearing that their newly registered guild would be at risk of dissolution due to a low completion rate. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe and the others paused briefly before confidently dismissing the concern with a wave of their hands. They were certain they could complete these tasks. However, with each quest having a time limit, they needed to act swiftly. After expressing their gratitude to the staff, Lin Zhe and his companions departed the Jinling Beast Tamer headquarters, returning to Jinling No. 1 High School to brief Chen Chen on their situation. Subsequently, they requested leave and exited the school. However, upon meeting Chen Chen, they were presented with an additional task. I entrust you with a mission. Within a year, elevate your guild to the top rank among full moon guilds. These were Chen Chen's exact words. Lin Zhe and his companions glanced at the token, noting that the leading full moon guild boasted over 100,000 points, rendering them momentarily speechless. What had initially seemed like a manageable task suddenly transformed into a daunting challenge, instilling a sense of pressure. After all, they had only recently accepted dozens of tasks, and upon calculating their points, they had barely reached 1,000. To surpass the leading full moon guild and achieve over 100,000 points was a formidable endeavor, to say the least. Following Chen Chen's assignment, they promptly made their way to the abyss, simultaneously refreshing their task zone in hopes of undertaking additional missions. Time was of the essence, and the weight of their responsibilities demanded that they seize every fleeting moment. After Lin Zhe and his companions departed, Chen Chen also left Jinling No. 1 High School, heading towards the headquarters of Jinling Beastmasters. Approximately an hour later, he arrived at the headquarters, stepping into the building amidst a sea of respectful gazes. Ascending to the top floor, he opened the grand door, revealing Gongsun Yuan and 4 others within. Xiao Chen, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Gongsun Yuan said with a smile. Having visited several times before, Chen Chen felt at ease and casually sat down, turning to Gongsun Yuan and inquired, Brother Gongsun, what momentous occasion brings me here today? Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, I assure you, this matter is indeed a cause for great celebration for you, Gongsun Yuan replied. Oh, Chen Chen looked at Gongsun Yuan, eagerly awaiting his next words. Gongsun Yuan continued, this matter pertains to the reward for your discovery of the anomalies in the abyss. Previously, Kyoto merely provided some resources and accolades, but this time, they have issued an additional reward. Can you guess what it is? Brother Gongsun, please do not keep me in suspense, Chen Chen urged. Ha ha ha. This time, the reward is a direct recommendation to the Dragon University. Chapter 52. The competition, a recommendation to Dragon University? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Gongsun Yuan nodded, indeed. There are a total of 3 recommendation slots for Dragon University, exclusively allocated to our Jinling city. Thus, I wish to discuss with you how we should utilize these 3 slots. He looked at Chen Chen. Aware that Chen Chen was now the homeroom teacher of Class 11 at Jinling No. 1 High School, and that the 5 of them, as teachers of the same class, had the authority to decide the allocation of these recommendations. What are your thoughts? Chen Chen inquired. In his heart, he naturally leaned towards Class 11. If possible, he would directly award the recommendations to Lin Zhe and his companions, as Dragon University was the sacred ground for beastmasters in Huaxia, offering immense opportunities for growth. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yuan sighed with a wry smile. The matter of the recommendations has reached the ears of several senior members at the Jinling Beastmasters headquarters. Before your arrival, many sought after these recommendation slots. Though their strength may not match ours, their status is significant, so we need to appease them, at the very least. We must ensure they have no complaints. He turned to Chen Chen, contemplating. Xiao Chun, my plan is to allocate all 3 recommendation slots to students in the first year. We shall organize a competition, setting certain criteria. Anyone who meets the conditions can participate, and the top 3 will earn the recommendations to Dragon University. What do you think? That sounds feasible, Chen Chen nodded. As for the criteria, I propose setting it for first-year students, requiring at least a level 7 Beastmaster, reaching the Haoyue level. What do you think, Brother Gongsun? That works perfectly, Gongsun Yuan and the others smiled. Under these conditions, Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, Wang Lei, Mu Yuding, and Lu Hong would all qualify, and beyond them, it seemed only the students of Jinling Beastmasters High School could meet this criterion. Gongsun Yuan and the others were well aware of Lin Zhe and his companion's strengths, making their chances of securing the recommendations quite promising. Let us set the date for the competition 2 weeks from now, Chen Chen continued. During this time, Lin Zhe and the others will complete their current tasks, and afterward, they will participate in the competition. The news of the recommendations to Dragon University was announced, with the method for obtaining them disseminated across various campuses. Lin Zhe and his companions received Chen Chen's notification, ceasing to take on new tasks, and awaited the completion of their current assignments before gearing up for the competition. In the meantime, students from various campuses who met the criteria began preparing and submitting their names in eager anticipation of the upcoming competition. The registration period would close on the final day before the event, and over the next 2 weeks, a significant number of students signed up, surpassing the expectations of Chen Chen and Gongsun Yuan. Each school had at least 1 eligible candidate, and at Jinling No. 1 High School. Apart from Lin Zhe and his comrades, Mo Huan had unexpectedly advanced to the Haoyue Beastmaster level during this period, qualifying for the competition. Jinling Beastmasters High School boasted 5 eligible candidates, bringing the total to an impressive 18 qualified Beastmasters. It appears there are indeed many prodigies, Chen Chen remarked with a sigh. As time flowed steadily, the 2 weeks passed, and preparations for the competition were set in motion. Lin Zhe and his companions had successfully completed their tasks, accumulating over 1,000 points, leaving the staff utterly astonished at the remarkable achievement of a newly registered guild completing dozens of tasks with a perfect success rate. After submitting their tasks, Chen Chen led Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, Wang Lei, Mu Yuding, and Lu Hong to the competition venue. You 5 must secure all 3 recommendation slots, he instructed firmly. The group, filled with confidence, assured him, rest assured, teacher, the 3 slots will not fall into others' hands. Chen Chen nodded, adding a final piece of advice. Do not underestimate your opponents. Those who achieve the Haoyue level at this age are undoubtedly talented individuals, possessing skills that can rival yours. As they entered the venue, they found 3 arenas set up within, surrounded by spectator stands. Anyone could enter to watch the battles with a ticket. Scanning the audience, they noticed many spectators eagerly awaiting the showdown of Jinling's talents. Upon reaching the contestant area, several students were already present, all boasting expressions of arrogance, exuding confidence in their abilities. Just then, a familiar voice called out, and as Lin Zhe and his companions turned, they were greeted by Mo Huan, who approached them. A flicker of surprise crossed their faces before they nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Huan hesitated slightly before quietly saying, "Thank you for what happened last time." Lin Zhe responded. "Thank you for defeating Jinling Beastmasters High School. You avenged us," Mo Huan explained. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Zhe replied, "Our actions were not motivated by a desire for vengeance. No need for thanks." Mo Huan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and stepped aside to await the commencement of the competition. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 18 registered students had gathered in the contestant area, each wearing a haughty expression, unwilling to yield to one another. After all, they were the top students from various schools, accustomed to their own superiority, and they faced their peers with unwavering confidence. Another half-hour passed, and finally, Gongsun Yuan and his 4 companions stepped forward. Most attendees were unaware of their identities, but at that moment, the 5 served as the judges for the competition. In the context of a city like Jinling, the privilege of direct admission to Shenlong University is exceedingly precious. It is precisely for this reason that Gongsun Yuan and his 4 companions have taken it upon themselves to personally oversee the proceedings, drawing an impressive amount of attention to this competitive event. With the arrival of Gongsun Yuan and his team, the competition officially commenced, featuring a total of 18 participants divided into 3 groups of 6, engaging in head-to-head battles determined through the most simplistic method of drawing lots. By some mysterious twist of fate, Lin Zhe and his four companions found themselves fortunate enough not to face one another, given their prowess. It was reasonable to expect each of them to advance without conflict. With opponents assigned, the competition was set into motion. Chapter 53, The Commencement of the Competition. In the first round of the competition, 9 contestants were to be eliminated. On one of the 3 arenas, the first group of Beast Tamers was prepared, with Lin Zhe and Wang Lei among them. Their adversaries were a student from Jinling Beast Taming High School and another from Jinling No. 3 Middle School, both sharing the same cultivation level, that of the first moon phase. As the 6 participants took their positions, Gongsun Yuan announced the start of the competition. 12 spirit beasts materialized simultaneously on the stage, their first moon-level power igniting an immediate fervor among the audience. Before Lin Zhe stood the formidable White Tiger and 9 Lion Kings, 2 colossal creatures that captured the majority of onlookers' attention, rendering their opponents, a bull and a horse spirit beast, seemingly insignificant in comparison. This was an inherent suppression. Lin Zhe's opponent could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that he appeared to be merely a provider of prey. Observing the opposing spirit beasts, Lin Zhe flashed a grin. The student from Jinling Beast Taming High School took a deep breath and scoffed. Even a bull and horse can devour lions and tigers. Is that so? Lin Zhe replied with a light chuckle. Before his words could fully resonate, the White Tiger and 9 Lion Kings charged forward without hesitation, launching their attacks with unerring precision. The White Tiger dodge propelled the White Tiger swiftly to the bull and horse spirit beasts, and simultaneously, Furious Lion and Lion's Roar were unleashed in rapid succession. The bull and horse spirit beasts were caught off guard, their intended skills abruptly interrupted as the White Tiger raised its massive paw, executing White Tiger Palm. The 2 spirit beasts, stunned by the sudden turn of events, endured the blow and were sent hurtling backwards, rendered unconscious in an instant. From the initiation of the assault to the conclusion of the battle, scarcely 10 seconds had elapsed. The audience, who had anticipated an exhilarating showdown, were momentarily frozen in disbelief at the rapid outcome. However, within an instant, they erupted into a thunderous cheer, though the battle had concluded too swiftly to be deemed spectacular. It was undeniably a delightful surprise. The decisive nature of the encounter left everyone in awe. Meanwhile, the student from Jinling Beast Taming High School stared vacantly at his bull and horse spirit beasts, still reeling from the abrupt turn of events. As he had yet to even muster the resolve to retaliate. "You ambushed me," he finally bellowed in a fit of indignation, his heart brimming with fury. Before the match had truly begun, it had already ended. The coveted directed mission qualification he had longed for seemed to soar away before him, delivering a crushing blow of disappointment. In response to the accusation, Lin Zhe shrugged and cast a glance towards the judging panel, where Gongsun Yuan and his companions sat. After all, they were his mentors, and he felt liberated to act freely. Simultaneously, the opposing student turned to the judges, exclaiming, "Judges, they ambushed me. He has committed a foul. I demand a rematch." As his words fell, he was met with a low growl. Turning his head, he witnessed his spirit beasts being grasped by the jaws of the White Tiger and 9 Lion Kings, who were poised to devour them. The connection he shared with his spirit beasts caused his heart to plummet in an instant. "I concede," he declared without hesitation, his voice sharp with fear. He could sense that the White Tiger and 9 Lion Kings were indeed capable of consuming his spirit beasts. "Such a good boy," Lin Zhe remarked with a faint smile as the White Tiger and 9 Lion Kings disdainfully discarded the bull and horse spirit beasts, deeming them unworthy of even a dog's attention. Not bothering to assess the injuries, the student from Jinling Beast Taming High School hastily recalled his bull and horse into his beast space. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yuan announced, "Lin Zhe is the victor." At the same time, the other 2 arenas erupted into fierce battles. Wang Lei's opponent, a student from Jinling No. 3 Middle School, proved to be a formidable match. In a brief exchange, they appeared evenly matched. However, after a period of probing, Wang Lei decided to unleash his ultimate technique. With the activation of Bloody Slaughter, Wang Lei's combat spirit surged, augmenting the power of the Iron Arm Gorilla, which rapidly gained an increase of 200 in strength. The Iron Arm Gorilla, wielding a steel tree, faced off against 2 spirit beasts of equal standing, showing no sign of retreat. A single strike triggered the critical hit effect of the steel tree, further amplifying its power by 500. With one blow, he incapacitated one of the spirit beasts. The student from Jinling No. 3 Middle School's complexion changed drastically as he commanded his spirit beasts to launch a counterattack. At that moment, the Iron Arm Gorilla executed Meteor Fist, combining it with the steel tree to unleash a barrage of attacks in the blink of an eye. The opponent's skills were utterly shattered, as successive critical hits sent the adversary's spirit beast flying, inflicting grievous injuries that resulted in a shower of blood and its immediate unconsciousness. The next moment, a beam of white light enveloped the judging panel, healing the gravely wounded spirit beast. Otherwise, it might have faced dire consequences. The opposing student exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed gratitude towards Gongsun Yuan and his companions before recalling his spirit beast. Wang Lei is victorious, Gongsun Yuan announced. To which Tian Yunqi added, be gentler next time. Wang Lei scratched the back of his head and nodded with a hearty smile. His remarkable performance had also drawn cheers from the audience, ensuring they would remember this young man. On another arena, devoid of any external assistance, the two combatants displayed equally matched skills, engaging in a series of spectacular exchanges that garnered rounds of applause. Ultimately, one participant made a mistake, allowing the other to seize the opportunity and eliminate a spirit beast, while the remaining spirit beast faltered and ultimately succumbed to defeat. With the conclusion of the first group, both Lin Zhe and Wang Lei successfully advanced. Following this, the second and third groups took their turns, with Su Jiejia, Mu Yuding, and Lu Hong all delivering outstanding performances. Particularly, Mu Yuding left the audience baffled, as they could not fathom how she achieved victory. All they witnessed was her adversary's spirit beasts being effortlessly sent flying by her Samyed's punches. Of course, aside from them, the performances of other students were also noteworthy, especially a student from Jinling Beast Taming High School, who astonishingly demonstrated cultivation at the second moon phase, surpassing all others by a level. As this round concluded, Lin Zhe and his companions all advanced, while Mo Huan from Jinling No. 1 High School faced misfortune, being matched against the student of second moon phase cultivation and subsequently eliminated. However, he bore no regrets, as he had never harbored any hopes, even without that formidable opponent. He knew he could not best Lin Zhe and the others. Among the remaining 9 contestants, aside from Lin Zhe and his 4 companions, 2 were from Jinling Beast Taming High School, 1 from Jinling No. 2 Middle School, another from Jinling No. 5 Middle School, and 1 from Jinling No. 7 Middle School. The next phase would involve the second round of eliminations. However, prior to that, everyone would enjoy a night's rest for recovery, meaning the second round would take place the following day. Chapter 54, Battle Against the Second Moon Phase. The next day arrived. At the break of dawn, the 9 contenders advanced to the competitive arena, their spirits reinvigorated after a night's rest and the healing ministrations of the Beast Tamers. The stands were filled to capacity, the audience buzzing with anticipation for the battles ahead, heightened by the thrilling encounters of the previous day. With the arrival of Gongsun Yuan and his quartet, the stage was set for the forthcoming clashes. As in the prior day, opponents were determined by a draw, leading to one fortunate participant, Mu Yuding, receiving a bye into the next round. Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, Wang Lei, and Lu Hong were further blessed by the fates, avoiding direct confrontation with one another. The remaining 4, however, felt a twinge of unease at their luck, for they had witnessed Lin Zhe and his companions in action and understood that their own chances against such formidable foes were slim. This round would feature a single arena, with battles commencing one at a time. As the draw concluded, the first pair ascended the stage, Lin Zhe and a second-tier student, Zhou Qian. The previous day's lightning-fast performance by Lin Zhe had garnered him much acclaim, yet against an opponent of higher rank, the question lingered, could he replicate that prowess? The audience's eyes were riveted on the arena, eager for the spectacle to unfold. Many speculated on the outcome, with some believing Lin Zhe from Jinling No. 1 High School would face defeat, given Zhou Qian's superior realm and his own equally potent beast, the Thunderbird. Yet, others remained hopeful, recalling Lin Zhe's remarkable display of strength the day before. The Thunderbird, though aerial, was not without its vulnerabilities, and the roar of the 9-headed lion could potentially disrupt its focus. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Gongsun Yuan finally declared the match to commence. The White Tiger and the 9-headed lion stood side by side, their formidable presence dissuading Zhou Qian from underestimating them. The Thunderbirds soared into the sky, while the Grey Wolf King crouched low, both preparing for the impending clash. Lin Zhe, your performance yesterday was commendable, but despite your talents, you shall inevitably fall before me, Zhou Qian proclaimed, his tone brimming with arrogance. Lin Zhe merely scoffed, muttering under his breath, fool. With that, the White Tiger and the 9-headed lion launched their offensive. Taking the initiative, Zhou Qian, undeterred, commanded the Grey Wolf King to charge, while the Thunderbird emitted a piercing cry, enveloped in crackling electricity, ready to strike. Lin Zhe pondered the efficacy of his corrosive poison rain against the electric onslaught. He kept a keen eye on the Thunderbird while advancing towards the Grey Wolf King, aware that the combined might of the White Tiger and the 9-headed lion could rival their opponent, but the Thunderbird posed a unique challenge. He could only hope that the poison rain would not pose an overwhelming threat. With a resounding crash, the White Tiger, swift as the wind, collided with the Grey Wolf King before the 9-headed lion could join the fray. The two colossal beasts clashed without resorting to their skills, resulting in a stalemate. The nine-headed lion, biding its time, unleashed its furious lion's roar, expanding its form by 300, a sight to behold, as its 9 heads gazed menacingly at the Thunderbird. As the Thunderbird circled above, gathering speed, the air crackled with intensifying electricity. Just as the 9-headed lion and white tiger surged towards the gray wolf king, bolts of lightning rained down. The 9-headed lion roared defiantly, extending its massive paw to withstand the assault on the arena. The impact sent a tremor through its body but failed to inflict significant harm, though it momentarily numbed its senses. Lindsay frowned. Observing the Thunderbird's earlier lightning strike was not a skill, but rather a basic attack. While the white tiger and gray wolf king battled fiercely, both sustaining injuries and staining the arena with their blood, Zhou Qian remained unaware of the dark green storm cloud that had begun to coalesce around the Thunderbird. Following its movements closely, as the poison rain thickened, droplets began to fall, but before they could reach the Thunderbird, they were obliterated by the surrounding electricity. Zhou Qian, sensing the impending threat, swiftly redirected his focus to shield against the poison. In that moment, the 9-headed lion unleashed its lion's roar, the force striking the Thunderbird directly. In an instant, the Thunderbird faltered, its electrical charges dissipating as the corrosive rain began to eat away at its form. Zhou Qian's expression shifted, urgently prodding the Thunderbird's spirit, and within mere seconds, it regained consciousness, seemingly prepared for a counterattack. Yet, the corrosive effects of the rain hindered its ascent, forcing it downward instead. Zhou Qian's expression darkened, in his effort to elevate the Thunderbird and allow it more reaction time against the lion's roar. He had overlooked the potential threat of other skills. Lindsay, a smirk playing upon his lips, watched as the white tiger retreated and leapt onto the back of the 9-headed lion, then propelled itself toward the Thunderbird. Witnessing this turn of events, Zhou Qian's relief turned to alarm as he commanded the Thunderbird to rise once more, electricity crackling around it in a desperate attempt to strike down the white tiger. With a thunderous crash, the white tiger absorbed the electric strike, using the momentum to engage the Thunderbird. Despite the searing pain, its claws pierced through the electric veil, forcefully bringing the Thunderbird down. As the white tiger fell, the 9-headed lion caught it just in time, and together, they lunged at the Thunderbird, determined to incapacitate it. The gray wolf king followed closely behind, eager to rescue the beleaguered Thunderbird. Should the Thunderbird succumb, the gray wolf king alone would struggle against the onslaught of the white tiger and 9-headed lion. Chapter 55, The Chaos Unfolds. The arena erupted into chaos. An array of skills unleashed amidst a maelstrom of energy enveloping the 4 beasts. Both Lindsay and Zhou Qian furrowed their brows, relinquishing control and allowing their beasts to act on instinct. The white tiger emerged from the swirling energies, its fierce gaze locking onto Zhou Qian as it dropped the barely conscious Thunderbird. The white tiger's bloodied fur revealed the toll of battle upon itself. Amidst the turmoil, the roars of the titanic beasts reverberated, the ferocity of their energies continuing to clash. Lindsay and Zhou Qian relinquished their command, allowing nature to take its course. The white tiger stood vigilant, its remaining strength coiling within, as it slowly raised its paw, preparing for the next decisive moment. Finally, it let out a resounding roar. A resounding roar erupted as the white tiger once again charged into the energy, followed by a tremendous crash. After a tumultuous upheaval, the swirling energies gradually settled. The onlookers focused intently on the arena, where the enveloping energy began to dissipate, revealing the scene within. The white tiger and the gray wolf king lay prostrate on the ground, both drenched in blood, their bodies marred by visible wounds, and their breaths weak to the extreme. In contrast, the 9-headed lion king, similarly stained by blood, still stood majestically, its formidable frame unwavering. Noticing the gaze of the crowd, the 9-headed lion king slowly advanced, placing a paw upon the head of the gray wolf king, its 9 grand heads raised in proud defiance. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lindsay's face broke into a smile as he turned to Zhou Qian, declaring, "You have been defeated." The outcome of the battle was undeniably clear. Soon, a healing light enveloped the arena, accompanied by Gongsun Yuan's voice announcing, "Lindsay is victorious." Zhou Qian's expression darkened as the healing light faded. He recalled his spirit beast with a deep breath and addressed Lindsay, "I will seek you out again." "I am always ready," Lindsay retorted defiantly. It was only due to the regulations of the arena that Zhou Qian was still alive. Otherwise, Lindsay would have disposed of him long ago. With the healing light, both the white tiger and the 9-headed lion king regained some vitality. Lindsay promptly leaped off the platform and approached Chen Chen. Teacher, could you assist me with healing once more?" Lindsay asked, affectionately stroking the white tiger and the 9-headed lion king as he sidled up to Chen Chen, seeking favor. As a student of Tian Yunxi, he had indeed experienced her healing light, which was commendable. However, Under such circumstances, her casual healing proved insufficient. Furthermore, compared to Baizay's reversal of life and death, Tian Yunqi's healing was somewhat lacking. Chen Chen cast a glance at the white tiger and the nine-headed lion king. Upon meeting his gaze, the two colossal beasts began to stick out their tongues and roll their eyes, appearing as if they were on the brink of death. Their lackluster performance elicited an eye roll from Chen Chen, yet he still employed reversal of life and death, thoroughly healing the injuries of the white tiger and the nine-headed lion king. Nevertheless, the depletion of spiritual energy would require them to recuperate on their own. From the judge's stand, Tian Yunqi observed this scene and let out a soft hum, noting how this little rascal seemed to disdain her healing light. She silently resolved to remember Lin Zhe and find an opportunity to teach him a lesson in the future. The competition continued, and after Zhou Qian's elimination, the remaining students, all at the first phase of the full moon, faced Su Jejia and others without any suspense. By noon, with Lu Hong's victory, the battles concluded. Lin Zhe, Su Jejia, Wang Lei, Mu Yuding, and Lu Hong all successfully advanced, while the others were entirely eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the 3 spots for direct admission were claimed by Class 11. Next, the competition was expected to continue. However, the 5 of them frequently sparred and were well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, not to mention their need to focus on accumulating points. Consequently, after a brief discussion, they decided to forego further fights. "Are you certain you do not wish to continue?" Gongsun Yuan inquired from the judge's table. Lin Zhe nodded affirmatively, stating, "We are all aware of our respective strengths. Thus, Wang Lei and Lu Hong have chosen to forfeit, and the spots for direct admission will be occupied by me, Su Jejia, and Mu Yuding." Among the 5, Lu Hong was the weakest, followed closely by Wang Lei, while Lin Zhe and Su Jejia were significantly stronger. As for Mu Yuding, she was an unfathomable force, with a single sweet donut. Her spirit beasts would betray their masters unless one were far more powerful than her, rendering her virtually invincible. Therefore, although Mu Yuding's combat prowess was slightly lacking, her skills in this arena battle were nearly unparalleled. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Lei and Lu Hong chose to withdraw. Gongsun Yuan did not press the matter and nodded in agreement with Lin Zhe's decision, ultimately announcing that Lin Zhe, Su Jejia, and Mu Yuding would receive direct admission to Shenlong University. However, the audience expressed dissatisfaction, yearning for a fierce contest, only to find the event concluding abruptly. Consequently, shouts of refund, refund, refund resonated throughout the competition arena. Nonetheless, Gongsun Yuan and his companions paid no heed. In Jinling City, they were the authority. As the Beast Masters from the Jinling Beast Master headquarters arrived amidst the commotion, the competition was officially declared over, to the delight of all. Upon returning to school, Lin Zhe and his companions instantly attracted envious glances, having secured their tickets to Shenlong University so soon after the semester commenced. They were indeed the epitome of success. The students of Class 11 were equally envious. Observing their looks, Chen Chen silently set a goal to ensure that all students from Class 11 would gain admission to Shenlong University. However, the immediate priority was to request rewards from the principal. With all 3 spots for direct admission claimed by Class 11, it was only reasonable to receive some form of reward, was it not? "Principal rewards," Chen Chen declared, slapping the table as he demanded his due. Following this, Chen Chen and Zhang Yukai engaged in a spirited negotiation, reminiscent of market vendors haggling over prices. They had no choice. The insatiable appetite of Class 11 was simply too formidable, and the previously slain king-level beasts were now nearly extinct. They had to seize every opportunity to acquire resources. Yet, with Lin Zhe and his peers emerging as prominent figures, their family's elders began to take notice, subtly directing family resources in their favor. Moreover, with Lin Zhe and others establishing a guild and becoming self-sufficient, occasionally even aiding other students, Chen Chen found his situation somewhat alleviated. Nonetheless, the resources earned as rewards still required diligent pursuit. After a prolonged exchange, Chen Chen emerged from the principal's office with a beaming smile, much to Zhao Youcai's chagrin. Chapter 56. The Arrival of Lin Yaozong. On this day, Chen Chen left his students in the care of Gongsun Yuan and others, retreating to his office to enjoy tea. This was Chen Chen's private office, specially prepared by Zhang Yukai after recognizing Chen Chen's strength, providing a tranquil and spacious environment. While Chen Chen browsed the system mall, a knock on the door interrupted him. Closing the system panel, he looked towards the door and said nonchalantly, "Enter." As soon as the words left his lips, a figure pushed the door open. "Hee, great leader, we meet again." Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Before he could respond, the newcomer smiled and remarked, "Do you remember me, great leader? I am Lin Yaozong from the Jinling Lin family. Recently, you helped me heal my hidden injuries." The visitor was indeed Lin Yaozong. The patriarch of the Lin family, a master beast tamer ranked just below Gongsun Yuan's group, who had long guarded the destruction abyss, contributing significantly to Jinling City. Chen Chen nodded, acknowledging, "Of course, I remember. Why does Lin Lao grace my humble abode when you should be guarding the abyss? You may call me Lao Lin." Lin Yaozong replied. "With the only destruction abyss in Jinling City rendered ineffectual under your leadership, there is no longer a need for my constant vigilance. Thus, my current leisure time is thanks to you, great leader." Lin Yaozong smiled, his voice laced with flattery. Taking a sip of tea, Chen Chen gazed at Lin Yaozong and inquired, "You have come for Lin Chuan, have you not?" With Lin Yaozong's capabilities, uncovering the matters concerning Lin Chuan is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, given the might of the Lin family, it is certainly unfeasible to contend against the headquarters of the Beastmasters in Jinling. Thus, they are left with no choice but to swallow their grievances in silence. Nevertheless, Lin Yaozong shook his head vehemently, manifesting a countenance of profound disdain. "For these years, I have remained stationed at the demon lair, oblivious to the happenings within the Lin family. Only recently did I conduct an investigation, discovering that Lin Chuan, this young scion, has been oppressing his peers with unbridled arrogance. This time, he has even resorted to purchasing prohibited substances with the intent to harm his own brother. Such malicious intent is what I, as an elder, find most intolerable. Therefore, before coming here, I had already expelled Lin Chuan from the Lin family. He is no longer a member of our clan, and his fate is of no concern to us." Oh, a flicker of interest crossed Chen Chen's face. This old man has truly renounced the heir of the Lin family? "Commander, I came to seek you out primarily because I've heard that Lin Zhe from the Lin family is your student, which prompted this visit." Lin Yaozong swiftly diverted the discussion, refraining from further mention of Lin Chuan. In response, Chen Chen nodded. "Indeed, Lin Zhe is my pupil. However, whether he is still a member of the Lin family remains debatable." He regarded Lin Yaozong, gently swirling his teacup. During his time in the Lin family, Lin Zhe had faced considerable ostracism. Now that he has risen to prominence, whether he chooses to acknowledge the Lin family is still a matter of contention. Lin Yaozong let out a bittersweet laugh, comprehending Chen Chen's insinuations. "You speak the truth, Commander. We, the Lin family, do indeed owe him a debt. Nonetheless, he is still of our bloodline. Hence, I wish to cultivate Lin Zhe to become the next heir of the Lin family." "To make Lin Zhe the heir?" Chen Chen was taken aback. Has this fellow truly given up on Lin Chuan? However, relinquishing Lin Chuan is indeed the correct decision, for he has violated the rules and been apprehended by the law enforcers, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Furthermore, Lin Zhe's talents are not inferior to Lin Chuan's, especially with 6 commanders standing behind him. In comparison, the choice of heir is hardly a dilemma. As for Lin Chuan's status as an illegitimate child under absolute power, it holds little sway. However, prior to seeking out Chen Chen, Lin Yaozong had approached Lin Zhe, conveying his thoughts, only to be outright rejected. Lin Zhe harbored some resentment towards the Lin family. Thus, Lin Yaozong sought out Chen Chen, hoping he might persuade Lin Zhe. Noticing Chen Chen's puzzlement, Lin Yaozong did not withhold, revealing his encounter with Lin Zhe, ultimately lamenting, "Commander, I kindly ask you to persuade Lin Zhe. Should he become the heir, with his talents, coupled with the Lin family's nurturing and your guidance, I firmly believe he will undoubtedly achieve greatness." Chen Chen pondered briefly. Indeed, becoming the heir of the Lin family would significantly aid Lin Zhe's growth. He nodded slightly, replying, "If the opportunity arises, I will offer my counsel." "Thank you, Commander." Lin Yaozong expressed his gratitude profusely. Chen Chen waved his hand, yet Lin Yaozong continued to chatter, unwilling to take his leave. Despite Chen Chen's subtle hints to see him off, he persisted, undeterred. Observing Lin Yaozong, Chen Chen furrowed his brow. "Is there something else, Elder Lin?" He. Lin Yaozong chuckled. "Commander, your foresight is remarkable." He then stated plainly. Chen Chen shook his head, softly saying. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yaozong finally spoke. "Our Lin family actually has another beastmaster of the sovereign level." Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's brows arched in surprise. He recalled Gongsun Yuan and others mentioning that the Lin family had birthed a sovereign beastmaster, Lin Yaozong himself. Now, how could there be another? Well, he cannot be truly considered a sovereign beastmaster, Lin Yaozong continued. "He is my younger brother, possessing talents akin to mine. However, after reaching the 9th tier of the Yang Radiant stage, he encountered a bottleneck and has not progressed in decades. A few years ago, he gathered some treasures and, relying on them, forcibly broke through to the sovereign level. Yet, due to the nature of his forced breakthrough, he suffered damage to his meridians, resulting in a decline in strength rather than an increase. Consequently, no one is aware that our Lin family has this second sovereign beastmaster, and he cannot be deemed a true sovereign beastmaster." Lin Yaozong sighed, casting a glance at Chen Chen. Over the years, The Lin family has sought numerous potions and healing beastmasters, but like my own hidden injuries, they remain difficult to remedy, dragging on until now. The injuries to his meridians have now become life-threatening. Therefore, I wonder if the commander possesses any means to heal him. Gazing at Chen Chen, his eyes were filled with hope. The injuries from a forced breakthrough. Chen Chen murmured, with Lin Yaozong nodding fervently in agreement, his anticipation palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chen remarked, "It is not entirely impossible to heal." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yaozong's countenance brightened with joy, quickly responding, "As long as the commander lends a hand, the Lin family shall owe you a favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to approach us. The Lin family will never refuse." Chapter 57. The second sovereign beastmaster of the Lin family. From the system's marketplace, Chen Chen exchanged for a vial of potion and also acquired the potion's blueprint. With the blueprint in hand, he could concoct the potion himself. In the midst of Lin Yaozong's astonished gaze, Chen Chen tossed the potion to him. "Remember your promise. Rest assured, Commander, the Lin family will wholeheartedly support you." Lin Yaozong replied earnestly as he accepted the potion. With this potion, the Lin family would truly possess a second sovereign beastmaster, solidifying their status as the foremost family in Jinling. After engaging in some light conversation, Lin Yaozong took his leave. "Commander, I entrust you with matters concerning Lin Zhe as well." Chen Chen acknowledged with a nod, and Lin Yaozong departed, eager to return to the Lin family. Lin family. Chen Chen mused, resting his chin on his hand. The power of the Lin family is indisputable throughout Jinling. If Lin Zhe were to become the heir, it would undoubtedly provide considerable assistance to him. Yet, this young lad seems to harbor quite a bit of resentment towards the Lin family. After pondering for a while, Chen Chen resolved to have a thorough discussion with Lin Zhe upon their return from the demon lair. Such a treasure trove must not be overlooked. Upon his return to the Lin family, Lin Yaozong, amidst a sea of reverent gazes, entered the inner courtyard. As he approached, he felt a refreshing aura, rich with spiritual energy, wash over him. A quaint and exquisite courtyard, imbued with the beauty of nature, greeted him. Lin Yaozong pushed open the door and exclaimed joyfully, "Yaozu, come out. I have found a way to heal your injuries." No sooner had his words fallen than a frail old man emerged from the wooden house. His frail form exuding weakness, his eyes clouded, as though he were on the brink of the grave. Lin Yaozong hastened forward to support him. "Brother, I have procured the medicine. This time, it will surely heal your wounds." Although Lin Yaozong was slightly older than Lin Yaozu, to the untrained eye, Lin Yaozu appeared as if he were Lin Yaozong's father. "Cough, cough, elder brother, cough, cough." Lin Yaozu coughed violently, his body trembling incessantly. After a considerable moment, he finally regained his composure. "Brother, I am well aware of my own condition. It is already beyond the realm of healing. Please do not exert yourself any further." Over the years, Lin Yaozong had sought countless remedies and consulted innumerable healing beastmasters, yet none had yielded any significant results. Now, his injuries had worsened considerably, rendering any treatment futile. He had long since abandoned hope. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaozong's expression darkened. "Nonsense. This time, I have engaged someone with true expertise." As he spoke, he produced a potion and forcefully pried open Lin Yaozu's mouth, pouring the entire contents down his throat, causing Lin Yaozu to cough violently. "For heaven's sake, don't cough. You'll expel the potion. Swallow it, and you'll heal." Lin Yaozong shook the potion bottle, ensuring the last drops were consumed, then firmly closed Lin Yaozu's mouth to prevent any waste. Lin Yaozu's eyes widened in shock as his frail body struggled against the forced ingestion, tears welling in his murky gaze. Lin Yaozong continued to offer reassurance, though his grip remained unyielding. "Be good, drink the potion, and you shall be well. Don't move. I'm not trying to harm you. Keep your mouth shut. This potion was procured at great expense, and it must not go to waste. Oh dear, why are you crying? At your age, even if you are moved, you must maintain your composure." With Lin Yaozong's soothing words, Lin Yaozu struggled to swallow the potion, and at last, a warm sensation began to spread throughout his body, alleviating the persistent pain he had endured for so long. At that moment, Lin Yaozong released him, sensing a long-dormant power within Lin Yaozu stirring to life. Simultaneously, Lin Yaozu's aged visage appeared to rejuvenate significantly, transforming within mere breaths to resemble Lin Yaozong more closely. As the potion's effects continued to manifest, half an hour later, Lin Yaozu had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a frail old man into a robust elder, with 4 spectral spirit beasts flickering around him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yaozong was filled with elation. "You have been healed, truly healed," he exclaimed, rushing to Lin Yaozu's side and playfully slapping the back of his head, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, Yaozu, you are finally well. Our Lin family now boasts 2 king-level beastmasters." Lin Yaozu rubbed the back of his head, looking at Lin Yaozong with a gaze rife with resentment. He was advanced in years, yet his brother still treated him like a child, especially when he had nearly choked him while administering the potion. "Brother," he began to utter, but Lin Yaozong interrupted him. "Yaozu, I have expended countless efforts for you. Please refrain from such reckless actions in the future. I am getting old and cannot endure such trials anymore." Lin Yaozu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Who was it that caused the turmoil? Did his brother not realize how he had sustained his injuries? "Brother, the spirit medicine I used for my breakthrough was sourced by you, wasn't it?" Lin Yaozu remarked with a hint of grievance. Lin Yaozong blinked. "Is that so? I recall it being you who sought it out and attempted to break through to king-level Beastmaster secretly, resulting in injuries to your meridians." Lin Yaozu retorted silently. In his younger days, he had indeed been capable of reaching king-level Beastmaster status. Prior to his seclusion, Lin Yaozong had prepared resources and gathered numerous treasures for him. However, among those treasures, many were mutually restraining, leading to a catastrophic loss of control over his spiritual energy and grievous injuries to his meridians. Noticing Lin Yaozu's gaze, Lin Yaozong offered an awkward smile, attempting to gloss over the past. "What's done is done. Your injuries have been healed now, and from this day forth, our Lin family officially enters the era of dual kings." Lin Yaozu nodded glumly. His brother, for all his good qualities, was utterly unreliable. Had it not been for the treasures he provided, the Lin family might have entered the dual king era long ago. He mused that he might have been on the verge of challenging the emperor-level Beastmaster by now. With a sigh, he lamented that had he been born a few years earlier, he could have scolded Lin Yaozong during his unreliable phases. But now, he could only bow his head and accept the role of the younger brother. "Brother, my meridians have fully recovered, but after so many years of neglect, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed and will need to enter seclusion for a period," Lin Yaozu stated. "Seclusion?" Lin Yaozong nodded enthusiastically. "Do you require me to gather some treasures for your seclusion?" Lin Yaozu's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth. "No need." Chapter 58. The Yaoyang mission. During this period, Lin Zhe and his companions had spent nearly all their time within the demon abyss, emerging only to hand over tasks before plunging back into the depths. As a result, the 11 guilds' points surged rapidly, and within just a month, they had ascended to the top 100 among the Hallyu-level guilds. Notably, their perfect task completion rate had garnered the attention of numerous guilds. Within the demon abyss, Lin Zhe and his group cautiously approached a volcano. "Once we complete this task, we should return to school for a while," he suggested. A few days prior, Chen Chen had sent word, urging them to come back. But due to the pressing nature of their tasks, they had delayed their return. Now, they were tackling the last of their previous assignments, one fraught with peril, yet promising a substantial reward of 2,000 points. This was a Yaoyang-level mission, typically shunned by Hallyu-level guilds, yet Lin Zhe and his companions, undeterred, had taken it on. "Be cautious. The creature at the volcano's mouth is formidable, a true apex predator in this vicinity," Lin Zhe warned. The others nodded in agreement, aware that a Yaoyang-level magical beast guarded the coveted fire spirit herb, their target. What should have been an hour's trek extended into half a day as they painstakingly made their way to the crater's edge, where heavy breaths resonated ominously from within. The group dared not speak, relying solely on silent communication. Their ideal outcome was to procure the fire spirit herb without awakening the beast. As they peered into the volcano, Zhetian Butterfly made the first move, flapping its wings delicately under Su Jiajia's control. With a flourish of toxic powder, a cloud of toxins began to waft towards the volcano's mouth. Though the potency of Zhetian Butterfly's toxins might not threaten the Yaoyang magical beast, it had the potential to deepen its slumber, akin to a sedative. After a considerable time, Su Jiajia nodded, signaling the group to advance. They finally reached the edge of the volcano and gazed inside. There, a colossal beast lay curled up, peacefully asleep. Beside it swayed a vibrant red plant, adorned with a petite spirit fruit, the fire spirit herb. "It has borne fruit," Lin Zhe and his companions exclaimed in surprise. Once fully matured, the fire spirit herb would yield fruit, channeling all its energy into the fire spirit fruit. The task they received required either fire spirit grass or fire spirit fruit, with the former corresponding to 2,000 points, while the latter would yield a substantial 3,000 points. This bounty would equate to an entire month's harvest for them. The group exchanged glances, scanning the myriad of spirit beasts around them, ultimately fixing their gaze upon the spatial spirit cat. The spatial spirit cat, a creature of the spatial affinity, was small and agile, possessing the ability of spatial distortion, which could, albeit barely, allow it to conceal its form. However, should it be discovered by the radiant sun beasts, its current combat prowess would render escape nearly impossible. Mu Yuding gently caressed the spatial spirit cat, feeling a twinge of concern. Nevertheless, under the circumstances, it was indeed the most prudent choice. She nodded to her companions and then patted the cat on the head. Instantly, the space around the cat shimmered slightly, and its form vanished from the sight of the others. Only Mu Yuding could sense that the spatial spirit cat was darting towards the beasts, gradually approaching the fire spirit grass, causing her heart to constrict with anxiety. Not daring to utter a sound. The others were equally tense, the radiant sun beast still guarding the fire spirit grass, showing no signs of awakening. They fixed their eyes on the beast and the grass, and finally, they witnessed a slight tremor in the fire spirit grass, causing their hearts to race. In the next moment, the trembling grass disappeared entirely. The beast stirred slightly, but remained asleep. Lin Zhe and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with hope, eagerly awaiting the return of the spatial spirit cat, which would herald their success. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the foot of the mountain, striking their hearts like a sledgehammer. They turned abruptly to see a group of over a dozen figures fleeing into the distance, some casting mocking glances back at them. Damn it, it's the Night Demon Guild. Lin Zhe cursed angrily. Simultaneously, the radiant sun beast was jolted awake, its eyes snapping open with newfound vigilance. In the next instant, it discovered that the fire spirit grass it had been guarding had vanished. With a fierce roar, it raised its head, its massive body launching from the volcanic crater, sending a rain of lava cascading down. Lin Zhe and the others ducked for cover, but they were also spotted by the beast. Its furious gaze locked onto them. The oppressive aura of its radiant sun level was chilling. Where is the spatial spirit cat? Has it returned? Lin Zhe shouted. Mu Yuding's face was etched with worry. She could feel that the spatial spirit cat was still within the volcanic crater and had suffered injuries. Seeing her distressed state, Lin Zhe and the others understood her concern and were about to brace for battle when Mu Yuding suddenly exclaimed, "It's left the volcano." As soon as she finished speaking, the spatial spirit cat revealed itself, leaping into her arms, its fur bristled and its eyes wide with terror. It appeared to have been struck by something, its back stained with blood. Upon seeing the cat's condition, Lu Xueqing immediately took action, casting Sunlight Illuminates. A beam of sunlight enveloping the spatial spirit cat and eventually merging into its being. The cat's condition improved, and Mu Yuding let out a sigh of relief, gratefully nodding at Lu Xueqing. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, and the others commanded their spirit beasts to take the forefront, standing as a barrier between their group and the beast. The radiant sun beast fully emerged from the crater, its massive form presenting an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was a fire lizard, its icy gaze fixed upon Lin Zhe and the others. Faced with such a colossal creature, the group felt a wave of unease wash over them. Their current levels were merely at the first phase of the crescent moon, with even Xueying and Lu Xueqing not having reached that threshold. Against a radiant sun beast, they had no chance of victory. Their only option was to flee if they wished to survive. The enormous fire lizard scanned the group, its gaze lingering on the spatial spirit cat, sensing the lingering essence of the fire spirit grass upon it. With a thunderous roar directed at the cat, it charged towards them, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Chapter 59, A Successful Escape. 3 beams of pink light shot forth. It was Samoyed's pink donut, its potent allure causing the fire lizard to instinctively open its mouth to swallow it whole. In the next moment, a look of confusion flickered in its eyes, its gaze towards Samoyed softening, and its aggression momentarily waning. However, before the group could rejoice, the softness in the lizard's eyes vanished, replaced by a surge of ferocity. The pink donut had no effect on it. Mu Yuding quickly interjected, yet she still cast pink donut again, knowing it could at least daze the fire lizard for a fleeting moment. Having worked together for so long, the others understood Mu Yuding's intent. The instant the fire lizard consumed the donut, the white tiger, 9-headed lion king, boar king, iron arm monkey, and other spirit beasts surged forward. Their ferocious skills erupted simultaneously, enveloping the fire lizard in a tempest of attacks. In that moment, the group paid no heed to their energy expenditure, unleashing all their formidable abilities upon the fire lizard. In the blink of an eye, they had drained a significant portion of their strength. The fire lizard, caught off guard, let out pained roars, awakening from its daze. Yet amidst the chaotic barrage, it struggled to mount a counterattack. Jiejia, we must go. The sky-blocking pink butterfly was already prepared. The group hopped onto it, recalling their spirit beasts, and shot upwards into the sky. Simultaneously, the flower fairy cast a skill to bestow acceleration upon the sky-blocking pink butterfly, drastically increasing its speed. Roar. The fire lizard broke free from the energy's grasp, its roar reverberating for miles, causing the entire volcano to violently shake as streams of lava erupted from the crater. The fire lizard locked its gaze on the fleeing sky-blocking pink butterfly, its head raised high as countless streams of lava shot towards it. Seeing this, the group's faces paled. Lu Hong, Grant the sky-blocking pink butterfly force boost. Wang Lei, summon the Iron Arm Monkey and cast Copper Wall and Iron Bastion. Lu Hong, enhance the Iron Arm Monkey's defense. Lindsay barked orders rapidly. Lu Hong and Wang Lei sprang into action, and with the application of force boost, the power of the sky-blocking pink butterfly surged, its size expanding significantly. As the Iron Arm Monkey appeared, it immediately cast Copper Wall and Iron Bastion after the Flower Fairy's defense boost, erecting a thick barrier around them. Once all was in place, the torrents of lava came crashing down, the immense force and searing heat causing the Copper Wall and Iron Bastion to tremble violently. The group was tense, fearing that the barrier would shatter. Their bodies could not withstand such intense heat. Fortunately, although the barrier quaked relentlessly, with the Flower Fairy's assistance, it managed to withstand the onslaught. Soon after, the sky-blocking pink butterfly flapped its wings and soared away. In a mere moment, they had escaped the volcano's range. The group exhaled in relief, glancing back to see the massive form of the fire lizard still watching them from the crater. That was close. Lin Zhe and the others wiped the sweat from their brows. Though the battle had been brief, they had exerted themselves to the utmost, barely managing to escape. As the group began to relax, their thoughts turned to the root cause of their predicament, the Night Demon Guild. This was a plot to lead them to their demise. Lin Zhe's voice was frosty. While traversing the labyrinthine depths of the dungeon, encounters with various guilds were inevitable, and the Night Demon Guild was one they had crossed paths with a few days prior. A mission had instigated a conflict between the two parties, ultimately resulting in Lin Zhe and his companions successfully completing the task, which led to a lingering grudge from the Night Demon Guild. In recent days, their paths had frequently intersected. However, there had been no severe altercations, primarily due to the Night Demon Guild's superior strength, which made Lin Zhe and his group wary of provoking them. Unforeseen, the latest confrontation nearly resulted in their utter annihilation. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Su Jie interjected. The others nodded in agreement. They sought no trouble, yet were not afraid of it. Having nearly met their demise at the hands of the opposition, they were resolute in ensuring that the Night Demon Guild would pay a price. The Night Demon Guild ranks within the top 50 and boasts a level 6 Moonlight Beastmaster. Last time, we were fortunate to outpace them in completing a mission in a direct confrontation. We would be no match for them, Wang Lei remarked, his brow furrowed. Although they too were among the top 100, it was merely due to their consistent point accumulation. In terms of raw power, with their highest being a level 1 Moonlight Master, breaking into the top 300 would be a challenge. The disparity compared to the top 50 was even greater. At this, Lu Hong scoffed, a mere level 6 Moonlight Master? With our talents, we could reach that level within a year. When the time comes, the Night Demon Guild shall certainly pay for their transgressions. Indeed, our greatest asset is our youth. A gentleman's revenge is best served not until a decade has passed. Mu Yuding and others chimed in. However, Lin Zhe shook his head. 1 year is too long. Huh. The group turned to Lin Zhe, their expressions filled with confusion. Did he mean to confront the Night Demon Guild now? I bear grudges that I prefer not to keep overnight, as they disturb my sleep. Lin Zhe replied with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the group. We are not their equals at present, but we can rally support. Rally support? Are you suggesting we call upon our teacher? They recalled that their mentors were the leaders of Jinling City, and their homeroom teacher was particularly enigmatic. Summoning even one of them would compel the Night Demon Guild to kneel and call them grandfather. Lin Zhe shook his head. We needn't trouble our teachers for such a trivial guild. Let us not forget our connections to assassins. At this declaration, the group paused, quickly recalling, you mean Uncle Qian and his brothers? Precisely. The Qian brothers are professional assassins. Though they have since been subdued by Chen Chen and now serve as volunteers at the orphanage, they occasionally take on side jobs. Among level 6 Moonlight Beastmasters, their prowess is formidable, especially given their track record of assassinating a level 6 Sunlight Beastmaster. Exchanging glances, the group nodded in agreement and then took flight atop the shading butterfly, departing the dungeon. They first visited the headquarters of Jinling Beastmasters to submit their tasks, and as they watched their points ascend, their spirits soared. Yet, just as they were leaving, a mocking voice cut through the air. Oh, you actually made it out alive. Quite unexpected. The familiar voice sent chills down Lin Zhe and his companions, who turned to see a dozen figures, both male and female, deriding them. Chapter 60, Life and Death Battle. Night Demon. Lin Zhe's gaze turned icy as he beheld the group before him. These individuals were members of the Night Demon Guild, comprising over a dozen guild personnel, 8 of whom were Moonlight Beastmasters, with the most formidable being the guild leader, a level 6 Moonlight Master. In terms of sheer power, Lin Zhe and his companions were vastly outmatched. What a pity that a Sunlight Demon Beast did not leave you to rot in the dungeon. The Night Demon Guild leader lamented. In response, Lin Zhe inhaled deeply and coldly retorted, We may still be alive, but your fate is far from certain. Just you? The Night Demon Guild scoffed dismissively. The confrontation drew the attention of nearby Beast Masters, as staff from the Jinling Beast Masters headquarters turned their gaze toward the fray. Several recognizing Lin Zhe and his companions. After all, just half a month prior, they had participated in a competitive event, triumphing over their opponents to earn guaranteed admission to Shenlong University. Now, Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, and Mu Yuding were effectively students of the university, a status that a mere minor guild could scarcely afford to provoke. Unfortunately, the Night Demon Guild had been ensconced in the dungeon for the past fortnight, unaware of Lin Zhe and his comrades until they were thrust together on the same mission, igniting their animosity. At that moment, a staff member approached, none other than the one who had assisted Lin Zhe and his friends in registering their guild. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of Lin Zhe's group. After all, Lin Zhe had registered the guild bearing the token of the commander. What do you intend? Night Demon Guild? He asked, furrowing his brow at them, his tone rife with discontent. He had shown deference to Lin Zhe and his companions, but in the face of other Moonlight Guilds, his position afforded him the authority to take decisive action. Faced with the staff from the Jinling Beast Masters headquarters, the Night Demon Guild members dared not act rashly, well aware that their adversary had the backing of the headquarters and that a slight misstep could jeopardize their standing. They immediately offered insincere apologies and smiles. However, Lin Zhe's cold voice cut through the air. Night Demon Guild, in 3 days. We shall engage in a life and death battle. Do you dare accept? The declaration shocked everyone, even Su Jiejia and the others, who had not anticipated such a bold statement from Lin Zhe. The nearby Beast Masters regarded the scene with intrigue. One side comprised the gifted students of Shenlong University, while the other was a mere minor Moonlight Guild. The prodigies were yet to mature, but were daring to challenge a formidable foe. This promised to be a captivating spectacle. The staff member from the Jinling Beast Masters headquarters paled. Lin, my young friend, tread carefully. As students of Shenlong University, you represent the hopes of the future. Do not act impulsively. Upon hearing the staff's words, the Night Demon Guild members' expressions shifted slightly. These individuals were indeed students of Shenlong University? Their faces darkened. Such students were not to be trifled with. Had they known earlier, they would never have contested the mission and would have sought to ingratiate themselves with Lin Zhe's group. Yet now, it seemed there was no path of retreat. After all, they had nearly caused the demise of their adversaries in the dungeon. Such a vendetta would not be easily forgotten. The members of the Night Demon Guild exchanged glances, and the guild leader spoke. A life and death duel, are you certain? 3 days from now, do you dare to face us? Only the 7 of you. Indeed. The Night Demon Guild leader's eyes hardened. Rather than await retaliation from their foes, it would be more prudent to resolve matters swiftly. Furthermore, according to the rules governing such duels, the relatives and friends of the deceased were prohibited from avenging the victor. Of course, in the eyes of some powerful individuals, rules were merely guidelines for the weak. The Night Demon Guild was betting that Lin Zhe's group lacked the backing of a strong enough ally to disrupt the regulations. Very well, we shall meet in 3 days at the life and death arena, the Night Demon Guild leader declared. Upon finishing their words, they departed directly, drawing the gaze of all towards Lin Zhe and his companions. Though their talents were acknowledged by the crowd, their current strength still paled in comparison to that of the Night Demon Guild. Young friend Lin, the staff member looked at Lin Zhe, unsure of what to say next. The life and death duel, a form of arena battle that emerged after the inception of the Beastmaster era, was established to prevent mortal enemies from disrupting order. In this contest, 2 individuals would ascend the stage, and ultimately, only one would descend. Furthermore, interference and retaliation were strictly forbidden, a regulation upheld by numerous powerful beings and countless members of humanity, all aimed at maintaining stability. Even a supreme commander could not easily intervene in a life and death duel. At least, publicly, they could not act. Young friend Lin, 3 days hence, you must not ascend the life and death platform. Otherwise, even a supreme commander cannot intervene lightly. As long as you refrain from the platform, there remains room for maneuver, the staff member advised. However, Lin Zhe merely waved his hand dismissively. We can resolve this ourselves. With that, he turned to leave, and Su Jiejia and the others hastily followed suit. Upon exiting the headquarters of the Beast Masters in Jinling, Su Jiejia and the others could no longer contain themselves and inquired, Lin Zhe, what are you planning? With our current strength, we are no match for the Night Demon Guild. Once we step onto the life and death platform, we may not return. The group frowned, perplexed by Lin Zhe's actions. Hearing this, Lin Zhe smiled lightly, scanning the surroundings before whispering, what if stepping onto the life and death platform? As long as we ensure our opponents do not have the opportunity to ascend, all will be well. What do you mean? Su Jiejia and the others were taken aback, grappling to comprehend. Lin Zhe chuckled softly and said, What I mean is to keep the Night Demon Guild in check. One objective is to prevent them from entering the abyss, and another is to lull them into complacency. We shall act tonight. They certainly won't expect that while I have challenged them to a duel in 3 days, we plan to assassinate them this very evening. So, you understand? As for the day of the duel, we shall go to the life and death platform, and by then, the members of the Night Demon Guild will have vanished from this world. They will be unable to make an appearance, and what danger could we possibly face then? At that point, we can label the Night Demon Guild as cowards, and when the appropriate moment arises, we could announce their deaths in battle or however they may perish. It suffices to declare them dead, and we shall incur no losses. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Jujia and the others exchanged peculiar glances. This fellow was indeed quite devious. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm merely enhancing our chances of success. Lin Zhe shrugged. The others regarded him and gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his cleverness. Ignoring their expressions, Lin Zhe turned and said, "Let us go find Uncle Chen and the others." Chapter 61, Recruitment and Assassination. At the Evening Glow Orphanage, the Chen brothers, clad in caretaker uniforms and aprons, looked at Lin Zhe and his companions with unusual expressions. "You want us to assassinate the Night Demon Guild?" "Indeed. The Night Demon Guild comprises 18 members, 1 6th-tier Beastmaster, 1 4th-tier Beastmaster, 2 3rd-tier, 2 2nd-tier, 4 1st-tier, and the remainder are starry Beastmasters." Lin Zhe confirmed, briefly summarizing the strength of the Night Demon Guild. "Eliminate them all, leaving none behind?" Qian Lauda inquired. Lin Zhe nodded once more. To eradicate the roots was essential, lest future troubles arise. Upon hearing this, Qian Lauda smacked his lips, impressed. "No wonder you were trained by a master. Your mindset is quite ruthless. I like it." Subsequently, Lin Zhe recounted the conflict between the two parties. Upon learning of Lin Zhe's challenge for a duel in 3 days, the expressions of the Qian brothers shifted. To challenge them to a duel in 3 days, and then plan an assassination? That's rather unorthodox. However, this would considerably diminish their opponent's vigilance, making it easier for them as assassins, since no one would expect a distinguished student of Shenlong University to act so shamelessly. "Then we shall proceed with the operation tonight," Qian Lauda decisively stated. He then turned to his brothers, 2nd and 3rd, "Hurry. Those who should cook, cook. Those who should clean, clean. We have an operation tonight." As night fell, the inky sky merged with a cloud of darkness, within which whispers could be heard. "We must resolve this quickly. I still have dishes to wash. Sigh, I accidentally angered Grandma Deng today and received a scolding. I need to prepare a performance to make her laugh tomorrow. I'm not having it easy either. Grandpa Wang always loses at chess, using me for practice. As a rough fellow, how could I possibly play chess? It's sheer torment." Lin Zhe and the others followed closely behind, stifling their laughter at the Qian brothers' complaints. As the top-tier assassins were being thoroughly vexed by a group of elderly, amidst their continuous grumbling, Lin Zhe cleared his throat, interrupting them. "Uncle Qian, we are almost there." Through the mist, the outline of a quaint little bungalow emerged, illuminated by lights. This was the Night Demon Guild's hideout. The Qian brothers instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Though they were usually lighthearted, they maintained professionalism during work. This is what one calls expertise. As per our usual protocol, once we approach, 2nd will engage, and 3rd will finish. Qian Lauda instructed. Both Qian Lao Air and Qian Lao Sen nodded in agreement, as the fog creature floated closer to the Night Demon Guild. While Qian Lauda counted the number of opponents. 15, 3 are missing. Qian Lauda furrowed his brow. Before making a move, he meticulously surveyed the entire area, noting where escape routes were and where the Night Demon Guild members were distributed. They must have gone out for something. It's uncertain when they will return. Qian Lao Air remarked. "Should we strike now, or wait until they regroup?" Qian Lao Sen asked. Lin Zhe and the others looked to Qian Lauda for guidance. In this matter, he was the expert, and it was prudent to heed his judgment. "Let us wait a bit. We wouldn't want to alert the others." Qian Lauda decided. The strength of the Night Demon Guild posed little threat to the Qian brothers, but should the opponents manage to relay a warning, capturing the remaining 3 would become problematic. More importantly, the deaths of the Qian brothers could not be attributed to the assassination, otherwise, it would still have repercussions for Lin Zhe and his companions. Qian Lauda opted to bide his time. As assassins, they possessed considerable patience. However, the numerous tasks at the orphanage still awaited completion, and the Night Demon Guild's lack of cooperation had left the 3 brothers feeling quite frustrated. As for what would follow, once the 3 returned, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of Qian Lauda and his brothers. Fortunately, they did not wait long, as voices soon echoed from nearby. "I've been cooped up in the abyss for over a month, finally released. What a relief. I must say, that girl was truly charming. Thankfully, I saved her contact. I can find her again next time. Shoo, keep your voice down. We don't want the boss to hear, or we'll be in trouble." The voices reached the ears of Qian Lauda and his brothers, intensifying their frustration. How outrageous. I've waited for you all this time. And you dare to indulge in pleasure? Roared Qian Laoda, seething with anger. Qian Er and Qian San nodded in agreement, their faces contorted with righteous indignation. I've been itching to eliminate you. While you squander time, you've the audacity to extinguish your own descendants. You deserve to perish. Let us deal with them first. Qian Laoda commanded, and with a flicker, the smoke creature enveloped the three men. The trio, who had been engaged in animated discussions, suddenly found themselves within the creature's embrace. Startled by the sudden appearance of others, they instinctively prepared to summon their spirit beasts. However, in the next instant, a colossal bear paw descended upon them, sending them sprawling. Stars danced before their eyes. Enough of the games, just finish them off, Qian Laoda declared. Though filled with fury, the professionalism of a killer must be upheld. Qian Er nodded, directing the black bear to swiftly dispatch two of the men with a single swat. Hey, give me the contact details of that girl you mentioned earlier, he demanded, glaring at the sole survivor. Smack. Qian Laoda's expression darkened as he struck Qian Er on the head. Fool, we are assassins. Do you not understand that we must be cold-blooded and proud? Who told you to seek out women? Qian Er felt wronged. After all, killers were men too. Moreover, the continuation of the Qian lineage might rest upon him, as the elder brother was indifferent to women and the youngest was rather foolish. He was the only relatively normal one. Under Qian Laoda's pressure, Qian Er reluctantly relinquished the contact information. Silently, they dealt with the three, and soon, the smoke creature began to expand, shrouding the entire courtyard in a hazy mist. It's time to feast, Qian Laoda announced. The spirit beast, the black bear, charged forth, executing the plan laid out by Qian Laoda, targeting the president of the Night Demon Guild first. The appearance of the black bear immediately captured the attention of the Night Demon Guild, but before they could summon their spirit beasts, the black bear was upon them. With the fragility of humanity, they stood no chance against a spirit beast. In an instant, the members of the Night Demon Guild were ruthlessly slaughtered, with the guild president becoming the bear's primary target, crushed beneath its weight. By the time the others reacted and summoned their spirit beasts, it was already too late. The strong members of the Night Demon Guild had been decimated, leaving only a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 62, Returning to the Lin family. The Qian brothers, all Moonlight Tier 9 Beast Tamers, concluded the battle with just a single black bear, annihilating the Night Demon Guild. Ultimately, Qian Er's flamingo was tasked with erasing all evidence, evaporating the blood left behind, while the smoke creature had but one final mission, to consume all treasures left at the scene. This series of actions left Lin Zhe and his companions astounded. Indeed, they were the top assassins of the Moonlight Tier, truly professional, leaving no trace. They quietly departed and returned to the Wanxiao Welfare Institute. The Qian brothers changed into caregiver uniforms and donned aprons, their appearance utterly devoid of the assassin's aura. As dawn broke, Lin Zhe and his companions decided not to linger further, offering their thanks before heading directly to Jinling No. 1 Middle School. A few hours later, Chen Chen arrived at Jinling No. 1 Middle School, aware of Lin Zhe and the others' return, and promptly summoned Lin Zhe to his office. Having learned about the incident involving the Night Demon Guild, he inquired briefly before moving on. After all, it was merely a Night Demon Guild, not worthy of much concern. Observing Lin Zhe, Chen Chen hesitated slightly before asking, "Do you harbor any resentment towards the Lin family?" Becoming the heir of the Lin family comes with numerous advantages. He hoped Lin Zhe could set aside his grievances and accept Lin Yaozong's decision to become the heir. Lin Zhe was momentarily taken aback by Chen Chen's words, then shook his head. I bear no resentment. In truth, he held little animosity towards the Lin family. They merely ignored him. And it was Lin Chuan and his faction that marginalized him. Furthermore, during a critical illness, it was the Lin family that aided in his mother's recovery. So his resentment was directed solely at Lin Chuan, not the Lin family as a whole. No resentment? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Then why do you refuse to become the heir of the Lin family? Lin Zhe blinked. Teacher, has someone from the Lin family sought you out? They want me to persuade you to agree to become the heir of the Lin family. Chen Chen replied with a nod, smiling. However, I won't force you. The final decision rests with you. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. Teacher, I don't hate the Lin family, but what? I just feel they lack sincerity. Which is why I declined their offer. Lack sincerity? Lin Zhe affirmed, if they were sincere, they wouldn't merely want me as the heir, but should directly make me the head of the Lin family. Chen Chen's face darkened upon hearing Lin Zhe's words. Initially, he thought the young man refrained from becoming the heir out of bitterness, but he did not expect Lin Zhe to be so ambitious, wanting to bypass the heir stage entirely and ascend as the family head. Was that even reasonable? Fixated on Lin Zhe, he suddenly felt that all his teachings had been misunderstood and extended far beyond their original intent, resulting in Lin Zhe's current demeanor. Teacher? Lin Zhe, feeling uneasy under Chen Chen's scrutiny, softly roused him from his thoughts. Chen Chen took a deep breath, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. What could he do? After all, he was the one who had educated him. He gazed at Lin Zhe and said, "Now, return to the Lin family and accept the identity of the heir." "A teacher, you said you wouldn't force me," Lin Zhe murmured. At this, Chen Chen shot him a sharp glare, prompting Lin Zhe to quickly raise his hands and declare, "Rest assured, no one can take the position of the Lin family heir from me." Seeing this, Chen Chen waved his hand dismissively, and Lin Zhe grinned, slipping away. Chen Chen shook his head. Had Lin Zhe harbored hatred towards the Lin family, he wouldn't have compelled him. However, now that Lin Zhe's refusal stemmed from greed, he couldn't blame himself for changing his stance. After all, he was the teacher. Adapting to circumstances was quite normal. Exiting the office, Lin Zhe bore a face full of grievance. Observing his demeanor, Su Jiejia and the others gathered around. "What's wrong? Did the teacher scold you?" Lin Zhe shook his head. "Did he hit you?" Lin Zhe shook his head again. "He wouldn't expel you from class 11, would he?" Lin Zhe's lips twitched, and he refrained from allowing them to continue their wild speculations, expressing his discontent. "The teacher wants me to become the heir of the Lin family." Initially taken aback, the others soon wore expressions of disdain. "Isn't that a good thing? Why the long face? We thought you were being expelled." Seeing their reactions, Lin Zhe helplessly shrugged. "But I want to become the head of the Lin family directly." The group fell silent, incredulous. "You're truly greedy. While we've garnered some attention in our families, we haven't even been designated as heirs. You, on the other hand, are in a position of privilege but remain unsatisfied. All right, I've told you all. I'm heading back to the Lin family to accept my identity as the heir." Lin Zhe shook his head. "Sigh, I really don't want to be the heir." Behind him, as they listened to his complaints, Su Jiejia and the others exchanged glances. Su Jiejia then called out, "Lin Zhe." Just as Lin Zhe turned his head, a flurry of figures lunged at him, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks. "Let us see you act tough now." Enduring the relentless bullying, Lin Zhe finally managed to leave the school. He dusted himself off and contacted a driver to take him to the Lin residence. An hour later, Lin Zhe arrived at the Lin family estate, where Lin Yaozong had already received word of his return and was waiting outside. Additionally, several senior members of the Lin family were present, along with Lin Zhe's father, Lin Xinghai. As Lin Zhe stepped out of the car, Lin Yaozong approached him, grasping his hand warmly. "Xiao Zhe, you have finally come home." "Great-grandfather," Lin Zhe acknowledged. Recognizing the family patriarch, a formidable beastmaster, it was prudent for Lin Zhe to cultivate a closer relationship with him. He then greeted the senior members of the Lin family individually, except for Lin Xinghai. Lin Zhe harbored a trace of resentment towards his father. Despite being a son born out of wedlock, the disparity in Lin Xinghai's treatment between Lin Chuan and him was glaring, making it difficult for Lin Zhe to accept his father's indifference. While he could tolerate the neglect from others, his father's disregard was a substantial blow to his spirit. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yaozong, beaming with a smile, looked at Lin Zhe and said, "Xiao Zhe, your talent and strength are among the finest in the younger generation of the Lin family. You are our family's hope for the future. Therefore, I hope you can shoulder the responsibility and become the new heir of the Lin family. Xiao Zhe, will you accept this?" As the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Lin Zhe. With a slight smile, Lin Zhe nodded, "Of course. I will naturally comply with great-grandfather's wishes." Witnessing his obedient demeanor, Lin Yaozong's eyelids flickered. When he previously suggested Lin Zhe as the heir, the boy had been far more arrogant. It seemed the influence of his teacher had proven effective. However, before that could happen, he would need to face challenges from his peers within the family. Only by defeating them could he claim the title of heir, Lin Yaozong stated. At this proclamation, Lin Zhe's brows furrowed immediately. Previously, he had been eager to be named heir, but now, he was being asked to confront challenges. Is it absolutely necessary to challenge them? Lin Zhe asked, his tone losing its earlier compliance. This sudden shift took Lin Yaozong by surprise. How could this young lad change his demeanor so swiftly? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yaozong replied, "Your generation represents the future of the Lin family. In the future, the family will need you to grow together. Accepting challenges from your peers is to earn their recognition, ensuring better cooperation in the future. Xiao Zhe, this is the family's rule." "Rules?" Lin Zhe chuckled softly. "I recall my teacher once saying that rules are meant to be broken. As a student of my teacher, I believe it is also my prerogative to challenge the Lin family's traditions. What do you think, great-grandfather?" Lin Yaozong's lips twitched. So, he was invoking the authority of the Grand Commander to press him? The other senior members of the Lin family wore expressions of concern. They felt that if Lin Zhe truly became the heir, significant changes might befall the Lin family. "Great-grandfather, these challenges are utterly meaningless. Only my strength matters fundamentally. So there is no need for such contests." Lin Zhe's tone softened slightly, having invoked his teacher's name. He was determined to see if Lin Yaozong would yield. After some deliberation, Lin Yaozong sighed. In that case, the challenges can be waived. However, you must ensure that the younger generation of the family will respect you. Not a problem, Lin Zhe replied with a smile. After a month of battling both magical beasts and beastmasters, he had just become the heir. And now he was expected to fight again. This was quite unacceptable. Subsequently, the Lin family announced Lin Zhe as the new heir, performing ancestral rites and hosting a grand banquet to showcase the family's prestige. The steps involving the challenges were conveniently overlooked by Lin Zhe, which stirred some discontent among the Lin family members. Nonetheless, with Lin Yaozong at the helm, any dissent remained unvoiced. The entire day was consumed by the ceremonies. And as the doors of the family shrine closed, it signified Lin Zhe's official ascension as the heir. That night, Lin Zhe stayed at the Lin estate, and his accommodations were upgraded from the outskirts to one of the most luxurious chambers deep within the estate. While Lin Zhe was in the midst of his training, a knock echoed through the room. He paused, opened his eyes, and called out, "The door is unlocked. Please come in." After a moment of silence, a figure pushed the door open, Lin Xinghai, the head of the Lin family and Lin Zhe's father. Lin Zhe's brow furrowed, his tone somewhat frosty. "What do you want?" "I am your father," Lin Xinghai stated rigidly, his expression imposing, a demeanor cultivated from years in a position of power. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe scoffed. "I have only my mother. I have no father." The term father had only been uttered by Lin Xinghai when Lin Zhe was too young to comprehend its meaning. However, as Lin Zhe matured and understood the reality of their relationship, he felt that the term no longer belonged to him. Lin Xinghai's brow knitted tighter as he took a deep breath. "What do you plan to do about the conflict with the Night Demon Guild?" "That is none of your concern," Lin Zhe replied coolly. "The Night Demon Guild is stronger than your 11 guilds. Once on the life and death arena, you won't be able to intervene." Lin Xinghai's voice grew slightly more intense. Lin Zhe let out a cold laugh. "I can handle it myself. I don't need your feigned concern." Observing Lin Zhe, Lin Xinghai chose not to linger on the matter, turning to leave. Watching his father's retreating figure, a hint of bitterness flickered in Lin Zhe's eyes. He then composed himself and returned to his training. After Lin Zhe's departure, two figures quickly approached Lin Xinghai. "Have you found any traces of the Night Demon Guild?" "Head of the family, since the Night Demon Guild left the Beastmaster headquarters in Jinling, they have rented a courtyard. But upon investigation, we found no sign of them, as if they had vanished into thin air." Hearing this, Lin Xinghai's brows deepened further. "Continue searching. We must locate them before the life and death arena." The two nodded in response. "Rest assured, head of the family, we will surely find the Night Demon Guild." With that, they departed. Lin Xinghai stood still for a moment, glancing back at Lin Zhe's room, a look of helplessness crossing his face. His two sons, though half-brothers, were still blood relatives. Yet, the elder son had consistently bullied the younger until recently, when he violated the rules and was captured by the enforcers. Now, only the younger son remained, and their relationship was painfully distant. He sighed, recognizing that all of this was a consequence of his own actions. After lingering for a while, Lin Xinghai also left. With the elder son gone, he could not protect him, and now, with the younger son set to enter the life and death arena, the Lin family's resources could still be of some assistance. He resolved to find the Night Demon Guild and ensure they could not enter the arena. As time gradually elapses, the news of the Dragon University's recommended students set to participate in the life and death arena has stirred considerable excitement among many. The 3-day countdown has reached its conclusion, and today marks the moment when Lin Zhe and his companions ascend the arena. Lin Zhe has long since gathered with Su Jiejia and the others, and early in the morning, they made their way to the life and death arena, instantly attracting considerable attention. The life and death arena is an openly accessible platform located in the heart of Jinling City, where anyone can participate and anyone can spectate, complete with live broadcasts. Upon their arrival, Lin Zhe and his cohort found themselves surrounded by a throng of onlookers, making it difficult for them to push through. Observing the vast crowd, they felt somewhat exasperated, pondering why everyone was so eager to witness the spectacle before the main event even commenced. At last, someone recognized them and shouted, "Lin Zhe and his group have arrived." The shout drew the attention of many, causing those in front of Lin Zhe to part and create space, their expressions seemingly conveying, "Please, go ahead and perish." Chapter 64, A Public Breakthrough. With unimpeded access, they positioned themselves before the life and death arena and sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state. This serene demeanor garnered quiet admiration from the crowd. To maintain such composure at the brink of life and death is indeed worthy of the accolade reserved for Dragon University's recommended students. Where are the Night Demon Guild members? Why haven't they arrived yet? Given the strength of the Night Demon Guild, if both sides enter the life and death arena, Our local talents from Jinling City may be facing dire consequences, some murmured. I've heard that this life and death match was proposed by Lin Zhe. Perhaps he possesses some confidence in the outcome. Let us hope so. Our Jinling City has only just managed to cultivate a few prodigies. We mustn't let them meet an untimely end. As the audience below the life and death arena engaged in discussions, they awaited the arrival of the Night Demon Guild. In addition to the ordinary spectators, numerous family Beastmasters, Beastmaster Guild representatives, and even personnel from the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters had gathered to witness the event. Lin Zhe, in particular, was accompanied by Lin Yaozong and the head of the Lin family, Lin Xinghai. For the past few days, they had been searching for the whereabouts of the Night Demon Guild, yet despite the Lin family's resources, they had not managed to uncover a trace of the Haoyue Guild. Still no sign of the Night Demon Guild. Lin Yaozong furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Lin Xinghai sighed in resignation, shaking his head. No. It's as if the Night Demon Guild has evaporated. We've scoured much of Jinling City without a single lead. However, we have stationed Lin family experts along the routes to the life and death arena. Should the Night Demon Guild appear, they will be apprehended immediately. Be cautious. Do not let others catch wind of our movements. Lin Yaozong instructed. Lin Xinghai nodded, confident that every pathway leading to the life and death arena was guarded by the Yao Yang Beastmasters. He could hardly believe that a mere Haoyue Guild could elude their vigilance. As time slipped by, the Night Demon Guild remained conspicuously absent, leaving the audience increasingly impatient. Where are the Night Demon Guild members? Have they vanished? The recommended students from Dragon University aren't displaying such arrogance. They've already arrived at the life and death arena. How can a small guild like the Night Demon make us wait for so long? They aren't afraid. Are they? Afraid? The Night Demon Guild is stronger than the 11 Guild. How could they possibly be afraid? You can't compare them like that. Remember, Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, and Mu Yuding are the recommended students from Dragon University. The members of the 11 Guild are all family Beastmasters. If the Night Demon Guild were to emerge victorious in the life and death arena, they would undoubtedly create numerous enemies. Although it's stated that revenge cannot be exacted within the arena, who knows what might transpire in secret? Moreover, if the recommended students from Dragon University were to be killed by a small guild like Haoyue before even enrolling, it would humiliate Dragon University. A single word from them, and the Night Demon Guild would find themselves unable to withstand the consequences. Given this perspective, the Night Demon Guild might indeed hesitate to show up. Regardless of the outcome, this life and death match holds no advantage for the Night Demon Guild. Thus, the most prudent decision would be to forego participation in the battle. Such is the advantage of a powerful background. As the crowd analyzed the situation, many began to believe that the members of the Night Demon Guild might truly refrain from coming. Of course, no one knew that their absence was not due to fear, but rather an inability to arrive at all. However, given their animosity toward Lin Zhe and his companions, they may have already been nearby, albeit unseen. Perhaps, right beside Lin Zhe, several spirits were cursing. The sixth one, shameless and unprincipled, bullying the innocent. As noon approached, many began to disperse, concluding that the Night Demon Guild had likely given up on returning. Su Jiejia and the others prepared to deliver a few parting remarks before departing. However, just as they stood, they noticed Lin Zhe still quietly with his eyes closed, the surrounding spiritual energy seemingly undulating gently. Is he about to break through? Su Jiejia exclaimed in astonishment. Her voice captured the attention of the crowd, who, feeling irritated from the wait, turned their gazes toward Lin Zhe, their expressions filled with surprise. He truly is on the verge of a breakthrough. It's no wonder he is a recommended student from Dragon University. Even in such tense circumstances, he can remain focused on his cultivation and achieve a breakthrough. One cannot help but admire him. Although we haven't witnessed the life and death battle, witnessing a genius's breakthrough is a worthy trade-off. Thankfully, the Night Demon Guild didn't dare to come. Otherwise, our Jinling City might have faced the loss of several prodigies. Shu, keep your voices down, don't disturb him. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, exuding a kingly aura that compelled the crowd to retreat in astonishment. Following that, a throng of figures surged forth, encircling Lin Zhe to prevent any disturbances. These individuals were, of course, members of the Lin family. During the critical moment of a breakthrough, even the slightest disruption could result in a backlash, potentially injuring his meridians or rendering him a cripple, much like Lin Yaozu. The breakthrough to a minor realm did not last long. Within just an hour, the spiritual energy enveloping Lin Zhe gradually flowed into his body. Lin Zhe then opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, stood up, stretched lazily, and with a smile remarked, "It feels as though I've merely taken a nap. And now I've broken through." Upon hearing his words, the crowd's lips twitched in unison. Is this the ease of a genius? Achieving a breakthrough is as simple as waking from sleep. Su Jejia and the others rolled their eyes. This fellow was becoming increasingly pretentious. Unfortunately, they were still some way from their own breakthroughs. Otherwise, the spotlight would not have been solely on Lin Zhe. All right, we should take our leave. The members of the Night Demon Guild are unlikely to return, Su Jejia stated. At her words, Lin Zhe smiled slightly, wearing an expression of assuredness. I knew that with me overseeing the 11 Guild, the Night Demon Guild would not dare to provoke us. It seems they have been intimidated by my presence. Huh. In that case, let us depart. The Night Demon Guild is merely a cowardly lot. Su Jejia remarked. Sigh, such is the solitude of invincibility. As Lin Zhe reveled in his arrogance, Su Jejia and the others dragged him away, leaving the members of the Lin family and the onlookers with peculiar expressions, questioning whether this individual had truly lost his mind. After Lin Zhe departed, Lin Yaozong waved his hand grandly and led the Lin family away, feeling the peculiar gazes of the crowd weighing heavily upon him. As an elderly man, he found it somewhat unbearable. The dignity of the Lin family had been thoroughly sullied by that little rascal, he thought bitterly. Deep down, he harbored a foreboding sense that their family's reputation would likely be irrevocably tarnished at Lin Zhe's hands. Chapter 65, The Big-Mouthed Crow. A life-and-death battle concluded with a whimper rather than a bang. The Night Demon Guild's cowardice failed to attract much attention, whereas Lin Zhe's breakthrough sparked a wave of enthusiastic discussion. Following this, the fame of the Night Demon Guild would likely diminish, while Lin Zhe and his peers, as recipients of special admission to Shenlong University and the pride of Jinling City, would undoubtedly command considerable attention. At Jinling No. 1 High School, when Lin Zhe achieved his breakthrough, he received a notification from the system along with a reward of breakthrough points. Now, he had begun to contemplate his next training target. A month had passed. Chen Chen murmured to himself. The White Zhe's blessing could be invoked once more, yet this time, the teaching position required a staggering 16,000 breakthrough points, which made Chen Chen's heart ache. Sighing, he pulled out a list. He had now bound 7 individuals. With the aid of the teaching position and White Zhe, the talents of these 7 had all reached the 7th level of beast mastery. In addition, there were 6 at the 5th level, 10 at the 4th level, 9 at the 3rd level, and 4 at the 2nd level of beast mastery. The 6 at the 5th level could be elevated to the 7th level with the combined support of the teaching position and White Zhe's blessing, allowing them to join the ranks of the elite, while those at lower levels remained a source of concern, as even the teaching position and White Zhe could scarcely salvage them. It was a troubling dilemma. Taking one step at a time, Chen Chen mused. As the number of bound students increased, the accumulation of breakthrough points accelerated, and soon enough, he would have enough points to purchase a treasure capable of altering destiny. However, the required points were astronomical. Turning his attention away from the underperforming students, Chen Chen began to select from the 6 at the 5th level of beast mastery. After a moment of contemplation, he identified his target. He entered the training room, summoned Du Wenshu, and, as before, bound him to the teaching position, subsequently enhancing him once more with White Zhe's assistance. Du Wenshu had recently advanced to the 6th stage of the Star Realm, and with 2 upgrades to his beast mastery, his cultivation level surged to the 8th stage of the Star Realm. Opening the beast mastery panel, Du Wenshu's face lit up with joy. Name, Du Wenshu. Talent, 7th level beast mastery. Cultivation, 8th stage of the Star Realm. Spirit beast, big-mouthed crow. Skills. Curse. The cursed individual will endure numerous tribulations within 10 minutes. Life and death are at the mercy of fate. Wealth is dictated by the heavens. Demon Eye allows summoning a demon of the same level to serve you. Among these skills, Curse was particularly formidable. When applied to enemies, they would suffer greatly for 10 minutes, with the possibility of even meeting their demise. As for Demon Eye, summoning a demon effectively meant acquiring an additional spirit beast. With Du Wenshu's current prowess, he could maintain the demon's presence for 30 minutes. As his strength increased, the duration of the demon's existence would lengthen, and he might even summon multiple demons. At the pinnacle of his abilities, these demons would serve as extensions of Du Wenshu's spirit beasts. This capability was undeniably extraordinary. Why not join Lin Zhe's guild? You can leave school at any time to train in the demon lair. With your current talent, your cultivation will advance swiftly. Moreover, there may be future opportunities to enhance your talent, Chen Chen suggested with a smile. Du Wenshu nodded in agreement. Yes, teacher. Exiting the talent assessment room, Lin Zhe and the others awaited outside. Upon seeing Du Wenshu, Lin Zhe approached him and said, "Hee, I shall graciously accept the teacher's gift." Chen Chen thought, this fellow's audacity grows bolder. He knew what I was going to say before I even uttered a word. He waved his hand dismissively, scanning the surroundings as he inquired, "Where are Cui Ying and Lu Xueqing?" Cui Ying and Lu Xueqing were the only 2 among the 7 who had not yet reached the full moon level. Cui Ying was at the 9th stage of the Star Realm, while Lu Xueqing was at the 8th stage, slightly lagging behind. They are both on the verge of a breakthrough and are currently in seclusion, Su Jejia replied. On the verge of a breakthrough? Chen Chen's spirits lifted. Lin Zhe and the others nodded, just as Chen Chen received a system notification indicating that Lu Xueqing had successfully advanced. The next moment, the training room where Lu Xueqing was in seclusion opened. Teacher. Upon seeing Chen Chen, Lu Xueqing approached with a sweet smile on her face. I've reached the 9th stage of the Star Realm. Not bad. Let's strive to break through to the full moon Beast Master as soon as possible, Chen Chen praised. Lu Xueqing nodded. I will work hard on my cultivation. As for Cui Ying, her breakthrough to full moon Beast Master would take a bit longer. But the rewards for achieving that level were substantial, allowing for a resurgence of strength. By the way, teacher, Mr. Gongsun and the others are looking for you. They are waiting for you in the office, Lin Zhe interjected. Chen Chen nodded. All right, I'll head over now. Please take care of Wen Shu. And first take him to the Jinling Beastmaster headquarters to join your 11 guild. Once Cui Ying breaks through, you can continue with your tasks. Understood. The group responded in unison. Leaving the Beastmaster pavilion, Chen Chen made his way toward the office. Upon returning, he found Gongsun Yuan and the others leisurely sipping tea. Little Chen has arrived, Gongsun Yuan greeted with a smile, pouring Chen Chen a cup of tea. Chen Chen sat down beside him, took a sip, and inquired. What brings you here? No, nothing of concern. Gongsun Yuan shook his head. We sought you out because a professor from Shenlong University will be visiting Jinling City in 3 days. His purpose is to recruit Lin Zhe, Su Jejia, and Mu Yuding as students ahead of time, and he wishes to meet you as well. A professor from Shenlong University? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Gongsun Yuan nodded seriously. Professors from Shenlong University are at least king-level beast masters. We must not treat this lightly. I understand, Chen Chen replied with a smile, then pondered aloud. Is there a chance he might recruit other students as well? Huh. Gongsun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Chen Chen smiled. I believe Wang Lei and Lu Hong have decent talent and strength. If possible, they could also be accepted as the professor's students. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yuan and the others grasped Chen Chen's intention. Lin Zhe, Su Jejia, and Mu Yuding were already assured special admission, bound to enter Shenlong University sooner or later. Meanwhile, Wang Lei and Lu Hong, though capable, had limited chances to be admitted. If the professor were to recruit them directly, it would effectively be akin to granting them special admission. What do you all think? Chen Chen inquired. After some contemplation, Gongsun Yuan and the others nodded slightly. It's not unfeasible. Chapter 66. Professor from Shenlong University. After Lin Zhe and his companions welcomed Du Wenshu into the 11th Guild, they returned to Jinling No. 1 High School, where they learned the news that a professor from Shenlong University was arriving. Both Lin Zhe and his 2 companions, who had been granted direct admission to Shenlong University, as well as Wang Lei and others who aspired to attend, felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to showcase their talents. Wang Lei, Lu Hong, make sure to perform well. If you can impress the professor, you might just secure an early ticket to Shenlong University, Chen Chen advised. He then turned to Lin Zhe, Su Jejia, and Mu Yuding, instructing them. You 3 are responsible for supporting Wang Lei and Lu Hong, helping them to fully display their strengths and strive to become the professor's students. And don't forget about Cui Ying. Once she successfully breaks through, encourage her to showcase herself as well. Upon hearing Chen Chen's guidance, the group understood his intentions. Wang Lei and Lu Hong were visibly thrilled. They had not competed for the earlier direct admission slots, and now they had another chance that they needed to seize. 3 days swiftly passed, and Chen Chen stood outside the Beastmaster Pavilion. Gongsun Yuan had just sent a message informing him that the professor from Shenlong University had arrived at Jinling No. 1 High School. Within 10 minutes, Chen Chen spotted Gongsun Yuan and others approaching, among them a robust middle-aged man. From a distance of several meters, Chen Chen stepped forward to greet him. Ah, you must be Professor Feng from Shenlong University, Chen Chen said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Gongsun Yuan quickly introduced, Professor Feng, this is Young Chen, the youngest Grand Commander in Jinling City, highly regarded by Commander Bai. At such a young age, he has already reached the 9th rank of the king level. His future potential is boundless. Simultaneously, a smile appeared on Professor Feng's face, his demeanor becoming more cordial. So you are Grand Commander Chen. Commander Bai has spoken highly of you, and I have been eager to meet you. Meeting you in person is even more impressive than hearing about you, he replied. Please, just call me Young Chen, Chen Chen responded. Professor Feng's strength was comparable to that of Gongsun Yuan and the others. However, his status as a professor at Shenlong University placed him a notch higher in the hierarchy. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Chen led the group into the Beast Master Pavilion. Inside, many students were training. Upon seeing Chen Chen, they greeted him respectfully while curiously scrutinizing Professor Feng. Given the examples set by Gongsun Yuan and others, they were intrigued about Professor Feng's identity. At that moment, Lin Zhe and the others approached. Teacher, they respectfully addressed. Professor Feng glanced over them, quickly assessing their levels. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he turned to Chen Chen and inquired, Young Chen, are these your students? Chen Chen nodded, smiling as he replied, yes. They are all my students, just starting their first year of high school. Lin Zhe, Su Jiejia, and Mu Yuding recently earned direct admission qualifications to Shenlong University. He pointed to the three, providing a brief introduction, while Professor Feng's intention was to evaluate their abilities. All of them are in the first year? Professor Feng asked. The Crescent Moon Beast Masters are considered exceptional talents at this level. In an ordinary school, it is rare to find even a few, yet here 5 had appeared. Indeed, Chen Chen confirmed. They are all students in my class, possessing commendable talent and diligence, which has led them to achieve such results. Besides Lin Zhe and the others, Wang Lei and Lu Hong are also quite impressive. After introducing Lin Zhe and his companions, Chen Chen subtly included Wang Lei and Lu Hong in his introduction to Professor Feng. At this age, reaching the level of a Crescent Moon Beast Master requires not only talent, but also relentless effort. They are all promising prospects, the hope of our human race. Professor Feng remarked with admiration. Chen Chen chuckled. Professor Feng, do you think Wang Lei and Lu Hong meet the admission criteria for Shenlong University? Upon hearing this, Professor Feng cast a sidelong glance at Chen Chen, then shifted his gaze to Wang Lei and Lu Hong, assessing them with a hint of scrutiny before smiling and saying, Young Chen wishes for them to attend Shenlong University? It seems you have some aspirations for them. Professor Feng lowered his eyelids, as if pondering something. After a moment of silence, he turned to Chen Chen and stated, Young Chen, I have come to recruit 3 students, but I have not yet decided whom to accept. Professor Feng, I believe Wang Lei and Lu Hong are qualified to be your students. Chen Chen interjected. He then looked at Wang Lei and Lu Hong and suggested, Professor Feng, allow them to demonstrate their abilities. Very well, Professor Feng nodded. His earlier intention was to provide Wang Lei and Lu Hong with an opportunity. Should their performance meet his expectations, he would not hesitate to extend a favor, especially considering Chen Chen's esteemed reputation with Commander Bai. How about having Lin Zhe and the others battle against them? Chen Chen proposed. After contemplating, Professor Feng slightly shook his head. Rather, let us take them to the Demon Cave, where they can truly showcase themselves. Only through real combat can we accurately assess their capabilities. Absolutely. Chen Chen readily agreed. Wang Lei and Lu Hong were not inexperienced novices. They had spent considerable time honing their skills in the Demon Cave, where they could better display their talents. Just as they were about to depart, Chen Chen's expression suddenly lit up. Professor Feng, please wait a moment. Is there something else? Professor Feng inquired with a smile. Perhaps the 3rd student you are seeking is about to make an appearance, Chen Chen replied. Almost as soon as he spoke, a plump girl emerged from one of the training rooms in the Beastmaster Pavilion. Given her figure, it could only be Cui Ying. With a frown on her face, she approached, looking quite discontented. This expression caused Chen Chen's brow to furrow slightly. How could this child, having successfully broken through to become a Crescent Moon Beast Master, appear so dejected? Cui Ying rushed over to Chen Chen, her face glum. Teacher, something's wrong, she lamented. What happened? Did you encounter difficulties in your training? Chen Chen inquired. Cui Ying shook her head, her demeanor nearly on the verge of tears. Under the questioning gazes of everyone, she wiped her eyes and plaintively said, My new spirit beast is so ugly. Chen Chen and the others were momentarily stunned, followed by a sense of speechlessness. This was the first time they had witnessed someone cry over the appearance of their own spirit beast. Cui Ying waved her small hand, summoning the beast. Look at this. A plump, black toad appeared before them, its large eyes gleaming with intelligence. Its rotund body shifted slowly, as it scrutinized the onlookers with a puffing mouth. This is the devil giant frog, Cui Ying introduced, patting its smooth skin. Fortunately, it's not a toad. Otherwise, I would have wanted to discard it right away. However, the devil giant frog's appearance was indeed rather grotesque, in some respects even more so than Cui Ying's earth giant crocodile. Observing Cui Ying, the expressions of the crowd were rather peculiar. Such an adorable young girl had contracted spirit beasts that were exceedingly unattractive. It was no wonder she had been brought to tears by their appearance. Simultaneously, Professor Feng was scrutinizing Cui Ying, and upon glancing at the grotesque devil frog, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for a young girl to have forged a contract with such a spirit beast. Chen Chen timely introduced her, saying, Professor Feng, this is Cui Ying, one of my students. She just emerged from seclusion 3 days ago, and fortuitously, she has successfully advanced to the rank of a full moon beast master just in time for your arrival. Hearing this, Professor Feng smiled and remarked, what a coincidence. Since you have emerged and achieved this breakthrough, let us proceed to the demon abyss together. If you perform well, I shall certainly recommend the three of you. I assure you, we will not disappoint you. Professor Feng, Chen Chen replied with a grin. Soon, the group made their way to the Demon Abyss, the only destruction demon abyss in Jinling City. However, after Chen Chen's rampage, this so-called destruction abyss had lost its ominous reputation. Consequently, many full moon beast masters had been flocking to this location. Although the risks were slightly elevated, the rewards were undeniably richer. An hour later, they arrived at the destruction demon abyss, where 6 great leaders were present, and naturally, there were no obstructions as they entered. Once inside, they left Lin Zhe and the others to fend for themselves, while Chen Chen and his companions ascended into the skies, keeping a watchful eye on them and ensuring their safety. Is this the demon abyss where little Chen had his recent slaughter? Professor Feng inquired. Before Chen Chen could respond, Gong Sun Yuan interjected with a smile. We are fortunate to have little Chen. Otherwise, when the magical beasts launched a full-scale attack, the losses for our entire Huaxiao would have been catastrophic. Moreover, little Chen's eradication of the king-level magical beasts has brought greater stability to Jinling City. Nowadays, many beast masters can devote time to training without the constant vigilance required in the past, allowing our Jinling Beast Master headquarters to cultivate beast masters more effectively. All of this is thanks to little Chen. Faced with Gong Sun Yuan's praises, Chen Chen merely offered a modest smile. Professor Feng then stated, little Chen's contributions are indeed invaluable. During this period, we have been active across various demon abysses, and only now have we barely managed to resolve the troubles. Had we waited for the magical beasts to initiate an attack, the losses would have been incalculable. As the group engaged in lighthearted conversation, they observed Lin Zhe and the others. This destruction demon abyss was familiar territory for Lin Zhe and his companions, having visited it multiple times. Yet this time the protagonists were Wang Lei, Lu Hong, and Cui Ying. If we perform well, we can secure direct admission to Shenlong University, Cui Ying realized. Only now understanding Professor Feng's identity and objective, the group nodded, and Lin Zhe remarked, this is your opportunity. You must seize it. Henceforth, this operation will be led by the three of you. No problem, Cui Ying replied, her small face radiant with excitement as she summoned the earth giant crocodile and the devil frog. Although her spirit beasts were undeniably unattractive, their combat prowess was beyond reproach. Once everyone had summoned their spirit beasts and made all necessary preparations, they took a glance at the skies before commencing their mission. Lin Zhe whispered, to gain recognition, we must not engage in trivial endeavors. We must accomplish something spectacular. Something spectacular? The group murmured, nodding in agreement as they pondered how they could astonish Professor Feng. How about we hunt the radiant sun beast? Cui Ying suggested. The others exchanged glances. While their strength had increased somewhat, they were still far from capable of hunting a radiant sun beast. Ignoring the expressions of her companions, Cui Ying continued to chatter excitedly. In the destruction demon abyss, the king-level magical beasts have all been eliminated by our teacher. The strongest remaining are the radiant sun beasts, and within the magical beasts, there are internal conflicts. We can incite 2 radiant sun beasts to battle each other and then reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions brightened with interest. After careful consideration, Wang Lei and Lu Hong spoke up. Shall we give it a try? To gain recognition, they needed to be sufficiently impressive. If they could manage to slay a radiant sun beast, Professor Feng would undoubtedly acknowledge them. Try? Trying could lead to death. Someone quipped. What are we afraid of? Our teachers are above us. Now is the time to take risks for a chance. After deliberating, they finally steeled themselves and resolved to hunt the radiant sun beast. In the skies, Chen Chen and the others kept a vigilant watch over them. Initially, everything was calm as they dealt with some obstructing magical beasts. However, as the group pressed deeper, Professor Feng's brow furrowed slightly. At this point, Lin Zhe and his companions were in a position that was exceedingly perilous for full moon beast masters. Gong Sun Yuan and the others shared their concerns. If they were to encounter a radiant sun beast now, the few of them might not be able to handle it, and they would fail to showcase their abilities, thus losing any chance of recognition. Only Chen Chen remained unfazed, his faith in his students unwavering. This area is already home to numerous radiant sun beasts, Professor Feng remarked. Chen Chen merely smiled. I have faith in them. A few days ago, they completed a task involving a radiant sun beast, successfully obtaining a spirit herb and escaping unscathed. Oh, they have such experience? Professor Feng inquired, astonished. Chen Chen nodded and began to praise Lin Zhe and the others, mentioning their formation of the 11 Guild, their 100 task completion rate, their collaboration in slaying a full moon-level magical beast, and their successful acquisition of spirit herbs from a radiant sun beast while escaping unharmed. After listening, Professor Feng sighed. Little Chen, is this your teaching method? The creation of the guild was their own proposal. I merely set them a small goal. What small goal? Chen Chen stroked his chin and replied. This small goal is not particularly difficult. I simply instructed them to develop their newly formed guild into the premier guild at the full moon level within a year. Chapter 68, Provocation of Battle. Caw. Within the demon abyss, a piercing cry echoed as a colossal avian magical beast soared from the branches of a giant tree, casting an imposing shadow. As the bird gradually flew away, the space beneath the giant tree distorted, revealing the figures of Lin Zhe and his companions, who gazed up at the treetop with excitement in their eyes. What good fortune! We stumbled upon this foolish bird laying eggs. If we steal its eggs and toss them to that leopard, it will surely be quite a spectacle, one of them exclaimed. We must be swift. This foolish bird could return at any moment. Rest assured, laying eggs expends a considerable amount of energy. It will need to replenish itself significantly, so it shouldn't return anytime soon. The group conferred quietly. Given the size of the towering tree, it would be impossible for them to climb it with human physiques. All eyes turned to the shadow butterfly. The shadow butterfly won't do. It would be too conspicuous in the air and easily detected. Our goal is not merely to steal eggs, but to incite a battle between the Radiant Sun beasts, Lin Zhe stated. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if they were discovered, they wouldn't merely fail to provoke a battle between the Radiant Sun beasts, but would also become targets for the magical beasts themselves. At that moment, Wang Lei spoke up. Let the gibbon go. My little ape excels at climbing trees. Is it really capable of ascending such a massive trunk? The stout giant tree was so wide that even a group could not encircle it. Could the gibbon truly make its way up? Oh wow. Noticing the skepticism among the crowd, the gibbon expressed its discontent, emitting a call, thumping its robust body, and confidently striding towards the colossal tree. With a swift motion, it clawed at the trunk, embedding its talon deep into the bark. Turning its head, the gibbon let out a sharp snort at the onlookers. Then, employing both hands and feet, it began to ascend with remarkable speed. Under the gaze of the crowd, within 2 minutes, the gibbon reached the summit and somersaulted into the nest. The nest trembled slightly, and soon, the spectators beheld the gibbon emerging at the edge of the nest, precariously balancing a bird egg larger than itself. Simultaneously, Wang Lei turned to the crowd and remarked, "The little ape says it cannot descend while carrying the egg." Looking up, the crowd understood. Indeed, an egg so large would hinder the gibbon's movement. That egg is enormous. It could feed us for a month, Lu Hong exclaimed. Stop thinking about eating it. We need to figure out how to get it down. Otherwise, when that foolish bird returns and catches us stealing its egg, we might end up as its meal, someone cautioned. The crowd glanced at the various spirit beasts, sensing an awkwardness. Let us just have it throw it down, suggested Chui Ying, lifting her head and patting the nearby demonic giant frog. Instantly, the crowd witnessed the frog's body expand, transforming into a massive figure resembling a small hill. Under Chui Ying's direction, the demonic giant frog opened its mouth wide, signaling the gibbon to toss the egg into its maw. Let us give it a try. The crowd nodded in agreement. Wang Lei promptly communicated with the gibbon, and upon receiving the command, the gibbon hurled the egg down, landing precisely in the mouth of the demonic giant frog. Ribbit! The frog croaked, and to everyone's astonishment, it made a swallowing motion, as if the egg slid down its throat and into its belly. What on earth? It got eaten. Wow, that has quite an appetite. Is that it for the egg? How do we provoke a fight now? The crowd surrounded the demonic giant frog, tapping and knocking on its sides, their faces etched with worry. Step back, step back. Chui Ying pushed the crowd away and approached the demonic giant frog, raising her chin. Who said it got eaten? My demonic giant frog has an internal space. It can hold plenty of things, making it a space-type spirit beast. As she spoke, she cast an envious glance at the spatial spirit cat in Mu Yuding's arms, lamenting how adorable it was. However, upon looking back at the demonic giant frog, her expression quickly turned to one of disdain. Wait, this thing has an internal space? A space spirit beast? What nonsense is this? The crowd was taken aback. They had assumed the demonic giant frog was a combat-type spirit beast, only to discover it was a space-type. It was their first encounter with such an unattractive space spirit beast. The demonic giant frog let out a croak, lifting its head proudly, mirroring Chui Ying's haughty demeanor. Let us go. Deliver the egg to that leopard, Chui Ying instructed. The crowd nodded, still casting glances at the demonic giant frog, and then turned to head towards the territory of the magic leopard. Oh wow. Oh, wow. A series of urgent calls echoed. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, realizing the long-armed gibbon had yet to descend, and even Wang Lei had momentarily forgotten about his spirit beast. Oh wow. The long-armed gibbon hastily climbed down, rushing to Wang Lei's side, calling out incessantly, its face filled with grievance. Wang Lei, feeling embarrassed for having overlooked the gibbon due to the shock of the demonic giant frog, reassured it. All right, it wasn't intentional. I won't forget you next time. After a considerable time spent comforting the long-armed gibbon, The group resumed their journey towards the magic leopardess territory. They were not in a rush, managing their time wisely. Along the way, they occasionally removed the bird egg to leave a trace of its scent, ensuring the magic bird could trace its path. Approximately half an hour later, an enraged cry resonated across several miles. A radiant aura surged violently forth. Lin Zhe and the others were startled and quickened their pace. Just before the magic bird could catch up, they tossed the egg into the magic leopard's territory and then retreated to a distant hill, gazing at the magic leopard's domain from afar. About 10 minutes later, they spotted the magic bird, which had successfully tracked the egg sent to the magic leopard's territory. At the same time, the intrusion of another radiant magic beast startled the leopard awake. The magic leopard leapt from its cave, colliding with the egg left at the cave's entrance, sending it crashing to the ground, where the shell cracked into countless fissures. Upon witnessing this scene, the magic bird erupted with rage, diving from the sky to the egg's side, its eyes nearly bursting with fury at the sight of the shattered shell. The magic leopard, momentarily taken aback, was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the egg at its doorstep. However, this was of no consequence. It fixed its gaze on the magic bird, growling lowly in warning. Simultaneously, the magic bird's attention shifted from the egg to the leopard. An intense aura began to swell as anger consumed the magic bird. The leopard remained vigilant, its hind legs slightly bent, readying itself for an attack. Without a hint of respite, the magic bird took flight, unleashing a tremendous force in a sudden assault, while the magic leopard was already prepared, leading to the explosive onset of a fierce battle. Chapter 69. If you cannot resolve a problem, create a greater one. The fight has finally begun. Between the two radiant magic beasts, which do you think will prevail? The strength of the magic leopard and the magic bird appeared to be on par, although the magic bird had just laid an egg, rendering it not at its peak strength. Ultimately, it would likely succumb to fatigue. At that moment, we could take advantage of the situation. Lin Zhe and the others observed the battlefield from a distance, commenting on the unfolding situation with an air of authority. Meanwhile, Chen Chen and his companions admired the fierce battle of the radiant magic beasts. Professor Feng remarked, "Little Chen, your students are indeed quite bold. Talent breeds courage." Chen Chen replied with a slight smile. Their audacity signifies their confidence in their abilities, and their plan has been executed flawlessly. Now, we shall see if they can reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Professor Feng shook his head with a smile. "I see that their daring nature is a trait you instilled in them, little Chen." Chen Chen and the others chuckled in response. Suddenly, Gongsun Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "Look over there. One of the radiant magic beasts seems to be lurking, likely hoping to take advantage of the chaos like Lin Zhe and his group." The crowd turned to see, indeed, not far from the battlefield, a radiant magic beast concealing itself, observing the skirmish. It appears their plans are about to be thwarted, Professor Feng remarked. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and his companions remained unaware of the hidden magic beast, patiently waiting for the moment the magic bird would falter. That would be their opportunity. The battle between the magic leopard and the magic bird was exceptionally fierce, with the magic bird, consumed by rage, relentlessly launching attacks, almost forsaking its advantage of agile flight. Ironically, this allowed the magic leopard the opportunity to inflict harm. In the midst of battle, the injuries sustained by the demon bird intensified, gradually restoring its rationality. The demon leopard continued its relentless assault, filled with fury. Having been peacefully asleep, it found this intruder brazenly invading its territory and attacking without cause. Did it truly consider itself a mere cat? The demon leopard roared, its fierce onslaught making it increasingly difficult for the demon bird to escape, exacerbating its wounds. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and his companions stood ready. Should the demon bird manage to flee, they would follow closely behind. As for the demon leopard, despite its own injuries, it remained a formidable opponent, one they dared not provoke. However, if the demon leopard pursued the demon bird, Lin Zhe and his companions believed that, in a desperate struggle, the demon bird could inflict significant harm upon it. If that were to occur, they might secure two sunlight beasts, a conclusion they fervently desired. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the demon leopard was repelled, and the demon bird seized a shattered egg, soaring upward. Continuing the fight would surely cost it its life. Yet, the demon leopard seemed unwilling to relent, immediately lunging after the demon bird, its overwhelming power surging forth relentlessly. The gravely injured demon bird found its flying speed severely diminished, its altitude continuously declining. If this pursuit persisted, the demon leopard might indeed slay the demon bird. Lin Zhe and the others descended the hillside, their gazes fixed upon the demon bird, waiting patiently for its final counterattack. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's expression darkened as he spoke. "We have overlooked an important detail." The group followed closely, turning their attention to him, their brows furrowed in inquiry. "What have we overlooked?" Their battle may very well attract the attention of other beasts. Moreover, in the midst of their escape, they may inadvertently disturb other creatures. Two wounded sunlight beasts are undeniably enticing to others, Lindsay stated gravely. Currently, within the abyss of destruction, the absence of a king beast allows the numerous sunlight beasts to assert dominance. Without the suppression of a king beast, they too have a chance to ascend to that rank. Devouring other sunlight beasts is the simplest path, and the presence of these two severely injured sunlight beasts will surely draw many other creatures. Jejia, have the sky-covering powder butterfly scout the area, Lindsay commanded. Su Jejia nodded and directed the butterfly to take flight. Now that the battle had commenced, they were less concerned about being discovered. The butterfly soared high, surveying the surroundings. And indeed, it spotted several creatures lurking nearby, encircling the demon leopard and the demon bird. Su Jejia's expression grew grave as she quickly summoned the butterfly back. The plan has failed. There are at least 3 sunlight beasts in the vicinity, along with numerous high-tier crescent beasts, all eyeing the demon leopard and the demon bird. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions shifted. Lu Hong grinned. Well, this is certainly shaping up to be a beastly war. Wang Lei swallowed hard, nodding in agreement. Once the demon leopard and the demon bird determine a victor, the other beasts will join the fray to claim their corpses, and there may be even more beasts involved. Have we stirred up trouble? Cui Ying frowned, stroking the smooth skin of the demon giant frog. The group ceased their pursuit, quietly seeking higher ground to observe the area. They could see that many beasts were indeed captivated by the battle between the demon leopard and the demon bird. Without the presence of a king beast, a conflict among sunlight beasts was already enough to incite turmoil within the abyss. In the past, with a king beast reigning, mere sunlight beasts would not dare to create such a commotion. Otherwise, a single strike from a king beast could easily annihilate the 2 sunlight beasts. Now, without the king beast, the sunlight beasts were emboldened, and the resulting uproar was sufficient to stir nearly half of the abyss. What shall we do now? The group frowned, recognizing that the situation was beyond their control. A mere handful of these sunlight beasts could easily crush them. They exchanged glances towards the sky, evidently considering whether to summon Chen Chen and the others. Since we must involve our instructor, why not escalate the situation further? Lu Hong suggested. At his words, the others grimaced. They were already struggling to manage the current predicament, and now they were to amplify it? After some contemplation, Wang Lei and Cui Ying nodded in agreement. I believe Lu Hong has a point. Although we cannot resolve this trouble, the fact that we have created such a significant disturbance speaks to our capabilities. All 3 of them were students of Professor Feng, and now, while it was evidently unrealistic to slay the sunlight beasts, it was not out of the question to thoroughly disrupt the entire abyss. As Wang Lei and Cui Ying articulated, being able to cause such widespread chaos indicated that their abilities were indeed commendable. Chapter 70. Chaos. These children are losing control of the situation. Professor Feng remarked with a smile. An increasing number of beasts had set their sights on the demon leopard and the demon bird in their line of sight. There were at least 5 sunlight beasts, along with many high-tier crescent beasts. Any one of these creatures would be far beyond Lin Zhe and his companions' capabilities, let alone the throng gathering. Chen Chen nodded. In such a scenario, no matter what Lin Zhe and his companions attempted, control would be elusive. He turned to Professor Feng and inquired, might their performance meet your expectations, Professor Feng? Upon hearing this, Professor Feng pondered briefly. Upon their initial entry into the abyss, it had been Wang Lei, Lu Hong, and Cui Ying who had dealt with the ordinary beasts, their combat swift and decisive, quite a rarity. Following that, only the Iron Arm Ape and the Demon Giant Frog had instigated this upheaval. The performance of the Iron Arm Ape was as expected, but the capabilities of the Demon Giant Frog, particularly its internal space, had even surprised Professor Feng. While Lu Hong's Spirit Beast had yet to display much, the auxiliary abilities of the Flower Fairy were remarkably impressive. Though simplistic in nature, accelerate, enhance strength, boost defense, they effectively augmented the Spirit Beast significantly. Overall, the trio's strength met Professor Feng's expectations. However, he felt a tinge of regret at not witnessing their full potential on display. When we return, I shall find a suitable opponent for them. If their performance satisfies me, they shall become my students, Professor Feng declared. At this, Chen Chen's face lit up. I am certain they will impress you, Professor. As the situation in the abyss unfolded, Lin Zhe and his companions initiated a new course of action, causing Chen Chen and the others to delay their intervention. Lin Zhe and his group quietly distanced themselves from the chaotic zone, then unleashed their presence, brazenly wandering through the abyss, confronting any beast they encountered with a singular intent, to engage. In just half an hour, Lin Zhe and his companions had attracted a multitude of beasts. Observing their trajectory, it became evident they were guiding the creatures towards the territory of the sunlight beasts. Professor Feng and the others recognized their intent. Little Chun, Your students are not merely bold, they are audacious beyond measure. Professor Feng marveled. For a moment, he hesitated, considering the potential chaos these individuals could bring if he were to take them under his wing. Chen Chen stroked his chin, attempting to defend the group. To provoke such tremendous trouble indicates their extraordinary capabilities. Professor Feng is not merely testing their abilities. I believe it is already evident. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Professor Feng's lips twitched. Indeed, at the core of this matter lies the class supervisor's influence. There is certainly a problem with Miao. Should we take action now? Gong Sun Yuan inquired. Chen Chen shook his head, suggesting, let us wait and observe how large a predicament they can stir up. Professor Feng nodded in agreement. Run. Little piggy, run. Xiaohua, accelerate for our little pig. Lu Hong, riding atop the wild boar king, was pursued by thousands of enraged magical beasts, each aflame with fury. One of the wild boar king's abilities, Top Yu Lung, had been mistakenly transformed into Top Yu Rear, which consequently attracted the wrath of the magical beasts, who relentlessly pursued them. My goodness. Lu Hong glanced back to see the magical beasts with bloodshot eyes, eager to tear them apart. The flower fairy was also fully engaged, casting acceleration repeatedly, enhancing their speed with every skill. Moreover, several others, including Lin Zhe and his companions, were also drawing the attention of the magical beasts. Although they were not attracting as much enmity as Lu Hong, they still provoked numerous magical beasts. In an instant, the majority of the cave was thrown into chaos, with their goal being the territory of the Radiant Sun Beasts. Only when the Radiant Sun Beasts were incited into a frenzy could they truly disrupt the entire cave. Under Lin Zhe's guidance, the rampaging magical beasts surged into the territory of the Radiant Sun Beasts, inciting their wrath and leading to an even greater upheaval. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and his companions seized the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil, and although perilous, the sheer thrill was exhilarating. While creating chaos in the cave, they also managed to pilfer various treasures during the commotion. Consequently, some magical beasts, upon returning home to find their treasures missing, became enraged once more, seeking out their adversaries, which led to yet another grand battle. After several hours, the entire cave was engulfed in combat. Countless magical beasts were embroiled in the fray. Even those who realized something was amiss and wished to abstain from fighting found themselves swept along by the tide of chaos. Lin Zhe and his companions faced constant danger, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could transform them into the magical beast's next meal. Additionally, the beast tamers within the cave were utterly bewildered. How had the once tranquil cave become such a tumultuous scene in just a single day? Some beast tamers sensed the rising danger and promptly evacuated the cave, while others, aware of the risks, persevered in hopes of greater opportunities. This is incredibly thrilling. It's hard to fathom that such a grand spectacle was initiated by us. They exclaimed. Be cautious. These magical beasts have gone mad and will attack anything they encounter. Look, a severely injured Radiant Sun Beast. A chance to scavenge. Hurry. Scavenge. Are you blind? 2 more Radiant Sun Beasts are right behind us. Quickly run. The entire cave descended into chaos, and even attempts to scavenge were fraught with peril. However, amidst their frantic flight, Lin Zhe and his companions indeed encountered a gravely wounded Radiant Sun Beast. Ultimately, they succeeded in their scavenging endeavor. Among them, Wang Lei, Lu Hong, and Shui Ying were the primary forces in battle, aiming to showcase their prowess to Professor Feng for his acknowledgement. High above, Chen Chen and the professor observed the turmoil within the cave, somewhat taken aback. Professor Feng sighed and remarked, Xiao Chun, I must admit, I am hesitant to accept your students. In response, Chen Chen chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to address the situation. He cleared his throat and shifted the topic, stating, Professor Feng, I believe the trial has reached its conclusion. It is time for us to intervene. Indeed, suppress the chaos and ensure all magical beast carcasses are cleared away to prevent any from scavenging. If they manage to evolve into a higher tier, it would pose further complications, Gong Sun Yuan added. Professor Feng nodded, glancing at Lin Zhe and his companions who were still frolicking about, and, exasperated, he declared, Let us take action. Chapter 71. The task. The aura of king-level beasts permeated the air as Gong Sun Yuan and his team sprang into action, unleashing 20 king-level spirit beasts, whose presence instilled terror in the rampaging magical beasts. Following a moment of silence, countless magical beasts scattered in panic, as the 20 king-level spirit beasts swept through the cave like divine beings, rendering them invincible. Chen Chen and Professor Feng approached Lin Zhe and his companions, ensuring their safety. Greetings, teachers, the group acknowledged. Wang Lei, Lu Hong, and Shui Ying gazed intently at Chen Chen and Professor Feng. The intervention of Gong Sun Yuan and his team indicated the conclusion of their trial, and now they awaited the results. Your performance has been commendable, Chen Chen praised, observing the group. Meanwhile, Professor Feng's lips twitched, causing such a ruckus hardly constituted a commendable performance. If it were any other instructor, they would have been remiss to not reprimand them, let alone commend them. By now, Professor Feng was convinced that Lin Zhe and the others' demeanor was a direct result of Chen Chen's influence. Should I take them on as students? Would I truly be able to guide them? He pondered. Haha, Professor Feng has mentioned that once we leave the cave, there will be another trial. If you succeed, you shall become his students, and thus you three will be guaranteed admission to Shenlong University. Chen Chen cheerfully informed Wang Lei and the others. Professor Feng opened his mouth, feeling a twinge of regret. Really? Wang Lei and the others exclaimed with delight, turning to Professor Feng. Thank you, Professor. Haha. Indeed, Professor Feng chuckled awkwardly. Chen Chen patted Wang Lei on the back, correcting him. What are you calling him Professor for? Once you pass the trial, you'll need to address him as teacher. Quickly, call him Teacher Feng. Teacher Feng. Wang Lei and the others shouted. Professor Feng's lips twitched, and he turned to Chen Chen. His hearty smile concealing a hint of cunning realization. He sensed that he might be unable to escape the clutches of these three students. The 20 king-level spirit beasts operated with remarkable efficiency, and within half an hour, the magical beasts within the cave had hidden away, trembling in fear. Gong Sun Yuan and his team refrained from exterminating them entirely. After all, the caves were interconnected. As long as they could not seal them off, magical beasts would always be present within. Moreover, if the lower-tier magical beasts were eradicated, the cave's energy would become increasingly concentrated, potentially evolving into a higher-tier cave, which could become a paradise for magical beasts. Thus, in the absence of higher-tier magical beasts, beast tamers generally refrained from complete annihilation. Prior to their intervention, Gong Sun Yuan and his team had contacted the Jinling Beast Tamer headquarters, and now numerous beast tamers had entered the cave to manage the battlefield. With countless magical beast carcasses strewn about and many unclaimed spiritual herbs swaying gracefully, Lin Zhe and his companions, intrigued and eager, volunteered to join the cleanup efforts. Leaving 10 spirit beasts to guard the cave's perimeter, Gong Sun Yuan and his team approached Chen Chen, grinning as they remarked. Their commotion has indeed yielded a wealth of resources. Once the cleanup is complete, we should be able to amass several billion in resources. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He stroked his chin and smiled, saying, Brother Gong Sun, these resources were acquired quite effortlessly. Which means Lin Zhe and the others must have contributed significantly, right? Indeed, their contributions cannot be overlooked, Gong Sun Yuan replied. As the Grand Commander, it would be rather unreasonable of us not to bestow some rewards upon them. Just send the rewards directly to me when the time comes. Place them in my little storage, Chen Chen remarked. At Jinling No. 1 High School, he had specifically requested a room to create a small storeroom filled with resources intended for the students of Class 11. However, due to the rapid consumption of these resources, this little storeroom had rarely been filled to capacity, and more often than not, it remained quite empty. Thus, whenever an opportunity to acquire resources arose, Chen Chen would not let it slip by. Influenced by Chen Chen, Lin Zhe and the others had also become quite eager for profit. Naturally, once they obtained resources, they too would deposit them into the storeroom for the use of the entire class. Chen Chen was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind, signaling the system had issued another task. This was the third task. The first task was to assume the role of a teacher, successfully activating the system. The second involved slaughtering a king-level monster, which rewarded him with numerous treasures, the most precious of which were 5 skill books. Now, for this third task, Chen Chen promptly checked the details, and upon reading the task, his expression shifted slightly. System task, slay a sovereign-level beast. The notion that he was to slay a sovereign-level beast was no jest. More crucially, the issuance of this task indicated that a sovereign-level beast was lurking nearby, perhaps even within this very cave of monsters. Chen Chen's countenance grew grave. Xiao Chen, what troubles you? Gong Sun Yuan and the others inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Chen Chen scanned his surroundings, maintaining a serious expression. Be cautious. I sense a hint of danger, as if something is watching us from the shadows. Upon hearing this, the group's faces paled slightly. They understood Chen Chen's prowess, and if he perceived danger, it must be exceedingly dire. Before they could respond, Chen Chen continued. I fear there may be a sovereign-level beast hidden within this cave. What? Gong Sun Yuan and the others gasped in disbelief, while Professor Feng's expression turned grave. Xiao Chen, such jokes are ill-advised. Do I appear to be jesting? Chen Chen shrugged, pondering aloud. Not long ago, when I slaughtered a king-level beast, a sovereign-level beast also appeared. If I am not mistaken, that beast likely remains concealed within the magical barrier. As he spoke, the group glanced deep into the cave, where the inky darkness of the magical barrier resembled an abyss of demons. instilling a chilling sense of dread. Gongsun Yuan looked to Chen Chen and asked, Xiao Chun, can you sense its presence? I cannot perceive it directly, Chen Chen replied, shaking his head. However, I can feel its malevolent gaze upon us, as if it is contemplating an attack. Brother Gongsun, issue an order for the beast tamers to withdraw from the cave and gather all their spirit beasts. If it truly decides to strike, we will have no choice but to fight with all our might. Gongsun Yuan, not daring to delay, promptly issued a series of commands as per Chen Chen's request. Chapter 72. The celestial demon tiger, upon receiving the orders, many beast tamers, though puzzled, complied and began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Due to the urgency of the commands, they could hardly gather any resources along the way. Simultaneously, the scattered king-level spirit beasts began to congregate, warily gazing into the depths of the cave, where they too sensed a vague, yet palpable pressure hanging in the air. Be careful, it seems. Gongsun Yuan began, but before he could finish, a colossal beast, measuring thousands of meters, suddenly burst forth from the magical barrier. A formidable pressure instantly enveloped the entire cave, causing the recently gathered king-level spirit beasts to stagger back, some unable to withstand the force. The beast tamers still within the cave turned pale, trembling uncontrollably as if rooted in place, unable to move. Gongsun Yuan and the others wore grim expressions, daring not to hesitate as they summoned their spirit beasts. Professor Feng also called forth his spirit beast, charging ahead. Chen Chen took a deep breath, activating his second king-level experience card, instantly elevating his rank to the 9th level of the king tier. He summoned 4 spirit beasts, the Yinglong, Bai Zhe, the white tiger, and the wild boar king. Ah, is that the white tiger? And the wild boar king, resembling our little pig? Lin Zhe and Lu Hong, still within the cave, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Chen Chen's spirit beasts. Aside from their rank, the white tiger and wild boar king were strikingly similar to their own spirit beasts. What a fateful encounter, they both mused. However, their expressions soon turned serious as they beheld the terrifying beast looming outside the cave. The overwhelming aura was unlike anything they had ever felt. What immense power! What level of beast is that? One asked. Given the teacher's reactions, it must be extraordinary. I suspect it is a sovereign-level beast. What? A sovereign-level beast? Just for a mere cave of monsters, how could such a beast appear? Another exclaimed. With our teacher's strength, they could slay a king-level beast effortlessly, yet now they seem so tense. Even Gongsun and Professor Feng are exerting all their power. Only a sovereign-level beast would warrant such a response. Perhaps there are even higher tiers, a voice interjected. Nonsense. If there were an even higher tier beast, we wouldn't have to flee. The entire city of Jinling would be obliterated. As Lin Zhe and the others quietly debated, the surrounding beast tamers, hearing their conclusions, felt their already pale faces grow even more fearful. It was one thing to contend with a sovereign-level beast, but even that possessed the strength to devastate Jinling City. A total of 28 king-level spirit beasts surrounded the sovereign-level beast, yet the vast disparity in numbers failed to instill any sense of safety. Any movement from the sovereign-level beast sent shivers down their spines. This creature was a celestial demon tiger, its massive form exuding majesty and power, with cold eyes surveying its surroundings, betraying a hint of disdain upon its feline visage. It truly is it, Chen Chen murmured as he stood atop the Yinglong. The Yinglong's gaze was filled with fury. It recalled the moment this celestial demon tiger had swatted it out of the magical barrier. Chen Chen stroked the Yinglong to soothe its anger, whispering, "Do not worry, little dragon. This time, we will vanquish it." With a low growl, the Yinglong readied itself for revenge. At that moment, the celestial demon tiger's gaze fell upon them, its mouth opening wide. "Human, I remember you." The sovereign-level beast was capable of human speech, and its eyes, filled with murderous intent, were fixed on Chen Chen. In the previous encounter, the creature refrained from slaying Chen Chen, fearing it might disrupt its plans. However, lamentably, Chen Chen managed to deduce the beast's intentions and reported them to the capital, leading to a thorough purging of the demonic layers across all of Huaxia. Consequently, before the beast's scheme could even commence, it was utterly dismantled. The heavenly demon tiger, having exerted considerable effort to return here, sought to find Chen Chen and exact vengeance upon this principal architect of its downfall. By providence, upon its return, it sensed Chen Chen's presence and immediately emerged to confront him, vowing to eliminate him. "You, who have single-handedly brought ruin upon our grand designs, shall bear the consequences." The heavenly demon tiger growled. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chen Chen's face. "I am honored to have thwarted your plans. Moreover, I believe today I shall indulge in the exquisite taste of a royal-level beast, which must be quite delectable," he said, swallowing hard as he gazed at the tiger's muscular form, feeling a pang of hunger at the thought of the royal beast's flesh, which promised not only nourishment, but also superior flavor. The heavenly demon tiger's eyes flared with rage. I shall devour you and your spirit beasts piece by piece. Just then, a surge of kingly auras erupted from the entrance of the lair, where numerous beast tamers appeared, leading a total of 16 royal spirit beasts. Among them was Lin Yaozong, along with his brother Lin Yaozu, and 2 other royal beast tamers from the Wang and Su families. These 3 renowned beast taming clans were the most powerful in Jinling City, initially holding a balance of power, but now, with Lin Yaozu's emergence, the Lin family had eclipsed the Wang and Su families. Having received the news, they rushed to the scene but did not venture deeper. Instead, they directed their spirit beasts to escort the remaining beast tamers out of the lair. The heavenly demon tiger paid them no mind, fixated solely on its target, Chen Chen. This exceptionally young 9th-tier beast tamer was undoubtedly a prodigy among humans. Previously, the tiger had hesitated to slay him, fearing it would incite human vigilance. Now, with their plans in tatters, eliminating Chen Chen would serve to extinguish a future powerhouse. Human, your time has come. The heavenly demon tiger sneered, charging toward Chen Chen with thunderous force. Wait, Chen Chen shouted, prompting the tiger to halt. Do you have any last words? It inquired. In light of your talent, I shall permit you to speak. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Thank you very much. He inhaled deeply, and with a thunderous roar, the Yinglong, White Tiger, and Wild Boar King unleashed their formidable might, synchronized with Chen Chen's own shout. I curse you. The ferocious energy enveloped the heavenly demon tiger, and Gongsun Yuan and the others swiftly reacted, commanding their spirit beasts to release their overwhelming powers. Chapter 73. The Battle Against the Royal-Level Beast Roar. The tiger's roar shook the heavens as it endured the onslaught of numerous kingly beasts, charging through the attacks while its formidable strength obliterated much of the energy directed at it. Its eyes burned with fury as it bellowed, Human, you shall perish. Enraged, the heavenly demon tiger found itself wounded, having been caught off guard by the coordinated assault of over 20 royal spirit beasts. Particularly, Chen Chen's power was now perilously close to royal level, and with the Yinglong and White Tiger being top-tier spirit beasts, their combined might was more than sufficient to inflict injury upon the tiger. Wait, Chen Chen called out once more, but having learned from its previous misstep, the heavenly demon tiger bellowed defiantly, not a chance. However, unbeknownst to it, a deep pit had formed beneath its feet, and as it stumbled into it, its balance faltered, causing its massive head to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. The ground trembled for miles around. Shaking his head, Chen Chen remarked, I told you to wait. Yet you refused to listen. Now you've knocked out some teeth, haven't you? He then turned to Gongsun Yuan and the others, urging, what are you waiting for? Attack. No sooner had he spoken than the Yinglong, White Tiger, and Wild Boar King charged forward, unleashing a barrage of powerful skills aimed at the tiger's head. Gongsun Yuan and the others hastily followed suit, surprised to see how a dignified royal beast had been tripped by an unassuming pit. Unbeknownst to them, perched upon a colossal tree nearby was a raven, the big-mouthed raven, replicated from Du Wenshu. Just before the confrontation, Chen Chen had released the raven, which immediately cast a curse, a 9th-tier curse ability vastly superior to Du Wenshu's version. Even the heavenly demon tiger found itself beset by misfortune, tripped by a mere pit. Roar! Roar! Painful howls erupted from the heavenly demon tiger as it unleashed its fierce energy to counter the onslaught. It staggered to its feet, feeling disoriented, its massive head crashing down once more, losing several teeth and swelling around its mouth. The relentless assault on its head left the once mighty beast looking quite comical. Ha ha ha, I've never seen such an ugly tiger before. Chen Chen laughed heartily, provoking the tiger's ire. Shaking its head, the heavenly demon tiger seethed with rage. Ah, human, I will kill you. I swear it. As it uttered this vow, an unsuspecting beast flew overhead, startled, and dropped the sizable droppings directly onto the tiger's head. The tiger's expression turned blank, and a wave of fury surged through it, obliterating the offending creature in a fit of rage. Chen Chen continued to laugh uproariously, while Gongsun Yuan and the others struggled to contain their amusement at the heavenly demon tiger's misfortune. At this moment, the heavenly demon tiger was perplexed. How could a royal beast like itself be humiliated in such a manner? First by a pit, and then by a mere Haoyue beast daring to defecate on its head? This was a disgrace of epic proportions. Regaining its footing, the tiger's cold gaze swept over the crowd, seething at having been witnessed in its most humiliating moment. It vowed to silence anyone who might speak of this incident, for it could not afford to lose face within the beast realm. You all, it began, but just as it opened its mouth, the droppings that had landed on its head slid down, landing directly in its mouth. The tiger instinctively swallowed, a look of shock crossing its face. Had it not been for its fur, one would have seen its countenance turn an alarming shade of green. Nonetheless, The redness creeping into its eyes was unmistakable, suggesting it was on the verge of tears. Chen Chen erupted in laughter once more, secretly marveling at the big-mouthed raven's curse, which had unwittingly turned the heavenly demon tiger's fortunes awry. While not fatal, the psychological blow dealt to the tiger was profound. The damage inflicted is minimal, yet the insult is profoundly severe. The heavenly demon tiger stood frozen in place, its desire to slay Chen Chen significantly diminished. All it yearned for was to escape this dismal locale that had brought it such misfortune. Naturally, Chen Chen and his companions were not about to let it go. Under no circumstances could they allow it to escape, particularly regarding the humiliating incident that must never be divulged. It took a deep breath, ready to unleash a roar, but suddenly recalled recent events, hastily shutting its mouth, its chest heaving with agitation. Though it longed to charge forward, the memory of the deep pit lingered in its mind, instilling a sense of trepidation. Thus, the heavenly demon tiger remained still, regarding Chen Chen and his companions while radiating formidable power. The strength of a royal beast far surpassed that of a master beast tamer, and with a surge of energy, it sent Chen Chen and the others reeling backward. In contrast, their previous assaults had merely grazed the heavenly demon tiger, inflicting only slight wounds. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Chen Chen muttered to himself. Within his beast taming space, numerous spirit beasts awaited, but with Gongsun Yuan and others present, it was impractical to summon them. Gongsun Yuan and his companions, at their strongest, were only at the 7th rank of kings, offering little assistance against a royal beast. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he gazed toward the nearby magical barrier. Perhaps, entering the barrier would allow him to unleash his full potential. Resolute, Chen Chen charged forward, followed closely by Gongsun Yuan and the others. While the heavenly demon tiger's onslaught remained relentless, Chen Chen and his companions struggled to engage it, yet under Chen Chen's deliberate guidance, the battlefield gradually shifted toward the magical barrier. As they drew nearer, Gongsun Yuan and the others began to sense the looming danger. This is bad. We are approaching the magical barrier, Gongsun Yuan shouted. Entering the barrier posed a significant risk. Even a king-level beast tamer could become hopelessly lost within, perhaps never to return. Thus, Gongsun Yuan and the others sought to avoid it at all costs. The heavenly demon tiger's gaze flickered with delight as it looked toward the barrier. It had spent considerable time there and was somewhat familiar with its environment. If a battle were to ensue within the barrier, its advantages would only amplify, and once inside, Chen Chen and his companions would have little chance of escape. Contemplating this, the heavenly demon tiger began to drag the group toward the magical barrier. Chapter 74, Entering the Magical Barrier. At the edge of the magical barrier, the battle raged on fiercely, with the heavenly demon tiger forcefully pulling the group toward it. Chen Chen went along with the flow, while Professor Feng and the others were drenched in cold sweat, powerless to break free. Xiao Chen, we cannot enter the magical barrier, Professor Feng cautioned, addressing Chen Chen at the barrier's edge. The heavenly demon tiger snorted dismissively. Can't enter the barrier? Humph. Whether you can enter is not for you to decide. With a thunderous roar, a powerful surge of energy enveloped the group, an overwhelming pull attempting to drag them into the barrier. Professor Feng and the others exerted their strength in vain. However, Chen Chen subtly aligned his efforts with the heavenly demon tiger's direction, leaving Professor Feng and the others utterly unable to escape, forced onward toward the barrier. This is bad, the group exclaimed, struggling with all their might. Just as they were about to be pulled into the magical barrier, Chen Chen suddenly shouted, I will send you out. Roars erupted from Ying Long, the white tiger, and the wild boar king, their formidable powers surging forth, finally halting the group's advance. Exposing a flaw in the heavenly demon tiger's strength. With a flick of Ying Long's tail, it flung everyone and numerous spirit beasts outward. Yet, before they could revel in their escape, they watched as the heavenly demon tiger and Chen Chen plunged into the magical barrier together. Xiao Chen, Professor Feng and the others cried out, rushing to the barrier's edge, exchanging glances before gritting their teeth and charging into the barrier. However, after searching for half an hour, they found no trace of the two. They dared not venture deeper and could only retreat from the barrier. At that moment, Lin Yaozong and his team had arranged for all beast tamers to return to the cave. Upon seeing Professor Feng and the others emerge from the barrier, his expression shifted slightly. Scanning the group, Lin Yaozong's brow furrowed. Where is Commander Chen? At this, the group fell silent, glancing back at the magical barrier. Based on their search parameters, it was evident that Chen Chen and the heavenly demon tiger had entered the depths of the barrier. If fortune favored them, they might yet emerge, but if not, especially with the presence of the heavenly demon tiger, a royal beast, Chen Chen would surely struggle alone. Let us head back and report to the capital. We should ask Commander Bai to send reinforcements. Perhaps we can still rescue Xiao Chen, Professor Feng suggested. Gongsun Yuan and the others quickly agreed. Yes, yes, let's return to find Commander Bai. With his strength, he might still be able to save Xiao Chun. The group promptly departed from the cave, sealing it off to prevent any beast tamers from entering temporarily. Half an hour prior, Chen Chen had just entered the magical barrier. Knowing Gongsun Yuan and the others might come searching for him, he ventured deep into the barrier. The heavenly demon tiger relentlessly pursued him, intent on slaying him. After traveling a considerable distance, Chen Chen finally paused. Human, have you given up? The heavenly demon tiger sneered. Its gaze fixated on Chen Chen as though he were a lamb destined for slaughter. Chen Chen smiled faintly and snapped his fingers, declaring, Here. I doubt anyone can disturb us now. No sooner had he spoken than a crow landed on his shoulder. Spirit beast? You have 5 spirit beasts? A royal beast tamer? The heavenly demon tiger's expression shifted. No, your strength has not reached the royal level. Before it could finish. The heavenly demon tiger watched as Chen Chen opened his beast taming space, and one by one, spirit beasts began to emerge. As the beasts surrounded Chen Chen, the heavenly demon tiger felt its worldview shatter. 16 spirit beasts? How is this possible? How can one person possess 16 spirit beasts? Stunned, the heavenly demon tiger gaped at the 16 spirit beasts, all exuding the aura of 9th-rank kings, emerging from Chen Chen's space. It blinked in disbelief, confirming that it was not mistaken. The heavenly demon tiger's expression grew solemn. 16 9th-rank king spirit beasts posed a significant threat to it. More importantly, such an anomaly, if allowed to mature, would be a dire threat to the entire beast kin. It must be noted that even the highest-ranking Saint Beast Tamers could only possess 6 spirit beasts, while Chen Chen, merely a king-level beast tamer, commanded 16. Should he continue to grow, once he ascended to Saint-level beast tamer, who knows how many spirit beasts he could possess? And all of them could very well be Saint-level beasts. This was undoubtedly a catastrophic threat to the beast kin. You must die. The heavenly demon tiger's eyes burned with murderous intent. If it once sought revenge, now it was fighting for the entire beast kin. Chen Chen scoffed dismissively. Now, who lives and who dies remains to be seen. With a wave of his hand, the multitude of spirit beasts closed in around the heavenly demon tiger. Ying Long soared into the air, eyes filled with vengeance, while the other spirit beasts brimmed with fighting spirit, exhilarated at the prospect of besieging a royal beast. The celestial demon tiger, your flesh is as good as mine, Chen Chen declared with an air of dominance. Surrounded by numerous spiritual beasts, the celestial demon tiger felt the pressure mounting, especially given the diverse array of magical creatures present. Chen Chen alone was formidable enough to rival an entire team. Little Crow, cast another curse on it, he commanded. The effects of the curse diminished over time, allowing the celestial demon tiger to gradually regain its full fighting prowess. However, Chen Chen had no intention of letting it off lightly. Before the battle commenced, he decided to initiate with a minor curse to whet his appetite. Hey, curse! The celestial demon tiger paused, then realized, its expression contorted with rage. Was it you behind this? How does it feel? Chen Chen chuckled. The celestial demon tiger's eyes flared with anger as it recalled the taste lingering in its mouth. Just as it was about to roar in fury, Chen Chen reminded it. Don't open your mouth. The curse is coming. Seeing the tiger's expression of suppressed rage, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Stop dawdling, attack it. Roar. A chorus of howls erupted from the spiritual beasts as they lunged at the celestial demon tiger. The sheer ferocity of their assault made the tiger acutely aware of the peril it faced. Various skills were unleashed, some aimed for direct assault, others for support, while a few sought to weaken the celestial demon tiger or enhance the beast's strengths. Even the royal tier beast found itself bewildered by the onslaught. Royal tier beasts aren't all that impressive. Chen Chen mumbled to himself, surprised by the power he could wield when fully committed to the fight. Chapter 75. The Slaying of the Celestial Demon Tiger. I am truly impressive, Chen Chen murmured. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe bounced around, directing one beast after another. It must be said that with its small brain, Bai Zhe's command skills surpassed Chen Chen's. Thus, Chen Chen needed not intervene in the chaotic battlefield. He leisurely observed, occasionally issuing commands, knowing that while Bai Zhe was wise, it couldn't match Chen Chen's cunning. A slight devious touch in battle could yield substantial rewards. Every command Chen Chen issued seemed to inflict profound frustration upon the celestial demon tiger, perhaps not causing significant damage, but certainly striking a blow to its spirit. The iron-armed gibbon seized the moment to jab it with a steel tree, while the little crocodile, instead of merely gaping, darted beneath its rear for a lethal strike. The wild boar king charged at its flank. Little butterfly, engage. Roar. The celestial demon tiger bellowed in fury, lamenting the grotesque tactics employed against it. How could a dignified beastmaster resort to such base methods? Little dragon, tear off a piece of meat for me. I'm feeling a bit peckish, Chen Chen instructed. After a fierce battle, a large chunk of bloody tiger meat was flung toward him by the Yinglong, which he eagerly caught, only to awkwardly realize that none of the 16 spiritual beasts could start a fire. Chen Chen felt a twinge of regret at not being able to devour the meat in front of the celestial demon tiger. However, even this small act of defiance further enraged the tiger, pushing it to the brink of madness. What a humiliation! The frenzied celestial demon tiger found its combat techniques significantly weakened as the spiritual beasts, seizing the opportunity, launched relentless assaults. The Yinglong summoned its domain, clouds and rain, enveloping the celestial demon tiger, followed by a water dragon attack, where hundreds of water dragons coalesced to crash down upon it. Baizhe unleashed royal might, instantly diminishing the tiger's power by approximately 30%. The white tiger, the nine-headed lion king, the iron-armed gibbon, and the wild boar king all executed their skills in synchrony, collectively overwhelming the now frenzied celestial demon tiger. Roar! The celestial demon tiger roared repeatedly, but unlike its previous arrogance, there was a hint of fear in its voice this time. The celestial demon tiger was frightened. It sensed the looming threat of death. Perhaps it truly might perish at the hands of this beastmaster. Unleashing its tremendous power, the celestial demon tiger, despite its grievous injuries, fought against the relentless onslaught of the spiritual beasts, roaring and scanning its surroundings. It had lost its will to fight and only yearned to flee. In its delusion, it believed that if it could break free from the encirclement, escape would not be too difficult. However, the 16 spiritual beasts coordinated seamlessly, leaving no openings for the celestial demon tiger. Moreover, knowing Chen Chen's secret, it realized there was no way he would permit its escape. Chen Chen kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield. This was a critical moment. If the esteemed royal tier beast were to unleash a final desperate strike, it could very well take down several spiritual beasts. Caution was paramount. Gradually, the onslaught from the spiritual beasts diminished. Time was still on their side, and the celestial demon tiger's injuries worsened. If this continued, its strength would wane, leaving it unable to mount even a final strike. Roar! The celestial demon tiger bellowed in fury, fully aware of Chen Chen's intention to wear it down. Yet, despite its understanding, it found itself powerless to act. The battle raged on until the celestial demon tiger finally grasped that it could not escape its fate. Despair washed over it. If I die, you shall not fare better. The celestial demon tiger roared, its power surging dramatically, akin to a last flicker of light. The spiritual beasts immediately retreated, implementing defensive measures. Yet, seizing the moment, the celestial demon tiger charged forth, exploiting a gap to make its escape. What the hell? Chen Chen cursed under his breath. Doesn't a royal tier beast have any sense of dignity? My life is more important. The celestial demon tiger roared as it fled, its massive form darting away. Chen Chen hastily commanded the spiritual beasts to pursue it. Little Crow, quickly, cast another curse on it. Caw! The crow squawked, sending forth an invisible energy that chased after the celestial demon tiger. Unaware of the events unfolding behind it, the tiger continued its frantic flight, igniting its bloodline for a brief surge of power, which was now rapidly dwindling. If it could not shake off Chen Chen before its strength faded, it would be left defenseless. As the celestial demon tiger fled, it glanced back, and Chen Chen felt a surge of anxiety in the magical barrier. Visibility was poor, and it resembled a labyrinth. One misstep could result in losing track of the beast. Why isn't the curse working anymore? Chen Chen inquired of the little crow. The crow cawed a couple of times in response. Just then, the celestial demon tiger, glancing back at Chen Chen, let out a pained howl and abruptly halted. Chen Chen rejoiced, closing the distance in mere moments. To his astonishment, he discovered a massive creature, a magical bull, towering several hundred meters, a royal presence that stood before the celestial demon tiger. Unbeknownst to the tiger, its enormous form inadvertently passed over the bull, which, in response, raised its head and, with its sharp horns, sliced through the tiger's abdomen. In that moment, the bull stood bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. While the celestial demon tiger collapsed to the ground, its speed having led to a catastrophic injury, its abdomen was grievously torn open, blood and innards spilling forth. The magical bull, still in a daze, muttered, "Is this some sort of scam?" Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Chen allowed himself to relax. The celestial demon tiger, panting heavily and sounding exceedingly feeble, inquired, "Have you cursed me again?" "Congratulations, you are correct. Here is your reward." Chen Chen replied with a mischievous grin. "The reward is that I shall transform your flesh and blood into a delectable feast, ensuring that your royal status is not belittled." Upon hearing this, the celestial demon tiger's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Chen Chen, and soon its body convulsed violently, ultimately succumbing to its rage. Observing the fallen beast, Chen Chen commanded his myriad spirit beasts to attack relentlessly, confirming the celestial demon tiger's demise before nodding in satisfaction. After stowing away the celestial demon tiger, Chen Chen turned his gaze towards the demon bull, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Little bull, would you kindly consider suicide? The previous gruesome scene had left the demon bull utterly stunned, and now, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, it nearly distorted its snout in indignation. Suicide? Do you hear yourself? Is that truly the language of a human? If you wish to avoid self-harm, your fate will mirror that of the brain axe, Chen Chen added. His gentle tone caused the demon bull to shudder, its large eyes filled with dread. In the ensuing chapter, Sakura Country Sacrifice? Let it become your day of mourning. A formidable king-tier beast was naturally unable to escape Chen Chen's clutches, being effortlessly captured. Subsequently, he retained the presence of the Yinglong, Bai Zhe, White Tiger, and Wild Boar King, while the other spirit beasts were all placed into the Beast Master space for rest. It is time to depart from the demon barrier, Chen Chen murmured. By now, 6 hours had elapsed from the king-tier experience card, leaving 18 hours remaining. Within this time frame, he must discover an exit, otherwise, his true strength would make survival within the demon barrier exceedingly challenging. After a period of rest and treatment from Bai Zhe, the spirit beasts, including Yinglong, had fully regained their strength. The 4 beasts surrounded Chen Chen as they traversed the demon barrier. Bai Zhe took on the role of guide, its fortuitous attributes allowing Chen Chen to evade numerous dangers. Although the demon barrier harbored few beasts, those capable of surviving within were at least king tier. Encountering royal-grade beasts like the celestial demon tiger was a possibility, and as most of Chen Chen's spirit beasts had not yet fully recovered, any confrontation with a royal-grade beast could lead to unforeseen consequences. Little Zhe, can you locate an exit? After wandering for several hours and encountering a few king-tier beasts, they stumbled upon an exit, which in reality was a disaster cave, a level above a destruction cave, rife with royal-grade beasts and perilously dangerous. Thus, Chen Chen opted not to enter. Little Chen, have faith in Bai Yi, Bai Zhe declared nonchalantly, suddenly raising its head. Look, another great treasure. Chen Chen turned to see yet another king-tier beast not far away. Indeed, it was a prized find. The White Tiger and Wild Boar King pounced upon it, their king-tier strength rendering the beast as easily dispatched as slicing through vegetables. Such minor interruptions had long ceased to stir any tumult within Chen Chen's heart. As time slowly trickled by, they encountered numerous king-tier beasts, yet the exit remained elusive. Just as Chen Chen was about to speak, he noticed Bai Zhe gazing intently at a distant spot beyond the demon barrier, where a faint glimmer of light could be seen. It was an entrance to a cave. Chen Chen's heart leapt with joy, and he hurried towards it. With only 2 hours remaining on the experience card, even if this cave was a disaster cave, he felt compelled to venture inside. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another cave within the limited time. I hope its level isn't too high. Chen Chen silently prayed. Peeking cautiously from the demon barrier, he sensed the energy emanating from the cave. Little Chen, this is an ordinary cave, Bai Zhe exclaimed with excitement. I told you, trust in Bai Yi, and all will be well. I'll remember this favor. 3 servings of roasted meat, Chen Chen replied. Bai Zhe shook its head, lifting its large hoof. 10 servings. Oh dear, little Zhe, you've changed, become greedy. Humph, it must be 10 servings. 3 servings? Take it or leave it. You. 8 servings. 2 servings. Oh come now, fine. Bai Yi will compromise. 6 servings. 1 serving. Then you may return to the Beastmaster space. Bai Zhe, gritting its teeth, retorted, you're ruthless. 3 servings it is. Chen Chen smiled faintly, raising his hand to meet Bai Zhe's hoof in agreement. Subsequently, he exited the demon barrier and entered the cave, finding its environment far more to his liking than the oppressive atmosphere of the demon barrier, with significantly fewer dangers. Especially within an ordinary cave, Chen Chen felt confident in his ability to dominate. I wonder where this cave is located, he mused, observing the surroundings. The environments of various caves were quite similar, making it difficult to discern their origins without frequent visits. Ordinary caves are not particularly vast, and with a few swishes of Yinglong's tail, they soon spotted the cave's exit. Just as Chen Chen was about to descend and inquire further, he overheard a quarrel. Bakiaro awawa yehyahaha. The garbled language caused Chen Chen's expression to stiffen. Observing the beast masters, he noted their short stature, shifty gazes, and an aura that exuded repugnance. Goodness, have I truly stumbled into Sakura country? Chen Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Sakura country was the nation he despised most. In the past, he felt powerless, only hoping that one day, should he have the opportunity to assault Sakura country, he could join the battlefield. In that eventuality, even if he were to sacrifice himself, the honor would belong to him, beginning anew in the family lineage. Now, however, A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in Chen Chen's eyes. If it were possible, he would willingly expend his final King-tier experience card to eradicate this country from Blue Star. Unfortunately, while not as formidable as Huaxia, Sakura Country still boasted royal beastmasters, making it evident that toppling an entire nation single-handedly would prove quite challenging. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he might as well stir up some trouble, Chen Chen declared. He then summoned the Great-Mouthed Crow and instructed, Little Crow, cast a curse upon all the beastmasters in this cave. As a King-tier Great-Mouthed Crow, a single curse could affect not just one individual. Cursing the entire cave's inhabitants was well within its capabilities. Moreover, should these beastmasters fall victim to the curse, it could very well lead to their demise. After casting the curse, Chen Chen quietly exited the cave. With just an hour and a half remaining on the King-tier experience card, what shall I do next? He pondered. Upon leaving the cave, he contemplated for a moment before murmuring, let us first visit Sakura City. As the capital of Sakura Country, causing a ruckus there would better facilitate his plans against the nation. Sakura Country itself was not extensive. One could describe it as a barren land. With Yinglong's speed, he arrived at the capital in a mere 10 minutes. From a lofty vantage point, one can faintly discern the convergence of the populace within the city, seemingly engaged in some form of ritualistic observance. What place is this? Could it be the Yasukuni Shrine? Chen Chen murmured softly, aided by the spatial spirit cat in rendering himself invisible, as he stealthily infiltrated the capital of Sakura Nation. Subsequently, he exchanged for linguistic proficiency within the system. Through the discussions among the surrounding individuals, Chen Chen confirmed that the site of the ritual was indeed the Yasukuni Shrine, and his gaze hardened with an icy glint. Such an abominable entity should never have existed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen scoffed. A ritual, you say? How amusing. Let us transform this into a day of remembrance. Chapter 77. The Divine Ritual Day of Sakura Nation. This day marks the Divine Ritual Day of Sakura Nation, where Emperor Kita Komagoro leads numerous beast masters in a grand ceremony at the Yasukuni Shrine. Countless citizens of Sakura unite in their efforts for this sacred observance. The entire Sakura city is ablaze with fervor, a sea of humanity gathering in droves. To ensure the smooth progression of the Divine Ritual Day, the reigning beast masters personally oversee order, with spirit beasts stationed at various points to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Amidst the throng, Chen Chen discreetly concealed all spirit beasts and gradually approached the Yasukuni Shrine. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind, causing a flicker of delight on his face. Another task has been issued. Within less than a day, the system had released consecutive tasks, which felt akin to a generous boon for Chen Chen. Destroy the Yasukuni Shrine and release the bloodthirsty mad shark. Upon reviewing the task, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. The system was indeed perceptive, aligning its offerings with his desires. An invaluable ally, indeed. However, releasing the bloodthirsty mad shark? What manner of task was this? As he pondered, a tome of hidden histories from Sakura Nation materialized in his mind, serving as a prompt from the system regarding this task. He hastily delved into it. A torrent of text flooding his consciousness, revealing the myriad secret histories of Sakura Nation. After a moment of silent contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon Chen Chen as he gazed toward the Yasukuni Shrine, a radiant smile illuminating his countenance. It seemed that this time, a significant upheaval was imminent. According to the historical records, within the ocean adjacent to Sakura Nation lay a catastrophic abyss, from which a royal-grade beast had emerged, wreaking havoc and devouring countless citizens. Numerous beast masters had valiantly fought against it, suffering grave casualties, until a royal-grade beast master sacrificed his life to quell the disaster. Yet, that royal beast did not perish. Instead, it was sealed beneath the Yasukuni Shrine, and the annual Divine Ritual Day merely served to reinforce the seal, preventing its escape. The Yasukuni Shrine was thus the linchpin of this seal, and should it be destroyed, the royal beast would inevitably break free, unleashing chaos upon Sakura Nation once more. The task mentioned by the system, the bloodthirsty mad shark, was none other than that sealed royal beast. It appeared that the destruction of the Yasukuni Shrine was imperative. Chen Chen mused internally. In this world, Sakura Nation remained unchanged, still a loathsome race, and Chen Chen harbored no benevolence toward them. He believed that all of Huaxia felt similarly. Should the day come when Sakura Nation faced extinction, the firecrackers of Huaxia would be set off in jubilant celebration overnight. The Yasukuni Shrine, intended to seal the bloodthirsty mad shark, was no ordinary structure. Its destruction would not be a simple task, and he must identify its vulnerabilities. With an hour remaining on his royal experience card, he was determined to uncover a flaw within that time, to obliterate the Yasukuni Shrine and release the bloodthirsty mad shark, all while ensuring his own safe escape. As Chen Chen contemplated, The divine ritual day commenced, presided over by Kita Komagoro and numerous royal beast masters. With various tiers of beast masters arrayed around them, the entire Yasukuni shrine was enveloped, and at Kita Komagoro's command, the beast masters summoned their spirit beasts. Soon, Chen Chen witnessed a hazy radiance emanating from above the shrine, wherein he could faintly discern the fleeting forms of spirit beasts. Were these the spirit beasts of the royal-grade beast master? The historical accounts indicated that this royal-grade beast master had sacrificed himself to seal the bloodthirsty mad shark, and now, within the luminescence of the Yasukuni shrine, 5 spirit beasts appeared, resembling those of the aforementioned royal-grade beast master. It dawned upon Chen Chen that the essence of that royal-grade beast master was the key to the seal of the bloodthirsty mad shark. While the Yasukuni shrine merely served as a vessel for his soul, he realized, if he were to annihilate the soul of that royal-grade beast master, the bloodthirsty mad shark would surely escape, for the shrine alone could not contain it. The annual divine ritual day existed to provide energy to the soul of that royal-grade beast master, ensuring his continued existence to suppress the bloodthirsty mad shark. Chen Chen's gaze remained fixed upon the radiance, where the 5 spirit beasts seemed to be consuming something, and as they did, the faces of Kita Komagoro and the other beast masters gradually paled. Citizens of Sakura Nation, let us pray together. At that moment, Kita Komagoro's voice echoed throughout Sakura City, and countless citizens responded, sitting cross-legged upon the ground. Simultaneously, the Yasukuni shrine erupted with blinding light, enveloping all within its glow. Chen Chen observed the surrounding Sakura citizens, their faces imbued with piety, establishing a connection with the Yasukuni shrine as they offered their energy. For beast masters, it was merely a matter of contributing spirit power. But for ordinary citizens, it exacted a toll on their very lives. Each divine ritual day consumed at least a year of life. Chen Chen shook his head, lamenting, if only 100 years could be consumed in one go, it wouldn't take long for Sakura Nation to face near extinction. This royal-grade beast master was proving rather ineffective. Simultaneously, Chen Chen seated himself. Under these circumstances, wielding royal-level strength seemed to offer little advantage, and he would need to resort to cunning. He closed his eyes, accessing the system marketplace, perusing its offerings for some time, until a smile graced his face upon discovering a particular item. This is the one, with a substantial cost of 3,000 breakthrough points. Chen Chen exchanged for a bottle of soul-dispersing elixir, the highest-grade potion, possessing formidable effects even against a royal-grade beast master. Moreover, his target was merely a royal beast master who had perished hundreds of years ago. 3,000 breakthrough points. Bloodthirsty mad shark, you must deliver, Chen Chen murmured, hoping the strength of the bloodthirsty mad shark would prove sufficient. Otherwise, this investment of 3,000 breakthrough points would result in a significant loss. After all, aside from various treasures, the system's task only offered a mere 1,500 breakthrough points, meaning he would be at a deficit of 1,500 points. Opening his eyes, Chen Chen cast a cold smile toward the Yasukuni shrine. He then carefully wrapped the soul-dispersing elixir in his spirit power and established a connection with the shrine. As the energy was transmitted, the elixir silently infiltrated, ensuring that once consumed by the royal-grade beast master's essence, his soul would succumb to slumber, ceasing its suppressive effects. Chapter 78. The Bloodthirsty Mad Shark. Under the control of Chen Chen, the delivery of the soul-dispersing elixir was deliberately sluggish to avoid alarming it. However, with the continuous infusion of the potion, the radiance of the Jinghua Divine Toilet gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, beneath the Jinghua Divine Toilet, a colossal shark, nearly 10,000 meters in length, opened its crimson eyes, faintly sensing that the seal suppressing it was gradually weakening. Excitement and profound hatred flickered in its gaze. Everyone was engrossed in channeling energy into the Jinghua Divine Toilet, oblivious to its anomalies, while the royal beastmasters, eroded by the soul-dispersing elixir, remained in a drowsy stupor, mechanically continuing to absorb power. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Chen opened his eyes, having delivered all of the soul-dispersing elixir into the Jinghua Divine Toilet. It was evident that the glow of the toilet had dimmed to its utmost limits. The 5 spirit beasts, too, were absorbing energy at an increasingly sluggish pace, enveloped by an intense weariness that gradually lulled them into slumber. Having completed this task, Chen Chen silently withdrew from the vicinity of the Jinghua Divine Toilet, awaiting the moment when the royal beastmasters would fall into a deep sleep, allowing the bloodthirsty shark to break free. When that time came, it would spell disaster for the entire Sakura Nation. Perhaps countless lives would be lost in this calamity, yet within Chen Chen's heart, only a fervent excitement resided. He even anticipated the total destruction of the Sakura Nation. As Chen Chen distanced himself, the 5 spirit beasts ceased their energy absorption, and the encompassing glow completely receded. Kitakuma and the others opened their eyes, fatigue etched on their faces. This time, the energy absorbed was somewhat less, Kitakuma remarked. It seems the ancestor's suppression of the bloodthirsty shark has not consumed too much energy. The others nodded in agreement, expressions of relief crossing their features. For this indicated that the power of the bloodthirsty shark might be diminishing. If they continued sealing it, the bloodthirsty shark might be confined to death. Rising, Kitakuma surveyed his fellow citizens, a smile breaking across his face as he prepared to announce the conclusion of the divine festival, when suddenly, rumble. A deafening roar shook the entirety of Sakura City, reverberating throughout the nation. Everyone was jolted awake. Kitakuma, momentarily stunned, muttered, "An earthquake?" Before he could finish, the tremors intensified, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, a fierce presence enveloping all of Sakura City. An imperial magical beast? Kitakuma's face paled. He swiftly turned to face the Jingwa divine toilet, only to see it covered in cracks, wobbling precariously like a derelict structure. How could this happen? Almost everyone had now noticed the condition of the Jingwa divine toilet, their faces draining of color. For the higher-ups, the imperial magical beast sealed beneath it represented a grave catastrophe, while for the ordinary citizens, the Jingwa divine toilet was a symbol of faith. How could this be? How could this be? Kitakuma muttered in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The energy they had just channeled, the ancestor's spirit, the seal of the Jingwa divine toilet, should have been at its zenith. Yet why was the Jingwa divine toilet crumbling? The cacophony continued, the oppressive force enveloping Sakura City growing more formidable. Finally, Kitakuma snapped back to reality, bellowing, "Act, stop the divine toilet from shattering." One by one, the spirit beasts materialized around the Jingwa divine toilet, unleashing formidable energy in an attempt to halt its disintegration. As Kitakuma took action, other beastmasters commanded their spirit beasts, unleashing waves of energy to envelop the Jingwa divine toilet, momentarily arresting its collapse. Fierce energy erupted from within the Jingwa divine toilet, battering the strength of the many beastmasters. The previous divine festival had already drained them significantly. Now, facing the might of an imperial magical beast, they found themselves outmatched. The spirit beasts were repeatedly shaken by the energy's onslaught, faint roars echoing from beneath the Jingwa divine toilet. The violent tremors obliterated countless structures. The surrounding seas turned tumultuous. The ferocity of the imperial magical beast was nothing short of terrifying. Kitakuma and the others, on the brink of collapse, watched as 5 spirit beasts emerged around the Jingwa divine toilet. A figure stood atop one of the spirit beasts, gazing gravely at the Jingwa divine toilet. Ancestor. Recognizing the figure, Kitakuma's expression brightened. This was a royal beastmaster of the Sakura nation, who had participated in sealing the bloodthirsty shark centuries ago. "Please, ancestor, lend your aid," Kitakuma shouted. The others' eyes brimmed with excitement as they echoed, "Please, ancestor, help us." The elder of the Sakura nation waved his hand. Upon his arrival, the force of the bloodthirsty shark's assault weakened considerably. However, he understood that this was not due to the shark's trepidation of him, but rather it was gathering strength to break free from its seal. The bloodthirsty shark, sensing a familiar aura beneath the seal, erupted with intense hatred. Its massive form gradually stilled, its ferocious energy continually coalescing. In that moment, the entirety of the Sakura nation fell silent. The elder directed the spirit beasts to channel energy into the Jingwa divine toilet, attempting to awaken the slumbering imperial soul. Alas, the 3,000 breakthrough points exchanged for the soul-dispersing elixir were not easily surmountable. The power amassed by the bloodthirsty shark grew increasingly formidable. Taking a deep breath, the elder abandoned the notion of awakening the imperial soul and instead commanded the 5 royal spirit beasts to reinforce the seal. At that moment, the bloodthirsty shark's power reached its zenith. A violent roar emanated from the depths of the earth, followed by a tremendous tremor that shook the entire Sakura nation. A surge of blood-red energy suddenly erupted from the Jingwa divine toilet, tearing a gaping hole in its seal. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at the surrounding spirit beasts, shouting, "Retreat." However, no sooner had he spoken than the blood-red energy violently expanded, obliterating the entire Jingwa divine toilet, inflicting severe casualties upon the surrounding spirit beasts and beastmasters. In the eyes of countless terrified onlookers, a gargantuan shark, nearly 10,000 meters long, surged forth from the depths, the imperial magical beast's overwhelming power collapsing everyone in its wake. The elder's face turned ashen, the 5 spirit beasts encircling him as he fixed his furious gaze upon the bloodthirsty shark, filled with rage and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that after centuries of sealing, the bloodthirsty shark's power had not waned but had grown ever more potent. Chapter 79. the crisis of the Sakura nation. Ha ha, I have finally broken free. The maniacal laughter echoed throughout the Sakura nation as the immense power lifted the bloodthirsty shark, suspending it in midair. With a sweeping glance, it opened its massive jaws, drawing in countless figures, pulling them toward its cavernous maw. Abomination! The elder of the Sakura nation roared, unleashing a fierce burst of energy to disrupt the powerful suction. Almost immediately, the 5 royal spirit beasts surged forth. Simultaneously, those who had been drawn into the air began to plummet, accompanied by screams of horror, many of them tragically meeting their end upon impact. Ah, where are my spirit beasts? Where have they gone? Alas, my old comrade, your demise is nothing short of tragic. Deceased, utterly vanquished. The likes of Akihita, the bear, and others were violently hurled dozens of meters by the recent surge of energy, blood pouring from their mouths. As all eyes turned toward the direction of the Yasukuni shrine, the shrine has vanished, and with it, their spiritual beasts have also perished. In the blink of an eye, numerous beast masters of royal caliber have been rendered utterly powerless. Their expressions are vacant, devoid of any spark of vitality, replaced solely by an overwhelming sense of despair. The loss of their spiritual beasts signifies their transformation into mere mortals. At best, they possess a physique superior to that of an ordinary individual, adept at tilling the fields, destined to live longer than most, akin to a millennium-old tortoise. Yet hope has been entirely extinguished. In the air, 5 royal-grade spiritual beasts exude an aura of formidable power. The bloodthirsty shark grinned menacingly, displaying no trepidation in the face of its royal counterparts. Bloodshark explode. It bellowed, as its massive form radiated an endless sea of blood energy, coalescing into a swarm of ferocious little sharks. Countless small sharks surged toward the 5 royal beasts. Akin to a barrage of explosives, upon nearing, they detonated instantaneously, unleashing a ferocity capable of obliterating a king-level beast. Even royal beasts would suffer grievous wounds and be forced to retreat under such relentless assault from innumerable small sharks. Chen Chen, having long distanced himself, couldn't help but smirk at the sight. The bloodthirsty shark's prowess was indeed formidable. Compared to the celestial demon tiger he had slain, this bloodthirsty entity was vastly superior. It seems the bloodthirsty shark may be on the verge of breaking through to the sage level, he murmured. The celestial demon tiger had only just crossed into royal status, while the bloodthirsty shark appeared to be nearing sage-level strength. It is no wonder it could wreak havoc across the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Chen furrowed his brow once more. The proximity of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to Huaxia raised concerns about the potential ramifications of such a beast. With Huaxia's multitude of powerful warriors, the bloodthirsty shark would likely not dare to invade. Chen Chen reassured himself as he gazed at the aerial conflict. It was evident that the royal beast masters of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were being thoroughly suppressed by the bloodthirsty shark, with the aftermath of the battle threatening to decimate the entire Cherry Blossom City, resulting in countless casualties among its populace. What a grim fate, Chen Chen lamented. Regrettably, he had no firecrackers at his disposal. Otherwise, he would certainly have ignited a few. As the bloodthirsty shark broke free, many nations felt the tremors, with the nearest being Huaxia, naturally no exception. In the capital, a middle-aged man clad in white, riding a great bird, gazed toward the Cherry Blossom Kingdom with a broad smile. I never anticipated that little shark would escape. It appears the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is in for another round of calamity, he chuckled. Nestled in his arms was a small cat, leisurely grooming itself, which glanced toward the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and inquired, Old Bai, do you think that little shark will come to stir up trouble in our Huaxia? Does it dare? Replied the man, known as Commander Bai, with a disdainful snort. If that little shark dares to come, I shall turn it into fish jerky. Upon hearing this, the kitty's eyes sparkled with excitement. It licked its paw and gazed longingly at the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, wishing fervently for the bloodthirsty shark to pay a visit to Huaxia. However, to be prudent, you should take a trip. As long as it does not cross into Huaxia's territory, we need not concern ourselves. Should it enter, you are free to deal with it as you see fit. No problem. The kitty replied eagerly, leaping from Commander Bai's grasp and vanishing from sight in an instant. Commander Bai chuckled, patting the great bird beneath him, humming a cheerful tune. Today is a splendid day. All my wishes shall come true. In the realm of the ugly country, an elderly man with sparse hair gazed toward the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, accompanied by several beast masters who sensed the ominous presence of the bloodthirsty shark. Is that the same bloodthirsty shark from 3 centuries ago? How has it resurfaced? And judging by its aura, it seems even stronger than before. This aura is nearing the sage level, remarked another. How can that be? The method we used to seal the bloodthirsty shark was bestowed upon the little Cherry Blossom Kingdom. After 3 centuries of confinement, its strength should have diminished significantly, not increased. Should we offer assistance? After all, The cherry blossom kingdom has been somewhat useful to us, obedient and compliant, akin to a loyal hound. The gathered crowd turned their eyes toward the elder, seeking guidance. The elder shook his head decisively. No need. Over the years, the cherry blossom kingdom has grown ever more unruly. This is an opportune moment to teach them a lesson. Furthermore, given the bloodthirsty shark's strength, it won't be able to annihilate the cherry blossom kingdom. At most, it will inflict severe injuries. A weakened cherry blossom kingdom is the most advantageous outcome. In the bear country, a robust man rode upon an iron eagle, clutching a bottle of vodka, occasionally taking swigs as he gazed at the cherry blossom kingdom with a smug expression. Oh, cherry blossom kingdom, you thought you could frolic about and shout indiscriminately. Now you've met your misfortune. You deserve it. He chuckled. It's a pity I cannot witness the spectacle firsthand. Otherwise, I would cheer and encourage that little shark to dispatch more of those foolish cherry blossom folk. Aside from these three major nations, numerous other countries around Blue Star also offered their commentary, yet ultimately, none extended assistance, reveling instead in the misfortune unfolding. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was thoroughly enjoying the scene, even recording several moments to take back and share with his students in Class 11, hoping to provide them with a taste of this excitement. It's time to depart. Chen Chen reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the battlefield. However, the time of the king-level experience card had drawn to a close, and given his current realm, remaining in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was exceedingly perilous. After capturing a few more moments on video, he left with a heavy heart. Chapter 80. The Three Great Demon Emperors. By the seaside, high above, a small cat lounged upon a cloud, its gaze fixed on the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, occasionally licking its paw, its eyes shimmering with anticipation. The battle within the Cherry Blossom Kingdom escalated in intensity, the powerful aftermath sweeping across tens of thousands of meters, generating colossal waves that made the entire kingdom appear engulfed in a tsunami. How stunning, the kitty marveled. Leisurely observing, it pawed at the air, seemingly feeling an itch to engage. Particularly when the imposing form of the bloodthirsty shark emerged from the surging waves, the kitty's eyes gleamed with excitement. Licking its lips, it nearly drooled at the sight of such a substantial morsel. Oh, when will this little fish jerky find its way to my royal mouth? The kitty gazed longingly, its expression filled with yearning. After pacing on the cloud for a considerable time, the kitty suddenly halted, fixing its determined gaze upon the direction of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Little fish jerky must be earned. For happiness. With that, the kitty took a deep breath and stepped forth, crossing out of Huaxia's territory toward the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. For the little fish jerky, onward. At that very moment, far away in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Chen Chen braved the towering waves, charging out of the realm atop a massive crocodile, the waters swirling around him. Tui, tui, tui. Spitting out a mouthful of seawater, Chen Chen glanced back at the monstrous bloodthirsty shark, a behemoth of 10,000 meters, having devoured countless lives. Its aura thickened with the scent of blood. The ancestral spirit of the Sakura nation, one of its spiritual beasts, had suffered grievous wounds, nearly losing half of its body to the shark's jaws. Clinging to life by a thread, had it not been for its royal vitality, it would have long since perished. Let the slaughter continue, transforming the entire Sakura nation into a realm of death. Chen Chen sneered, directing the giant crocodile to swim swiftly towards Huaxia. In the Sakura nation, wails of despair echoed throughout, the cries of its citizens resonating across the battlefield, where royal-level combat enveloped the land, causing the earth to crack and the waves to surge. A catastrophe, an unprecedented calamity. The ancestral spirit of the Sakura nation turned pale, hastily retrieving the severely injured spiritual beast into the beast-conjuring space. While the remaining 4 royal spiritual beasts gasped for breath, their eyes filled with horror. How could your power be so formidable? 300 years prior, when the bloodthirsty shark was sealed, he had faced it in battle, but back then, the shark was far from this powerful. After 3 centuries of confinement, the shark's strength had not diminished, but rather increased, leaving him utterly perplexed. The bloodthirsty shark's lips curled into a smirk. I must thank you for that. If it weren't for your sacrificial rites every year, my power wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. What do you mean? The ancestral spirit's expression shifted dramatically. The bloodthirsty shark opened its massive jaws, consuming thousands more, prompting the ancestral spirit to seethe with rage and prepare to strike. Only to hear the shark speak again. The power you contribute through your sacrifices is not solely absorbed by that old fool. I absorb far more than he does. After all these years, I must express my gratitude for your contributions. What? The ancestral spirit's face turned ashen. The annual day of sacrifice, where numerous beast masters and countless citizens offered their strength, was intended to reinforce the seal, yet it had inadvertently aided the bloodthirsty shark in its cultivation. With a malicious grin, The bloodthirsty shark reveled in its energy accumulation over the years, but the 300 years of confinement, the loss of freedom, ignited a deeper fury within it. To show my gratitude, I have decided to grant you annihilation, to become my blood feast, aiding my ascension to the sage realm. The bloodthirsty shark bellowed. Throughout the 3 centuries, it had numerous opportunities to escape, yet it had been lured by the annual offerings, coupled with the suppression of royal-level souls. Even if it managed to break free, the energy expenditure would be immense. Thus, it had remained dormant. Until now, the day of sacrifice was of no further use to it, and coincidentally, the royal-level soul was in slumber, allowing the bloodthirsty shark to seize the chance to break free. With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty shark's voice reverberated across the surrounding seas, summoning a host of magical beasts to emerge from the depths, rushing towards the Sakura nation. Among them were no few royal beasts. Ha ha ha, bloodthirsty shark, you have actually escaped. Today, we shall obliterate the Sakura nation and proclaim the might of our beast kin. 2 colossal figures emerged from the deep, a giant python and a massive tortoise, their overwhelming presence enveloping the entire Sakura nation. The bloodthirsty shark regarded them with a disdainful snort. Demon serpent, anomalous tortoise, have you two had enough of your watching? In its prime, the bloodthirsty shark had been more powerful than either of them, reigning as a dominator in these waters until it sought to swallow the Sakura nation, only to encounter unforeseen peril. The demon serpent and anomalous tortoise, both belonging to the beast kin, had not come to its aid, leading to its eventual sealing, thus breeding resentment towards them. Upon hearing the bloodthirsty shark, the two exchanged awkward smiles. The once overbearing bloodthirsty shark had frequently bullied them, seizing their territories and resources, leading them to refuse assistance in its time of crisis, even taking advantage of its plight to divide its realm and bounty. Yet now, witnessing the bloodthirsty shark's resurgence in strength, they felt a tinge of bitterness and fear of retribution. Therefore, upon hearing its call, they promptly emerged to lend support, hoping to garner favor and avoid harsh reckoning in the future. Bloodthirsty shark, we had our reasons back then, and besides, those sealed for 3 centuries. Your strength has significantly increased, a blessing in disguise. The demon serpent chuckled awkwardly. The anomalous tortoise nodded in agreement, gazing enviously at the bloodthirsty shark, wishing for such rapid advancement, even if it meant 3 centuries of confinement. They could not comprehend the agony of 300 years of darkness, of being unable to act, of the torment of lost freedom. Humph. The bloodthirsty shark coldly scoffed, its voice frigid. Today, assist me in obliterating the Sakura nation, and I shall absolve previous grievances. All right, no problem. The demon serpent and anomalous tortoise readily agreed, as the 3 royal magical beasts, along with dozens of king-level beasts and countless others, surrounded the Sakura nation. Suspended in midair, the bloodthirsty shark revealed a sinister smile as it surveyed the Sakura nation, its gaze sweeping across the land. If I recall correctly, there is still an old relic among you in the Sakura nation. Chapter 81. Encountering the Cat Emperor. Oh my what? There are actually 2 royal magical beasts? Having distanced himself, Chen Chen's eyes brightened at the sight of the other 2 royal beasts. 1 royal beast couldn't possibly eradicate the little Sakura. What about 3? There was indeed a chance to eliminate her entirely. Bah. As he spoke, Chen Chen choked on another mouthful of seawater and slapped the giant crocodile on the head. Little crocodile, be steady. Goo goo goo. The giant crocodile croaked, vigorously thrashing its large tail while its small legs clawed at the water. Its massive head occasionally lifted, expelling a substantial spray of seawater. What? You can't swim? Chen Chen furrowed his brow. How could a crocodile not excel at swimming? Goo goo goo, goo goo goo, the giant crocodile protested, its voice filled with grievance, as if wanting to say, shouldn't you consider how I got the name Giant Earth Crocodile? Observing the giant crocodile, Chen Chen shook his head. From its demeanor, it was evident that it lacked swimming skills, nearly drowning itself, let alone carrying him. Forget it, I won't press you. Chen Chen opened the beast conjuring space and summoned the Yinglong. As a water attribute spiritual beast, Yinglong had undeniable advantages both in water and in the air. Jumping onto Yinglong's back and retrieving the giant crocodile, he soared into the sky, heading towards Huaxia. With Yinglong's speed, he would reach Jinling City within a day at most. However, shortly after taking flight, Chen Chen spotted a little cat riding on a cloud, darting swiftly through the air. The great sage equal to heaven? Nimbus cloud? Chen Chen's eyes widened. The little cat also noticed him, changing direction to fly towards him. As the cat approached, Chen Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Chen Chen. A voice of surprise rang out, catching Chen Chen off guard. He looked around, finally locking eyes with the little cat. Is it you speaking? The little kitten leaped onto the back of the Yinglong, tilting its head to gaze at Chen Chen, and haughtily rolled its eyes. Little Chen, do you not recognize your majesty, the Cat Emperor? Cat Emperor? Chen Chen murmured, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are the Cat Emperor? Of course. Who else could be as adorable as I? The Cat Emperor stood on its hind legs, its front paws clasped elegantly before its chest, resembling a dignified figure. At this, Chen Chen's lips twitched. Was it truly appropriate for a mere cat to strike such a pose? What brings you here? He inquired. The Cat Emperor huffed. I was about to ask you the same. That old coot from Jinling claimed you were trapped in a magical quagmire and sent Lao Bai to rescue you. At this very moment, that big fool should have already plunged into the abyss. Pausing slightly, the Cat Emperor groomed its whiskers with a small paw and, raising an eyebrow, continued, given your direction, you've returned from the land of cherry blossoms, haven to you? I emerged from the magical lair of the cherry blossom country. Chen Chen affirmed with a nod. As the Cat Emperor circled around Chen Chen gracefully, deep in thought, it remarked, why do I feel that the chaos in the cherry blossom country is your doing? Do not implicate me. Chen Chen vehemently shook his head. I have always been at the forefront of maintaining peace in Blue Star and fostering friendly relations among nations. How could I possibly engage in such nefarious deeds? Is that so? The Cat Emperor regarded him with skepticism. Clearing his throat twice, Chen Chen opted not to respond to the Cat Emperor's query, instead shifting the conversation. You have yet to tell me what brings you here. Oh, I crave some dried fish. The Cat Emperor's face lit up with excitement, its eyes sparkling as it rubbed its paws together in anticipation. Dried fish? You mean that little shark? I intend to turn it into dried fish. The Cat Emperor pointed towards the chaotic scene in the cherry blossom country, where a bloodthirsty shark was wreaking havoc. Chen Chen's mouth fell open slightly, his expression turning peculiar. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the Cat Emperor's eyes twinkled mischievously, and it chuckled. Little Chen, would you care to join me in capturing that little fish? I shall share some with you. At these words, Chen Chen hastily shook his head. I want to go. Not only is he currently outmatched, but even if I were to use a new card, with my level 9 strength, participating in such a battle would be exceedingly perilous. The bloodthirsty shark, the demon serpent, and the abnormal tortoise. These three royal magical beasts are not nearly as easy to handle as the heavenly demon tiger. One misstep could cost me my life. Perceiving Chen Chen's apprehension, the Cat Emperor jumped onto his shoulder, patting his head with its tiny paw and earnestly stated, Little Chen, the youth must be courageous and willing to take risks. As the saying goes, a youth who does not take risks is wasting their youth. Thus, young ones should embrace more adventures. Moreover, with me around, that little fish won't stir up much trouble. Chen Chen's expression darkened. A youth who does not take risks? Who said that? I recall it should be, a youth who is not romantic is a wasted youth. Little Chen, join me in this adventure. The Cat Emperor urged. Turning to face the Cat Emperor, Chen Chen smiled, and in response to its eager gaze, he grinned broadly, revealing his pristine teeth. I shall not go. The Cat Emperor retorted. So, you're a lad who refuses a toast and opts for a penalty drink? You must come. I shall not go. Come. I shall not. The heated argument between the human and the feline continued until, in the end, the Cat Emperor conceded. Speak. What must I do for you to accompany me? At this, Chen Chen blinked, gently lowering the Cat Emperor from his shoulder into his arms, stroking its fur. The sensation was exquisite, perfect. The Cat Emperor observed him, noticing his enjoyment, and meowed plaintively. Quickly, tell me what you desire in order to accompany me. Why is it that you insist on my company? Chen Chen queried, puzzled. The Cat Emperor huffed in response. Do you think I, the Cat Emperor, desire to bring you along? It's that rascal Lao Bai who won't allow me to leave the Huaxia domain, claiming that little fish can frolic freely as long as it doesn't invade Huaxia. Humph, but that little fish has been flaunting itself right before my eyes. How could I possibly resist? Thus, I must capture it to make dried fish for myself. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Chen Chen scratched his head. The Cat Emperor continued, Lao Bai holds you in high regard. If I bring you along, I can declare that you encountered misfortune in the cherry blossom country and that I sensed your presence, which prompted me to intervene and rescue you from the little fish. Hee hee, then that rascal will have nothing to say? The Cat Emperor chuckled triumphantly, its expression brimming with self-satisfaction. Observing its demeanor, Chen Chen felt somewhat speechless. This Cat Emperor seemed to possess a rather low intellect. Little Chen, please help me, or I shall be confined again. The Cat Emperor gazed at Chen Chen with its adorably wide eyes, full of anticipation. Ultimately, Chen Chen succumbed to its cuteness and agreed to the Cat Emperor's request. However, I cannot guarantee that Chief Bai will refrain from confining you, he cautioned. The Cat Emperor grinned mischievously, climbing from Chen Chen's arms to his head, exclaiming, I know Lao Bai well. As long as you accompany me and follow my fabricated reasoning, he will surely believe us. At that point, confinement shall be avoided. Very well, let us proceed, Chen Chen chuckled, shaking his head. But are you certain you can defeat them? Fear not. As long as it swims in the water, it is my dried fish, and I shall claim it. the Cat Emperor declared confidently. Chen Chen smirked. If that is the case, let us set forth, but I shan't engage in combat. No need for you to. The Cat Emperor replied disdainfully. You, a mere little king, can merely spectate. Wait, that is not right. Before it could finish the thought, the Cat Emperor furrowed its brow, staring intently at Chen Chen. What is the matter? Chen Chen's heart raced. Did this little kitten discern his true level? Yet, with the System S shielding, the Cat Emperor should not be able to see through him. I cannot perceive your realm, the Cat Emperor mused, intrigued as it scrutinized Chen Chen. Little Chen, you truly are remarkable, a mere little king who even I cannot fathom. I am increasingly convinced that the disaster in the Cherry Blossom country is indeed your doing. Chen Chen, filled with righteous indignation, refused to acknowledge it. As a teacher of the people, how could he engage in such benevolent malevolent acts? Ultimately, Chen Chen stored the Yinglong away and stepped onto the Cat Emperor's nimbus cloud, allowing it to carry him aloft, soaring with a speed several times greater than that of the Yinglong. As they drew closer to the Cherry Blossom country, the Cat Emperor gradually slowed its pace, enveloping Chen Chen and itself in a cloud that resembled an ordinary puff of vapor. However, amidst the tumult of battle, such a cloud appeared rather conspicuous. Though at that moment, no one paid heed to it. First, deal with the Cherry Blossom country, then capture your little fish, Chen Chen instructed. The Cat Emperor gently tapped Chen Chen with its paw. Address me as the Cat Emperor. Very well, dear Cat Emperor, Chen Chen replied. The Cat Emperor rolled its eyes in exasperation, disregarding Chen Chen's address, and whispered, in the land of cherry blossoms, there exists an ancient being of formidable strength, one whom even I might find challenging to confront. Oh, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, why was the bloodthirsty mad shark not slain directly back then? Well, let's just say we were deceived, the Cat Emperor shrugged, a mischievous smile gracing its face. Back then, that rogue old bai tricked that ancient creature into coming to Huaxia, then cast a spell to restrain it, which led to the circumstances we faced. Otherwise, that little fish snack would have long since turned into a rotten fish snack. Then why was it not killed upon returning? Chen Chen inquired, puzzled. Every year for the past 3 centuries, on the day of divine sacrifice, the lifespan of the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation is diminished. And even beast masters experience significant reductions in their power, lasting for quite some time. Given that the ancient being you speak of was capable of slaying the bloodthirsty mad shark to halt all of this, why did it not take action? Selfishness. The Cat Emperor lay atop a cloud, gazing at the chaos in the Cherry Blossom Nation, grinning as it spoke. That old fellow, while capable of vanquishing the bloodthirsty mad shark, would likely suffer grievous injuries from its final retaliation, possibly even losing a few spirit beasts in the process. Thus, it has delayed intervention until now. Whether that old creature will act this time remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen nodded, feeling unsurprised. For the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation, such occurrences were commonplace. Moreover, the bloodthirsty mad shark had devoured countless lives, yet that ancient being had yet to appear. Clearly wary of the shark. After all, 3 centuries of offerings had significantly enhanced the shark's power, and the cost of slaying it now would far exceed that of 3 centuries past. Not to mention, there were 2 other royal-level magical beasts to contend with. What level is that ancient being? Chen Chen asked. Royal level, 9th tier, the Cat Emperor replied nonchalantly. Goodness. It is on the brink of breaking through to the saint level. Chen Chen's heart raced. However, the Cat Emperor merely scoffed. A saint? That old creature will never achieve such a status. And what about you? Chen Chen inquired, intrigued. He was only familiar with the title of Bai Duzhong, but knew little of its strength. On the surface, Bai Duzhong was the leader of Huaxia, and undoubtedly not weak. As for me, the Cat Emperor licked its paw leisurely. I am half a step stronger than that old creature. Half a step? Indeed, old Bai is currently at the half-saint level, having brushed against the threshold of being a saint beast master, yet has not fully entered that realm. However, as long as he continues his cultivation diligently, he will eventually step into the realm of the saint beast master, the Cat Emperor explained. Upon hearing this, it noticed Chen Chen's indifferent expression and could not help but interject. Hey, do not underestimate this half-step. It is precisely because of this half-step that even if that old creature were to surround me with 5 spirit beasts, I could easily escape, perhaps even retaliate successfully. Is it truly that powerful? Chen Chen asked, somewhat astonished. The Cat Emperor proudly tilted its head. Of course. After all, I am still somewhat aligned with the notion of a saint. Chen Chen gently patted the Cat Emperor's head and pointed toward the tumultuous, bloodthirsty mad shark through the clouds. So, what do you plan to do with that little fish snack? Eat it. Raw? The Cat Emperor's face contorted in disdain. Do you take me for a primitive cat? Naturally, I shall take it back, find an exceptional spirit chef, and have it prepared into exquisite fish snacks. I could make it for you. Chen Chen jested. At this, the Cat Emperor scrutinized Chen Chen, then shook its head. Not a chance. Why? Do you look down on me? Well, your appearance does not align with my ideal image of a master chef, the Cat Emperor remarked. Come on, Chen Chen retorted. He knew a bit about spirit cooking, but compared to truly exceptional spirit chefs, his skills were woefully inadequate. Preparing the flesh of a royal-level magical beast would indeed be a waste. Don't forget to save me some after you turn it into fish snacks, Chen Chen reminded. The Cat Emperor nodded, patting Chen Chen and affirming, rest assured. This Cat Emperor will not forget you. With that, the pair, one human and one cat, concealed themselves amidst the clouds, continuing to observe the battlefield. Their plan was to wait for the ancient being of the Cherry Blossom Nation to strike, wounding the bloodthirsty mad shark, before the Cat Emperor would swoop in for a surprise attack. However, the ancient being was proving to be exceedingly cautious, or perhaps excessively selfish, as it watched countless compatriots perish without intervening. Chapter 83. Akita Bear Goes Mad Ha. Today marks the day of your nation's destruction, Cherry Blossom Nation. The bloodthirsty mad shark bellowed, callously devouring the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation, its ferocious power ravaging the land. The entirety of the Cherry Blossom Nation lay in ruins. The ancestral figure of the Cherry Blossom Nation, a distinguished royal-level beastmaster, found itself obstructed by the magic serpent and the odd turtle. Though their strength was inferior to that of the Cherry Blossom Nation's ancestor, it was still sufficient to impede its advance. As for the ancient being mentioned by the Cat Emperor, it had yet to reveal itself, leading Chen Chen to feel that even if the entire population of the Cherry Blossom Nation were to perish, that ancient being would remain unmoved. After wreaking havoc across the territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the bloodthirsty mad shark returned to the site of the sacred toilet of Jinghua, now a desolate wasteland, littered with remnants of destruction. Among the ruins, many citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation lamented their fate, while Akita Bear and others cowered amidst the debris, their spirit beasts nearly annihilated, rendering them virtually powerless. They huddled with a group of lower-tier beast masters, having previously suffered under the oppression of the elite. Now, with Akita Bear's spirit beasts effectively wiped out, the way others gazed at them had shifted, filled with mockery and schadenfreude, with some even contemplating violence against them. What do you want? Akita Bear and the others exclaimed as they faced the encroaching crowd, their expressions shifting suddenly, indignantly commanding with the pressure of a king. Yet, no one heeded their words. The crowd wore cold smirks, thinking that a king-level beast master without spirit beasts should be easy prey. Lord Bear, you were quite tyrannical in the past, forcibly seizing resources and compelling beast masters to serve as cannon fodder, sending us to our demise. But now, isn't it time for a little payback? One taunted. In response, Akita Bear's expression darkened, and he shouted, Are you rebelling? Do you realize that rebellion is punishable by death? Death. The crowd scoffed dismissively. In this situation, death is inevitable, so before we die, we would quite appreciate it if you, Lord Bear, could alleviate some of our grievances. Many of the elites sensed danger and discreetly distanced themselves from Akita Bear. They were no match for these beast masters now. Everything that happened before was at Akita Bear's command. If you wish to strike, hit him. Yes. All of this was ordered by Akita Bear. We were merely following orders. If you are willing, we can help you take him down. This scoundrel has committed countless atrocities over the years and must be punished. Numerous high-ranking officials have spoken out, eager to distance themselves from Kishida the bear, while simultaneously gearing up for a confrontation. It seems they all wish to strike at Kishida. Surrounded and betrayed by his own subordinates, Kishida's face turned pale. Must he endure such humiliation before his demise? He is, after all, the illustrious Emperor of Sakura. No, I am the Emperor of Sakura, and you are all my subjects. You cannot treat me this way. You bang. Before Kishida could finish his words, a fist came crashing down, precisely striking his mouth, disfiguring it and shattering several of his teeth. Beat him. With that shout, the crowd rushed in, encircling Kishida, fists and feet flying. The air was filled with his cries of agony and outrage, yet the crowd paid no heed to his protests, intensifying their assault. Brothers, hold nothing back. Kishida is a powerful beast master. His physique is formidable. Do not fear striking him too hard. Damn it, my hand hurts from hitting him. Are you foolish? Use a knuckle duster. Watch me break one of his bones with this punch. I have a hammer, but Kishida's skull is surprisingly tough. I struck him once, and he didn't even bleed. It just hurt my hand. Be gentle, don't kill him yet. I haven't vented enough frustration. The high-ranking officials of Sakura, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear, huddled to the side, not daring to breathe, lest they too become targets after Kishida's demise. After a brutal beating, the once mighty beast master was knocked unconscious, but before long, pain jolted him back to awareness. You insult me, the Emperor. And you insult the entire Sakura nation. You shall pay for this. You shall all pay. Kishida roared in fury, pushing his assailants aside, drawing a short sword with fervor. I, the Emperor, would rather die than endure this insult. Today, I shall defend the dignity of Sakura with my life, he shouted, plunging the blade towards his abdomen. But before it could touch his skin, he hesitated. The crowd observed coldly, their eyes filled with disdain. Kishida raised his head, his arms trembling, clearly terrified. You all step back, or you'll be splattered with blood. The crowd sneered, keep pretending. Step aside. Kishida bellowed, step back, or I swear I will truly take my own life. Under the pressure, Kishida's mind began to unravel, and the crowd encouraged him, stab down. Do it. Hurry up. I'm waiting to be splattered with blood. Coward, you're not a real emperor. Useless trash. With each insult, Kishida's frayed nerves finally snapped. He hurled the short sword away and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Wah, you insult the Sakura nation. You shall pay. You shall all pay. Wah, I am the emperor, the emperor. I am your god, your sky. You must obey me, do you understand? Bastards, I want you all dead. The crowd stared in disbelief. Had Kishida truly gone mad? Suddenly, one person stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Kishida jerked his head up, staring at the assailant, then broke into a foolish grin. To the astonishment of the crowd, he began to slap his own face with the man's arm, followed by one beast master after another stepping forward, allowing Kishida to strike himself repeatedly. In no time, Kishida's cheeks swelled grotesquely, his teeth nearly gone, rendering him a pitiable sight. Observing his condition, someone suggested, Kishida's appearance tarnishes the image of our Sakura nation. It would be better to simply dispose of him to the dogs. Kishida's expression stiffened as he leapt to his feet, pointing angrily at the crowd. What more do you want from me? Am I to die here? It was evident that Kishida had been feigning madness to escape his fate. Yet he was not entirely lucid. Just then, a fierce wind swept through, engulfing everyone, including Kishida, and whisking them away into the maw of the bloodthirsty shark. The once great emperor of Sakura, in his final moments, suffered immense humiliation before meeting his end in the belly of a beast, a truly tragic fate. The bloodthirsty shark lingered, its gaze sweeping across Sakura City, muttering to itself, it must be here. Not far away, a cloud floated along with the shark, where Chen Chen and the cat emperor concealed themselves. Hearing the shark's murmurs, the cat emperor remarked, it seeks that old man. Until it finds him, it will not rest. Even if it means slaughtering the entire Sakura nation. We shall continue to wait, Chen Chen replied. The man and cat observed the bloodthirsty shark, patiently biding their time for the old man of Sakura to make an appearance. Not coming out, the shark's jaws widened, its massive form plummeting towards Sakura City, causing the entire nation to tremble, with the city itself collapsing beneath the weight. The shark ascended and descended repeatedly, nearly cleaving the nation in two. At this rate, the old man would have nowhere left to hide. With a thunderous crash, the shark soared again, discovering a colossal pit beneath Sakura City, shimmering with golden brilliance and an air of advanced technology. Here, the shark paused, then gathered a surge of energy for a devastating strike. At the same moment, a powerful force erupted from within the pit. The collision unleashed a violent explosion, destroying the pit and significantly damaging its magnificent structures. As the dust settled, a massive black worm emerged from the ruins, exuding a potent aura of blood. Indeed, it is here. The bloodthirsty shark's spirit surged. Old bastard, reveal yourself for a battle. The worm lifted its bulbous head, a mouth full of sharp teeth, with a single, eerie eye atop its head. What in the world is that? Chen Chen expressed his revulsion from within the cloud. The cat emperor echoed his disdain, stating, that old man's spirit beast, a blood-sucking leech. A leech? That enormous? Chen Chen was astounded. I heard that initially, it was only slightly larger than an ordinary leech, but as it absorbed more blood, it grew exponentially. Can you imagine how much blood this leech has consumed to reach such a size? Upon hearing the cat emperor's words, Chen Chen gasped. This blood-sucking leech was as large as the bloodthirsty shark itself. It was unfathomable how much blood it had ingested. From whence does such an abundance of blood for it to absorb originate? Chen Chen inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The cat emperor curled his lips disdainfully. The citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, including tourists from various nations, as well as the sea monsters, could all potentially fall prey to it. That old wretch has lived for 5 centuries. Who could possibly fathom the amount of blood it has absorbed over such a lengthy period? Has no one ever held him accountable? Chen Chen pressed, a frown deepening on his brow. Accountable? The cat emperor scoffed with a derisive smile. Little Chen, you must understand that in this world, power is of paramount importance. As long as your strength reaches a certain threshold, no rules can confine you. And this old fool, at the 9th tier of the royal level, is not easily subject to judgment. Besides, there are many beast tamers without backing or strength who simply vanish without a trace, and few care to notice. Even if a commotion arises, it will eventually be forgotten. Time, my friend, is the most formidable foe. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen fell into a brief silence. Compared to the previous world, this realm of beast taming was evidently more ruthless, where true strength reigned supreme. As the two conversed, the blood-sucking leech and the bloodthirsty shark faced off, two formidable presences clashing, drawing the attention of Chen Chen and the Cat Emperor. You think you can use this ghastly creature to contend with me? I am not the same as I was 3 centuries ago. This vile thing stands no chance against me. The bloodthirsty shark bellowed, though a hint of apprehension flickered in its gaze as it regarded the blood-sucking leech. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Chen Chen and the Cat Emperor beheld a black-robed elder emerge from the maw of the blood-sucking leech, eventually taking his place atop the creature. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the bloodthirsty shark resonated, articulating the unvoiced sentiments of Chen Chen and the Cat Emperor. You old wretch. Still as repulsive as ever. The black-robed elder lifted his gaze, his voice slightly hoarse. 3 centuries ago, I should have slain you outright. Slay me? The bloodthirsty shark sneered, fury glinting in its eyes. Your reluctance to kill me was solely for my blood. All these years, you have kept me alive merely to nourish this ghastly creature. Have you not? 300 years, and this vile thing has undoubtedly consumed countless pints of my blood. Now, the time for my vengeance has come. The black-robed elder remained unfazed, casting a calm gaze upon the bloodthirsty shark as he replied, Over 3 centuries, the energy within your blood has only intensified. Do you truly believe I have not sensed it? What do you mean? A vague unease began to swell within the bloodthirsty shark. The black-robed elder continued nonchalantly. Since you are aware of your growing strength, do you think I would be unprepared? What are you planning? The bloodthirsty shark's unease intensified, causing it to retreat slightly, poised for escape. You cannot flee, the black-robed elder declared. Having devoured so many of my Cherry Blossom Kingdom citizens, your blood essence has become so dense that, regrettably, you lack the time to refine it. I shall graciously accept this blood essence on your behalf, and you shall equally belong to me. As he regarded the bloodthirsty shark, a subtle, sinister smile crept upon the black-robed elder's face. The bloodthirsty shark, filled with trepidation, then observed the blood-sucking leech emit a piercing scream, and it felt its own blood within boiling violently. What have you done to me? The bloodthirsty shark cried out, panic-stricken as it sensed the turmoil within its body. Chen Chen and the Cat Emperor exchanged alarmed glances, recognizing that from the outset, the bloodthirsty shark had been firmly under the control of this old wretch. What should we do? Should we act directly? Chen Chen pondered. Perhaps. We should wait a moment longer. Both Chen Chen and the Cat Emperor remained fixated on the battlefield, eager to discern how this elder maintained control over the bloodthirsty shark. The latter, now shrieking in terror, felt its blood continue to boil. If this persisted, it feared it would burst from within. Cease this at once, the bloodthirsty shark implored, its energy churning violently in a desperate attempt to quell the boiling blood. Yet, regardless of its strength, it proved futile. The black-robed elder, with a faint smile, remarked, A fruitless endeavor. The bloodthirsty shark's eyes were filled with terror as it gazed upon the black-robed elder. Ultimately, it could no longer contain itself, abruptly turning to flee towards the ocean. However, before it could gain much distance, it erupted into a series of agonizing screams. Explosions reverberated from within its body as Chen Chen and the Cat Emperor witnessed torrents of blood erupting from it, instantly staining its entire form a deep crimson. Its massive body plummeted with a thunderous crash. At that moment, the blood-sucking leech opened its maw wide, eagerly consuming the blood spewing forth from the bloodthirsty shark, while the black-robed elder reveled in the crimson deluge, resembling a demon. For 3 centuries, your blood has long been transformed by the blood-sucking leech. Now, it can be commanded at will, the elder's voice echoed, further intensifying the bloodthirsty shark's terror. Despite its frenzied struggles, it found itself growing weaker, feeling as though its very essence was being siphoned away. Bloodthirsty shark, cease your struggles. From the very beginning, you were merely a plaything in my hands. Entirely under my dominion, the black-robed elder taunted. Fueled by fear and rage, the bloodthirsty shark roared defiantly, summoning its remaining strength as it surged toward the black-robed elder, imbued with tremendous power. However, with a mere flick, the elder struck the blood-sucking leech, causing the bloodthirsty shark's blood to detonate violently within, as if it were a series of bombs, leaving its flesh torn and ravaged. The excruciating pain rendered the creature incapable of mounting any sort of attack. 3 centuries of erosion have robbed you of any chance for retaliation, the black-robed elder mocked. The bloodthirsty shark's futile roars echoed in desperation, its body overwhelmed by an incapacitating weakness. It had not anticipated that before the black-robed elder, it would find itself devoid of even the slightest opportunity to resist. As he fixed his gaze upon the bloodthirsty shark, a glimmer of excitement flickered across the elder's countenance. Having nurtured it for 300 years, he had now absorbed countless citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, including many of its elite. The energy within the bloodthirsty shark had reached its zenith, and should he drain and refine its blood, he might finally attain the coveted threshold of a half-saint, something all had prophesied he could never achieve. Once I break through to the half-saint level, my Cherry Blossom Kingdom shall no longer be subject to the whims of others. The black-robed elder's heart thundered with fervor. Though his royal ninth-tier power was formidable, it paled in comparison to a saint-level beast tamer. Once he surpassed the half-saint level, he would inevitably ascend to the ranks of the saint-level beast tamers. At that moment, no one would dare to belittle him, nor would anyone dare to humiliate the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Yet, just as the black-robed elder reveled in his excitement, a thunderous voice descended from the heavens. A brilliant flash heralded the arrival of the Cat Emperor. "You, little fish, dare to invade the human realm? Today shall be your grave. Old Cherry Blossom, fret not, for the esteemed Old White has discerned the plight of the Cherry Blossom Nation and has dispatched this humble feline sovereign to assist in navigating through this tribulation. With my presence, all malevolent entities shall be transformed into mere dried fish." The Cat Emperor materialized from the clouds, executing a swift strike that severed the blood-sucking leech's control over the bloodthirsty shark in an instant. It stood between the two, its forepaws akimbo, exuding an air of flamboyance. "Cat Emperor?" The old Cherry Blossom's expression shifted, a shadow of concern darkening his visage. The Cat Emperor turned its head, grinning at the elder. "Old Cherry Blossom, it has been quite a while. What brings you to my Cherry Blossom Nation?" The elder inquired sternly. The Cat Emperor shrugged. "What a question. Am I not here to assist you? Were it not for me, your Cherry Blossom Nation would surely be obliterated by this dried fish. However, fret not, Old Cherry Blossom, for I am merely one who delights in helping others, never seeking recompense, who in all of Blue Star is unaware of my benevolent nature." Upon hearing this, the old Cherry Blossom's lips twitched as he took a deep breath. "Matters of my Cherry Blossom Nation do not require your intervention." "How can that be?" The Cat Emperor shook its head. "The Cherry Blossom Nation and our Huaxia are neighboring realms. Should your nation succumb to the beasts, we in Huaxia would undoubtedly be affected as well. Moreover, we Huaxians are renowned for our goodwill. How could I possibly turn a blind eye to your troubles?" With that, it cast its gaze upon the bloodthirsty shark, declaring, "Dried fish, your consumption of countless human lives is an unforgivable sin. Today, I shall exact vengeance for humanity. Surrender at once." The Cat Emperor's speed was unparalleled, a mere blink of an eye, and it appeared atop the bloodthirsty shark's head, delivering a crushing blow that sent the creature crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Even its eyes became dazed, clearly stunned by the strike. Following this, the Cat Emperor unleashed a flurry of additional blows before effortlessly lifting the gargantuan shark with its petite frame. The sheer spectacle was astonishing. "Old Cherry Blossom, I take my leave now. No need for thanks," the Cat Emperor proclaimed. The elder's countenance darkened, and just as the Cat Emperor soared into the air, a fierce spirit beast descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the bloodthirsty shark, sending both it and the Cat Emperor plummeting back to the earth. The Cat Emperor staggered slightly, turning to the elder with discontent. "Old Cherry Blossom, I extend my goodwill to assist you, and yet you do not express gratitude, but instead, you attack me? Leave the bloodthirsty shark, and I shall allow you to depart," the elder replied coldly. Perched atop the shark's head, the Cat Emperor licked its tiny paw, dismissively retorting, "Allow me to leave? Do you possess the strength to utter such words?" "At the very least, I can keep the bloodthirsty shark here," the elder responded.